Well, at least the end is somewhat ironic, Isaac commented as he gazed out across the swarming mass of beasts below. Even in a world of monsters and demons, it was humanity that did itself in. I'm glad that you can see the humor in this. A voice rang out from behind him. Not. Seriously, the world is ending and you're cracking jokes. The world already ended. If nothing else, because the only two humans left in the world are us two men. When we die, so does humanity. Isaac replied, sword jumping from his sheath for an instant so brief that a pre-system human wouldn't have even been able to see him move, then Ray sheathed it just as quickly. An arc of power had burst from the sword during that single swing and hit the countless beasts milling around below like divine judgment, shearing through a countless number of them. Yet there were so many more, assailing the last bastion of mankind. A vast castle wrought from the stone below, reinforced by the powers of countless architects, geomancers, and more. Once it had been used as the command and control center for all of Europe, but then humanity had begun losing and losing hard. Now there were just the two of them left here, and perhaps one or two others somewhere on the planet, though they hadn't heard anything from them. And that means you get to laugh about this, Cade asked, stepping up next to Isaac. When else am I going to look back on my life and laugh at all the mistakes, other than right before its end? This isn't funny in the slightest, but I refuse to go to my death depressed if I can help it. He replied, another flick of the sword annihilating the beginnings of a living rampart that threatened to spill into the inner courtyard. None of these weaklings could truly threaten either of them, but they weren't the problem. They hadn't been for half a decade. That dubious honor went to the champions, the commanders, demon lords, and world bosses. Yet if too many of those things got in, even this place would finally fall, even though it had done so for all practical intents and purposes. Final bastion, Cade said, laying his hand on one of the crenellations there, that should hold them for a bit. Still won't drop the habit of saying your skills out loud when stealth isn't required. Isaac teased even as every beast currently touching the walls was knocked away with enough force to turn them into paste. Cade's reply was just a flat stare. Anyway, about what's so funny. For one, the Karens were right. D&D and all that truly was the devil's work, what with the whole world turns into a video game, and suddenly everyone is summoning monsters to fight thing. Isaac shook his head, but we made it to the top, didn't we? Took their power, summoned primordial beasts only for them to die moments later, until we reached the peak of what was possible. If only everyone else had been as careful. That had been the truly insidious part of the system. A couple of years after initialization, an entire genre of books had become truly popular, one that involved systems descending on the planet and bringing countless monsters, turning the world into a hellhole. But theirs hadn't, it had merely provided the means of creating them. Initially, people had been careful, generally only summoning what they could handle. And the few times the creatures had been too powerful, everyone nearby with any measure of combat power had dogpiled on the beast until it was gone. Nations had experimented with the stronger beasts, but they'd also taken adequate precautions, at least for the most part. At least 50 raid bosses had apparently been nuked in the Nevada desert by the US Army once it was determined that they were too powerful to beat directly. It had ruined any chance of gaining XP from them, but it also succeeded at stopping them cold. Eventually, however, people grew too strong for the weaker beast to push them further, and stronger ones had been summoned, and stronger ones still, more and more escaping until eventually they congregated and made summonings of their own. From there on, humanity had been crushed under an ever-escalating tide of monsters. Humans aren't cautious, never have been, at least not as a whole. We're the monkeys who left the safety of the trees for the ground and never looked back. We created sharpened metal to stab each other with, gunpowder, and eventually even lit off a nuke to see what would happen despite one of the possible outcomes being lighting the atmosphere on fire and killing us all. Cade informed him, hints of pride and sorrow swinging in his tone. Ha, too true. Isaac barked a laugh. Your humor is too fucking dark. Cade sighed, I worry about you sometimes. What other kind is there? Come on, live a little. The last two PO Isaac started, but was interrupted. 3. They both whirled around to see a third man standing there in incredibly dirty clothing that might have once been one of the mage's robes that had come into style 3 years after the initialization. Mark, Cade was the first to ask. Who else? Mark shrugged as he walked over to them. Where the hell have you been? We thought you died last week during the fall of Rome, Isaac exclaimed. Making my way here, I'm the last one, everyone else died, everywhere. Scry shows that the three of us are all that remains of mankind. Anyway, I'm not staying long. There's a demon lord a few kilometers to the west and I'm off to kick it in the unmentionables. There is literally no point in protecting this place anymore, he said fatalistically. The world's ended, you can say balls, Isaac informed him in a mock serious tone. Fine, I want to kick a demon lord in the balls before I die, all right. Mark shot him a dark smile. I think that is something we'd all have liked to do. Cade nodded. So what do you say, old friends? Shall we show those demonic bastards just what humanity is capable of one final time? Isaac asked, feeling the dying embers inside him reignite a little. Standing here on these battlements for the last month, defending a lifeless fortress and cracking dark jokes had been the most depressing of his life. This, right here, was how he'd now decided to go out, not finally being swamped by the hordes of fodder below, suicide, or maybe overeating by devouring all the food still left in the stores below. Oh, what the hell. All for one for all, everyone gets a pound of flesh from the bastard, Cade grumbled, heaving himself over the wall. He fell like a literal meteor, not only utterly pulverizing the demonic beasts he landed on, but unleashing a shockwave that destroyed hundreds more. Isaac took a more graceful method of descent, likewise jumping over the edge but activating Featherfall a split second before the impact to land lightly on the head of a hellhound. 2 swings of his sword unleashed 2 immense crescents of energy and cleared the space around himself with contemptuous ease. "All right, you lily-livered, yellow-bellied, craven snotbags. See me here." Nexus of conflict, Cade bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield like the crack of thunder. The taunting skill drew the attention of every beast within a kilometer of him. An immense thunderstorm brewed in a matter of seconds as Mark, the Archmage of the Tempest, used his own power and began to lash out at the mass below. Isaac, meanwhile, just charged through the ranks, swinging his sword in half-moon arcs, unleashing crescent waves of energy whenever his mana topped up, tearing through them like a reaper through wheat. Out in the distance, a figure loomed. Deep crimson skin, bull's horns reaching towards the sky, claws of solid obsidian extending from powerful digits. A champion, a raid boss at the very least. Spectral charge, extended blade, sacrificial strike. A single heartbeat later, Isaac turned into a ghost that flashed forwards, blade perpendicular to the motion, and extended almost 100 meters as it passed cleanly through the bodies. For a second or so, it seemed like nothing had happened, but then a cut began to appear in slow motion on every creature struck, as if an invisible sword was slowly cleaving them in twain along the line where the spectral sword had passed through. Isaac raised the blade in hand and pointed it at the looming champion. Blade javelin, sacrificial empowerment. Angry red runes streamed from the unnatural cuts on his victims, as the slow-motion wounds suddenly completed in one heartbeat. The next, they flew towards his sword that had already been enveloped by the gray sheen of the other skill and merged with it. A basic mana-based skill to throw a sword, boosted to insane heights by the deaths of countless monsters, sent the weapon hurtling forward, as if flung by a titan of old, and struck the demon's chest like the fist of an angry god. Not even that kind of beast could survive having half its torso simply vanish. All it took to get his weapon back was a thought, the soul-bound weapon vanishing and rematerializing in his right hand 3 seconds later. Even bare-handed, Isaac killed hundreds of enemies in that time with his bare fists. Punches shattered skulls with such force that the bone fragments shredded their allies behind them, limbs flew and tripped up those who still had the guts to charge. The carnage continued on in that vein for hours, the 3 of them continuing to fight their way through the horde. 2 more raid bosses appeared and 2 more raid bosses were felled, too weak to put up much of a resistance. If this kind of strength had been held by mankind's champions just a mere couple of years ago, they might have been able to beat back the encroaching hordes. As the final raid boss fell, the teeming mass of monsters fell away and returned to the castle. With the controlling intelligences dead and the humans no longer near the target they'd been ordered to attack, they chose to go for the building. They crested the final hill a minute later to see the monstrous demon lord before them, over 1,000 attendants between them and him. "Hey, ugly," Mark called. "Eat voltage." A bolt of lightning as thick as the trunk of a giant redwood slammed into the chest of the demon lord and sent him stumbling backwards, roaring in pain. "Let's go," Cade bellowed and charged. Isaac just melted into the shadows and popped up next to their foe's foot a moment later, hamstringing him with a quick cut. A fist the size of a compact car slammed down with earth-shaking force a moment later, but Isaac wasn't there anymore, having vanished into the crowd of attendants. His heart sang as he soared between them, marking them with sacrificial strike in preparation for unleashing a devastating attack. For all the seriousness, for all the finality of this fight, it felt good to cut loose against a worthy target again, to fight the good fight even if all they could achieve was one final fuck you to the monsters that had ended humanity. They fought the beast for hours on end, until eventually disaster struck. A hurled boulder the size of a tank smashed Mark out of the air, and the demon was there to crush him an instant later. Even with that small victory, however, things weren't looking good for it. One arm hung limply, most of the flesh at the shoulder just plain gone. It limped from where Isaac had hamstrung it at the beginning of the fight, and it was utterly covered in 2nd and 3rd-degree burns. Cade arrived to pummel it, but was grabbed for the first time since combat started. Hellfire pooled in the palm of the hand that held him and began to burn. But even with every iota of energy and attention devoted to the task, even a demon lord couldn't kill the world's greatest tank so quickly. 10 seconds was all it took. Now that he wasn't forced to constantly dodge or readjust his aim as the demon did, Isaac could land devastating strikes that annihilated vital organs and crippled its movement. The great beast fell, the first of its kind to be defeated by human hands. But he barely cared about that anymore as he scrambled over to the hand that had held his friend. A stench like burning pork wafted up from a charred black mass that lay in the demon's palm. "Hey Cade, we did it," Isaac whispered as he caught sight of the person who'd been with him for the last 4 years. "We got one." There was no response. Blade held loosely in his hand, Isaac turned back to the place the demon had stood at the beginning, where a portal now hung. "You know what, old friend?" he whispered, his voice breaking. "I'm going to see how much damage I can do to their world. Real scientific, real slow, bit by fucking bit." The mask of levity dropped off his face as he walked closer. It had been his shield for so long, taking him through issues even before the initialization. As the state of the world had grown darker, so had his humor. But now there was no one left, no one but him. No one to perform for, no one to cheer up, no one to laugh with him. Manifold blade empowerment, piercing strike, sweeping strike, power strike, sundering strike, strike of desolation, curse of ruination. He whispered, "This is for you, Cade. I'm going to make them hurt." You are of course free to do that, but perhaps might I offer an alternative?" A cultured voice called out from behind him, causing Isaac to whirl around, ready to bisect the speaker with the manifold skills layered onto the blade. When he saw who'd said that, however, he froze. Janus. The god of doorways was one of the mere handful of deities that humans knew for a fact were real, as they actually contacted humanity directly on a handful of occasions. In the flesh, the god gestured at himself. He wore a perfectly normal toga, appearing like an ordinary human from neck down. His head, on the other hand, had two faces, one over each shoulder and facing off to the side, though he could likely still see what was in front of his body. "How much do you know about the rules of deities meddling in the affairs of mortals?" Janus asked, jumping straight into whatever topic he wanted to talk about. "Any meddling will allow the other side to meddle to an equal degree. Continued meddling without the other side having balanced the scales with interventions of their own becomes exponentially harder." Isaac quoted from memory. That explanation had been given countless times when people had demanded help from the ostensible good gods. Whatever they did to improve humanity's lot, the dark gods would be given the chance to turn it into a monkey's paw. Supposedly, that had been what had happened with the system. One side had created it to allow humanity to grow, while the other had added the monster summoning power that had created this whole mess. "So you're willing to try to interfere again?" Isaac asked, extremely skeptical. He wasn't sure if things could somehow get worse than mankind's extinction, but if they could. "Yes, though in this case, our meddling happened a long time ago. You're just reaping the rewards." The dark gods nudged things ever so slightly towards the apocalypse by screwing with a handful of key people, so we made our own alterations, similarly minute. Those portals right there, they allow a single person to jump back to the beginning a single time, if the Guardian had been defeated and they are the last human on the planet. With their changes so minute, ours couldn't be any bigger, and adding a bunch of prerequisites was a good way to make that happen, Janus explained. Isaac's sword slipped from a nerveless hand, which he then raised to point at the god. You have to be, that can't be true." He laughed bitterly, though the sound contained a hint of insanity that sent shivers down his spine. "If you could time travel, then how could you let any of this happen? And what do you think would happen if even one enemy god survived past such an attack? They'd have free reign to travel themselves. It is far too risky. Even sending a mortal might be devastating. Yet this specific situation, a tiny tweak that gives you a final chance in the remote possibility that someone fulfilled the requirements, that is doable." "So, Isaac Toma, will you do your damnedest to save the world?" Janus asked. "I still think you're crazy. But what the hell, what do I have to lose?" Isaac said, half to himself, half to the god. Janus clapped his hands and the portal shifted, turning from a wall of white mist into a solid sheet of blue light. "Now walk through the portal." Every step Isaac took felt like he was walking to his own execution, yet he never stopped. A chance to redo everything, try to save Iverion, even if he wasn't sure this whole thing wasn't the world's cruelest prank. A final step took him through the portal, which felt like falling into a freezing lake. Ding! Isaac woke with a start, sitting bolt upright in his bed, a blue box hovering in front of him. "Greetings, Isaac Toma. Welcome to the system. Would you like to select Office Drone as your class?" Yeah, nope. While the Office Drone was quite a bit stronger than the rather insulting name might indicate, granting skills that boosted intelligence and even percentage-based boosts if one was told to do something, it was far from fantastic. Mind you, it didn't even have to be a superior who gave the order. A simple "Mate, do you think we should kill that monster?" "Yep," was enough to grant a 10% boost to all stats with the right build. But at the end of the day, a hidden powerful side to that class wasn't enough to make Isaac choose it, especially not with the knowledge he now had. "Select Rogue." Isaac ordered, the combination of a verbal order and proper intent behind the words making the system obey. Figuring out how to properly command the entire interface was something that took most people at least a few minutes to figure out. Even as he flicked the entirety of the screen that had just popped up in his vision of to the side, Isaac got dressed. then grabbed his phone, keys, and wallet from his bedside table. Right now, people all over the world would be startled as that prompt appeared in their vision. For those in Germany and the rest of the Central European time zone, it was currently 7 a.m., and a lot of people would still either be in bed or still waking up, while others were going along with their normal days or even still asleep. The initial reactions would be shock, disbelief, and then the panic would start. Mad rushes to the supermarket, desperate fights over high-calorie, easy-to-keep foods such as rice, flour, and oil. Also, for some reason, toilet paper. To get stronger quickly and prepare for the incoming issues, he needed plenty of resources no normal person just happened to have on hand, himself included. It would be for the best to get them as quickly as possible, before everyone else fully recognized the breadth of this event and flooded any and all shops in preparation for the apocalypse. Isaac, of course, knew that the true apocalypse wouldn't happen for a few more years. Right now, however, there would be chaos for around a week until things calmed back down and he knew he had the food to last that time. Eating nothing but rice, beans, and basic bread made from nothing but flour, water, and baking soda wouldn't be fun, but it would keep him alive. It had taken him all of 40 seconds to get ready and leave the apartment, passing the mirror in the hallway once he'd locked the door. An unfamiliar face stared back at him. The green eyes were the same, as was the deep black hair, but everything else seemed staggeringly unfamiliar. He was a bit heavier than he had been in the future, not overweight, but still noticeable. His face also lacked the deep frown lines, worn into his face through a decade of combat. Once outside, Isaac hurried to the hardware store, seeing only a handful of other people outside, looking harried and swiping at the air. Yes, smacking the illusionary projection of the system interface was a perfectly fine method of using it, but it also made one look a little silly. Isaac knew the way to the hardware store and followed it from memory, allowing him to use the interface via mental control without running the risk of going the wrong way. It was the same interface he'd always had, though he was a little dismayed at the low stats. Even his dump stats had been in the low hundreds during the final battle, but now he was back in the body of an ordinary human, with above-average magic power and fortitude, but below-average perception and strength, with 10 being the average across the entirety of the human race. Seeing as he was still at level 0, he had not yet received any stat points. Only the 5 skill points he'd received for choosing a class were available. Skills were graded on a ranking from common, uncommon, rare, epic, and finally legendary, costing 1 to 5 points to purchase. Rogue, being a common rarity starter class, only had a mere handful of higher rarity skills, but those weren't what he needed. Ultimately, each class had some basic requirements. Rogue required a very basic understanding of how to use a knife and how to be sneaky, also on a very basic level. Healers needed a decent understanding of the human body, mages needed some grounding in the sciences related to their type of magic, and so on. Once one upgraded the class at level 10, his knowledge, skills, and the things he'd achieved would be taken into account when his options were generated. As for what skills Isaac wanted, it hadn't taken him all that long to choose. 100 faces common. Ultimately, even the greatest criminal is unable to completely avoid being seen, but what is seen doesn't have to be the user's true face. This skill allows the user to adjust their face, within reason, to allow for some degree of anonymity. Cost 30 mana per minute while adjusting. It was a rather basic disguise skill, but it might be needed sooner rather than later. Getting those supplies was important, and if whoever was running the store at the moment had run off, he might have to break in. Isaac pulled up his hood to ensure that his shifting face wasn't seen by any passersby or cameras that might be around. As for getting into the store, smashing the main window was the only real viable option, time-wise. Isaac was actually rather good at picking locks, but chances were he'd need an actual set of picks to crack whatever the store's main door used. Not having used a mirror for this, the end result was likely going to look extremely weird, but he'd used the skill often enough in the future calling it the future was just plain weird, he realized with a start. The future was what was going to happen, referring to the hell he'd just escaped from as the future made it feel predetermined, after a fashion. It reminded him of those old Terminator movies, if he was honest. The future you were from was shit, and anything you did here wasn't going to make it any less shit, only ensure that there were still humans out there to complain about how shit it was. Damn, that was depressing. Anyway, he'd used that skill aplenty in that other timeline, and could judge his appearance fairly well through the basic feedback it granted the user. He wouldn't be winning any beauty contests like that. Hell, 100 years ago he might even have ended up in one of those barbaric freak shows. But as long as the end result didn't look like him, that was fine. And now, on to picking the rest of his skills. Stealth common. Use magic to shield the user's form from visual inspection, as well as muffling noise created by the user. Quality of shielding will increase at higher levels. Cost 1 mana sec. Piercing strike common. User's weapon is covered with energy, increasing its ability to penetrate armor. This effect lasts for a single strike. Should the weapon in question be stuck within an opponent, the effect will last for 0.5 sec, allowing for removal of weapon or further cutting. Cost 10 mana per strike. Sundering Strike Common. User's next strike will weaken the target's armor around the point of impact. This damage is permanent until it is fixed healed. This effect can be stacked until the armor is destroyed. Cost 12 mana per strike. Power Strike Common. User's next blow will strike with as much force as though the user's strength stat were 50 plus 1n, where n equals skill level higher. Cost 12 mana per strike, low stamina drain. In essence, he'd combine the active skill Stealth to fade from sight, and using the knowledge about how to be stealthy he'd gained in the other timeline to make sure he didn't disturb anything in his surroundings. There was also a Sneak skill that granted knowledge of how to properly sneak around, but that could be earned through effort. Skills that were also skills could be gained with the prerequisite knowledge, effort, and the desire to actually get it, while skills that produced actual preternatural effects almost always needed to be bought with skill points. The rest of his skills were used to modify how his weapons hit his enemies, from tearing through armor to permanently weakening said armor. By using multiple such skills concurrently, he could even eventually gain the Manifold Strike skill, which he'd eventually upgraded to Manifold Blade Empowerment. In fact, now that he didn't have anything better to do as he headed to the store, he attempted to carefully place his feet to produce minimal noise. It took all of the remaining walk to the store, but eventually, the prompt he'd been waiting for popped up. Skill earned, Sneak Common. Grants user basic knowledge of how to move stealthily, from avoiding making noise to reducing visibility. Higher levels of this skill will allow the user to have an overall lessened impact on the world at large, to the point of near complete invisibility. The description on that skill was both exaggerated quite a bit and underselling it to an insane degree. If he could train it up high enough, then he'd become a hole in the world, able to dance through a crowded mall in his underwear and no one taking notice, but a sufficiently high perception stat could pretty much nullify its effect. Thankfully, the hardware store was open and empty. It had, after all, opened mere minutes ago, and people tended to generally be more concerned with food at times of crisis, rather than the tools needed for survival. This place would get swarmed soon, but for now, Isaac had the run of the store. He knew what to buy from memory, having summoned the beasts he wanted to summon countless times before. He also needed a proper knife to fight with. No German hardware store he knew of sold proper combat or hunting knives, but one of the larger ones meant for wilderness survival should do just fine, while he ordered a proper one from Amazon. So he grabbed the biggest one he could find, some tools to round out the small toolkit he had in his apartment, chalk, rock salt, and semi-precious stones. Also, he got some more generic items such as boxes of screws and the like. If he left this place with nothing except what people would soon be able to recognize as summoning materials, then that might rouse some suspicion. After all, what kind of person would know to buy these things a quarter of an hour after the information on what they were used for was released, buried under an encyclopedia's worth of other information? Accounts of what certain standout powerful people had done this day would become public in a couple of years, as well as statistics on just how many people had reacted in what way. Some people had panicked, others had ignored the weird floating boxes, thinking they were drunk, high, or both. And then there had been the mere handful that had truly embraced the system, choosing to delve deeply into its mysteries, gaining power and skill beyond what even the greatest of man would have been able to achieve before its advent. Yet even those people would not have been able to read far enough ahead to already know all of this. Therefore, Isaac walked up to the counter with only about half the items in his cart being what he actually needed, and most of those having myriad uses besides summoning. "Good morning," he greeted the cashier once he'd hefted the goods onto the counter, as well as a couple of bags so he could actually carry this stuff home with him. "Morning." The man was a bit on the older side, looking at him with a bit of a side eye. "Interesting day so far, isn't it?" Isaac asked, seemingly leaving it open as to what he was talking about. It made it sound like he wasn't actually sure the weird thing in front of him was actually real, asking the other person to confirm that they'd seen said thing as well without outright stating he'd seen something that was likely a hallucination. "I suppose that's one way to put it. Scared the hell out of a lot of people. I'm actually the manager here, and the only reason I'm working the registers is because everyone else is trying to call their families or something." The apparent manager replied, far less guarded than Isaac had been. "Yeah, phone lines are thoroughly blocked. There isn't much I can do about anything, so I just decided to say, fuck it, and go on with my day." Isaac shrugged. A lot of the people panicking had tried to contact friends and family to see if they were all right or maybe do a sanity check, subsequently blocking the phone lines quite thoroughly. In his first life, Isaac had been one of them, stuck on his phone for hours until he'd finally gotten through to his parents. Now that he knew he wouldn't get through anyway and that they'd be fine regardless, he didn't bother to try and wouldn't do for quite some time. That's probably one of the biggest points in favor of the idea that all of this is real, isn't it? The manager asked what else could get literally everyone to start using their phones at the same time. What indeed? But life goes on, and quite honestly, I don't think how I act right now will massively change things for the better or worse. Isaac shrugged, paying in cash, silently glad for his habit of paying for everything without the use of a card when he bought things in person. This is going to be a mess for someone way above both our heads to sort out, that's for certain. The manager sighed. Hope you have a better day than I'm having right now. Have a nice day. Isaac bid him goodbye and left the hardware store. And walked straight into utter pandemonium. Just from where he stood outside the hardware store, there was at least one car crash, 2 broken windows, 1 burning trash can, and more panicking people than he cared to count. Yep, that was what people did when confronted with something upsetting and world-changing. Panic. Not everyone, mind you, but enough to cause this. Of course, the people who were panicking the most were those who were familiar with the heretofore fairly unknown genre of lit RPG, where life became a video game. Yet in the next couple of years, it would soar in popularity given how similar it was to how real life had become. The apocalyptic lit RPG genre in particular had started being used as philosophical thought pieces based on what could have happened, seeing as they tended to be a bit more on the, well, apocalyptic side of things. And who better to imagine just how bad people gaining video game powers could be than those who had read hundreds or even thousands of pages of books related to that topic. As he walked home, Isaac pulled the purchase knife from its sheath and placed it on his belt. From then on, he began to mentally go through how he could use this weapon, how to draw it in several different situations, where to target a multitude of different enemy types, how to use his skills to complement this fighting style. Ordinarily, he'd be going through the motions as he did that, but waving around a knife in public was rather frowned upon and would continue to be so. Isaac could play around with it in his apartment later. More chaos greeted him on the short walk, and someone was even already drawing graffiti about the end of times on a nearby wall. All of this would calm down in a week when it became clear there was no other shoe to drop. Of course, it did drop, but not in the foreseeable future. Once in his apartment, Isaac slammed the door shut and locked it behind him, set down his bags, and drew his knife. Skill earned, knives common. Grants user basic knowledge of using knives, including throwing and non-combat applications. All knives are slightly reinforced and can take more damage. Perfect. Now all he needed to do was summon eldritch horrors from outside of normal time and space, kill them by the hundreds, and begin to walk the road to power. The list of creatures he could summon was immense, though only 5 were currently within his mana capacity. Each summon required a summoning circle on the ground, unified across all types of creatures that could be summoned. Those went all the way up to tier 10, and in the other timeline, he'd had a series of metal plates with each one carved into it to be used at will. For now, however, all he needed was a tier 3 circle, and as for why he was going to focus on ephemeral type summonings for a bit, there was a rather obvious reason: collateral damage. Those kinds of entities directly struck at the living, often through solid objects without destroying the battleground. In other words, perfect for summoning directly into his apartment. Of course, the stronger ones, especially poltergeists, could easily toss around furniture and often did so to devastating effect, but Isaac had neither the inclination nor the mana pool for that. So he went to work on the linoleum floor of this living room, laying out the circle in duct tape. Sturdy enough to survive for quite some time, yet still possible to remove them. Cleaning it up would be a pain in the ass, as an unfortunate idea in his younger days had forced him to learn, but still doable in a reasonable time frame. The system provided him with the design of the circle as a matter of course, even helpfully overlaying it into the floor he was working on, though Isaac didn't need it anymore. He still used it, of course, seeing as any mistakes would be a serious pain to correct. It took him around 20 minutes, but then he was done. Now it was time. Isaac piled the rock salt into the circle, grabbed a file and a piece of iron to add the iron shavings, and ended the whole thing by placing 3 candles on the outside of the circle. Being from beyond the veil, I call to you. Spectre, I summon thee. The chant for creatures this week wasn't particularly long, mostly just necessary to signify intent. Isaac rubbed his temples as he felt a slight headache coming on. He just used up almost the entirety of his mana pool, but the summoning was complete. All he had to do now was activate the circle to actually call the creature here. He'd do that only in half an hour when all his mana had regenerated. The calculation for that was rather simple. One regained the equivalent of one's mana regen stat, multiplied by 10 over half an hour, which came out to exactly 100 points for him. Isaac didn't sit idle during this time, however. He grabbed his knife, some disinfectant from a first aid kit, and a band-aid. The mechanics of fighting ephemeral-type enemies were rather simple. Ordinary, mundane objects couldn't touch them, let alone hurt them. Some of the beings did become solid for a split second to land blows of their own, but even then, only the parts it actually used to attack could be damaged. Therefore, a different kind of attack was needed. Magic worked well enough, as did skills that required mana to activate, but that would burn through his reserves in short order, and he needed to kill as many of these things as he could in a day. Thankfully, there was also the option of enchanting his weapon. True enchantments might require rare components, specialized classes, and a fuckton of mana, but there were several temporary ones that should work just fine. Isaac quickly disinfected the tip of his left index finger and swiftly stabbed it with the knife. It didn't go deep, but it did draw blood. Laying the knife on the ground, he proceeded to draw several arcane symbols onto the blade, the wound pulsing with pain as each was completed. Finally, he was done, and both the runes and the wound flared in a crimson glow before settling. Then, the band-aid went on. This kind of enchanting was painful, and the wounds the used blood was taken from wouldn't heal, except slightly scabbing over as long as the enchantment persisted, but it was somewhat effective. A quick and dirty solution for small-scale projects. The unfortunate fact that stronger enchantments not only required more blood, but also larger wounds kept the technique from finding all that much popularity amongst all but the most masochistic or desperate. It would do for now. Isaac walked over to his phone, connected it to his Bluetooth speaker, and put on Sanctified with Dynamite by Powerwolf. The power metal wasn't his favorite kind of music. A friend had made that playlist for him, but it was just perfect for covering up the imminent sounds of combat. Dressed in his shabbiest clothes, knife held in his right hand, he stepped up the circle and spoke. "Spectre, come forth." An unearthly howl that was almost completely swallowed by the bombastic music tore through the apartment, followed by a pale blue form erupting from the center of the circle. A head wreathed in hair that streamed in all directions in full defiance of gravity turned to face him, blue eyes so dark they seemed black locking in on him. Unnaturally, long arms tipped in vicious claws lashed out towards him, but Isaac dodged backwards, completely avoiding the attack. The specter floated closer, right hand swiping towards his head. Ducking under it, he flung himself forwards while activating Piercing Strike. A yellow glow wreathed the blade just before it stabbed through the robe-like exterior of the monster, white wisps escaping in place of blood. But that was only step one of the attack. The second began as the runes began to glow so brightly, their crimson shapes could be seen even from the outside. Isaac simply let go of the handle and rolled to the side as the bottomless abyss with razor-sharp incisors for outer gates that was the specter's maw tried to close around his head. It wailed, trying to grasp at the dagger, but between the skill allowing it to penetrate so deeply and the runes fusing it with the flesh even as others tore the beast apart, it was an exercise in futility. All he had to do now was wait for it to die. He glanced back over his shoulder at the specter to see the right arm shooting at his face and ducked, only to be forced to roll to the side once again as the left hand erupted from the floor to claw at his leg. Typical ephemeral type, attacking through solid object that only their fleshy opponents couldn't see through or were impeded by. Despite being solidly outmatched in terms of abilities and raw stats, Isaac still felt he was in a good position to defeat this thing. He'd fought so many of these things, he knew their move set pretty well. This being real life, those weren't exactly set moves, but rather a general way of moving attacking. One arm began to flail around, randomly trying to hit him while the second went into the ground while Isaac couldn't see where it emerged. It ended up coming out of the wall behind him. Isaac noticed and threw himself forward, but this time he was just barely too slow. 4 lines of pain burned down his back as the claws tore through his flesh. He landed on the ground with a pained exhalation of breath, but still dodged the follow-up strike, and the one after that. And that had been the final one as the specter dissolved. Spectre LV-7 has been slain. 67 XP gained 50 base 1.35 due to level disparity. Better yet, the beast had left behind a wad of gunk as it dissolved. An aspect, a kind of item one could fuel with XP to gain one of several skills related to the beast, as well as some stat points. Those were always easy to spot when it came to ephemeral-type monsters. Every human gained 1 slot for an aspect, every class evolution and further ones could be purchased for XP, with the cost increasing exponentially with each new addition. Theoretically, Isaac could have reached his previous level of power with just these aspects, but that would have required more XP than all of humanity, combined, had ever earned. Exponential growth was no joke, and to put the cherry on top, this thing was why he'd been dead set on killing specters in the first place. Score. Now all he needed to do was fill it with not score. He had nowhere near the required XP points to activate this thing just yet. Thankfully, one of the many things handled by the status was the assessing of injuries. Slightly injured meant that one was basically still combat capable, though one would probably feel it if one kept fighting. Therefore, he was fine to continue, perhaps level up just once for the healing that happened with each level up. It wasn't complete, mind you. dying and leveling up would still see you dead unless one gained a truly powerful regeneration skill in the process, but it would make quick work with those scratches and also give him the edge to kill the next one far easier. Isaac set the ritual up again, completed the chant, and sat down on the floor with the aspect while waiting for his mana to regenerate. No need to get blood on his couch unnecessarily, after all. Aspect of the specter. This is the distilled essence of what makes a specter, walking through walls as if there were nothing there, a rather loose relationship with gravity and the power to hunt the living with ease. Requirements for activation, 1000 XP. Open aspect slot. Grants +5 magic regeneration. One of the following skills, spectral shift. Specter's flight. Hunt of the damned. Yep, the cost to activate one of these things, especially below level 10, was rather prohibitive, but oh so worth it. One more specter to kill, then he'd level once. Once that was done, he'd save all the other XP and presumably become one of the first people with an aspect. Setting the orb aside for a moment, he went to the first aid kit and wrapped the wound to reduce the risk of bleeding all over the place before sitting down at the kitchen table with his laptop. Treatise on summoning, leveling, and the risks entailed. In essence, it was a scientific paper about the issues surrounding the initialization and what could spring from them, based only on information that was currently available to the general public. He'd initially planned on releasing something like this right at the start, but there were several issues with that plan. The first of those was the fact that he actually had to write the paper before he could publish it, but that was a rather obvious stumbling block. Also, not the real problem. No one should have already been able to get that level of detail unless they had known ahead of time. If he started releasing build guides and dire warnings already, then people automatically assumed that they were related to the initialization and the chaos it had caused. And even if it was merely based on the information that was actually available to the public, then people would be quick to jump on the anonymous author and decrying them as the source of all their problems. People loved to pick on scapegoats when problems arose with no clear culprit to blame for them. Give the issue a face, then punch said face, standard human behavior. So he'd spend the breaks in between summoning, typing the paper, and release it in a couple of days when someone could have reasonably compiled all of that information. Of course, they'd have to have done nothing but research to finish it so quickly, but that wasn't as impossible. The actual build guides, dire warnings about specific summons would come later, when said summoning said creatures was actually within the realm of the possible. 30 minutes passed in no time flat, so Isaac closed the laptop, returned to the summoning circle and activated it. Unfortunately, this specter was a little smarter than the last one. It took one look at Isaac's enchanted knife and sank into the ground. He lunged, driving the knife into its neck before flinging himself back away from it to avoid the retaliatory strike. It had managed to leave the room almost completely before the knife hit the solid object. The runes flared brighter and brighter until all that was visible of the specter was a crimson dome protruding from the floor. Simultaneously, the finger he'd pricked to draw the runes began to ache as they drew more and more energy until the specter just fell apart. Spectre LV 6 has been slain. 65 XP gained 50 base 1.3 due to level disparity. Hopefully there hadn't been anyone in the room directly under him. Otherwise, his downstairs neighbor would have gotten the fright of their life. At least this type of enemy wouldn't leave blood and gore all over the place as it died. Also, it hadn't had the fortitude to withstand the knife's power long enough to pull the weapon through the floor. There was a small gouge taken out of the summoning circle, so Isaac fixed that up before recasting the ritual. Lastly, he confirmed his first level up. 10 stat points to make himself stronger, as well as 3 skill points to enhance existing or purchase new skills. Far Strike Common. Upon the user's next melee attack with a bladed weapon, the blade will extend by 2 plus 0.5 n meters, where n equals skill level. Cost 20 mana. Sweeping Strike Uncommon. Upon the user's next attack, 5 blades of 3 plus 0.3 n meters in length, where n equals skill level, will extend from the blade, allowing the user to strike at a large area. Spread of blades must be specified by user. Maximum spread is 45. Length of blades may be reduced to reduce mana cost. Cost 30 mana plus 5 mana meter. His skill points only lasted a few seconds as Isaac immediately purchased all the remaining skills he wanted. There were others that might be useful, but the ones he could get once he'd reached level 10 and evolved his class were far better. He might have also upgraded his existing skills, but he could also improve those through mere practice, as he'd already done with knives and piercing strike. Alright, so that was done. Now on to distributing the 10 stat points he'd gotten for the level up. 3 went into perception, 2 into magic region and agility, and 1 into each of the remaining stats to bring them all except strength up to 12, slightly above average. Not outstanding, but above anyone short of a serious athlete. He spent the last remaining few minutes to continue with writing his paper, then summoned the next Spectre. Spectre LV, 8 has been slain. 67 XP gained 50 base 1.35 due to level disparity. Spectre LV, 6 has been slain. 62 XP gained 50 base 1.25 due to level disparity. Spectre LV, 7 has been slain. 67 XP gained 50 base 1.35 due to level disparity. It took him a while, but eventually his status showed just how far he'd gotten. Yep, it might not be strictly necessary to speak out loud to command the system, but doing so was what Isaac was more comfortable with unless there were people around to overhear. Choose one of the following skills: Spectral Shift. Spectre's Flight. Hunt of the Damned. Spectral Shift, Isaac commanded. Being able to selectively ignore gravity via Spectre's Flight was an enticing prospect, as was the incredible sensory power that was Hunt of the Damned, but the skill he'd picked was the clear winner, at least in Isaac's mind. It had become one of his staple powers in the other timeline, and for good reason. A little bit of mana let him ignore most attacks or barriers. Mana-based attacks or wards could hurt him, but only a small part of the damage would carry over to his fleshy body, and he'd soon get a little something to deal with that. Spectral Shift Rare. Allows the user to shift into an ethereal form, allowing them to pass through all non-mana infused objects and non-skill enhanced attacks. Mana passing through the user's body will inflict small injuries both on the surface and the inside. Avoiding powerful attacks without a regeneration skill is recommended. Cost: 10 mana for activation, 5 mana per second of upkeep. Perfect, and he'd even gained a second aspect of the Spectre during the grinding process. For his next plan, it would be better to get another one, though it wasn't strictly necessary. As Isaac made to set up the next ritual, his phone rang. He glanced at it, hoping it was his mother calling, but the display simply read "Boss." He sighed. He was currently working in a normal office job, hence having been offered the office drone class, while he was working on getting his bachelor's degree in economics. That man was an ingrate. He'd been promoted past the instant he'd completed his degree. Isaac sighed. This could only end in disaster. Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. I take it that means you're not planning on showing up like everyone else. The annoyance-tinged voice of Isaac's direct superior replied. In case you haven't noticed, the world is ending. Nobody is coming in, Isaac snarked, and in fact, almost nobody was going into work. It had been so bad that the governments had even had to pass a bill to prohibit people from getting fired over this. It was only the efforts of a few good Samaritans that kept the water, power, and electricity going. I don't see any mushroom clouds or zombies outside, so where are you getting that information? Or are you mayhaps saying I'm blind? I'd tell you precisely how you can shove the idea that everyone needs to come in despite the situation up your ass. Isaac waited until he heard a sharp intake of breath from the other end of the line, but I'm fully aware that that is anatomically impossible, given that your head is already wedged up in there. You. He just hung up before the tirade could start. Getting fired for a stunt like this would normally be an issue, but Isaac already knew what he was going to do for cash. It was a blob of ectoplasm lying in a bowl on the kitchen table. Isaac hopped on his laptop and bought a Ka-bar off Amazon to be delivered in a couple of days. At least that was what the website still promised, though the current situation would likely throw a serious wrench into that. Of course, if there was one employer whose employees went in regardless of how terrible the overall situation and working conditions were, it was Amazon. Once he'd gotten that out of the way, he downloaded Tor browser and installed it. Once Isaac had gotten truly involved in the mess surrounding powerful summons directly, a lot of the coordination had no longer needed to be hidden from various interested parties, instead running through the communication channels of the governments, desperately trying to put a lid on the ever-expanding problem. But he had spent enough time in that particular part of the internet to at least know his way around a little. Using both the limited anonymity provided by the Tor browser and various other anti-tracking tools, he planned to download somewhere other than his home Wi-Fi. He'd eventually release the paper he was writing. For now, however, all he needed to do was type in the URL for a particular website from memory. He'd only met with the people controlling it a single time, and that had been well after everything went to shit, but someone had mentioned the innovative idea of having a proper website during a night of heavy drinking. Quickly, Isaac typed in a short message about having obtained a pair of powerful, system-related items and wanting to sell them. It took all of 5 minutes to get a response back. While it might have been an entire page long, it basically boiled down to "We're interested, but you'd better not be screwing us." A couple of minutes later, he'd already booked his train ticket to Milan and was on the way to the station, with only a backpack for luggage. Isaac ran down the stairs of his apartment building, quietly reflecting on how easy this would have been if he'd been willing to use his powers to their full extent. In the other timeline, during that short time frame in between becoming truly powerful and the world going to shit, he'd had a habit of just walking outside his apartment and dropping through the floor using spectral shift, one story at a time. But sadly, that kinds of shenanigans a mere 11 hours after initialization would raise some serious eyebrows. Sure, selling to the people he'd just contacted would do the same, but they wouldn't be quick to spread any information about him. He dressed in an incredibly eye-drawing neon green shirt, but he tried to avoid drawing looks as well as he could. The sheer incongruity of an eye-catching garb and avoiding actually catching gazes would help level his sneak skill. Once he'd reached the central station, he immediately entered the train to Milan and started trying to lose people's gazes the moment he'd acquired them. Fundamentally, skills gain strength through one of three methods. Continuous use did eventually level up a skill, but that would take forever. One could also use it against significantly stronger enemies. And lastly, one could train a skill using one's own knowledge and experience about what the skill manipulated to make it stronger. Isaac did have over almost a decade's worth of practice using sneak to vanish from sight. Therefore, wearing something that would catch the eyes of his fellow passengers, but avoiding their sight should increase his skill levels quite a bit. Mind you, there weren't many people who'd used this particular method in the other timeline, at least not in a way that was documented, so there wasn't any historical data to back up the theory. Isaac leaned back in his train seat and sighed. It was only 6 in the evening. He'd only been awake for 11 hours, but he was so bloody tired. Spending that time fighting monsters and considering monstrous invasions might tend to take a lot out of you, but the level up had taken care of most of his physical exhaustion. It was his mind that was exhausted, fighting that final battle, then ending up in bed without even a single second of sleep in between and doing all the things he'd done. He was asleep mere moments after he'd sat down. He wasn't sure how long he rested, however, as he jerked awake the instant the train started moving. Constant fighting in the other timeline's final years had led to him becoming an incredibly light sleeper, ready to defend himself at the slightest disturbance. A lot of other people who'd learned the same skill had also learned how to sleep through those normal and harmless noises, but he wasn't quite at that level. Isaac sighed, closed his eyes, and tried to fall asleep again. He was just so tired. It felt like a moment's inattention would cause his eyes to flutter shut and not open for a week. This cycle of falling asleep, then waking back up as the train a particularly loud rumble repeated itself perhaps 7, 8 times until he eventually grew sick of it. A glance at his watch revealed that it was currently a few minutes after midnight. With a great sigh, Isaac heaved himself out of his seat and began to walk the length of the train to clear his head. He encountered a mere handful of other people, which felt weird. In his experience, at least half the seats were full. But this train was dead. People were scared, hunkering down in place and waiting for the other shoe to drop. In fact, only a few trains had actually run in the first place, many of them having been canceled due to a lack of personnel. It was only due to the actions of a handful of people who were either incredibly diligent workers, had ice water flowing through their veins, or were simply in denial about the state of the world. People barely going into work for a week had nearly been enough to end society. Vital services had been kept going by a handful of people for the first couple of days, at which point a proper workforce sufficient to tide everything over using a combination of incentives and rather creative threats. Eventually, Isaac found himself in the train's restaurant lounge car. Overpriced food and drinks whose quality in no way justified the cost, proper tables to sit down at, and a large TV screen on the wall. Currently, it showed a heart-wrenching scene of a ghost flitting along the street in some random city somewhere on the globe, leaving bodies lying behind it. Someone had made the mistake of summoning an ephemeral-type creature, been unable to defeat it, and now it was killing indiscriminately. Even the weakest ephemeral enemy was sadly unbeatable without a proper attack skill or magic, which very few people had right now. In the other timeline, Isaac hadn't known this had happened. It had just been one of countless small tragedies that happened after the initialization, reported on in the moment but ultimately forgotten, drowned in the flood of similar incidents. Sadly, there was nothing he could have truly done to prevent this from happening. Even if Isaac had stood up in front of a camera, the instant he got back and spilled the beans on everything, how many people would have listened? How many people would have even heard the message? He had no intention of revealing his entire past just yet, perhaps not ever, for obvious reasons. But knowing that even taking that step, that incredibly dangerous step, would barely help with the situation sucked. Pyromancers to redirect the fire, hydromancers to create water from thin air, people with the actual firefighter class that had gained supernatural powers related to their profession. The report didn't actually say just how they'd done this or what classes they'd used, but Isaac could think of plenty of possibilities, and it might even have made him feel a little bit better. If it hadn't been for the scorch marks halfway up the building that he could clearly identify as having been caused by a fire spirit, for all the good that the system had done in this situation, there wouldn't have been a situation without it. Seriously though, what kind of numbskull summoned a creature with fire in the name indoors? Isaac just shook his head and sighed. People in general were intelligent beings, he reminded himself. It was just that the most idiotic were also the ones you heard about on the news. Cue joke about Florida man. He snorted internally as he thought about that. He'd never even been to the States before, but even he'd heard some of the more extreme, yet true, tales. Funnier still would be the reaction of those firefighters who'd taken an elemental class when they realized how much physically stronger their other colleagues would be when they leveled up. When humans tried to think of a fit group, firefighters came to mind, yet soon, some of those people would be nowhere near as strong as their toned bodies indicated. After all, their classes would need a very different stat distribution. Then again, everything would change. People would be able to do more, do different things, even be capable of entirely new actions that had only been possible in their wildest dreams. That alone would cause chaos, even without getting into the issue about how one person becoming able to do the job of 10 people would cause 9 people to get fired. While people could gain XP just by taking actions in line with their class, such gains were incredibly small. Therefore, the whole issue hadn't really become a problem until right before the world had truly gone to shit, but people had been able to see the writing on the wall. Really, it was the whole automation putting people out of a job issue all over again. There would be new jobs, different jobs, entire new industries created, but how many people would be willing or able to make the switch? And all of that was ignoring the issue of a world filled with people that could bring down skyscrapers with a wave of their hand. Of course, not everyone would be willing to work to reach those heights, as it would become increasingly more difficult and dangerous to advance as one's level rose, but some would. At what point would law enforcement no longer be able to keep up with the criminals they tried to arrest? Isaac was here to save humanity from the monsters that the system had brought with it, and even had the beginnings of a solid plan on how to achieve that, but he had no idea how to save humanity from itself. Or even if he was the one who'd be doing it. Sure, he wanted to help, but really, those kinds of societal issues would be better handled by someone with a wholly different skill set. One less focused on murder and mayhem, and more on getting along with people you didn't really like. The sheer amount of change the world was about to go through was mind-boggling. Even Isaac, who'd both seen the beginnings of said change happen, and over a decade's worth of time to think about the possible consequences, only knew about a fraction of what was going to change. Hey, can I get you anything? While he'd been thinking, the attendant behind the bar had come over to him. Isaac had noticed, of course, but he hadn't expected the other man to strike up a conversation. Despite that, a can of Coke was placed on the counter before him, on the house. The man winked. Just don't tell anyone. Don't worry, I won't. Isaac glanced up and down the train car, and I don't think anyone else will either. It's crazy, isn't it? What's happening in the world right now? I'm Fabio, by the way. The man behind the counter introduced himself. Isaac, nice to meet you. Isaac replied and held out his right hand, which Fabio shook. I was getting off the train, and suddenly this screen popped up in front of me. I nearly fell onto the tracks. Fabio said, ouch. I was in bed when it initialized. Scared the crap out of me, but that was all. Isaac grimaced. Waking up to a sight like that, you must have thought you were going crazy, or still asleep. I can't decide which would be worse. Me neither. Isaac chuckled, at which point Fabio produced a second Coke and they clinked cans. So what brings you on this train? Fabio asked. There's an acquaintance in Milan I'm going to meet, someone who might be able to help me in this entire mess. But what about you? Why are you still working? It seems like half of humanity thinks the world is about to end. Isaac replied, well, I like this. The other man spread his arms in an all-encompassing gesture. People think that trains are just a way to get from point A to point B, and if you spend the entire ride with your nose buried in a book, they certainly are. But when you actually talk to people, it becomes so much more. He gestured towards the closest table. Just a few days ago, there was a group of old ladies there, and then a couple of criminology students joined them. They talked about a lot of things, but eventually the students started to explain about their studies. And then they pointed to each of the old ladies and told them how suited they were to certain types of crimes. Imagine that, some young 20-year-old looking a wizened grandmother in the face and saying, and you would be a born con woman. Imagine that. Isaac chortled. I just love this. All of this, the people, even if the world were to end tomorrow, I'd still be doing this. Going out doing what you love, what else is there in the end? Are you all right? It's nothing. No, that was a lie. Isaac sighed. I recently lost a couple of friends just like that, but nothing you need to concern yourself with. My condolences. Fabio said. There really wasn't much more to say. Like you said, going out doing what you love, going out on your own terms, what else is there at the end? And that's what they managed to do. Doesn't make it suck any less for everyone else, though. Isaac replied after a short pause. Really, I suppose that's as much as anyone gets, Fabio said. Too right, Fabio. Isaac thought. too right, Cade and Mark might still be alive in this timeline, but that didn't make their loss in the other timeline hurt any less. And even if he did meet them again, they wouldn't be the same people he'd known in the past. They wouldn't have had the same experiences, the same memories, the same everything. Even if he were inclined to carefully recreate their other lives, he'd only be able to create some bizarre mockery of the people he'd known. What were they doing at the moment anyway? Mark was almost certainly still chasing storms across the American Midwest, an experience that had left him so in tune with the weather that he'd even gained a powerful class related to it. Cade was still deployed somewhere in the Middle East unless Isaac was very far of the mark. The professor would be getting just about ready to begin experiments to try and make sense of this strange new world. And as for everyone else, Isaac didn't actually know where they were right now. They'd never talked about it. They'd all gotten involved in fighting the invasions and become people who fought monsters, different from whom they'd previously been. Their old lives left behind, rarely talked about. It was ironic, he thought. Of all the people he'd only met in the other timeline, it wasn't one of his best friends he'd visited first, no long-lost loved one, but a mob boss. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Fabio apologized, clearly having mistaken his silence for him being upset. It's all right. Death is just another part of life, isn't it? Ignoring it isn't going to make it go away. Isaac replied. That probably makes you more accepting of that than Fabio trailed off, gazing wide-eyed at the TV. Isaac turned and his jaw dropped. On the screen, a little girl, perhaps 9, 10 years old, stood. It was a scene that would have looked perfectly ordinary if it hadn't been for the tentacled thing in her arms. The cute, cat-sized thing with tentacles and googly eyes. What on earth? Fabio asked. An eldritch familiar, adjusted for the kind of class a child would get, Isaac thought. Children usually didn't gain any system-based powers until they were mature enough to handle them, but there were exceptions. And the classes they got tended to be a little more childish than normal. A pet eldritch abomination that somehow managed to be cute, sure. Weird as all get out, though. That's something straight out of Lovecraft, Fabio muttered. If Lovecraft had also been the producer for My Little Pony, sure. Isaac commented, drawing a laugh. I suppose so. I guess that's the world we live in then. They continued to talk for a couple more hours until they reached the stop where Isaac had to get off and change trains. Isaac sighed happily as he stepped out of the train car, taking a deep breath of the cool night air. Hours of such a staggeringly normal conversation had been such a treat after an entire day of nothing but fighting and writing. He spent a few more hours waiting at the train station, then got on to the next train that would take him all the way to Milan. Most of that time was spent trying to sleep, even if said sleep was fitful. Looking out of the window, Isaac could see the sun slowly rise, illuminating the city as it slowly came closer. One way or another, the events in the city would change the course of his future, for good or ill. The person he'd been on this date in the other timeline would have been disgusted with him, Isaac reflected. That him, 12 years ago, had been a perfectly normal person, living a normal life without significant scarcity. Crime, serious, organized crime, that was, had been something he'd regarded as universally evil. Now he still didn't like it. None of the people he was about to meet were good people, but they were in an excellent position for him to sell to. Enough resources to purchase his goods, but not with quite enough reach to track him down the way the CIA, KGB, or any other alphabet soup intelligence agency did. Those people would love to buy stuff like this, but trading with them would actually be more dangerous for Isaac. Most importantly, though, he knew this guy. He'd met him in the other timeline, and they'd gotten into a conversation about the good old days, which was how Isaac had known how to contact the man. Even if they hadn't been friends, hell, Isaac didn't really like the guy. This was a comparatively safe and expedient method of gaining money and an avenue to get his hands on somewhat restricted goods. Yet that was the crux of the situation, wasn't it? Expediency. Compromising morals for the sake of achieving one's goals. People talked about the ends justifying or not justifying the means, as though achieving the ends erased the damage inflicted by the means. But it didn't work like that. Burn down every orphanage on the planet to save the world and you get to still have a planet, but one that didn't have any orphanages on it and an ocean of blood on your hands. So was a vast criminal organization getting their hands on a pair of decently powerful aspects worth the potential benefits to him? Well, the answer was yes. But deep down, Isaac knew that the answer would have been different on this date in the other timeline, and that sucked. He took a deep breath and grabbed a pocket mirror from his jacket to examine his reflection. A face that wasn't his own stared back at him, piercing blue eyes that pushed the boundary of what was natural, higher cheekbones and a slimmer skull. He'd spent almost half an hour before the mirror to make this happen, but he hadn't done a half-bad job. The person he was meeting with could easily be aware of the existence of 100 faces and have a subordinate who'd chosen it, but then he'd also know how hard it was to properly use it. A natural face was, at least for now, near irrefutable proof that it hadn't been altered. Taking a deep breath, Isaac opened the door to the restaurant called Salutation and made his way inside. "Good morning, sir. Do you have a reservation?" the host asked, a middle-aged Italian man in a sharp suit. "Yes, I'm meeting someone. Name's Holt," Isaac replied, giving a fake name for obvious reasons. Yes, he'd named himself after a TV show character, but that was unlikely to be a problem. Only truly distinctive names like Kirk, Picard, or Bond would actually raise any red flags, and you needed to get your fake names from somewhere. "Ah yes, you're expected," the host said, not missing a beat. Clearly working at a restaurant that regularly held meetings between the owner, who was a mob boss, and the kinds of people someone like that met with was no longer something that fazed him. Or maybe he'd been chosen specifically for his unflappable attitude. He led Isaac deeper into the building, past the normal seating area, until they came to a stop in front of a normal-looking door. "Wait here, please," the host said, slipping inside. And then nothing happened, causing Isaac to internally roll his eyes. Making him wait was such a basic power play, but what else was he to expect? At the end of the day, he was a complete unknown asking directly for a meeting with a mid-level member of a rather large criminal organization. Or maybe the man was just busy. Isaac took this as a chance to review his status. Not much had changed there, stat-wise, but he'd gotten sneak up to level 5 with his shenanigans on the train, plus piercing strike to level 4 and knives to 5 during his fights against the specters. He'd used them quite a bit, but the enemies he'd used them on had been easy for him. Finally, the door opened again and the host waved him in. The room that greeted Isaac was a relatively normal restaurant room, though a little large for one that only held a single table for two. There were currently 4 people in the room, Isaac included. The host, Isaac himself, and a pair of human boulders standing against the far wall, impassively looking at him. It seemed it would take a bit longer for the meeting to happen. Another basic power game, how lovely. Not wanting to be seen waiting for the person you were meeting, therefore appearing to be the supplicant. All of that had very little to do with actual power, only the appearance of power. Annoying, but this was what happened when one demanded a meeting with a relatively high-up person in any organization while being an entirely unknown. One of the 2 security guards walked forward, and Isaac spread his arms to be patted down, which the man did in a quite professional manner. He didn't find much, seeing as Isaac had phased most of his belongings into a wall to be retrieved later, including anything that might be construed as a weapon. Glancing around the room, he noted there weren't any other weapons around. Perhaps some of the utensils might be able to be used to hurt someone, but they'd only be brought out when there was any food on the table, if any. It was entirely possible that the only food that table would see was food that did not require utensils to eat, but Isaac doubted it. That would not only be excessively paranoid, it was also something that favored the business owner with his guards. In the end, however, Isaac wasn't particularly worried. Precisely nothing here had been set up to contain someone who could walk through walls. "I don't suppose there's a timeline on when this meeting will happen?" Isaac asked, sitting down on the chair closest to the door without it being offered. Then he pulled out one of the specter aspects and put it on the edge of the table. Lastly, he activated the description in such a way that it was visible to everyone, not just him. This was something anyone could do, but the virtual instruction manual included in the system was close to 10,000 pages thick, and no one would have already been able to read it all already. Finding specific things was rather easy, but you'd have to know they were there. Aspect of the specter. This is the distilled essence of what makes a specter. Walking through walls as if there were nothing there, a rather loose relationship with gravity and the power to hunt the living with ease. Requirements for activation, 1000 XP. Open aspect slot. Grants +5 magic regeneration. One of the following skills, spectral shift. Spectre's flight. Hunt of the damned. "This is what I'm selling," Isaac announced, looking at one of the bodyguards, holding the man's gaze unflinchingly. Eventually, the bodyguard blinked and broke eye contact. Isaac just turned towards the host in case this is going to take much longer. "Can I order something to eat? You know better than me what's good here. What would you recommend?" The host stepped forward and began to suggest dishes until Isaac chose a charcuterie board. While he was a little irritated with the wait, outwardly, he didn't let anyone see that. Looking nonchalant would make it seem like he didn't give 2 shits about these childish power games, and as if his position was a great deal stronger than it was. After another few minutes, a door that had been hidden between the 2 bodyguards opened to reveal a rather average-looking Italian man in a sharp suit. Perhaps not entirely average, he was quite a bit more muscular than your average Joe in this day and age, but not someone that would stand out in a crowd. And while the man tried to hide it, Isaac caught the expression of surprise on his face at the visible system screen. This was Francesco Calais, the man Isaac had come here to meet. On the outside, he presented the appearance of a cliché Italian mobster, friendly until there was absolutely no reason to be. Beneath that was a ruthless businessman, one who did not let the limits placed by the law hinder him. But at his core, he was a ruthless pragmatist, someone who always followed through on his word, not necessarily due to a sense of honor, but the knowledge that in doing so he gained a reputation for this, making his words something worth believing. He might still screw people over, but never ever in a situation where that could become common knowledge. His reputation was far too valuable for that. In addition, Isaac had found him to be rather helpful in the other timeline, towards the end. Calais had seen the writing on the wall far earlier than other people, recognized that while his own personal fortune might be able to make him fairly powerful, it wouldn't give him the strength to survive the coming calamity. However, spread out among a few others, who would reach almost as high, it might make a difference. So Calais had loaned out almost his entire fortune, including rare aspects and artifacts that had been created since the initialization of the system, at absurdly generous terms, the kind that would have any normal loan shark catatonic from shock. In order to make people accept the offer, there had even been a clause included that would forgive the debt in the case of their death against the monster horde. His actions had provided humanity dozens of powerhouses, most of which had changed the course of several battles on their own. Ultimately, it hadn't been quite enough, but that hadn't been his fault. In fact, in the European theater of war, he'd done more than anyone who wasn't a powerhouse in their own right, and more than many who were. All of this combined to make him one of the better candidates for trading aspects too. Someone who would play fairly straight with Isaac, all to protect his precious reputation. Someone who didn't quite have the resources to search for Isaac all the way home if he were so inclined, yet could both afford his prices and give him an in to the expansive black market for mystical goods that would soon come into being. And most importantly, however, was the fact that Isaac knew the man. Not well, but better than anyone else he might have been inclined to sell to. Besides, amongst the things he knew of the man had been a way to contact him via the dark net. It had been old when they'd met the first time around, but it had been brought online only a couple of weeks ago and shouldn't have been known to too many people by now. Isaac simply using it should have and had given him an opening. Isaac gestured to the aspect already on the table, not getting up to greet the other man. A subtle snub intended to make it rather clear that he didn't regard the man standing on the other side of the table as someone he needed to be wary of. And he really didn't. Literally no one would have any experience fighting ephemeral foes right now, let alone chasing someone who could walk through walls or drop through the floor with a mere thought. Getting away, if he needed to, was a near certainty as things stood. As you can clearly see, this is something new, something that very few people will have any idea even exists for a while longer. Well, this is certainly rather interesting, Mr. Jacob Holt. Calais smiled slightly as he sat down and leant back in his chair. Tell me, however, who told you how to contact me? The question was asked in an even tone, betraying not even a hint of the curiosity that Isaac knew had to be burning in his mind. I believe that particular piece of information is one I will keep close to my chest for now. Isaac replied with the same slight smile. There really were only so many ways someone could already have known to use that particular method of contact, most requiring a not insignificant amount of resources or connections. Luck was also a possibility, of course, but simply assuming someone had gotten lucky could easily bite one in the ass, as is your prerogative, I suppose. Once again, nothing betrayed even a hint of curiosity now. You said you wished to sell this aspect to me, something that interacts with this new system to grant new skills. I must say, that is a rather unusual offer. Before he could say more, the host stepped inside, carrying the charcuterie platter Isaac had ordered earlier. Out of the corner of his eye, Isaac could see the two bodyguards tense as they spotted the rather sharp knife that lay next to the salami. Perhaps a demonstration is in order, he said, smoothly rising to his feet and walking to the host, where he picked up the knife from the platter. In response, the bodyguards visibly readied themselves to intercept an attack, but it had been entirely unnecessary. Isaac grasped the knife firmly in his right hand, placed the blade against his left wrist, and drew it along his flesh. It was a wound that would have bled terribly, been potentially even fatal if he'd cut deep enough, but the piece of razor-sharp metal simply passed through pale blue, ghostly flesh. The fact that Isaac had shifted his entire arm from the elbow downwards, along with the clothes covering that part of his body, meant that everyone could clearly see the everything that happened. This is what I'm offering you, Mr. Calais, Isaac announced as he sat back down. Color me intrigued, Mr. Holt. Now, I don't suppose you'd be willing to tell me how you got those, Calais asked. I killed some monsters. If you get lucky, you can get a little something extra past the XP reward. Isaac shrugged, not bothering to elaborate past that. Sounds like that's something anyone can get then, Calais said. Let me ask you something. How many aspects have you gathered to date, Mr. Calais? And please don't insult my intelligence by pretending you haven't tried out the summoning system at least a little. 1, maybe 2, Isaac asked, fairly certain that the real number was 0. Aspects dropped at a higher rate from stronger monsters, to the point where even field bosses were guaranteed to drop at least 1. Also, drop rates were quite a bit better if one was fighting enemies stronger than oneself. Of course, that also ensured that there was one good piece of loot on each field boss that everyone knew was there. causing quite a few fights even after victory had been achieved. Yet another subtle trap in the summoning system to encourage humans to fight amongst themselves, one that didn't even look like a trap unless one was already on the lookout for things like that and aware of the overall purpose of the summoning system. That isn't exactly something one shares with a new acquaintance. Callies nevertheless avoided the question, of course. However, in case you haven't been able to gather an equivalent piece of loot and are interested in this aspect and others like it, you'll find my rates to be rather acceptable, Isaac said, fighting to keep a sleazy used car salesman's smile off his face. Now was not the time for stupid jokes, no matter how badly he wished it were otherwise. Just one more thing, Mr. Holt. You've yet to prove that the object is genuine, Callies said. I'd suggest that the system screen is proof. I might be able to lie to you, but I can't make this system lie to you. Is that so? Callies asked, a dangerous glint in his gaze, causing Isaac to swear internally. The truism of the system being truthful was something that wouldn't come into being for quite some time. That is so. People have pored over every piece of the instruction manual, and while ways to share one's screens and make those belonging to objects visible to all are available, there is no way to falsify the information those screens contain, Isaac said. Fact that said research had been made public in another timeline, rather than having been scrounged up by his non-existent minions, wasn't something he felt the need to share. You put a lot of trust in something we've barely had for 24 hours, Callies observed. Well, everything I've been able to verify about the system has proven true. And while the only source of information about the system being the system itself is a bit of a stumbling block, like I said, it hasn't lied to me yet. A certain healthy skepticism is obviously prudent, but barring information to the contrary, I'm willing to trust in what it's told me so far, Isaac explained. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Callies shrugged. That it is. But how about we do something a little different? Isaac picked up the aspect and placed it on the table. Squarely between the two of them, I could just leave this one with you, and you can run whatever tests you want on it. Then when I return tonight, you can choose to either return it or pay me, and if we chose to attempt to absorb it, we'd be stuck with the cost. Callies shot him a dark look. In that case, why don't I make my offer a little more concrete? Isaac asked. I'm willing to sell you an aspect of the Spectre for 10,000 euros, and I have a second one ready right now. In addition, I can get more in fairly short order. So take that one, do whatever you need to do to confirm for yourself that it is genuine, and decide whether you want to own it. I'll be back tonight. With that, he pushed back his chair and made to stand up, but Callies stopped him. You just ordered food, why not stay a little, eat with me? Breakfast with an Italian mobster was weird, Isaac reflected. He spent half the time looking out for ambushes and the like, even though he was pretty sure that nothing quite so blatant would take place. The two of them talked about business, the effects of the system's initialization, and the like, with Isaac dancing around who exactly he was working with for. Eventually, however, breakfast had disappeared and he made his escape, or he left through the door like a normal person, but he still felt relieved to have left the room. Once he'd rounded a corner and left line of sight of the restaurant, he activated stealth and rushed to get further, phasing through a couple of walls as he did so. If anyone was trying to follow him, they'd have the devil's time doing so. Finally, he reached the hiding place of his phone and wallet, which he subsequently retrieved. Oh, hell. Isaac went white as a sheet when he saw the screen. 5 missed calls from his mother. Hey, Mom, Isaac said, walking towards the edge of town as he spoke. Thank God I got a hold of you. Are you all right? A slightly panicked voice came from the other end of the line. I'm fine, Mom, he said, wincing internally. It wasn't that he disliked his mother, it was just that she tended to worry when things like, say, the whole world has gained video game qualities happened. And when she hadn't been able to get a hold of him due to the phone lines being blocked, she'd likely been terrified. Him having put his phone away while he met with Callies certainly hadn't helped matters. Really, there was a doubtful silence from the other end. Isaac just sighed out loud this time. Really, Mom, I tried to call you, noticed that the lines were blocked, figured that was because everyone was trying to call everyone else, so I stopped trying in the hope that that whole mess would fix itself eventually if everyone just stopped trying to call constantly. Isaac explained. But you are fine, she pressed. Mom, he said, sounding a little more indignant than he'd intended. In the other timeline, he'd lost his parents during the fall of civilization as a whole. Somehow, he'd always been in too much of a storm of war and desperate battles to ever really feel the loss. Until finally, he'd traveled back in time and all was right with the world again. For now. But that didn't mean he was happy to be treated like a 20-year-old, barely having left the home, when he'd been alive for over 30 years. I'm your mother, I'm allowed to worry. She gently chided him. I know, but I'm fine, seriously. Yesterday was weird and scary, but I'm all right, he tried to reassure her. What are you doing? She asked. Isaac glanced around the moderately busy street. Saying I'm in Italy selling magical gear to the mob would go over absolutely terrible. I'm sitting tight right now. It seems like things are going to stay fine right now, but I read some books with an eerily similar plot, and that kinda scared me. There's something like that out there. How bad is it? She asked. It's just me being paranoid, don't worry, Mom. I've got a handle on everything. I'll find out as much as I can about this, and I plan to see if there's some effort at researching the system being made at my university that I can join. I'll be fine." He stressed the final line as much as he could, possibly coming off as a little obnoxious. "If there's anything wrong, you can tell me, right?" "Yes, I know, Mom. I'm fine. Love you. Love you too." And then he hung up. He did love his mother, but the last thing he wanted was to have to deal with her right now. Time was too precious at the moment. There'd be a couple of years of relative peace for a bit during which he could somewhat relax, but right now, in the first couple of weeks, things were happening fast. There were people doing things right now he needed to interfere with, as well as creating organizations he needed to integrate himself with. Now he had several hours to kill until it was time to return to Calais. Isaac was absolutely certain that the man would accept his offer, of course. There was no way he could have gotten his hands on even one aspect of the Spectre without knowing about blood enchanting or being a significantly higher level than they possibly could have achieved by now. Part of him wanted to run around Milan and go sightseeing, but he didn't even have to ruthlessly squash it. The fact that sightseeing right now was a truly terrible waste of time would have been apparent to even the dumbest person in the same situation as him. There was an excellent thing he could do instead. After all, there was something he still needed to complete the skill set he was going for. With a thought, he pulled up a new summoning tab, Summoning List Amphibian. Man, the system could be rather unspecific about the requirements sometimes. Thankfully, Isaac knew from experience that any acidic liquid could be used as acid, and any substance that was toxic even in low doses were sufficient for toxin. In the past, he'd usually used pipe cleaner and mothballs. And right there, for 100 points of mana, some more iron shavings, and a little fertile soil, he could summon a lesser hydra. All he needed now was to stop by a local hardware store to buy some stuff and find a good place to summon the damn thing. There actually was a good reason to go after that type of creature right now. Its aspect, which could solidly fill in the one major weakness in his current build. Spectral Shift was a fantastic skill, but there was a slight problem with it: damage transference. Any damage you took in your ephemeral form would also remain as you shifted back into your human form. A further complication was how you took damage in that form. Very few things could injure you like that, but those that did caused mana disruptions deep within the body of the victim. Phasing through items or attacks 2 mana infused to safely touch as an ephemeral would leave you with countless small nicks and bruises on the inside of your body. A cut less than a millimeter in depth, a paper cut essentially, would be harmless yet painful on your skin. The same wound appearing on one's Yorda, the only thing you could really do was bend over and kiss your ass goodbye. For a true ephemeral being, this wouldn't have been a problem. They took more damage the deeper their wounds went, but that was to their essence. They didn't actually have organs to damage. But sadly, he wasn't an ephemeral being, leaving him stuck with the very real risk of just dropping dead unless he was very careful with using Spectral Shift until his fortitude was a great deal higher. Then there was the obvious solution, a regeneration skill, like the kind that could be obtained from a hydra. Of course, he'd need to buy himself another slot for his second aspect, but that was pretty cheap. For now, the first additional slot cost a mere 1000 XP, but the cost doubled with every additional one. To put that into perspective, he'd once heard a story about a Weissman being offered a reward by a sultan for inventing chess, so he asked for some rice. Specifically 1 grain of rice for the first square, then double that amount for the next one over, and so on until the 64th square. The sultan laughed until his mathematicians informed him that the sheer mass of rice that amounted to was greater than the planet's yearly rice harvest by an order of magnitude. Buying new slots wasn't something he could sustainably do for very long, but he'd do it just once. After all, there were several reasons to do that now. Killing creatures above your own level had a higher chance of giving you aspects, gave you more XP, and increased the number you could kill before they stopped giving you any XP. That was yet another issue with the summoning system. Killing the same foe over and over again would not only give diminishing returns as you got stronger, but it would also end with you being utterly unable to progress further unless you summoned something even stronger or attempted to punch well above your weight class. Whether or not to tell the world, that was something Isaac had struggled with for a while. On one hand, that information hadn't become public in the other timeline, which would indicate that it was the wrong choice. On the other, anything that encouraged people to pick fights well above their weight class could only end in disaster. As he turned the problem over and over again in his head, he went into a hardware store to buy what he needed, then headed off into the wilderness. Well, not so much wilderness as a patch of forest that was large and impassable enough to ensure that any fighting happened well clear of the city. Someone might stumble onto the fight, but no matter where that happened, that was always a risk. A circle was quickly drawn on the ground with a stick once he'd found a large enough clearing. Then he placed the ingredients in the circle, charged it, and sat down as he waited for his mana to regenerate. This was a fight he absolutely needed all the mana he could get for. Finally, it was time. 3 heavy heads rose and 3 mouths roared as the massive hydra emerged. It was easily as long as a car, and the heads were currently held up high enough to comfortably lay on such a car. A smell of rotten meat wafted across the small clearing Isaac had found as the beast rounded on him, mildly toxic saliva dripping from open jaws. Just as gross as always, glad to see some things haven't changed. Isaac smiled slightly, the small noise enough to draw the ire of the beast. Its leftmost head shot forward, mouth open and ready to chomp him in half with casual ease, but he jumped backwards, teeth gnashing a mere couple of centimeters in front of his face. Isaac immediately drove his knife into one of the eyes, empowering the attack with a power strike. A deep crimson glow covered the blade and it was jerked forward, driven by a force greater than anything he could produce and slammed through the eyeball, which burst like a disgusting balloon filled with goo. The stamina drain hit him a moment later, leaving him feeling like he'd done several minutes of hard labor in a single second. Stamina was weird like that, not even entirely quantified by the system, only ever mentioned as, "This will make you a tiny bit exhausted." But that wasn't the end, the orbital socket breaking like dry wood as the blade went deeper and tore through the Hydra's brain. Isaac immediately drew it out at a different angle, the movement pureeing an even larger portion of the single most vital organ any living organism had. The head dropped to the ground, temporarily dead. It would heal in time, but Isaac didn't plan on giving it that long. Hydras were a stone-cold pain in the ass to kill, that was an incontrovertible fact. They healed like something out of a comic book, and while that healing cost a significant amount of mana, their regeneration increased with the number of heads. And you didn't even have to cut off a head to end up with 2 more, you just had to destroy a large part of it. In addition to having multiple brains, Hydras also had an additional heart under each head, giving them a level of redundancy found basically nowhere else in nature or the summoning system. Therefore, killing one meant one had to either completely blow one apart, remove all heads simultaneously, or resort to the good old burning of a stump. The latter was out of the question since Isaac didn't want to start a forest fire, and the former would have required both a different class and a significantly higher level. So all he needed to do was destroy all heads, all at the same time. With the one dead head acting as an anchor that limited the Hydra's movement, Isaac was easily able to dodge backwards as the middle head snapped at him, then vaulted over it to dodge an attack from the third head. Now, he was finally in a good position to finish it off. Another power strike swept his knife across the place where the 3 necks met, cutting the beast down to the bone. Next, yellow light streamed off the blade as he activated Piercing Strike and drove it into the place he knew the split in the beast's spine to be located. He was in the wrong place for the middle head to be able to get at him, but the right one twisted to bite at him, forcing Isaac to release the hilt of his knife to dodge. A smack straight to the eye caused the head to rear back in pain, and Isaac darted in to tap the hilt of the knife stuck in the Hydra's spine, activating Sundering Strike. Venomous green light shone from the blade, visible even through the flesh. Yet that was only the surface-level effect. Deep within the Hydra's body, bone grew weaker as the light sank into it, more brittle, easier to destroy with a follow-up strike. The right head struck again, forcing Isaac to roll under it, only to have to avoid the middle head a split second later. Isaac darted in immediately afterwards, once again triggering Sundering Strike, and again. The Hydra attacked, he dodged, then darted back in to trigger the skill over and over until he was practically out of mana. The middle head lunged right for Isaac. He ducked, and it tore free with a wet squelch, flying over his head from the momentum of its movement. The rest of the place where all 3 necks connected was disintegrating, bones having been reduced to brittle glass and flesh to literal jelly by the corrosive effects of his attacks. Lesser Hydra LV, 9 has been slain. 98 XP gained 70 base, 1.4 due to level disparity. Nice first proper fight of his new life. Isaac didn't really count the specters, those had been closer to assassinations than an actual fight. Wrinkling his nose due to the smell, he walked forward to scan the body, unfortunately not finding an aspect. If the Hydra had dropped one, it would have been where the necks met, a place that was already very much exposed to view, but there was nothing there. Oh well, it would have been too much to hope for. While he waited for his mana to recover, Isaac pulled up his status. Seeing his health status, he winced. Hydra blood was toxic and unfortunately, he hadn't managed to stay entirely clean during the fight. A lesser one was the least toxic, so he'd be fine, but he probably shouldn't be fighting until that cleared up. On the other hand, he'd gained quite a few skill levels. 2 in Sundering Strike, 1 in Power Strike, Piercing Strike and Knives during the fight, as well as 1 each in 100 Faces and Stealth while he'd run away from his meeting. Now he had to wait quite some time for his mana to regenerate. Thankfully, the addition of the aspect of the Spectre had added to his magic regeneration, making that less of an arduous task. As he did so, he pulled out his phone to browse the various news websites. Things had actually gotten quite a bit worse than yesterday. If the day of the initialization had seen everyone utterly shell-shocked, Then the second day saw all the emotions that had built up inside as people tried to process everything that happened erupt with a fury. Preachers were claiming it was the end of times. Quite a few cults had apparently somehow been correct about some random aspect of the current situation and were now acting like they had all the answers while the economy went into a nosedive. Got verdammt. At least there hadn't been too many more monster attacks. Most of the people who'd been stupid enough to summon one without significant precautions had already done so yesterday and likely died, while those that would be careful were still working on getting said precautions in place. Ironically, Isaac fell into both camps, depending on how you saw things. The way he saw it, his skill and knowledge qualified as precautions enough, and they had been so far, but he was also well aware that the beasts he was fighting were perfectly capable of killing him and going on a rampage if he fucked up. Lesser Hydra LV 9 has been slain. 98 XP gained 70 base 1.4 due to level disparity. Another Hydra was summoned, another Hydra died, all without dropping an aspect. Isaac just shook his head, sat back down and waited for his mana to come back. He didn't need that aspect right this instant, but he did need it sooner rather than later, so he went right back to it. 13 hours later, he was happily looking at a ruby-red crystal that seemed to streaked with mud on the inside. Aspect of the Lesser Hydra. This is the distilled essence of what makes a Hydra. Regenerating from gruesome wounds in seconds, killing your enemies simply because they cut you as your blood poisons theirs, or create redundant organs to survive lethal injuries. Requirements for activation, 1000 XP. Open aspect slot. Grants +5 fortitude. One of the following skills, Hydra's regeneration. Toxic blood. Redundant organs. And his status wasn't looking too shabby either. He gained enough XP to buy the new slot, but not enough to actually slot the damn thing. And yes, he'd gotten enough of the blood on him for the status to get worse, but he'd be fine. Unless he saw a fatally poisoned, he'd make it through, no matter how badly he felt. Also, fighting so many Hydras had also boosted his skill levels to new heights. Soon he'd have one of them to level 10, at which point he could combine it with a second strike skill, thereby also unlocking the manifold strike skill. And then things could really get started. Glancing down at his watch, he noticed it was just about time to go back to the restaurant to hear Callice's answer. Except he was absolutely covered in scratches, mud, and Hydra blood. Sighing, Isaac undressed and threw his clothes into a plastic bag he'd pulled from his backpack, then got dressed in his spare set. It wasn't quite as nice as what he'd worn to the first meeting, but it should suffice. Chater 6 fat stacks. Chater 6 fat stacks. What the hell happened to your hair? One of Callice's bodyguards asked as he saw Isaac. Hydras are a pain in the ass. Good XP though, he replied with a wry grin. He thought he'd got all of that out of his hair, but that clearly wasn't true. I don't suppose that means you've got another aspect for me. Callice called jovially from within the room the bodyguard was standing in front of. Afraid not, maybe some other time, but I'm guessing that means you'll take the aspect. Isaac called back. Already did. Once he'd entered the room, Isaac stopped for a second, stunned. Callice was currently standing in the table, looking like a ghost. You do know you shouldn't be overlapping with another solid object when the skill ends, right? Isaac cautiously asked. You couldn't manually end the skill while within an object, but if you ran out of mana, it would shut off anyway, resulting in you getting ejected violently. As things stood, Callice could either get flung into ceiling and end up with a crushed skull as a result, or get smashed into the ground with bone-crushing force, neither of which Isaac wished upon him or wanted to be blamed for. Bah, don't worry, I have the mana to spare. Callice replied, but did step out of the table and ended the skill regardless. I'm certainly glad to have convinced you to buy one of the aspects, Isaac said, sitting down at the table. Actually, I'd like to buy the second one as well. At a gesture from Callice, someone stepped out of the door he'd entered through the first time, carrying a briefcase, which he placed on the table in front of Isaac and flipped it open. Row after row of cash stared up at him, 20s, 50s, and a single stack of hundreds. A proper spread of bills that would avoid the attention-drawing issue of paying with too many €100 bills. Isaac could count the number of times he'd used, or even seen one of the latter on his fingers. People just didn't use physical currency on transactions that would require them. Someone running around with a bunch of €100 bills would look a tad suspicious, so Callice had spared him the work exchanging them later. Of course, getting caught transporting all that cash, across a border no less, would cause its own set of problems. But if it looked like anything would happen, Isaac could just use Spectral Shift to walk through one of the train's walls and hike to the nearest bus stop or train station while changing his face. Some quick mental math, given the assumption that the kind of bill on top of the stack was the same kind that was below it, revealed that it should be somewhere in the neighborhood of €20,000. In theory, there were a million ways for that to be less cash than Isaac had asked for, but he doubted that would be the case. Even if he hadn't been willing to trust Calais, he could trust in the other man's self-interest. Cheating him right here and now would utterly ruin any and all chances of any kind of future deals, not to mention the risk of retaliation from the backers or organization that Isaac may or may not have. Isaac's lips quirked into a wry smile at the sheer cliché-ness of the situation. That's 22,000 euros right there, all clean cash, non-sequential bills. 10,000 for each aspect, as well as a little bonus for you personally. I trust that will suffice, Calais asked. Then he pulled the second aspect of the specter out of his pocket and placed it on the table between them. It has been a true pleasure doing business with you. Isaac stood back up and shook hands with Calais. I do hope you aren't planning on leaving already, are you? The cooks have prepared quite the feast for us. Isaac briefly glanced down at his watch to make sure he wouldn't miss the return train, then smiled at Calais. I'd be delighted to. On an invisible signal, or more likely, the waitress had been watching and waiting from the other side of the door. A platter of meats, cheeses, and bruschetta was carried into the room. Have you ever had a traditional Italian meal before, Mr. Holt? Calais asked. I'm afraid not. I've been to Italy a few times on holiday before, but I mainly visited the typical tourist places. Isaac said truthfully, this should be a treat for you then. Calais said boisterously, grabbing one of the bruschetta and hunk of cheese, then eating them far more daintily than Isaac had expected. Would you like some wine, sir? A waiter asked from besides Isaac. May I suggest some locally sourced spring water then? The waiter offered and Isaac accepted before focusing on the food in front of him. Soft cheeses, perfectly crisped bread with a satisfying crunch as he bit into it, mouth-wateringly delicious smoked salami. Wow, this is delicious, Isaac exclaimed. Isn't it? People like to hold up French cuisine as a perfect example of good food, but in my opinion, Italian food comes out favorably in comparison. Calais grinned and has the same tiny portions. Isaac mentally added but held his tongue. Thankfully, that had only been the first course, though. The second course, which was apparently also the first official course of a traditional Italian meal, consisted of a risotto that, while not as good as the antipasti, was still excellent. How does someone get into the business of selling monster parts anyway? Calais asked. How does anyone get into any business? There's a need for something that is not yet freely available. You have a way of getting it and know of someone who would buy it. The rest is history. How about you? Isaac said. Too true. My story isn't any more interesting. The people want something, the government tells them they can't have it, I supply it. The end. Calais laughed. I suppose it really is that simple where most things in our line of work are concerned, aren't they? Someone wants it and we are willing to provide it, and that's all that's to it. Isaac added, yet people automatically consider us evil without ever considering the context or the very concept of supply and demand. Calais said. If the government were to limit itself in what it forbade, we'd be out of a job. Mark my words, the same exact thing will happen with the summoned creatures. Some politician will give an order to stop all summoning, declaring it like the gods of old speaking from Mount Olympus, and then pat themselves on the back for saving the entire world. Meanwhile, everyone who still wants to summon will just do it elsewhere and without oversight. Isaac just sighed. The same exact situation had happened with the prohibition and quite a few other popular vices, though the United States' attempt to outlaw alcohol was easily the most famous. There had been attempts to forbid summoning, but given that criminals were doing it, the police did it. Some countries' militaries did it, so all the others followed suit. Then people saw the governments literally raising an army of superhumans, using means available to literally everyone, and the embargo had been ignored in short order. And that's food for thought. What would you think of a hidden, well-fortified room where people can fight monsters to their heart's content, reaping the XP all without detection? Calais suggested. Personally, I prefer to just pick a patch of wilderness and draw the circle in the dirt. Gives me room to move. But like I said, that's just personal preference. If you just add a few bars or something to make sure the monster can't move freely while providing your clients long spears or something, I don't see why it couldn't work. Isaac lied, putting them in a cage too small for them to move freely and wasn't penalized quite as stiffly, but it did come with a significant XP penalty. However, neither of those things were included in the instructions, which meant Isaac shouldn't know about them yet or be able to warn Calais, not that he would have been willing to risk exposing anything by doing so. The success of his organization wasn't truly Isaac's concern, just so long as it didn't collapse completely. He wanted a gateway into the burgeoning black market, not to unduly strengthen a criminal syndicate. I think this is the beginning of a very beneficial arrangement. Calais announced, raising his wine glass to a fruitful partnership. To a fruitful partnership, Isaac echoed. As Calais's wine glass and Isaac's normal water glass clinked together, the next course was served. Perfectly grilled venison and potatoes on the side. The two of them spent the next couple of minutes eating, but the food vanished quickly. After all, multi-course meals did not lend themselves to particularly large portions. Now I might have to leave tonight, but I'm sure to have more to sell in the future. I take it the method I used to originally contact you will suffice. Isaac asked, wiping a little sauce from his mouth. Of course, that's why we set it up in the first place. Calais waved a giving hand, and I'm always happy to receive an interesting offer. Don't hesitate if you get your hands on something nice. That I will. It might take a while, but I will, Isaac said. I don't suppose you'd be willing to share which creatures are best to hunt for, Calais suggested. Trade secret, I'm afraid. Isaac shook his head. As the two of them talked, the final course was placed in front of them. A truly divine tiramisu, thankfully with only a mere touch of alcohol. Isaac would have really hated to turn down this delicacy. I must say, Mr. Calais, it has been delightful meeting you. I'm afraid I must be on my way, though. Isaac announced only after he'd practically licked his plate clean and got to his feet. Likewise, Mr. Holt. I wish you luck in your future endeavors, and do drop by the next time you're in town. The two of them shook hands and Isaac left, doing his usual stealth routine to shake off any possible tales. Once he'd reached the spot where he'd hid everything he hadn't been carrying with him, Isaac used Spectral Shift to retrieve his backpack. Not wanting to walk around town with the briefcase after he's shifted his face back, he tried to shove it into his backpack but found it to be too large. After several long moments of trying, he gave up, opened the briefcase, and just dumped the money in, longing for the spatial storage devices that would be developed soon. Some small part of him was tempted to just rock up to the developer's house with all the materials he knew were needed and every scrap of information he had about the construction process, but he knew it was stupid. Spatial storage devices had been invented by an otherwise unremarkable Brazilian high school physics teacher. Visiting him right now would make it abundantly clear that Isaac had knowledge from the future. There were plenty of people from the other timeline who he could visit for help without raising eyebrows because their future potential was visible for all the world to see. A slightly internet-famous storm chaser who gained the ability to control the very phenomenon he'd been studying for so long. A zoology professor at the forefront of research into the preternatural beasts the system had introduced into the world, and so on. There were a lot of people he wanted to deal with he'd only known in the other timeline, but he had excuses for that which other people could see and understand. But there was absolutely no reason to go to Brazil that literally anyone else could understand. Isaac just sighed and shook his head as he strode through the slowly darkening streets of Milan. A glance at his status sheet put a smile on his face. His health status had cleared right back up, and he'd also gained another level in stealth and 100 faces. Overall, his level was not as high as it could be, given that he'd spent 2,000 XP on aspects and would be spending another 1,000 to slot his aspect of the Hydra, but his skills were all looking rather solid. Sneak alone had now reached the point where only the most professional normal human would have been able to match him. Part of the system's absurdly enhanced learning under pressure capability. Couple that with a knives skill at level 7, those two skills alone would have him a deadly threat in the pre-system world. Maybe medieval times, as Indiana Jones had so thoroughly proven in that iconic scene, guns beat edged weapons quite decisively. Now he'd board a train, finish writing his essay on the dangers of summoning, and go on a shopping spree in one of those new age shops. A lot of the higher-powered summons required such materials, and those kinds of shops were a surprisingly good source of them. And then, tomorrow, Isaac could finally get on with his long-term plan. Isaac scrolled through the news on his phone while he waited for the person he wanted to meet to pass by. The people of Earth were slowly starting to realize that nothing bad will happen if we don't make it happen. Therefore, there was little need to panic as long as people would just stop summoning. There was also rather frightening-looking footage of the tail end of a riot in Russia. Someone threw a Molotov cocktail, but a man wearing a suit had stepped out in front of the mob and had plucked it out of the air with casual ease. Catching a thrown Molotov cocktail was well within normal human limits, especially those of action movie heroes, but making it look that easy it was intimidating as hell. The protesters clearly thought so, given that the riot dispersed within a couple of minutes of the man calmly pulling out the flaming rag and stomping it out underfoot. Isaac himself could have easily done it just as impressively if he'd invested all his XP into leveling his person, rather than acquiring aspects. After all, he'd have been level 7 by now, and given that he was going to go for a build based on agility and perception, that was literally what he would have been made for. However, the fact that already having the aspects slotted before everything else would influence his future class choices for the better, while gathering them was also easier at his lower level, had convinced him to do this before leveling up too much. So yeah, that kind of intimidation was clearly effective as hell, but only to people who didn't know much about the intricacies of the system. Granted, most people wouldn't have that knowledge, but Isaac did. If that person was going for an agility and perception build, they might be around level 2. If they were going for a more generalized build, they had to be around level 5. But any way you sliced it, they weren't that powerful. Yet they'd already had such an outsized impact on the world. However, even as the actual level of danger and mayhem were going down, the level of danger actually being reported went up as various news machines got revved up. Though this is the end of days, preaching had reached a new height, and people were starting to roll out the first theories about what was happening that weren't half-baked. Sure, people were still claiming the system had been created by aliens or heralded Judgment Day, but at least they were somewhat thought out. Amongst them was his own essay, the one he'd finished on the train ride back and then anonymously disseminated. It was a rather detailed essay on the nature and danger of summoned monsters, with each and every claim backed by the instruction manual. He'd used the cash he'd gotten from Calais to buy a brand new smartphone, used AirDrop to transfer the essay onto it, then used several methods to fuck with the embedded metadata to make it impossible for anyone to identify the device that had originally created the text. The actual release had happened during a 2-hour stop in the Swiss city of Chur. Isaac had walked to an internet cafe well clear of the train station, using 100 faces to prevent any cameras from capturing his real face. Immediately afterwards, the smartphone met a swift and final demise as he pulled out and broke any part that looked even remotely important. He tossed them once he was back in Germany, to avoid anyone from finding the parts along with his fingerprints in the trash near the internet cafe. If someone was willing to go that far, that was. It might be overly paranoid, but Isaac was planning on using the identity of Insight he'd created as the author of the piece in the future, and that might prompt someone to go looking for him. The essay had gotten a surprising amount of attention, but it was the most detailed and thorough essay on this topic released to date. But parts of the information would need to be verified through experimentation, such as the hard-to-kill nature of ephemeral entities. That meant that whenever he anonymously released anything that wasn't part of the written instruction manual that had come with the system, people would likely be skeptical. What Isaac truly needed was to integrate himself with a person or group that was a public and trustworthy source. That was what had brought him here to this place at this time, the biology campus of his university. The university whose business school he attended actually had 3 separate campuses, a mathematics, physics, and engineering campus just outside the city, the biology campus well outside the city, and a campus downtown for everything else. Right now, Isaac was sitting on a bench in the mostly empty biology campus, waiting on him. The professor, Adam Bailey, the most junior professor in the entire university, who would become the foremost expert in the world on summoned creatures. While most professors and doctors were busy making sure their chosen fields of study still worked, someone had to research the basics, just so that such data was available. For this university, that person was Professor Bailey. The man would not only be doing this from the instant it was safely possible to do so, but he was also smart as a whip. In other words, the perfect person to work with. Now Isaac was sitting on a bench in front of the building. He knew the first experiments would be taking place, and had been doing so since 5 in the morning to wait for him. In fact, he'd used spectral shift to break in and check the lab was still empty before sitting down out here. As to how he knew where the first experiments had been conducted, it was simple. This place was truly famous. In the other timeline, Bailey's work had long since moved on to a more secure, purpose-built location, at which point countless documentaries had been filmed in the former workshop of who was arguably the most famous living scientist in the world. Isaac shivered slightly as a cold wind blew past. It might be early May right now, but it was also still 7:30 in the morning, and an unusually cold one at that. After looking around for another few seconds to ensure Professor Bailey wasn't about to enter the building, he went back to looking at the news. He might have gone through all this before, but he had a hard time remembering everything that had happened 12 years ago, for him at least. It took another 30 minutes, but Isaac finally spotted the person he was looking for. A tall blonde man, head shaved down to the bare minimum where one couldn't quite be considered bald, looking like he was roughly in his mid-30s. In other words, he was as young as anyone who'd earned the vaunted title of professor could possibly be. Fucking finally. "Excuse me, Professor Bailey," Isaac said as he jogged up next to the man, speaking English. The professor was actually from America, so he chose that language to approach the man, and as to how he could possibly know that, it was simple. There was a rather complete profile on all the professors on the university website, even the very new ones. "Good morning. What can I do for you?" Bailey asked, half speaking, half yawning involuntarily. Clearly, he'd been quite busy. "Actually, it's about what I can do for you," Isaac trailed off as if he were reconsidering his phrasing. "Okay, I'm just going to come out and say it. As scary as this whole mess surrounding the system is, I also find it fascinating. I asked around, and even as everyone else is desperately making sure the bases of their dissertations are still valid and functioning, you're going to go exploring the depths of the mystery surrounding the system. I want to join your work group at the university." "Are you a student then?" Bailey asked, clearly stifling another yawn as he did so. The last couple of days could not have been kind on him. "Yep," Isaac replied, holding up his student ID as though it actually meant anything. Bailey frowned. Economics student, don't you study at a whole different campus? Well, I studied economics to earn money, but now I want to study what lets me do this. Isaac said, phasing the hand holding the card, causing it to drop straight through, only for him to catch it with the other. I see. Clearly, you've played around with the system a little. Bailey said, then started walking again, prompting Isaac to follow with a wave of his hand. So, give me the elevator pitch. What would make you an asset to my department? Have you ever heard the term lit-RPG, Professor Bailey? Isaac smiled. It might have come up in the countless documents that have been produced on the matter of the system in the last 2 days, but I don't know any of the specifics. Why? Bailey asked. Well, it's rather simple. Lit-RPG is an entire genre of novels based around the concept of the world has become a video game, and I just happen to be a big fan of it with a significant base of knowledge around both it and mythology in general, Isaac said. Incidentally, he'd also researched precisely which of the novels he'd read in the other timeline had actually been released at the moment, revealing his secret by talking about plot points that currently only existed in the author's head would be embarrassing. That's certainly interesting, but I don't quite see the benefit it would bring to the department. So tell me in your own words, how would your knowledge help us in the pursuit of knowledge? Bailey asked. He was evidently intrigued, though he was also clearly eager to keep Isaac talking about this. Actually, it's rather simple. The system draws inspiration from mythology, fantasy, and pop culture for its creatures and powers. The original might not always match the creature that can be summoned exactly, but a hydra is always going to be a hydra, a specter is always going to be specter, and so on and so forth. I have a lot of knowledge to spread about context that would require more than a casual Google search to uncover. In essence, I offer a new and effectively unique perspective, something that should be very valuable while researching a brand new field. No, Isaac asked. However, putting all of that aside for a moment, I'm willing to work incredibly hard, making this the only thing in my professional life. I looked you up in the university website. You literally became a professor less than 12 hours before the system initialized. You can't have had that much time to put together a department yet. Bailey just sighed. Has anyone ever told you you're a bit of a smartass? You're right, though, on both accounts. A different perspective can be incredibly useful, and I could use the help. What indemnity form have you signed? I think the standard lab forms should cover that for today. If you decide to stay with us after today, I'll get some proper paperwork drawn up. Economics student here, I don't exactly spend much time in labs. Isaac reminded him. There's always a stack of those things in the office near the chem labs. You can pick one up there. Bailey said, then stopped and turned back to Isaac. Given your little display earlier, I'm guessing you have a bit of experience using the system and fighting the summoned creatures. I do, Isaac said, feeling like admitting that might be a mistake, but he'd already said too much to convincingly lie on that respect. In that case, let me be clear. What you do in your own time is your business. You've clearly come through whatever it was that you've been doing perfectly fine, but it's important that you realize that working with me and my department will be a very different situation. Everything will be planned out ahead of time, carefully executed. Barring an utter emergency, you'll have to follow that plan. No running off and doing that one thing real quick. Order is very important in scientific research. In case there is an emergency, you can of course take action as appropriate. If someone is about to get electrocuted, hit the emergency breaker and so on, Bailey said, and stab the monster if it's about to rip someone's face off. I hear ya. Isaac nodded. I'm here to help, and we'll do that within the confines of the rules you set down. Of course, but just so you know, this will probably be rather boring for you. Like I said, we're going to be planning a lot, proceeding carefully, and writing a lot of reports. You've clearly experimented with the system a little before, probably fought monsters, but there won't be any big adrenaline-fueled action here, Bailey cautioned. Unless something goes horribly wrong, at least I know. Look, Professor Bailey, I was going to go into business, become a manager at some accounting firm until it's time for me to retire. I'm no stranger to boring. And believe me, studying summoned creatures from myth and legend is not going to be boring, even if it takes a bit longer than one might expect. Isaac replied. Well put. Bailey smiled. How about this? I get the standard indemnity form for today, which basically states, I'm going in there of my own free will and I won't blow up the lab, but I'm also now covered by the university's insurance. Then if things go well and you still want to work here, then I can get you a proper research assistant contract. Sound good? Sounds excellent. Isaac grinned. Great. Bailey smiled back at him, then gestured at a door they were about to reach. I'm just going to grab that form, then we'll have to wait for someone for a bit anyway. And now he was going to become a part of that effort. It would cut into the time he needed to grow stronger, but it would earn him something so much more valuable. Knowledge for all of humanity, and all the power said knowledge would eventually allow them to gain. After all, there were two things that had fucked over humanity in the other timeline. Their lack of knowledge had led to them making serious mistakes, and their lack of strength had made fixing said mistakes that much more difficult. As to how he was planning on combating that, it was simple. He was going to give humanity the knowledge it needed to both avoid mistakes and grow incredibly strong. Whilst also intervening in a few incidents, the other timeline had proven to have incredibly dangerous long-term effects. And lastly, he'd be increasing his personal combat power to the point where he could deal with raid bosses on an even keel. Ambitious, perhaps, but that was what he was planning on doing and what he'd be achieving. "Here's the indemnity form," Mr. Professor Bailey announced as he left the office, waving a piece of paper. "Actually, what is your name? I don't think it ever came up." "Isaac Toma." Isaac thrust out his right hand. "Pleased to meet you, Professor Bailey." "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Toma," Bailey said as he shook it. "That being said, I'm truly terrible with names, so please don't take it personally if I make a mistake with yours." "Don't worry, I know a few people who like that. I'll know you're not being malicious. But if you'd like, you can call me Isaac." Isaac replied while also filling out the form. "In that case, call me Adam. We're probably going to be working together for a while, and I'm not really a fan of excessive formality in a situation like that," Bailey said. "Yeah, excessive formality can be tough. Did you know that the German school system dictates a formal form of address from the 10th grade up?" "Well, literally the only teacher who tried to stick to that was my Latin teacher, and 2 lessons in, she just went, 'Fuck it. Would anyone have a problem if we went back to the old form of address?' By the way, that's a direct quote, or at least as close as you can get after translating it. Like I said, I'm not a fan of excessive formality. As long as you don't try to sneak any insults past me, you can call me whatever." Bailey replied with a wry grin, then checked his watch. "Seems the person who's supposed to be meeting us is running late. If you have any questions, I suppose now is the time. Where are we going to be working? Granted, I'm not the most knowledgeable on this part of the university, but I'd be stunned to discover we have some kind of monster-proof bunker in here," Isaac asked after a few moments of silence. "It wasn't designed to be monster-proof, but we do have a bunker of sorts. We used to use radioactive substances to mark specific points in the genome during DNA sequencing, and there's a heavily reinforced, lead-lined room in the basement where they used to be stored. That particular method got phased out as newer ones became available, but the room is still there, in the deepest part of the basement, with heavily reinforced walls. A dozen people spent all of yesterday putting in cameras and securely sealing the holes they drilled to lay the cables airtight." Bailey explained. "That sounds great, though there are probably creatures that can break out of there," Isaac said, "and that's why I'm getting a whole new building as soon as they finish building it." Bailey grinned. "System analysis is the greatest new frontier of science in our time, and I'm one of the people who will be at the forefront of that field. Therefore, we're getting a purpose-built facility to be used by everyone who needs to work with monsters." He glanced over at Isaac. "Perhaps you should have a little talk with the people designing the chambers. Tell them about any really strong monsters you summoned. That place won't just have to hold the monsters we can summon right now, but also the upper end of what we will eventually be able to study. Right now, they're mostly going off scientific wild-ass guesses, and any real-world experience could be useful." "Sure thing. I haven't fought creatures that powerful. I'm not a reckless idiot, but I do have little experience and know a bit about stronger monsters." Isaac shrugged. "Just tell me when and where." With that, he headed towards a man who looked like he was roughly in his mid-30s, just starting to go bald, wearing a suit that practically screamed government employee with a briefcase slung under his arm. "Are you Professor Bailey?" the man asked, and Bailey nodded. "Thomas Wechsler, Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture. I'm here to make sure your department is up to snuff where animal rights are concerned. Given the rather dynamic and ever-shifting situation at hand, my boss felt it was best to send someone here who can authorize things in the moment to avoid delaying things too much when something unexpected pops up." So you're going to be looking over everyone's shoulders?" Bailey asked, somehow managing to keep the irritation Isaac strongly suspected he was feeling out of his voice. "I'll stay out of your hair whenever possible. Like I said, you'll probably come up with a bunch of new stuff to try out, involving creatures who no one has any knowledge on or written any regulations on their proper handling. And when you do, you can have someone rubber stamp that stuff within moments. People well above me feel that this is something important which needs to be conducted with all possible haste," Wechsler explained, "and you can just rubber stamp everything." Isaac wondered, "How much do you know about the laws surrounding animal rights where lab animals are concerned?" Wechsler asked. "Not much beyond common sense stuff like don't be cruel, don't torture the animals." Isaac said, "I'm guessing there's more to it than that." "Yep," Wechsler said, lighting up a little. Clearly, he didn't get to talk about his job all that often. There are a lot of rules surrounding animal experimentation, but they can be summed up pretty easily. No animal experiments may be conducted for commercial uses, and no products tested on animals may be sold in the Federal Republic of Germany. Obviously, that isn't going to be a problem here. Also, in order to qualify for the use of animals, an experiment needs to be necessary. There needs to be a need for it. Wechsler gestured around. The need for these experiments should be apparent to anyone who's turned on a TV at any point in the last couple of days. If you want to use animals in an experiment, That is only allowed if they are necessary for the experiment and cannot be replaced by alternatives such as cell cultures and the like. And unless you happen to have something like that stashed away in your back pocket, the need to use the actual monsters should be rather apparent. Basically, most of those requirements are going to be fulfilled as a matter of course. As to actual limits on the experiments, I think you summed it up pretty well. Don't be cruel. If Dr. Frankenstein or a Bond villain would do it, you shouldn't. That comment drew a snort of laughter from Bailey, and Isaac joined in soon afterwards. Like I said, I'm just here to speed things along, not put in extra roadblocks by insisting on the letter of the law being followed. You'd be subject to the same regulations regardless of whether I'm here or not. Wechsler finished, with Bailey adding, and we'd be following them regardless. Like I said, precision is important here. When doing research, you follow the rules exactly. Once they reached the bottom, they were walking along a cramped feeling passageway. It was actually fairly wide, and the ceiling was high enough to give even the tallest of people half a meter of clearance, but it just felt small. Pipes ran along the ceiling, thick bundles of cables nestled in between them, only the occasional door appearing in the walls. They were truly in the guts of the building now. Should I be leaving a line of string behind me? I think I'm lost. Wechsler commented dryly. We're almost there, don't worry. Bailey reassured him as he turned one final corner and gestured to a vault-looking door at the end of the corridor. Incidentally, the corridor looked awful. Floor scratched to hell, streaks of color marring the white walls up to a meter in height, and a large paint stain in one corner. Also, a small mound of construction debris had been pushed into one corner. Like I said, this place was a rush job. That should be cleaned up by tomorrow. Bailey said, gesturing to one of the 4 doors that were on the side of the corridor. If you would join me in my office for a bit, Mr. Wechsler. Then he gestured to another door. Isaac, we put in something of a lounge in there. It's just a sofa right now, but I think that might be more comfortable than staying out here. I've also got 3 other research assistants who will be joining us. They'll show up soon if they aren't already here, that is. It was a surprisingly large room, maybe 100 square meters, but also pretty empty. One couch in the exact same shade of green that had stained the walls outside was the only large piece of furniture inside. Clearly, it had been responsible for part of the mess. There was also a pile of folded camping chairs in one corner. 2 other people were already in the room. A tall, red-headed woman around Isaac's age sat on the couch, looking at something on a tablet, while several books and folders were piled up next to her. The second person was a short Hispanic man on one of the folding chairs with what Isaac was 90% sure was a gun case on the floor next to him. The man's eyes snapped over to Isaac as he entered. Put the book down and walked forward, sticking out his hand for Isaac to shake. Raoul Mina, pleased to meet you. I'm here from the forestry department of the university for knowledge on how to deal with wild animals. Isaac shook the proffered hand. Isaac Toma, enthusiastic volunteer, economics student, and mythology expert. Please call me Isaac. I'm Amelia Shaw, cell biology. Call me Amy. The woman introduced herself from the couch, having put her tablet on the existing pile next to her. Nice to meet you both, Isaac said, grabbing a chair from the pile and putting it next to the couch while Raoul pulled both his chair and the case closer. There was a moment of awkward silence, then Amy spoke. So, what brings you to this place? I joined because I don't just want to rehash past research in this new context. I want to do something new. I'm here because they needed a volunteer from the forestry department with a firearms license and experience dealing with wild animals. I volunteered. Raoul said, so I'm guessing that's a gun in there. Isaac asked, getting a nod in return anyway. I'm here because I find this fascinating and I want to do everything I can to understand it. Also, I have a feeling this whole system thing has a really dark side to it. There's an entire genre of literature dedicated to stuff like this, where the world becomes a video game, and those stories tend to be kinda, well, apocalyptic. Either I help do important research here, or I do research that could literally help save the world. Either way, it's important. Wait, seriously, Raoul exclaimed, you're going to have to recommend me some of those books. That sounds awesome. Oh, they are, but so are horror movies until you suddenly come face to face with Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees. Isaac said, face incredibly serious and eyes locked onto Raoul's face. He held the man's gaze for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. Raoul joined in after a moment. Yeah, I can see that. Still, recommendations. Of course, happy to. I'll try and pick one that's less than terrifying given the new context. Isaac promised. Yeah, media can have that effect on you. I've never watched another medical TV show after going to the doctor 5 times in a month over small stuff. That show very nearly turned me into a hypochondriac. Amy chimed in. Yeesh, now I'm glad I never got into any of that, Isaac said. Back on the topic of the experiments, I'm actually pretty surprised they let us do that in the university. It seems kinda dangerous. Or am I wrong? Raoul asked. There's a lot of kinda dangerous stuff in a university. We have a vast stores of various chemicals in buildings full of people who know exactly how to turn them into something that explodes. And the physicists have a giant laser that can cut through a person like they aren't even there, Amy replied. I think I actually saw that thing on a school field trip once. Isn't it like twice the size of this room? Getting shot with that thing would practically require one to deliberately act like an idiot. It couldn't even really happen by accident. You'd have to be willfully stupid. Isaac interjected, and we have a fortified, airtight room to conduct our experiments in. These experiments should be fine as long as we act like the intelligent people we are. Amy suggested besides, people in this university and most other well-equipped ones could do so much worse than just release a few monsters. And they could have already done so for years. If given a normal genetics lab with all the stuff that goes into it, an oligonucleotide synthesizer, an internet connection, and a couple of months, I could splice genetic material from the Spanish flu into an ordinary cold virus to create a bioweapon. By the way, we have all that stuff in this very building. Seriously, Raoul asked, doubt clear in his voice. Seriously, it's actually been done before. While researching the Spanish flu, samples of the virus were retrieved from the bodies of victims that were buried in permafrost soil. To see if it were possible, they spliced them with a cold virus to see if it would work. To their utter horror, it worked. What followed was a lot of hemming and hawing about whether or not to publish the results. On one hand, publishing it would give any would-be bioterrorist ideas. On the other, it would ensure that the world was aware of the threat. In the end, the study got published. So yeah, give me a way to look up that study, the lab tools to use it, and sometime Amy explained, trailing off ominously. That's what's so bloody scary about the world. If someone is enough of a fanatic to commit terrorism, then they can easily get their hands on the necessary weapons. A copy of the anarchist's cookbook or an internet connection is all you need to build a proper bomb, while a knowledge of cell biology and some rather pricey lab equipment is all you need to create a bioweapon, Amy said in her best sage voice. That's what's scary about the world, Isaac asked. Everything's scary about the world. Just look around or turn on the news. It's just that for every asshole, extremist, and would-be terrorist, there's many more people willing to stand up to them. That's the only reason us humans are still here after all. I think we may have gotten a little bit off topic here, Raoul commented, drawing nods of agreement from the other two. Then the door opened to reveal a tall blonde man with a frizzy haircut built like a beanpole. On his back was a rather stuffed-looking backpack. Hi, I'm Patrick, nice to meet you all. He introduced himself, prompting the three of them to introduce themselves in turn. So I'm a zoologist like Professor Bailey. How about you? Forestry. I'm here to take care of any creatures that pose a threat. I'm a cell biologist. I'm the random guy off the street who somehow has the exact kind of knowledge the main character needs, the kind you see in movies. Isaac echoed the other two, drawing a laugh from Raoul and an eye roll from Patrick. Patrick then joined Amy on the couch, and the three others began to trade theories on how the system had been created and why it was here. Isaac chimed in with the occasional explanation stolen from some random book, but he wasn't really into it. After all, he knew what the system was. A well-meaning gift, if slightly ill thought out, twisted into something incredibly dangerous. After another quarter of an hour or so, the door opened again to reveal Professor Bailey. It seemed things were finally about to get going. As it turned out, there had been an entire meeting room behind the third door in the corridor. It was that strange mixture of state-of-the-art and messy that spoke of a hurried construction built using a significant amount of funds. A solid-looking metal table, surrounded by extremely comfortable chairs, stood in the middle of the room, while one of the walls was completely covered in 8 massive screens, each showing a different angle of the room where they'd be summoning creatures. Next to the door stood a metal structure. Folded up, it was clear even in this state that it was intended to be some kind of barrier. That being said, Isaac didn't have the foggiest what its purpose was. After all, the actual door to the former storage space was, as far as he could tell, stronger. I believe you all know why we're here. 2 days ago, the world became quantified. People gained the ability to treat the world as if it were a video game. Along with that came monsters. Not ones that randomly show up, but ones we create for ourselves. Now here we are, researching precisely those monsters. I won't lie to you, this will not be a simple or safe task, but it will also be the greatest and most impactful task that currently exists. I am honored to be undertaking it with you. Bailey made a short little speech, making Isaac smile a little. The professor, as Bailey would simply be known in the future, was only 10 or so years older than Isaac, though you wouldn't know it most of the time. Isaac liked to make stupid jokes even when doing so was incredibly inappropriate. Bailey was just plain mature, except when it came to situations like this. This was one of those occasions when he betrayed his inexperience as a professor, giving a speech like that without prompting. After all, he'd become one less than 72 hours ago. I'm guessing that means you have a fully fleshed out plan, Amy asked. I do, in fact. We're going to start by summoning a weak creature without any special powers and observe it for as long as possible. Bailey explained, then summoned a system page with a wave of his hand. Clearly, he'd spent a lot of time reading the manual, a slate golem. While the names of these creatures might not explain their capabilities perfectly, it will also not contradict their natures either. Which leaves us with an animated piece of rock, specifically, the rather breakable mineral known as slate. Not only do we have an experienced wielder of firearms, Bailey nodded towards Raoul, but we also have a barrier that can be placed in the corridor to completely block it and trap the creatures. As he said that, Bailey gestured towards the metal contraption beside the door. In addition, we have several sledgehammers that can be used to break a simple creature made from slate. Besides, the cheapest creatures tend to not be all that powerful. They've only inflicted significant damage in situations where they are a hard counter to the forces opposing them, such as ghosts that are immune to physical damage or fire spirits that set the whole floor alight the instant they're summoned. Patrick added, taking advantage of a short pause of Bailey's. Also that, point is, we can deal with this thing. As it stands, the plan is to summon the creature, then observe it for as long as is possible, then kill it and see what we can learn from its body. Bailey explained, sticking his hand into his pocket as the screens behind him changed to show a diagram of his plan. Isaac just grinned internally. If Bailey wanted to hide that he was using a remote, then he should have done a better job of it. The diagrams themselves were clearly hand-drawn and also incorrect on what a slate golem would actually look like. Clearly, they'd been created by someone who was yet to see one of the damn things. Isaac knew perfectly well that Bailey was right in how he estimated this type of golem. They were made from slate, which was rather breakable and pretty small, only reaching up to a normal person's midsection. Even a normal person with a proper bashing weapon, such as one of the aforementioned sledgehammers, would be able to easily handle one. So quick question on the matter of the summoning. Who's supplying the mana? I know it's only 10 mana, but the quicker it gets regenerated, the sooner we're back up to full power. So what's everyone's mana regen at? Mine's at 17. Isaac interjected, 12, 11, 11, 9. Patrick looked around at the others as he realized how much lower his own stat was when compared to the others. Isaac was fairly certain that meant he'd have a rather high magic power instead. Those two stats, in turn, were linked to a person's mental capabilities, and Isaac was certain Patrick was no less intelligent than anyone else in the room. So if he was deficient in one, he likely made for it in the other. How do you already have it up that high? Amy asked. I've already leveled up once and absorbed an aspect that boosts it. Isaac explained. What's an aspect? Bailey asked. Sometimes when you kill a creature, it creates an aspect. If you pay the XP cost, you can absorb it and gain one of the creature's skills, as well as 5 points in a linked attribute. Isaac explained, I have an aspect of the Spectre, which gives me plus 5 magic regeneration as well as the ability to walk through walls. Aspects. Aspect skills. Spectre. Spectral shift. Empty slot. With that, Isaac displayed the small part of the status that covered the aspects. I'd love to take a look at one of those. Bailey said, seemingly not addressed at anyone in particular, just thinking out loud. Sure thing, I'll bring the next one I get to you. Isaac promised, intentionally leaving out the aspect of the Hydra hidden in the walls of his apartment, phased in there alongside most of the cash he'd gotten from Calais. It was literally impossible to get at without a skill like spectral shift or tearing through the entire wall, including several electrical cables and a water line. In other words, no one would have been able to easily or properly hide anything behind there using normal means. Hollow walls were a pretty standard bolt hole, but only ones where someone could safely break them down, then rehang the dry wall. That would be great. Bailey said, then froze for a moment as he thought, just to be clear, please don't take any stupid risks. I'd like to see one of those aspects, but I can't ask you to put yourself in danger to get some. Don't worry, I'm careful, Isaac reassured him. Regardless, we have a plan for the experiment we will be conducting today. That pile of paper in the center of the table is the scripts. Bailey said, picking up the top, stapled together set of pages and slid them across the table towards Amy. Any objections? Bailey asked, looking around the room, gaze lingering on Wechsler for a moment. The government employee was sitting in one corner of the room, trying to avoid getting in anyone's way. Clearly, he was taking his role of an outside observer very seriously. In that case, I think we're done. Amy, Isaac, can you draw out the ritual circle? There's water-soluble marker and slate in the storeroom. And with that, Bailey turned to the wall of monitors and began to switch them back over to the room where they'd be doing the summoning. I don't suppose you know where the storeroom actually is? Isaac asked as he followed Amy out into the corridor. Of course I do, I spent all of yesterday stocking the damn thing. Amy told him and opened the last door Isaac didn't know. It revealed a room even bigger than the meeting room, but its right half was completely filled with shelves. Only a few were actually stocked, the rest empty and waiting to receive anything that Bailey decided the still developing department needed. Among the things that were stocked were water-soluble markers that could create easily removable ritual circles, filler putty that Isaac assumed would be used to repair the floor if the place the ritual circle was to be drawn out got chipped, and also a multitude of basic summoning components. Lastly, a variety of tools was visible, ranging from the basic surgical scissors and scalpels needed for dissections to an actual sledgehammer. The other side of the room was mostly empty, several neatly stacked piles of variously sized crates, some of them even in a dismantled state, taking up perhaps a quarter of the available space. What are those crates for? Isaac wondered out loud. Storing the bodies of any creature we kill. Those aren't refrigerated, so we'll have to stick to inorganic creatures for now, but Professor Bailey says we'll get refrigerated ones tomorrow or the day after. Amy explained as she handed him a chunk of slate and one of the markers. They headed into the actual ritual room with their tools. It was a little smaller than the meeting room. After all, it hadn't had to store a lot of material, volume-wise, but a Tier 5 circle could easily fit inside without any problems. Not that they'd be using one, mind you. The kind of monster that required a circle of that tier would tear through lead and concrete walls like soft dirt, and even if that ended up bringing down the building on top on it, it'd probably survive that as well. A gesture from Isaac not only overlaid an image of the required circle onto the ground, it also made said circle visible to everyone. He could have easily drawn one out from memory, but that wasn't something a person should have been able to reliably do after 2 days at most. They went to work and the circle rapidly took shape. 2 minutes later, it was complete, and Isaac placed the chunk of slate inside. All right, please double-check that the circle is perfect, then charge it and get out of there. Bailey's voice rang out over a speaker Isaac quickly located in one corner of the ceiling. Isaac obeyed, looking down at the ground one last time. Spotting any mistakes would have been child's play, though, given that there was literally an image of the correct version overlaid. A mere thought was enough to drop the pittance of 10 mana needed to charge it into the circle, and then the two of them beat a hasty retreat. Well, Amy did. Isaac just matched her speed. He knew from experience that there was literally no way for that thing to randomly trigger and dump a slate golem in their laps. But Amy didn't have the same certainty. All she knew was that they'd just taken all the actions needed to call a dangerous creature into this room, a creature the likes of whom had been seen on the news killing people. Even if the instructions had said that one could charge up the circle and then activate it after getting a little distance. In fact, those were some of the only instructions available on the process of summoning. The point of what little was written down was to ensure that it seemed safe, with options to get the hell out of Dodge before the creature appeared, and the like. What wasn't written down were issues like the fact that leaving a monster in place for too long would result in similar creatures appearing without humans needed to conduct the summoning. It was just as well that the people Isaac had chosen to work with were so careful. Sufficient caution and preparation would easily let one avoid most of the pitfalls baked into the summoning system. Unfortunately, very few people were that cautious, which was why there had even been a problem in the other timeline, after all. The heavy door slammed shut behind them with a bang, closed by hidden motors that had clearly been activated from the meeting room. The meeting room was in a state of incredible tension and excitement, with everyone staring at the screens on the wall, showing the ritual circle glowing a soft, pale blue. It was something that even the most basic video editing program could have created. Hell, there were probably some chemicals you could use to replicate that effect. But this was no movie, no video game, no fake image born of the mind of some author or screenwriter and brought to life by a talented artist or editor. This was real life, something that was occurring a mere 10 or so meters in front of them, even if they were only indirectly seeing it. Something entirely beyond the normal was happening, a preternatural effect likely none of them had ever seen before, something they'd heard about on the news, whose aftereffects they'd seen, but now they were doing it. Isaac decided to just wait a couple of minutes and not interrupt their moment of wonder. Once that time was up, however, he decided to break the silence. "So should I summon it now?" he asked, calling up the relevant system screen so everyone could see it. "Would you like to activate the summoning circle and summon Slate Golem? Do it." "Okay, moment of truth time," Bailey said breathily, voice incredibly exited. "Sure thing. Activate summoning circle," Isaac said. While verbal skill activation wasn't necessary, it tended to be rather helpful while working together with other people to let them know what one was doing. In the middle of the room, the intricate circle of runes dimmed in a flash. Nothing seemed to happen for a mere moment, and then the hunk of slate in the middle of the circle seemed to explode, dark gray particles being flung around. The space between the particles began to rapidly get filled in with more dark gray stone, until a stout creature stood there. A grinding of stone echoed through the room as it pushed itself to its feet. The slate golem stood around a meter tall, but it was also at least half a meter wide and deep, with a head that looked like a squashed sphere, attached without a proper neck. "My God," Bailey whispered. The golem began to walk towards a corner of the room, every step taking several seconds to complete. It might have been a tough-looking being for a summoning cost of a mere 10 mana, but it was so slow as to practically be harmless. "How do you think it's moving?" Patrick asked, voice at a normal conversational level. In other words, far louder than the hushed voices of the others in the room. It sounds like it should be damaging itself with every step, but there isn't any dust flaking off. Also, it clearly doesn't have any visible musculature or anything comparable. What is it using to provide locomotion? Magic, Amy suggested, sticking her tongue out when Patrick turned to her. I'm being serious here, Patrick told her sternly. Yeah, me too. Magic is apparently a thing now, and while we don't know how it works, what we're doing now is trying to understand just what it is. Then we can say it moves via magic, as per so-and-so's effect, and thud, Amy went silent and stared at the monitors. Thud on the screen, the golem was visible punching one of the room's corners. Raoul spoke up, nervousness creeping into his voice. That's the corner closest to where we are, isn't it? Seems that way, Bailey muttered, glaring at the screen. What are you doing, little golem? Is the wall going to hold? Patrick asked. It's getting chipped, but the concrete portion alone is a few centimeters thick before the layer of lead, and the golem has maybe taken off a couple of millimeters at most. Raoul observed, and even if it gets anywhere near us, it's really slow. We can literally escape it at normal walking speed. But how does it know where we are? Patrick asked. Any theories? As the actual scientist began to discuss the possibilities, Isaac began to pace the length of the room. Nothing happened for a short couple of minutes until... Isaac, stand still for a moment, would you? Raoul called over to him, and Isaac froze. Okay, go to the far corner of the room and stay there for a bit, Raoul said, then added 30 seconds later, and now stand in the corridor just outside the door to this room. As usual, Isaac obeyed. Does anyone else see that? Raoul asked. It's following him, isn't it? It was subtle while he was just pacing in here, but now that he's outside, it's pretty obvious. Amy observed. It can't tell where we are. It can tell where its summoner is. And just like that, Isaac had sped up the discovery of that particular tidbit of information by a not insignificant degree. It was a part of the problem with the summoning system, where escaping one of the creatures one summoned was nigh impossible. The simple idea of, if I summon this thing, I'll have to deal with it, being out there and scientifically proven, should cut down on the number of idiots who felt they could try out summoning and just leg it if things got too dangerous. Besides, it would overall skip a lot of the false starts and start putting them on the path to stumbling across the truly important information. Basic, this is how it behaves normally. Kind of research might be intriguing on a scientific level, but it would also contribute very little towards Isaac's eventual goal of saving the world. This style of research would help avoid accidental deaths, help create strategies on how to more effectively kill summoned monsters, and be one of the starting points when it came to discovering the truth behind the system. The truth hadn't been so much discovered in the other timeline as much as simply being laid out by Janus, but Isaac was convinced that that dark secret was very important to become known, or at least the part of it where the summoning system was a fiendish trap to make sure people were really fucking careful when using it. I wouldn't go quite that far. Patrick cautioned Isaac should be the highest level here. Maybe that's why it's focusing on him. Clang, the golem's next punch hit the metal door and produced a far louder sound than any of the previous ones. I think we can. Amy tried to respond, but the sound of another stone fist striking metal cut her off. Isaac would. Why? Raoul tried to ask Isaac to step back into the meeting room, but was also cut off by another loud clang. It didn't really matter, though. Context made it quite obvious what he was trying to say. Normal behavior to observe. As such, I want to draw up a plan to determine just what it is the slate golem targets, and if there is some kind of limit on how it can track a person, be it based on time, distance, a combination of such factors, or something else entirely. Thud. The next punch to the concrete wall perfectly punctuated the professor's speech. Are you sure it's a good idea to let that thing keep destroying the wall while you work on that? It'll hold up for a while, but anything destroyed is no longer able to protect us from the next one, Raoul asked. You're right, we should take care of it. If a couple of you could help me with this thing, we can put the barrier in place and then Raoul can shoot the golem. Bailey said. Barrier? Amy asked. The metal thing over there. Some of the people over in the engineering faculty made it to fit perfectly into the corridor and block it completely, strong enough to stop even a charging elephant. It's also got a hole to hit or shoot through, which we need since the door to the summoning room completely blocks anything we might attempt to get at the creature inside. Bailey said. Actually, I should be able to kill it from out here. Isaac said, hoping he managed to strike a proper balance between being nonchalant and serious. Sounding like he couldn't care less would go over very poorly, but sounding like casually killing a monster whose fists could break concrete was easy would go over a hell of a lot worse. How Raoul was the first to speak up, sounding both incredulous and curious. Are you sure? Bailey asked, and Isaac nodded. All right, you can try. With that, Isaac walked out of the meeting room and placed himself squarely in front of the door. Thud, thud, clang. As the noise caused by the golem's fists impacting the inside of the room changed, Isaac withdrew his kabar from the sheath at his belt, which was in turn hidden under his shirt. He waited another 30 seconds or so, make sure the golem had had the time to step directly in front of him, then walked backwards until he could see into the meeting room and observe the monitors. Now, he knew for certain that the slate golem stood squarely in the middle of the door. A few more steps put Isaac back in front of the door, a mere meter separating him and the creature. Well, a meter and a 20-centimeter metal door. Spectral shift. He announced, his torso turning a pale blue and translucent, followed by him leaning through the door, coming face to face with the golem. A mere thought was enough to rematerialize his right hand, along with the knife, even as a stone fist passed through his head. Piercing strike. The knife sliced through the golem as if it were made from butter, piercing the dead center of its chest. Isaac knew that hit would have destroyed its core, but he knew he could use the excuse of having aimed for center mass to explain how he'd hit it with the first hit. Slate Golem LV, 1 has been slain, 3 XP gained. Well, Isaac heard Bailey's comment coming from the meeting room and sighed internally. That was what he'd been afraid of, that his power and willingness to kill would scare the people he was going to be working with for the foreseeable future. It didn't truly matter if someone would use their powers for ill, it just mattered that someone was powerful. People were naturally scared of someone who had the power to do anything to them, without really being able to defend themselves given the difference in power. Hopefully, he hadn't scared them too badly. That works, Bailey finally finished. You know, we really need a better setup than what we have here. Raoul commented, I know this was set up in a hurry, but having to set up a separate barrier in the corridor and let it out in order to get at it is a little, just slightly, completely and utterly ridiculous. Well, that's why the university is creating a whole new building for system-related research. Bailey reminded them we just need to wait for that to be finished. Using the knowledge we gain from these experiments, we can even adjust the plans to be exactly what we need, and what we clearly need are some of those aspects of the Spectre. Amy said we don't have the shiny new building yet, and unless we want Isaac to keep playing Executioner until then, we need a way to effectively deal with creatures inside a sealed room without risking letting them out. I could get those for you, you know. You need 1,000 XP to activate it, though, but I can get you some. Small word of warning, though, there's a limit to how many aspects you can slot without a metric fuck-ton of additional work. Isaac said. You know, Wechsler started to say, but Isaac cut him off. I'm well aware of the fact that I don't have to do that, and Professor Bailey can't order me to without a whole lot of paperwork and hazard pay. I'm also aware of the fact that this is a free country, and I'm allowed to volunteer to do this. Raoul and Amy stifled a snort at that, while Wechsler just nodded at that, not looking particularly upset at being interrupted. If we're going to be waiting a while since you have to finish the outline for the experiment, can I dissect the golem? Patrick asked. Of course, Bailey replied. In that case, can Isaac help? His power should help with cleanly getting through that rock armor, Patrick pressed. Isaac, would you mind helping out Patrick? Bailey asked in a tone that made it clear it really was just a very polite order, getting a nod in return. Isaac didn't mind. Bailey was the boss, even if he hadn't actually signed any contracts yet. Maybe we can also take the time to fix the wall. I mean, we could always use more stuff between us and the monsters. Raoul suggested. That's a good idea, but I doubt we can properly fix that in a few hours. Bailey cautioned. What if we used magic? It's a brave new world out there, and I'm sure there's classes out there that can work with rock and, by extension, concrete. Amy suggested. You know, that's not half bad. Raoul said the real problem would be finding someone like that. Well, if anyone we know has a class like that, it would be someone in the university's engineering faculty. Amy, if you could call them up to ask for someone with the right abilities to come help, Bailey suggested. Sure thing, Amy said. So basically, me and Patrick go dissect the golem. Amy sees if she can find someone to fix the walls, and you go plan for the experiment, Isaac asked. Exactly, questions, Bailey replied. When none were forthcoming, he added, all right, in that case, let's go do that then. With that, they all spread out. Patrick walked over to the wall next to the door and hit a button in the panel that was placed there. Immediately afterwards, the big steel door began to open. Come on, let's go, Patrick said, and Isaac followed with a sigh. The golem lay on the ground, spread-eagled, having simply toppled over the instant Isaac pierced its chest. Why do you have that knife on you anyway? Patrick asked offhandedly. The world just changed and monsters occasionally roam the streets. I figured a knife for basic self-defense might be in order and ordered a proper one off Amazon. Isaac explained. I'm just glad we have some rather strict gun laws here. Can you imagine if everyone started running around with assault rifles? Patrick asked. I can actually. But I don't think it would last too long. People would eventually return to a normal state of readiness. Constant vigilance just isn't something the human body is built for, Isaac said. He actually had seen exactly what happened. Basically, people had started to buy and carry all sorts of self-defense gear, but started to swiftly abandon it as the feared cataclysm failed to materialize, and the bulkier of the items started getting in the way far too often. Unobtrusive things like pepper spray, tasers, knives such as his own, and the occasional Saturday night special had become more prominent with the rise of the system, but nothing more had really happened. Besides, people didn't need guns to be dangerous anymore, and oh boy, was there going to cause a shit storm once that became apparent. Anyway, how are we going to get that thing into the storage room? Patrick wondered out loud. I'd guess with your big manly muscles. Amy cheerfully called from down the corridor, prompting Patrick to glare at her, or you could grab one of the height-adjustable tables from the storage room. Slide it on while it's folded, then use the wheels to get it to where you need it, then increase its height. Those things are weirdly strong, like a tire jack or something. You mean we have lifting platforms? Yeah, that'd work, Isaac replied. Help, Raoul offered, coming out of the storage room with the aforementioned table. What followed was a quarter of an hour of struggling, even with Wechsler joining in to help 5 minutes after they started. But after adding a dozen new scratches to the floor and door, wrecking one of the tables and putting a huge dent into the wall next to the entrance to the storage room. The lifting platform had helped a lot, but actually getting the damn thing onto the platform was a different matter entirely. Next, Patrick sucked in a huge gulp of airtime. We're getting a forklift, or 100 helpers. Raoul wheezed. I think we can grab something from the engineers. Bailey suggested, popping his head into the room. I'll ask Amy to see what she can get. Isaac, how exactly does that skill you used work? Piercing strike is what I believe it was called, he asked. Piercing strike common. User's weapon is covered with energy, increasing its ability to penetrate armor. This effect lasts for a single strike. Should the weapon in question be stuck within an opponent, the effect will last for 0.5 sec, allowing for removal of weapon or further cutting. Cost 10 mana per strike. Like this, basically. Isaac said, I'm guessing you need help properly cut through the golem's flesh. I think that just might be a distinct possibility. Patrick replied sarcastically as he stepped up to the table that held the body. The entire setup wasn't all that professional compared to what Isaac had seen both on TV and in the other timeline, but it should suffice. One table held the body itself, while another stood nearby, holding various containers ready to receive anything interesting Patrick could dig out. A nearby contraption that was essentially a long upright standing pole with a camera at the end would allow them to record the whole thing from up above. Raoul gestured towards it. It's a little exciting to imagine that video will be known as the first proper scientific dissection of a monster. I doubt it's the first one. They're likely someone who's tried it, but we're probably among the first to do this in a proper academic setting. And that's part of the problem, because now I have to invent the method used. Patrick corrected. Haven't you dissected anything else before? Raoul asked. Of course I have, but those weren't rock monsters. Isaac, if you would, step up to next me and put your mana into this scalpel, Patrick asked. Repeatedly, Isaac lightly tapped the hilt of the scalpel in Patrick's hand, who would then make small, shallow cuts down the center of the body, also making 2 cuts along where the collarbones would be on a human to create a Y shape. I don't think this is working. All you can see is more stone. You probably need to cut deeper, Raoul suggested. Possibly, but I didn't want to cut too deeply and accidentally destroy something. I'm loosely borrowing from how one would dissect a frog by opening up the skin on the torso, then pulling it back and looking at the layout of the internal organs. Patrick replied. Clearly that ain't working, Raoul told him. Does that thing even have internal organs? Isaac asked. Unless these things drop dead at the touch of a skill-strengthened blade, you clearly hit something, Patrick said. Maybe we should see what that is. Isaac asked. I also only have enough mana to use the skill 2 more times before I have to wait around 20 minutes to recover. I'll try, Patrick said, and after carefully positioning the glowing yellow scalpel, lashed out at the body to create a far deeper cut than any to date, the blade ending up embedded several centimeters deep and truly stuck. A little help, Patrick asked. Wordlessly, Isaac reached over and grabbed the hilt, pulsed piercing strike and withdrew it during the brief moment of increased sharpness. And now I'm out of mana. He announced also, I have a skill that can permanently weaken armor. We could use that when we continue, or maybe on the next one if you don't want to damage this one. Next one, Patrick agreed. The 3 of them stood around the body for a bit more, looking it over. Well, Raoul and Patrick looked it over while Isaac only pretended to be interested. This was a very weak creature with a known vulnerability. The only reason it was so much trouble was that they didn't have the right tools to properly dig through rock. Eventually, they were interrupted by Amy poking her head around the corner. Hey guys, look who I got, she cheerfully announced and stepped aside to reveal a tall, well-built blonde man. Hi, I'm Carl Siegel. I'm a geomancer. Apparently you need someone to fix some walls that got Dama. The man trailed off as he saw the prone slate golem lying on the table. Is that what it looks like? A slate golem, a summoned monster, Patrick said succinctly, then introduced himself and the others. Raoul, on the other hand, had a completely different question. Did you bring the forklift? Forklift. No, I brought this thing. It's an engine hoist. Isn't that what you asked for? Carl asked, pulling some weird contraption into view. It reminded Isaac of one of those cranes one would find at a port to lift entire containers, placed on 4 wheels, with a hydraulic pump to extend the arm upwards. Once what everyone wanted to carry was attached, one could pump that thing to raise the anchor point at the top end and lift it off the floor. One likely couldn't go too high, but it should easily suffice to get a slate golem onto a lifting platform. I think you might be my new favorite person. Raoul sagged in relief. Guessing that thing is heavy, Carl asked. You have no idea. See the dent in the door, Isaac said. Yeah, I saw that. Is that what you called me here to fix? Carl asked. If you could, that would be great, but actually we need to fix the inside of the summoning room. Raoul explained, come on, I'll show you. Wow, so that's what one of those looks like on the inside. Amy sauntered over, then froze when she actually got a good look at the exposed insides. Looks the same as the outside, doesn't it? Pretty much. We think the internal organs are deeper in, Patrick told her. My mana is almost back up to full, maybe we could check, Isaac suggested. 5 minutes later, his mana had run back out, leaving them with a properly sized incision to the chest, but it was still just showing more slate. Once again, do these things have any organs? Isaac asked, getting shrugs from the others. Maybe deeper in, Carl asked from the door walls fixed, by the way. I don't know if you need to do any kind of inspection or something. I don't think we need to, but maybe Professor Bailey could take a brief look at it. I'll go ask him, Amy suggested, then danced away. So that's what a monster looks like. Carl sauntered over and looked at the body on the table. Do those things have any organs? That's what I said. Isaac commented, shooting Patrick a pointed look. We probably haven't looked deep enough. If we could get through the flesh more easily, maybe we'd be there. The man shot back, frustration creeping into his voice. Looks like you got in there pretty good. What did you use to cut it? Those edges look weirdly clean, Carl asked. Skill-empowered scalpel. With every piercing strike, we can make one good cut. Eats through my mana like nothing else though, and we're currently waiting on it to regenerate. Isaac replied. How many cuts have you made so far? Carl wondered out loud. Too many. It's a pain in the ass. Patrick grumbled, maybe 20 or 30. I think you might be going about this the wrong way. You're doing this like a biologist, Carl said. And how should we be looking at this then, oh wise engineer? Patrick asked sourly. You're trying to get through rock. Treat it as such. Use an engineer's perspective. Carl said, immediately proceeding to point out several stress lines and how the rock was structured in such a way that the rather brittle slate arms wouldn't break when punching something, nor would the legs break under its own weight while walking. If we try and break through there, we can pretty much predict how the material will crack. If there turns out to have been something we missed and it breaks that way, we know to be more careful in that location the next time. He finished. If I use piercing strike on a chisel and stick it in there, we could hit it in the back with a sledgehammer and crack open large chunks. Isaac suggested and turned to Patrick. I know you want to do this perfectly, but there will be more golems soon. No, I agree, this is taking too long. We can crack this one open, then carefully extract intact versions of whatever we find from the next one. Patrick finally conceded. 5 minutes later, the table was covered in cracked chunks of rock, only one of which truly looked interesting. An orb that looked like smooth, polished obsidian, around the size of a human fist. The only thing marring it was a nick at one edge, with small cracks radiating out from it. That is the only thing in there, Patrick exclaimed incredulously. Looks like it. Raoul said if it has only one thing that's different from everything else and it died when that got damaged, I'm guessing we found the heart equivalent. Or brain, I suppose. Anyway, we're probably lucky you managed to hit it at all, Isaac. I aimed for center mass. Luck didn't really play into it too much. Isaac replied casually. Next time, I think we should check if hitting the creature anywhere else does anything. Patrick suggested. What I'd like to know is if a bullet could get in there. Raoul added. Probably could. Carl said slate is a fairly tough material, being rock, but it's pretty brittle. The first bullet or even the second probably won't succeed, but if it's slow enough, you should be able to smash through eventually. The damn thing makes a turtle look like a Formula 1 racer. I think that shouldn't be a problem, Raoul told him, but it can move, right? That a piece of rock can move at all without shattering is incredible. You know, I'd like to see that eventually. Carl said, why don't you stay for a while then? We could always use a little help, especially if we keep dealing with rock creatures. Isaac suggested. I sincerely doubt Professor Bailey would mind. You just have to clear it with your own faculty. I already did, at least for today. It wasn't really clear how long this would take. Carl said, in that case, welcome to the team. Isaac said, the others echoing the sentiment shortly. Now, everyone who'd been on the team Professor Bailey had had in the other timeline was gathered here. The risk of Isaac's presence accidentally butterflying away that possible roster had been greatly minimized. Not only that, but they were also well on their way to getting some true results on the inner workings of the summoning system. As that became known, this team would slowly be granted resources to do more than fundamental research, branching out, digging deeper and deeper into the secrets of the system. With Isaac's help, they should even get there soon enough to change the trajectory of history itself, steering humanity away from the abyss. So is everyone clear on what we're going to do? Bailey asked. He'd gathered everyone, Carl and Wechsler included, in the conference room and was presenting the experiment he'd drawn up. It wasn't particularly complex or outstandingly creative, but it would easily do the job and the results would be useful beyond compare. I'm going to check the circle didn't get damaged, charge it, leave, close the door behind me, then stand in the designated spot, moving to another when you tell me I got it. Amy replied, doing what Isaac thought was an admirable job of keeping the irritation he was sure she was feeling out of her voice. It really wasn't that complicated. Someone other than Isaac would summon a creature and then they'd see who it went after. They'd check how quickly it tracked them, if there was any change in that based on distance, and so on. Basically, anything Bailey had been able to come up with. Exactly, Bailey said. While she went off and did that, everyone else gathered in front of the monitors, observing everything. Isaac could see that the walls which had been damaged by the last summoning had been repaired so thoroughly that he couldn't even tell where the damage had been. All right, summoning. Amy called out from the room opposite theirs, the storage room. Holy shit. Carl whispered, this is what you do all day. Literally only the second time we've done this. Raoul replied, but we're going to keep on doing this for quite a while. What followed was a rather long and boring process involving Amy running all over the place while they watched the golem's movements. Nothing to write home about, but this was what it took to conduct a proper and scientific experiment. Exhaustive trials and repetition to weed out any results that had occurred purely by coincidence. In reality, it wasn't even that long, having taken only 10 minutes according to the clock on the wall. But since Isaac didn't have anything to do in that time, it felt so much longer. All right, that's it. Isaac, if you would, Bailey said, and Isaac nodded, simply getting up and walking over to the door. A mere thought was enough to phase through completely, stepping into the room. He strode past the golem, and even as it tried to turn, he drove a piercing strike into its back, aiming to miss the core. It didn't even seem to react to the damage, except by shifting its walk slightly to account for the damage. Beyond that, it seemed unbothered. No observable sign of pain, no change in behavior, targeting switch from summoner to attacker, all good so far, keep the distance open. Bailey's voice came out over the intercom. Any issues? Isaac asked. Nope, all good. The loudspeaker crackled back to life and after a few seconds added, kill it. The yellow glow of piercing strike flowed over the knife in Isaac's hand and sank into the slate golem's body up to the hilt. It stiffened, keeled over, and went still. Slate golem LV, 1 has been slain, 2 XP gained, 1 XP given to summoner. Upon seeing this, he left, not even bothering to wait for the doors to open. He just walked straight through it using spectral shift. Did I get XP for that? Isaac heard the tail end of a conversation between Amy and the others. They'd have just found out about the fact that the person who summoned a creature got a 5% share of the XP, but always 1 XP at a minimum. Yeah, the kill notification said 1 XP got given to you. Isaac commented from the doorway. All right, we're going to check up on that later, though. We're going to focus on understanding the other mechanics first, Bailey said. Doesn't that mean someone could just summon a random creature in the middle of a crowded area and leg it, then reap the XP when someone else kills it? Carl asked. Seems like that's something we should be concerned about, except it would go after the summoner first. Unless we're dealing with something super slow like these golems, it would take a hell of a lot more work than is really justified by the reward. It would be a hell of a lot easier to just kill a bunch of weaker creatures, Patrick pointed out. Oh, I'm sure someone will delude themselves into thinking that they're being smart by not having to kill the creatures while still gaining some rewards. Amy pointed out one of those idiot savant situations. Smart enough to create a system that forces others to kill their summoned creatures, too stupid to realize how inefficient it is or how much danger it puts other people in. Unfortunately, you're probably right. Carl said, I've seen it a bunch of times. People try to make something more efficient, all the while missing that the parts they're stripping out serve a goal that isn't entirely apparent. Besides, what would you do with that XP if you can't also level your skills? Levels and stats count for a lot, but upgrading one's skills is a relatively fast way that one can also get stronger. Isaac added, earning himself uncomprehending glances from the others. Right, the power boost every skill got at level 10 wouldn't be publicly known yet, if anyone had even discovered it at all. I think we should shelve that discussion for a bit and keep going on with the current experiment, Bailey suggested, to the agreement of everyone else. So that's what happened. Carl summoned a golem, walked around a bit to see how it responded, and then Isaac stabbed it through the door. Okay, am I the only one who thinks this is a little bit of an exploit? Carl asked. Just summon the creature inside a locked room, stab it through the wall, automatic victory. Everything else in the system seems to require effort. This seems a little too easy. I think it's more of a hard counter type of situation. Raoul said Isaac's skills are perfectly suited to this kind of situation, and it would be weird if someone got punished for having a situationally powerful build. Yeah, I'm also actually fighting them. It's just that slate golems are really weak. They're tough for 10 mana summons, but weaker in other aspects. Speed, for example, I just make it look easy. Isaac added, I don't think that strategy would work against something stronger. If nothing else, a proper foe would just tear itself free of the room. Well, that's a pleasant image. Bailey said, looking a little green at the thought of being trapped in the bowels of the building with something that strong. But getting back on the topic of what would happen if one summoned a creature into a situation where it would just die outright, what do you think would happen? If we put a barrel of aqua regia over the summoning circle, do we get any XP? Amy asked. I think you're all very smart people. I think you can come up with something more humane than dunking what might be a living being in a vat of acid. Wechsler spoke up for the first time. Might be a living being, Carl frowned. We don't really know how these things work if they are able to feel pain. Until it can be definitively determined whether we're killing animals or smashing robots, things like a barrel of the world's strongest acid are off the table. Wechsler explained. With that little conversation out of the way, they continued with the experimentation. Someone summons the creature and then moves around while the others observe how it tracks the summoner. One person charges the circle, then passes control onto another. Someone starts walking away from a charged circle until the monster gets summoned without the summoner's input. All very interesting, all very important, all very boring if one knew the outcomes ahead of time. The creatures would focus on the summoner until they found a helpless target or were attacked, and creatures would automatically get summoned if one went too far away from a summoning circle. In most cases, the creature would be able to catch up to the summoner eventually, but that obviously didn't apply to creatures as slow as these slate golems. As countless dead slate golems began to pile up, Isaac was very glad that they were using these kinds of elemental summons to try this with. Otherwise, they'd already be ankle-deep in blood. Also, that kind of bloodshed would have been hard on even him, let alone everyone else. Most of the people here were biologists of some stripe, likely having dissected more than a few animals in their time, but that didn't mean that they'd be comfortable with watching that many flesh and blood creatures die. As for the bodies, they were all getting piled up in the spare room. Using the piercing strike, pickle, and sledgehammer method, they broke open a part of the body and then carefully used the cutting skill to extract a perfect specimen of the particular part they were aiming for this time around. They also determined that the core was in the same location in every slate golem. Getting all that gravel out of there would be a huge project later on, though Bailey had promised them all some help for that. Time seemed to stretch into infinity, yet also loop as they did the same thing over and over and over and over again. At some point, Bailey had left to his office to do some important paperwork, while his research assistants conducted the experiment in his stead. Even later still, Isaac slumped down in his seat and bonked his head on the table. What time is it? How long have we been doing this? Raoul said uncertainly, then said 7 p.m., and I have no idea how long it's been. A decade maybe, certainly feels like it. Patrick added, even the normally dour man having finally been worn down by the constant and repetitive work. Yep, but we're done. I didn't dream that, Isaac asked. Yep. I want to go home or get something to eat or something, but I just can't seem to gather the energy for it. Yep. Isaac forced himself back up onto his feet and ambled out of the room to knock on Bailey's door. Come in. The answer came a mere moment later. Hey Adam, we're done over here, Isaac said after opening the door. What already? That was fast. I hope you didn't push yourselves too hard, Bailey said, looking up from what looked like a literal mountain of paperwork. I actually think we forgot it was interesting at first, and before we knew it, we were almost done and pushed through, Isaac said tiredly. Yikes, did everyone else already leave? Nope, they're just resting in the meeting room, Isaac said. Well, I think it might seriously be time for a break for all of us. You want a beer? It's from the microbrewery up the road and it's excellent, Bailey offered. Maybe the others would, Bailey asked, getting up and heading into the meeting room with Isaac. Please take a break, though. We were afraid we wouldn't find our way back if we left, Isaac commented. I'd laugh, but I'm too tired, Amy added, voice incredibly tired. That being said, you seem to have done a wonderful job and you are all very much done for the day. Really, you did more than I expected. If you want, go grab yourself a beer from the mini fridge in the break room, then enjoy your evening. Good night, everyone, Bailey said, an encouraging smile on his face. Everyone just tiredly stumbled out of the room. Isaac, come join me in my office for a minute, would you? Bailey asked. Yes, Isaac sat down in the guest chair across from Bailey, the desk between them far more cluttered than it should have been after a mere couple of days of use. So what did you want to talk to me about? Isaac asked. Well, you've been here for a day, what do you think? Would you like to stay here and become a permanent research assistant in this faculty? Bailey asked. Like you said, it's a little slower than just fighting monsters on my own, but we already found out so much. I really do want to stay, Isaac replied, a tired grin creeping onto his face. In that case, here's the paperwork. Contract employee information, proper insurance paperwork, questionnaire about constitutional loyalty. Bailey dumped an entire pile on the desk in front of Isaac. Come again, questionnaire about what? Isaac said, incredulous. This thing right here. Bailey pulled out a particular set of stapled together pages and flipped them open. Read this part. Are you a member of Al-Qaeda? Seriously. Isaac read it out loud. Seriously. The whole thing is like that. It also asks you to confirm that you were never a member of the East German secret police or any one of several dozen different neo-Nazi and other right-wing extremist groups. Why anyone like that would tell the truth on a government form, I have no idea though. But you are taking a job at a state-funded university, by extension working for the state, so you have to fill out that thing, Bailey said. At least it's worth a laugh. Isaac sighed, shaking his head, and proceeded to start filling out the forms. All the forms. Eventually, he noticed that Bailey was still sitting there but had stopped working at some point. Are you sure you want to stay here for this? This'll take a bit, he cautioned. I want to file this as soon as possible so you can start getting paid. I can wait a few minutes, Bailey replied. Eventually, the paperwork was done and the two of them walked out together. So what are you going to do now? Bailey asked. Bed. Now, that had been a lie. Isaac had absolutely no intention of going to bed just yet. He really wanted to go gain the last few XP points he needed to slot the aspect of the Hydra. This would give him another 5 points in fortitude, a stat which reduced the need for sleep. To be more specific, every 10 points gained cut the amount of sleep someone needed in half, so getting it up to 17 should seriously help him have the time to grind for more power. Yeah, sorry for not noticing you guys weren't taking a break. I was so busy with the paperwork. Bailey apologized. Don't worry about it. We're adults. We should have taken one on our own. Isaac told him it's fine. A few minutes later, Isaac was walking outside, breathing the cool evening air. Now that that was out of the way, it was time for an actual fight. If viewed purely through the lens of raw gains, today had been a waste. A mere 118 XP from the killed slate golems, 1 level in knives and 2 in piercing strike for hours upon hours of work. In other words, basically nothing, at least when the level's still this low. He could have literally killed 2 specters and gained more XP than that. Isaac grumbled something unintelligibly as he stumbled up the stairs to his apartment, his mind a mess. That work had been the exact wrong combination of boring and repetitive, but simultaneously still requiring too much attention to just do on autopilot. Also dangerous, but that wasn't really an issue for Isaac. After all, he could literally phase and ignore a slate golem's attacks outright. Once his front door slammed shut behind him, he kicked the shoes off his feet, took 2 steps to the couch and collapsed into it. Today had been a good, productive day, but all he wanted to do was sleep. Granted, he'd also been up since 5 in the morning, but today had also been incredibly draining mentally. Isaac ended up blindly groping at his coffee table until he finally got his hands on his phone. 2 more taps and the song Gloryhammer by the band of the same name began to blare out of the Bluetooth loudspeaker. A slight smile began to creep back onto his face, heart beating faster from excitement. Good music pounding in his ears, adrenaline in his veins, determination in heart. Great circumstances for a nice fight. He looked over the summoning circle on the floor of his living room, checking it for damage. A few nicks could be seen here and there where a specter had tried to phase through the ground and driven the knife stuck in its body into the ground. Similar damage could be seen on the walls and even the ceiling, but that was all right, he'd fix that later. As for the damage to the circle, all it took to repair it was maybe 30 centimeters worth of duct tape, and charging it went by quickly. Isaac made himself a coffee while his mana regenerated, then stepped up to the glowing circle. A pinprick of pain emanated from the tip of his left index finger, the spot he'd drawn blood for the temporary enchantment from. The same enchantment that remained on the kitchen knife he held in his right. The Kabar was a slightly better weapon, but it also lacked the enchantment, so he decided to forego it in favor of being able to do this right now. The now very familiar sight of a specter erupting from the ground greeted him, hands tipped with spectral claws reaching out towards his face. Isaac jumped backwards, letting the deadly weapons swiping past his face. Before it could pull them back for another attack, Isaac covered the distance between them and drove the piercing strike covered an enchanted knife into its center. It wailed and stumbled back while Isaac drew the Kabar. The specter swiped at him, but he simply activated Spectral Shift and turned into an ephemeral existence, just like it was. Now that he could also touch it directly, he batted away one arm and cut at it with the Kabar, likewise ephemeral. Another ear-piercing shriek tore through the apartment, drowned out by the pounding sound of power metal. Isaac's next punch sent the specter reeling, already greatly weakened by the cursed knife in its gut. He followed it up with a stab from the knife, embedding it right next to the one already stuck in there. It flickered and vanished, both knives embedding themselves in the ground with a wince-inducing thunk. Isaac sighed, hoping they hadn't gotten damaged too badly. Spectre LV, 8 has been slain. 65 XP gained 50 base 1.3 due to level disparity. Another minute after that, Isaac had fixed the circle back up, added the ingredients back into it, bandaged his finger and left the apartment to go buy some dinner. He did have plenty of food in the apartment, but it was the same he'd had when he'd arrived a couple of days ago, rice and the like. Somehow, that felt like it had been a lifetime ago. Since then he'd dealt with an Italian mobster, gotten hired by a soon-to-be incredibly influential group of scientists, and turned from an ambitious and driven office worker to a hardened warrior, something that had taken years in the other timeline. He'd also gotten fired, sort of. His boss had yelled at him and told him he was fired, yet said boss was a known dumbass. Besides, Isaac hadn't gotten any paperwork yet, but he'd been told he was fired, so he had a good excuse for not going into work. When someone finally noticed that mess, he'd probably either get actually fired or offered his old job back, which he'd decline. Either way, there was a chance he'd end up with some money in the form of a severance package, and his boss would likely get into trouble, which he considered to be a bonus. Isaac sighed internally as he looked around for somewhere to get some food. A lot of the smaller and family-run businesses were still not working, but in the case of the big chains, there would always be someone willing to come in. Those would suffice, of course, but he'd have loved a proper Italian pizza from a stone oven or something, though it was not to be. 20 minutes later, Isaac was back in his apartment, Subway sandwich devoured in under 5 minutes and mana fully recovered. He shrugged his coat off his shoulders, took off his shoes, and charged the circle. While his mana recharged, Isaac flounced on his couch and switched on the Tagesschau, the biggest daily news in Germany. This was a familiar scene, comforting. Sitting here right after dinner, waiting to see what fresh chaos the world had birthed. He hadn't done this in had it already been 3 years. Yeah, that sounded about right. That's when they'd stopped broadcasting it in the other timeline, and he'd been on a train while it was broadcasted the last 2 days. The little melody played as the neutral background gave way to the familiar blue of the studio. As it has been in the last couple of days, our main story tonight concerns the initialization of the so-called system that has affected the entire world. As a result, what else could there have possibly been? The world was absolutely not, in no conceivable way, settled after the mess that had been caused. The most severe consequences, stray monsters, were winding down a little, but the knock-on effects from all that were only now truly becoming obvious. The news only got hung up on this topic for only around 5 minutes, switching to a more regular story on the economy, while announcing a special episode would occur after the actual news segment ended. That was something that happened fairly regularly when big events occurred, and apparently, there had been special episodes the last 2 days too. When his mana finally topped up, Isaac pushed himself off the sofa, summoned the Spectre from the charged circle and stabbed it, dodging it until it dropped dead. Spectre LV, 9 has been slain. 67 XP gained 50 base 1.35 due to level disparity. And that was that. He reset the circle, charged it once his mana had recovered enough, and resumed watching the news. The TV switched to a more regular entertainment show, some kind of soap opera involving a cloister, unless Isaac missed his guess. He switched it off and proceeded to read a book until he was back at 120 points of mana. Spectre LV, 9 has been slain. 67 XP gained 50 base 1.35 due to level disparity, and now he had 998 XP. Missing any kind of numerically defined goal by so little just Isaac sighed, trudged over to the pen cup on his desk and retrieved a pen and paper, drawing a simple Tier 1 circle on it. He'd created it as small as was possible and still have it work. One could actually vary the size of a circle by a lot, but it needed to be large enough for the specific creature one wanted to summon. Isaac sprinkled some rock salt on top of it and poured 10 mana into it. A ghost emerged from it with a loud wail, but Isaac just waved a hand holding the glowing red kabar, the power strike hitting it like a sledgehammer. There was a brief sound like a tearing bedsheet, then it was gone. Ghost LV, 2 has been slain, 3 XP gain. And with that, he even had a single point of XP left over. Yay, Isaac just shook his head at his own silliness. He'd truly been awake for far too fucking long, but he had the XP to do what he wanted, so he did it. Aspect of the Lesser Hydra. This is the distilled essence of what makes a Hydra, regenerating from gruesome wounds in seconds, killing your enemies simply because they cut you as your blood poisons theirs, or create redundant organs to survive lethal injuries. Requirements for activation, 1000 XP. Open aspect slot. Grants +5 fortitude. One of the following skills, Hydra's regeneration. Toxic blood. Redundant organs. 3 fine skills to pick, but only one had an incredible synergy with his other aspect and stood to be the cornerstone of his build. Hydra's regeneration rare. This skill allows the user to rapidly regenerate from injuries at the cost of mana. Regenerating large amounts of flesh may be uncomfortable. Cost, 5 mana per second of use, 50 mana per kilogram of flesh restored. A mere thought later, 5 points of mana vanished from his pool, and the stinging cut on his left index finger closed up, vanishing like it had never been. Perhaps not the kind of life-threatening injury he'd gotten the skill to deal with, but it was useful to help with those as well. Finally, his build was complete until he gained an upgraded class at level 10. He'd be saving his skill points until then, as he didn't really need any more of the basic rogue skills anymore. Theft-related powers, the creation of toxins and traps, etc. But those wouldn't be nearly as helpful as gaining more skills than he should have been able to with his next class, whatever that might be. Class evolution options were determined by a few factors. Every class had a few set evolutions that he would be able to easily predict, given that there had been plenty of people who'd started out as a rogue. And there were altered versions of those classes available based on what skills one had upgraded the furthest or just really liked. Even though Isaac himself had barely used 100 faces in stealth, that was because he hadn't needed to use them, resulting in them staying relatively low-leveled. He'd likely get a class based on at least one of them. After all, he liked those skills. They let him and would continue to let him get away with a lot of crap he didn't want his face linked to. And lastly, there were the classes based on what aspects one had. And he had two, something practically unknown for someone under level 10. After all, the 3,000 XP needed to slot them, and buy the additional slot would have sufficed to get him to level 7, and left him just 2,500 XP shy of level 10 and the class upgrade. Very few people would and had put in that kind of effort into getting aspect skills with the allure of all those sweet stat points and the superhuman physique they promised right there. Literally only a few munchkins who wanted to maximize their XP gains by fighting higher-level enemies without having all that unused XP just sitting there, tempting them, so they'd spent the experience points to slot aspects. Oh, and there'd been a handful of people who'd found the idea of having the skills of a monster so incredibly amazing that they'd simply had to get as many as they could get their hands on. Therefore, there were only a handful of examples that showed what kinds of classes one could get in that situation. And as tempting as it was to keep going at this level, gain more and more aspects to better his future class choices, Isaac decided to dismiss it as a possibility. He'd need the stat gains from leveling soon enough even if everything happened exactly as it did in the other timeline, and the only incidents that occurred were the ones he remembered. Chances were, there had been a lot he'd never even known about, let alone cared enough to recall after they'd disappeared from the public consciousness. But there were enough that he did know about, big ones, and Isaac knew that a fully optimized build that gave him the absolute best choices at the cost of progression speed was simply not feasible. Maybe in a couple of centuries, some young prodigy would level up to level 9, then proceed to farm every creature it could defeat at that point, until they stopped giving XP and get a godlike class for having something like 20 aspects. Maybe. As fun as that thought experiment was, it wouldn't be him who achieved that kind of perfection. Isaac just shook his head. This, just ganking specters over and over until they stopped giving him XP, was just boring, but killing any other kind of enemy in his apartment was simply not feasible, if due to the fact that they'd leave a body behind for him to deal with, if nothing else. Also, his apartment would end up trashed in incredibly short order, which wasn't an outcome he'd have been particularly enthused with, but hadn't been there the option to create permanent extra-dimensional spaces linked to a specific location in the summoning list. Summoning list. Name. Material cost. Mana cost. Extra-dimensional pocket. Tier 5 circle, lesser space elemental core 250. Extra-dimensional room. Tier 6 circle, lesser space elemental core 400. Eternal wilderness. Tier 7 circle, 10 different aspects, elemental source, nature elemental corpse minimum 200 mana summoning cost, 1 ton assorted monster materials minimum 200 mana summoning cost each, 10 crystals at least as large as a ping pong ball 100,000 max, 500 people. Void Island. Tier 8 circle, elemental samples up to atomic number 50, 5 raid boss hearts, space elemental core, earth type golem core minimum 500 mana summoning cost, 500,000 max 100 people. Void Archipelago. Tier 9 circle, elemental samples up to atomic number 75, 50 raid boss hearts, 10 space elemental cores, 5 earth type golem cores minimum 500 mana summoning cost, 5 water type golem cores minimum 500 mana summoning cost, 750,000 max 100 people. Void Continent. Tier 10 circle, elemental samples up to atomic number 86, world boss heart, space elemental lord core, void ripper hide, 1 million max 100 people. Ah yes, but even the least of these things required the core of a lesser space elemental, which were a stone-cold pain in the behind to fight, let alone kill. Also, he'd need another 13 points in magic power before he could summon one, even if he managed to get his hands on one of the required cores. Given how he liked to spend his stat points, it would take several levels, not just 2, to get his mana pool to that point. But that was merely the most basic of the extra-dimensional spaces one could get. There was so much more available, and it got crazy fast. The next more expensive option was something called an eternal wilderness, an extra-dimensional plane filled with whatever monsters whose bodies one added. From then on, one could slaughter one's way through to one's heart's content, something that sounded pretty good right about now. Or at least it would if he were in a position to start taking on creatures with a summoning cost of 200. And given that one could have up to 500 people participate in the summoning, they only needed to have a mana pool of 200 each. As long as someone managed to get their hands on an elemental source, a rare drop one could get from a variety of elementals, the participants should be findable. And from there, they'd be able to hunt and gain XP to their heart's content, with the small caveat that an eternal wilderness continued to expand for as long as it existed, spawning in ever more monsters until a tipping point in population was reached and the realm collapsed, dumping every living being within onto the earth, safe and unharmed. In other words, they were a big shiny trophy made relatively easy to get at, yet beyond devastating if the summoners lacked the presence of mind to destroy the realm core before tragedy struck. As for the various, void places, even Isaac didn't know too much about them. The closest anyone had ever gotten was summoning a single void island, and exploring it a little before a raid boss had entered the real-world anchor of the realm, stepped inside, and killed the summoner. Basically, if what he'd been told was correct, they were all landmasses surrounded by ocean, and if one went out too far into the water, they'd get magically turned around and be walking back towards the shore. A place that could be entirely created based on what one desired, a parcel of land far larger than anyone other than a billionaire would be able to get on Earth. The working hypothesis was that those were meant to be one of the ultimate rewards, intended to entice people to go after them, summoning and fighting countless incredibly powerful beings to do so. Also, the sheer mana cost, which could only be spread out across very few people, would likely result in some people making poor choices while distributing their stat points. After all, to get a Void Island, everyone would need to have a mana pool of 5,000, something that would require 50 levels worth of stat points to go solely into magic power. It wasn't actually a bad stat to invest in, it was just that such a level of overspecialization into anything was a bad idea. Too much strength, too little fortitude, shatter your bones with the slightest movement. Too much agility, too little perception, have fun running into walls, dumbass. And not having enough magic regeneration when compared to one's mana pool would let one create great works of magic while being utterly useless for hours, days, or even weeks as the pool regenerated at a snail's pace. Yet with the enticing lure of your own personal fucking continent, right there, it was pretty tempting to just focus a little more on that particular stat. But there had been an entire different issue he was wrestling with. The summoning of creatures itself was likewise becoming a problem. He was basically emptying his mana pool with every summon, and having to wait for all that to recover was seriously slowing down the speed of his XP gains. It would have been possible to just focus on the weaker creatures like ghosts, but that would have been even worse, given that the amount of XP they gave was a hell of a lot less, not just in terms of raw numbers, but also in comparison to the amount of mana invested. That being said, Isaac did remember that there were other options to get monsters to kill, such as the Eternal Wilderness located in the Realms section. Maybe, just maybe, he could even already get one. Summoning list structure. Name. Material cost. Mana cost. Lair. Tier 3 circle, aspect of desired monster, granite slab 150. Dungeon. Tier 5 circle, baseball-sized gem, 1 liter of human blood, 10 different types of rock, 10 different types of gemstones 350. Dungeon Limited. Tier 5 circle, baseball-sized gem, 1 liter of human blood, 10 different types of rock, 10 different types of gemstones, blood of the dungeon master in a silver chalice 350. Dungeon Bound. Tier 5 circle, baseball-sized gem, 1 liter of human blood, 10 different types of rock, 10 different types of gemstones, blood of the dungeon master in a silver chalice 350. Elemental Land. Tier 6 circle, elemental source of desired type, volcanic soil, 1 liter seawater, 1 liter freshwater, gemstone appropriate to element type sea list. 10,000 max, 10 people. Cauldron. Tier 7 circle, aspect of desired monster, 1 ton of steel, football-sized crystal, 10 diamonds bathed in the blood of innocence, 15,000 max, 10 people. That was not the case, unfortunately. He could get a lair after 1 more level up, but it would be mostly useless, given how weak he knew them to be. Also, using an entire aspect for that would be absurdly wasteful. There were also the various dungeon kinds, monster and trap-filled hellholes that would start spewing death and pestilence onto the land once they got too strong without being regularly culled. In fact, they were some of the first sources of free monsters that hadn't been directly summoned by a human. One could also summon a bound dungeon, which was less dangerous, but it would also not give any XP to its dungeon master or anyone he ordered the dungeon to keep safe, making it a rather poor source of progression. Lastly, there was the limited dungeon type, which was basically the same thing as a bound dungeon, except it could both hurt and provide XP to the dungeon master without the risk of monsters escaping. The drawback to this was that the dungeon master had to feed it literally everything it needed to get stronger, since the limited attribute cost it any and all natural progression. Then there were the elemental lands, a ritual that changed an entire area into something befitting the element used and kept spawning in elementals that befit the type. Those things were astonishingly beautiful, but also dangerous beyond compare. Especially the death elemental lands, aka zombie apocalypse light. Those things would animate any dead flesh on it, creating a massive horde of undead that would kill anything it caught and could casually roam off the zone that had created them. But it was the ingredient list for the cauldron that made Isaac's blood boil. Cauldrons were really useful as they would periodically spawn in monsters of the kind whose aspect had been used to summon it, no matter how expensive the ingredients would have otherwise been. Specifically, it was the last one that made him angry. Countless atrocities had been committed to discover just what a diamond bathed in the blood of innocence was, when the reality was far simpler, yet no less horrifying. System wanted conflict diamonds, one final fuck you to high-level people. The only way to get at the best sources of experience was to have, somewhere on the planet, a horrifying war where innocents retrieved the precious stones under horrifying conditions, at which point they would be sold to perpetuate the war. But no, it was getting late and Isaac was getting tired. Now was not the time to get worked up. He decided to take one quick look at his stat screen before bed, Hydra's regeneration. His character sheet was starting to look really nice now, but even with the 17 points in fortitude he had now, he was still tired. It would take less time in bed to fix that, but he'd have to first actually go to bed. It would have been too nice if boosting fortitude immediately adjusted one's tiredness. Isaac yawned, and before he knew it, he was asleep on his couch. Isaac grumbled as he woke back up, draped over the side of the couch in an uncomfortable posture that could have easily caused back problems in a normal person. Normal was, however, not a qualifier that could really be applied to him anymore. A glance at the window revealed that it was still in the middle of the night, and Isaac wasn't entirely sure what had woken him. It clearly hadn't been the light of dawn or his alarm clock, and he'd been sleeping like that for the entire night, so something else was clearly at work here. Isaac stood bolt upright, knife flashing out of its sheath at his belt as he looked around, silently stalking through his apartment. He'd spent years essentially at war and gotten pretty sensitive to disturbances, making it entirely possible that something had happened but only been noticed by his subconscious. He ended up making 3 rounds through his apartment, checking every door and window for signs of a break-in twice, and if any of the money was gone. That was when he realized what had happened. He'd gained 5 points in fortitude from the aspect of the Hydra, significantly reducing his need for sleep from 1 second to the next. It was something he could have easily realized if he'd been fully awake, but he hadn't been. With a sigh and a few muttered curses, Isaac sheathed his blade and plopped himself back onto the couch. Having more time to do things during the night was why he had done this. After all, he'd just forgotten it for a brief moment. But what to do now? Normally, he'd be summoning stuff, but as bad as calling a bunch of wailing ghosts into his apartment would be, using metal to cover up said wailing would go over a hell of a lot worse. As the old joke went, only a German man wouldn't ask you to stop blasting music in the middle of the night because he'd already be on the phone to the local police station. It was tempting to just run off into the nearest patch of forest and start summoning there, but he knew it wasn't a good idea. He preferred far-off areas where no one was likely to stumble over him and the monster, the kind that wouldn't be well lit at all. Not that forest trails had any kind of lighting in general, but that was doubly true for those far-off places. There were night vision skills he'd eventually be able to get, or just naturally gain the ability to see in the dark once his perception got high enough, but neither of those solved the immediate issue. And while bringing a light or two was an option until the monster smashed them and left him stumbling around in the dark. Ergo, not a good and proper idea either. That ruled out the idea of spending tonight summoning monsters. There was a traditional activity most people did during the spare time and increased fortitude afforded them, but that wasn't a viable option for Isaac either. A lot of people had picked up new hobbies in the form of enchanting, alchemy, and other forms of crafting. Isaac hadn't. He'd been the purser of his hunting group, the guy in charge of the books. It had been a fine use of his economics degree, even after he'd stopped working in finance, making it a good choice. He did know how to make a few basic things that were so simple to create it was easier to make them yourself instead of buying the finished product from someone else. Basic health potions, basic mana potions, some basic but nasty poisons, etc., but even those required new and unique ingredients that required him to summon stuff, which he'd already decided to not do. He might have also gone off to buy the materials needed for summoning, but it was the middle of the night. Literally, the only shops that were open were 24H supermarkets, and those certainly wouldn't have the stuff he needed. Online shopping was, of course, also an option. Unfortunately, most of his liquid assets were in the form of bills he'd gotten by selling aspects to the mob, aka, not availed to pay for online purchases. That just left doing all the stuff he'd been putting off while gallivanting off to Milan. Check the countless emails he'd likely received during that time, deal with anything that needed dealing with, and all that stuff. And once that was done, maybe, just maybe, he could find a good place to start summoning. Let's see what he have here, he muttered as he logged in. Would you like to protect yourself from monsters? Well, yes, but I sincerely doubt you're in a position to do that. Unfortunate misunderstanding involving a possible firing. You know, I heard that loud and clear and I already have a job. Hey, are you alright, bro? End of the world party, my place, Thursday, you coming? I almost forgot about that. Isaac muttered under his breath as he read the messages. There were a large number of system-related messages offering new technology to help protect oneself. An official university newsletter to the tune of "We're working on understanding this, don't do anything stupid," and a general message from the government that basically amounted to "don't do anything stupid." But most of it was spam that had somehow crept through the filters, since their subject material was something completely new and different, though it quickly petered out as time passed. Likely, someone at the email provider had caught on to the fact that there was an issue and updated the filters. Isaac wrote a quick email back to his former employer about having another job and pointing out that there was no misunderstanding involved at all. His former boss both had firing privileges and completely exploded at him. Given the phrasing of the email, the words "you're fired" had clearly passed his boss' lips, even if Isaac had already hung up at that point. But it was the last email that really grabbed his attention. The sender was someone he hadn't talked to or even thought about in literal years. They'd drifted apart after they'd finished university, and then the usual shit had happened before they'd really had a chance to reconnect. Aka, the end of the fucking world. Also, as the title of the email would suggest, Samuel Barnes was a typical frat boy, or at least that was the image he liked to present. Much like Calais, Samuel was someone who enjoyed projecting the persona he wanted people to interact with while actually being incredibly cautious and reserved. Mind you, Isaac was pretty sure that Sam still enjoyed the parties he threw. It was just that he had desires beyond beer pong, girls, and hiding reality beyond a haze of alcohol. At the end of the day, it was pretty likely that this particular message was a genuine invitation to an actual party that would be happening tomorrow evening. Particularly when one considered that this particular message had been mass sent to a few dozen people, likely everyone Samuel would have liked to be there, but hadn't replied to his other invitations. Undoubtedly, he'd also talked this up to everyone he'd met in person and also sent out a mass of texts, precisely none of which Isaac would have read. Isaac's face sported a massive grin as he typed up his reply. Proper university party, divorced from the chaos he'd been experiencing the last few years, something entirely different from the fighting he'd been doing. Nonsense, drinking, camaraderie, that was what he was looking forward to. The reply itself was a simple "of course I'll come," typed up and sent off in a matter of moments. But even with all of that out of the way, he still had hours upon hours to kill until the sun rose and he could do some of the other things he wanted to do. There was doubtlessly a good book he hadn't read for several years to be found somewhere in this apartment, but that was only something to use up the time, rather than something productive. So he started thinking, what was the most important thing holding him back at the moment? What was the biggest thing holding him back? What did he need to grow stronger and save the world? Time, obviously. Time which he could easily get by increasing his fortitude to reduce his need for sleep. He could also quit the job with Bailey's research team, but that wasn't going to happen for obvious reasons. As to what he wanted and needed to do in said time, that was also easy. Grind, increasing both his skill and class levels. To do both of those things, he needed summons, and that was where the problem started. He could get his hands on powerful creatures by simply summoning them, but that would still leave him with massive corpses lying all over the place for anyone to stumble across, and he had absolutely no intention of sparking rumors of an insane fighting maniac stalking the streets of his hometown, summoning monsters from beyond the void to slaughter them as if they were no more dangerous than a chicken. Yeah, that could only end terribly. There were a few creatures he could summon straight into his apartment, which didn't leave behind bodies, but they were few and far between. The specters and their weaker ephemeral cousins were perfect, but anything stronger would no longer work. A wraith would cut this place to pieces in quick succession, while a poltergeist's telekinetic field would utterly trash the entire apartment in seconds. Once he ran into his limit where the specters were concerned, that was basically it. He needed to find something else to do, preferably safe, private, and without the risk of random people stumbling over his monsters and ending up maimed or dead. This was the true crux of things. He needed a new place, one that fit all those requirements, so that was what he did for hours afterwards. He checked the housing prices outside the city, how much it would cost to just buy the land, and then somehow build a house on top of that. He considered every conceivable possibility, but there were no two ways about it. There was absolutely no fucking way he could afford it. When he took the money from Calais into account, he could sort of afford the cheapest of land out in the middle of nowhere, but that wouldn't be enough. But he couldn't really use that money. Funnily enough, Isaac was in the same situation that many a drug dealer found himself in. He'd read somewhere that while they had a large supply of cash on hand due to their profitable job, they had no proper excuse or explanation for actually having this money. Therefore, they couldn't really spend it on things that would be logged like cars and, yes, houses, leaving them limited to smaller luxuries. You know, like hookers, blow, and more plasma TVs than any sane person could ever need. It would take a while for Isaac to get enough money in a way that could be explained, but it could be doable. He could use the money he'd gotten from Calais to pay for everything that could be paid for in cash, then go ahead and save literally everything else. Eventually, there would also be legal and relatively open ways to sell aspects, and then he should be all set in short order. Even so, any actual purchases would remain a pipe dream for the near future, meaning literal years. That was way too long. He couldn't really think of a good alternative option to just summoning everything somewhere out in the woods and just leaving the bodies, but that didn't mean such an option didn't exist, just that he hadn't found it yet. After another few minutes of daydreaming over what to buy, Isaac sighed and snapped the laptop closed. He wouldn't be getting anywhere right now, so he turned his apartment upside down while looking for a good book, found one, and retreated to the couch until morning. A contented smile was playing across Isaac's lips as he roused himself for work, hours later. He'd been spending so much time working and waiting for the time he could work to arrive that he'd nearly forgotten what it was like to just relax for a bit. In the other timeline, things had been so desperate he'd been on duty basically 24/7, and when he'd come here, he'd still been stuck in that same horrible mindset. Now he had work and he'd obviously be doing that to the best of his ability, but after that, he'd be going to his first party in half a decade. Or at the very least, his first party that hadn't had the apocalypse casting a deep dark shadow over it. When Isaac came into the meeting room, his backpack was filled with plenty of various items. A water cooker went on top of the mini fridge that mostly just contained the beers Bailey had offered them yesterday evening, with several boxes of different kinds of tea next it. Great minds think alike. Amy commented from the door they installed a beer fridge, but they forgot the coffee machine. But Miss, this is German University. How would we be able to keep our pride as citizens of this country without beer? Surely, vous do not suggest we should go without? Isaac asked in English, putting on a German accent badly. That's your German accent. Amy barely managed to get out between peals of laughter. Isaac continued in fluent English. I'm actually pretty good at doing those exaggerated accents, just not the one I'm supposed to have. So that's what you sound like normally. It's nothing like what people expect a German accent to sound like, Amy observed. Yeah, the normal German accent is basically what happens when someone tries to learn English from a book, pronouncing everything phonetically using the German pronunciation. That got fixed basically the instant the schools got proper English teachers. How about you though? How posh can a girl from England make herself sound? I do believe that it is an indubitable fact that nothing can compare to the grace and poise of a member of the aristo. Amy told him in a flawless high-class British accent for as long as she was able to suppress her laughter. Seriously though, I think it was supposed to be easier that way. Most people get their coffee at home or on the way, but cold beer and soda are things you need to go to a supermarket for, and Professor Bailey seems to like using beer as a reward for good work, Isaac suggested. I think it would have gone over a whole lot better if he'd offered it a bit earlier. Everyone just wanted to sleep by the time he did, Amy said. Yeah, leaving here after a hard day of satisfying work with an excellent cold beer in hand, I can imagine it would have been great. Stumbling home with my mind a whirl, less so. Isaac sprawled out on the couch for a few seconds, sighing contentedly. He sprang up a moment later when the water cooker signaled that the water inside was boiling. No more than 30 seconds later, he was back on the couch with a cup of green tea that still needed to steep for a bit. That's an, interesting cup you've got there, Amy commented. In response, Isaac pulled the cup up to his eye level and turned it so he could see the inscription as though he weren't already well aware of what it said. I'm not bitchy, I'm emotionally flexible. What's wrong with that? He asked, grinning widely. Nothing, it's just an interesting choice. Amy said, well, I like it. Lets people know what to expect from me without even having to say anything. Isaac replied, the idiotic smile still plastered on his face. What cockiness and sarcasm, Amy snarked. Also impossible charm, intellect, wisdom, and artistic capability. Isaac added, voice deadly serious. I'm beginning to see why you have that thing then. Amy sniggered. Good morning. Bailey suddenly chimed from the open door. Morning, Adam. Good morning. So I'm guessing we have more interesting things to do today then. Isaac asked. Yep, I'll tell you in the meeting room in a couple of minutes. Bailey replied and walked onwards, likely heading to his office. Isaac casually stood up, turned to the wall with the meeting room and walked right through. After all, what was the point in having superpowers if one couldn't make one's life a little easier? He sat there with his tea for a short couple of minutes as everyone else trickled in. Raoul carried the same inconspicuous case for his rifle he did yesterday and a backpack while everyone else just had some kind of backpack or briefcase for their stuff. The only one who didn't show was Wechsler, though Isaac hoped that whatever Bailey was intending on doing, it had already been signed off on. Good morning, everyone. First off, I just wanted to say, good job, everyone. Yesterday went really well, and once I've finished typing up the rest of the paper, namely the conclusion, I'm going to send it off for peer review. Bailey announced, grinning like a loon. Isaac couldn't blame him, though. A new, important, and very helpful paper released literally fewer than 96 hours after becoming a professor. That had to be some kind of new record, right? Starting today, I would like to begin investigating how the system defines its summoning materials. Specifically, when it uses terms with extremely imprecise definitions. Summoning list slime. Name. Material cost. Mana cost. Basic slime. Tier 1 circle, bone 10. Acid slime. Tier 1 circle, acid, bone 25. Poison slime. Tier 2 circle, poison, bone 50. Giant slime. Tier 3 circle, bone 75. Toxic morass. Tier 4 circle, toxin, mud 150. Devouring horrors. Tier 5 circle, acid, toxin, mud, fabric, flesh, bone 250. Specifically just what it counts as acid. Technically, that means anything with a pH level under 7, but that covers everything from aqua regia to orange juice and even just normal rainwater. For that, I've had a series of reagents prepared, on a pH gradient from 7 to 1 in 1 increments, which will get dropped off here later today. We'll also be trying out the aforementioned orange juice and other various common household ingredients that also qualify as an acid by the strictest interpretation of the word. However, we will have to be exceedingly careful with regards to how we do this in order to avoid accidentally summoning the wrong creature. Therefore, I'm going to ask you to see if there is anything else that could be summoned by the combination of a Tier 1 circle, a bone, and whatever else we add. With that, Bailey put a list onto the table. This is what I'm intending to use. Amy, Carl, Patrick, please check for any accidental overlaps. Raoul, Isaac, I've received a few requests for someone to check if it's possible to kill a slate golem with a firearm. To that end, I've secured you use of the firing range the forestry faculty uses for firearms training. Please summon one and take it down without breaking too much or damaging the front, then grab the engine hoist and cart it over there. Please be back here at around 3 p.m. at the latest. Questions: how are you going to deal with the mess? Isaac asked. There's a good chance those slimes splatter, and will be up to our ankles is acidic goop after a few die. Also, what happens when it starts to melt the floor? Excellent question. Bailey nodded approvingly. We're planning on using their ability to track their summoner to get them to climb into an acid-proof container and then kill it there. As to just how acidic they are, we're obviously going to check what happens when their bodies come into contact with our containers or the floor. Anything else? And with that, the meeting broke up, Isaac heading straight into the summoning room. Why the hell are there a bunch of mattresses in here? Isaac called out as he phased back out. Those are so it doesn't crack when it falls over. Bailey called back. Ah, makes sense. I'll get back to it, Isaac said. A minute later, he returned and grabbed the engine hoist. Well, you really don't use doors, do you? Raoul asked, shaking his head. Why would I? Isaac grinned back at him, drawing a laugh. Nice. Should we get a blanket to cover that thing? I think tromping all over campus with a dead monster in tow is going to cause us a ton of trouble, Isaac suggested. If you can use the hoist on your own, I can go grab one. Raoul offered, and Isaac nodded. He was the veteran of over a decade of brutal warfare. He could handle a relatively basic piece of machinery. At least he hoped he could. Isaac tried, he really did. He fought valiantly, a battle fit for the ages, something that would be enshrined in history alongside tales of great heroes such as Gilgamesh, Solomon, and Heracles. Yet despite all that, he failed. The dead slate golem slipped out of the strap's grasp again and again, no matter what he did, and to make things worse. What the hell are you doing? We can hear the bang I see. All you have to do is... When it had taken Carl all of 5 seconds to fix his screw-ups, Isaac had contemplated for a brief second to start hunting creatures whose aspects gave memory manipulation powers, then dismissed the idea. Wrangling the several hundred-kilogram slate hunk across the entire campus wasn't exactly easy, but the engine hoist made it at least doable. A lot of the people they passed gave them one or two interested glances, but then looked away again. It wasn't like there were many people on campus, though. Classes were apparently still canceled, so very few students would be hanging out in between lectures. The few people who were here worked on campus, and they were usually busy actually doing the work. Did you ever think this is what you'd be doing with your life? Carrying dead monsters all over campus? Isaac asked. I don't think anyone ever expects to be doing stuff like this. Raoul said, but then again, the one constant in life is that you can never truly know what will happen. That is very true. By the way, can I ask what your class is? In case it's too personal, you don't have to say anything, of course. Isaac asked. Why would it be? I'm a ranger, basically gives me skills for wilderness survival, tracking, and hunting. A single active skill called Enhanced Impact that lets me make my bullets hit harder, though it apparently also works with any other kind of ranged weapons. Raoul explained. Ah, yes. In the other timeline, a pretty serious taboo about asking other people about their skills and classes, given that it could also be interpreted as asking how to defeat and possibly kill them. Only close friends and teammates would be told the specifics, which would be needed to create proper plans of action. Literally anyone else would only know about various archetypes like archer, mage, fighter, healer, and so on, but that taboo wouldn't really have developed yet, would it? As far as Raoul's class went, there were no real surprises there. It was essentially the job he was doing, magically enhanced. It would have some combat potential, but not too much. Some knife-related ones maybe, and the projectile one that also worked with bullets. Really, there weren't too many good gun classes out there. Firearms simply didn't scale nearly as well with one's level as magic did. They were powerful and effective at the beginning, before people really got going with gaining their superpowers. And while there were classes like soldier or policeman that got skills that involved the use of guns, those weren't that impactful. An entire build based around the use of guns would require high amounts of magic power and magic regeneration, making it essentially a mage build with extra steps. Meanwhile, a lot of the skills that affected guns only worked on them, while most other ranged weapon skills didn't affect them, forcing people to create specific and therefore rather limiting and inflexible builds. In addition, the sheer amount of effort needed to create magical firearms was insane. Magical materials were harder, more durable, overall just better than what humanity had been using for the last several millennia, and that didn't even begin to account for the strange and downright supernatural qualities they might have. Using modern tools and techniques to work on those materials didn't really work out all that well, often breaking even the sturdiest of machinery. Therefore, creating magical guns required not only getting the materials, but also redesigning the weapon from the ground up to take advantage of the material's special attributes, at which point one still needed to build the machinery necessary to actually make the weapons, and sometimes build the machinery to build said machinery. In the end, magical guns were possible, but wouldn't be all that viable for a long while yet. That being said, while making them was still a gigantic world-class pain in the ass, having a few magical bullets lying around could be useful. Making enough to use them all the time was not feasible, but a handful could make the difference between life and death in the right situation. So that's basically just your job, but with extra superpowers, isn't it? Isaac asked. Basically, yeah. What's yours? Raoul asked. Rogue. Knives and sneaking around with a little ghostly boost from the aspect of the specter. Isaac replied. Is that the one that got offered right of the bat? What you have to do for that? Raoul wondered. It wasn't actually. It wanted to turn me into an office drone, but I wasn't a particularly big fan of that. Plus, like I said, whenever the blue screens start popping up in the books, the world ends. I wanted something to fight with. Isaac explained. Office drone. No offense, but that isn't at all the impression I get from you. Raoul commented. It's just that I get to do what I want to do right now. I started studying economics to go into business, then start rising through the ranks, retire once I'd saved up enough. A boring life, but a relatively normal one. I'd be doing the actually interesting stuff in my free time, like parachuting, paintballs, all that good stuff. And then you know what happened, and I realized that I could do so many other awesome things. I want to know how all of this works, do everything it lets me do, just live, you know what I mean? Isaac explained. I totally do. For me, it was pretty similar. I like the outside. I've been going on hunting trips since I was a kid, and I love hiking. So I studied forestry and grabbed the associated class after the system initialized, Raoul said. That reminds me, do you know what classes the others have? I think maybe we should check that one of these days, just so we know. Isaac suggested. The professor's a healer variant of some kind, at least I think he is, I'm not sure. Carl's a geomancer, but you knew that already. Patrick and Amy, I got no idea. Raoul told him end of the day, though, what someone's class is won't matter much if they stay at level 0 for the rest of their life. Are you suggesting they should start summoning and killing creatures to gain some XP, in addition to the dregs they get during the experiments? Not what I was getting at, but yeah. No offense, but I don't think it's a good idea to depend on you for everything. Eventually, we're going to have to summon and kill stronger creatures, or ones you don't counter quite so thoroughly, and it'd be great if someone else could help out, Raoul suggested. I'm just not sure if Bailey will go for that. Summoning and killing creatures for power isn't exactly his mission statement, is it? And that's assuming they're even physically capable of killing one of the summoned creatures. Isaac wondered. As a healer, Bailey would make quite a bit of XP whenever he healed someone, especially when the injury had been caused by a summoned monster, so he wouldn't have to kill anything if he didn't want to. But the others would have to start to get stronger the traditional, bloody way. The XP gains for just doing your job when said job wasn't combat-related were nothing to write home about. I think it might be worth suggesting, though. Oh, it absolutely is if for how useful increased fortitude is. What about it? Oh, it makes you need less sleep. It's really useful. Did I not mention that I've started waking up in the middle of the night since I've started increasing that stat? Isaac smiled coyly. That sounds kinda amazing, actually. How much free time do you have on your hands now? Raoul grinned back at him. More than I know what to do with. Really, I think suggesting it is worth it. Maybe we can even phrase it as researching a good way for people to level when they aren't particularly fond of or adept at fighting. Isaac told him anyway. Is it much further? Couple of minutes. Raoul said as they kept chatting about how useful something like an increased fortitude was outside of combat. In reality, all of the stats had hidden benefits in addition to their obvious effects. Fortitude hardened all of one's physical resistance, be it to avoid shock, reduce the need for sleep, or survive horrific injuries. Once it was high enough, only losing one's heart or brain would be lethal, and given that Isaac had Hydra's regeneration, he could simply regrow the former if he had enough time and mana to do so. Meanwhile, strength would slowly transform into a form of tactile telekinesis that helped people properly hold onto whatever they were carrying, allowing them to, in theory, catch a plane Superman style. On the other hand, both magic regeneration and magic power increased the power of the human brain, allowing for better memory, faster and more complex thinking, and overall making it better. In other words, increasing them was incredibly useful even if one didn't actually need the mana. Agility, meanwhile, increased one's thinking speed in a different way, granting truly insane reflexes. As for perception, while it might sound like having better senses would come with some pretty significant downside, namely, overstimulation, it also granted a similar resistance to that as well as a perception filter to blot out unwanted sensations. All of that would be discovered and thoroughly researched in the coming years, though some things like the correlation between fortitude and sleep were rather obvious. We're here, Raoul said, gesturing at a nearby, chest-high fence. Oh, thank God. Isaac slumped against the part of the engine hoist he was holding on to. The last part of the journey here had been uphill. Only slightly, not something he'd have normally even noticed, but when pushing around that stupid, multi-100-kilogram hunk of rock, even that slight incline made things that much harder. Morning, Mr. Mina. An elderly man in a sturdy-looking suit waved towards them from behind the cage. He was around 50, maybe 60, with an already receding hairline, but looked to be as healthy as Raoul or Isaac. Clearly, this was not someone who let themselves go as they got older, instead staying active and fit. Morning, Professor Bishop. Raoul greeted the man, then gestured to Isaac. I'd like to introduce you to Isaac Toma, one of my new colleagues. He specializes in esoteric knowledge and combat. Morning, Professor. Isaac raised his right hand in greeting. Good morning, Mr. Toma. Though I'm curious, what exactly does esoteric knowledge mean? Bishop asked. It means I know a bunch of stuff about mythology, video games, and literature that seem to have been eerily prescient in light of the situation involving the system. Isaac explained also, like Raoul said, I'm a good fighter. Actually, I'm the one who killed that thing. He jerked his thumb in the direction of the covered slate golem. Ah yes, the monster. Let's get it inside so I can get a good look at it. Bishop opened a door in the fence and helped push it inside, then pulled off the blanket with a big grin. It's hard to believe that that thing used to move, isn't it? Bishop grinned. If I hadn't seen it, yep. Isaac told him it really is quite a sight. I can imagine. Shall we get it up to the shooting range? Are you sure we're far enough away? Shooting rocks tends to result in razor-sharp shards to go everywhere, and then there's a risk of ricochets, Isaac asked. While he was likely one of the most experienced fighters here, he could freely admit he knew bugger all about guns. The golem had been propped up against the far end of the gun range, around 20 meters away. It'll be fine. Professor Bishop waved his concerns away, then turned to Raoul. What gun would you like to try first? As he said that, he stepped over to the large shed next to them and threw it open. A large gun safe sat within, but there were also several other weapons next to it. Is that an atlatl? Isaac asked incredulously. Yes, also a blowgun, modern recurve bow, traditionally made bow, and several varieties of javelins. I enjoy studying the older kinds of weaponry in my spare time. Bishop announced proudly while he opened the safe. So which one would you like to try first? He asked. I think I'll try the hunting rifle since it's what I'd most likely be using to fight one of these things, then try the revolver and handgun on whatever is still intact. Raoul mused. How hard are those to get? Bishop asked. Summon and kill, not hard, it's a matter of seconds. Getting it here up that bloody hill, if this is going to become a regular thing, will need some help carrying. Isaac said. You'll only summon them in that bunker of yours then. How dangerous are they? Bishop asked. Not dangerous at all, at least not to me. I know exactly where the core is, and I have a skill perfect for bypassing armor. Isaac told him I don't think I'd be very popular if I started summoning them where they could theoretically get away though. And while I can handle them easily, using that as my defense is only going to make me look cocky. How about you? Are you doing any experiments with the summoning system? Not really, though I'm preparing to. We're looking to check which creatures are the least likely to be a problem and find a good place to summon it so we can see what their physicality is like. Though I don't think a little help from someone with experience fighting them would go amiss. Bishop offered. I think I'd like that. As long as there aren't any conflicts with my other tasks, I'd love to be there. Isaac told him with a smile. Any kind of connection here could be helpful. I thought we were only allowed to summon in the bunker, Raoul asked. Not exactly. We're only allowed to summon creatures in a situation that is as safe as we can make it. With unfamiliar creatures, that means a heavily armored and fully sealable room in most cases. Also, where all your experiments are concerned, you need to conduct those in an environment that you can control. Theoretically, I could just start summoning anywhere as long as I take reasonable precautions, though in practice, I'll likely try to borrow your bunker. Bishop explained, and Isaac took a mental note of that. If he ever needed to summon something while having some kind of official proof of where he did so, it sounded like Professor Bishop was a good person to ask. I'm ready, clear the range, Raoul announced, sounding overly formal. Isaac supposed it was some kind of verbal warning that needed to be given before one started flinging around chunks of lead at speeds that could easily kill a human. Mr. Toma, you need to wear some ear protection. Bishop warned, holding out a pair of earmuff-looking things. As he watched, Raoul carefully took aim with a normal hunting rifle and fired. An explosion of stone dust erupted, followed by cracks shooting across the surface of the golem, large rents radiating outwards while smaller ones spiderwebbed the space in between. It was still intact, but clearly damaged. Raoul put down the rifle, flicked on the safety, and announced guns down, range is safe. The three of them walked forward towards the hunk of rock to inspect it. It's clearly still intact, but I don't know how much of that it'd be able to keep if it kept moving. A lot of that would probably crack off. Bishop observed. Yep, they're definitely not bulletproof, but they're not going to just crumble in the face of firearms either. Raoul added. All right, time to shoot it again, Isaac suggested. The second bullet blew most of the damaged surface clear off. The third one turned what had been the inside of the golem into a shattered mess, and the one after that destroyed it for good. So 4 bullets to kill a golem. Seems doable, though a sledgehammer might be a better weapon. Bishop mused. Seeing as how slow they are, a sledgehammer is definitely a better choice, at least I think so. Though what I'd like to know is if doing it like this would get the core. Isaac wondered, you know what, I'll go see if Professor Bailey has one he can spare. And with that, Isaac headed off, jogging back towards the biology building. When he reached the meeting room, things were very quiet, just 3 people swiping at the air as they worked the system. Seeing as Bailey wasn't here, the professor was likely in his office, so that's where he went next. Come in, Bailey called out mere seconds after Isaac had knocked. Adam, I was wondering if I could have one of the more intact golem cores we got yesterday so we can see if a gun can destroy it. Isaac asked. Sure, go ahead. Does Professor Bishop want more whole golems too? Not sure, I didn't ask. If he does, can we use the summoning room? Sure, just be as careful as you normally are, Bailey told him. Actually, that reminds me of something. While everyone is doing research, their magic regeneration is kind of being wasted, isn't it? In the interest of efficiency, could I suggest everyone takes turns to summon the various weaker monsters so we know what they look like? Isaac suggested. I'll think about it. You're right in theory, but there might be trouble with properly processing them quickly enough. Bailey cautioned him. Of course, we do have those storage boxes, though, and Patrick can do the autopsies while we do the tests regarding the definition of acid. Isaac said. Good idea. Quick thing though, when it's performed on an animal, the post-mortem examination is called a necropsy, not an autopsy. It's not a big thing, but people are probably going to look at you weird if you refer to a dissection of a monster as an autopsy. Bailey said also, do be careful. Nothing above a tier 2 circle and bring the list to me for approval first, okay? Obviously, Isaac agreed. I'm going to head over to Raoul and Professor Bishop, then come back. See you soon. See you soon. Bailey called after him, already turning back to his computer. 5 minutes later, Isaac had returned to the firing range with the golem core. So that's what they have for a heart then? Bishop asked. Yep, seems to be the only thing that they can't live without, Isaac told him. I'm guessing that means you can't ever get an intact one not attached to a live golem, Bishop asked. Unfortunately, that's right on the money. Isaac nodded. All right, let's see what would happen if it got shot, Bishop said, a wide grin on his face. You like this sort of thing, don't you, Professor? Isaac asked. I do, actually. I teach forestry here at the university, give most of the lessons needed for a firearms license. I spend a lot of time hunting in my free time. There's a lot we know about the natural world and the usual hunting game, but now that there's monsters running around, there's so much more to do, to see, to understand. Bishop kept the grin on his face, infectious excitement in his voice, along with a heaping dose of danger. Raoul commented literally thousands of people have died at the hands of carelessly summoned monsters. Even if the modern world doesn't like to admit it, death is a part of life. Everyone dies eventually, myself included. I'm going to see where this system leads me, and if that costs me my life, I'm all right with that. I'd definitely like to avoid that. In fact, I'm going to do everything I can to do so, but I'm still willing to risk it, Bishop explained, softly shaking his head. But what about you, Mr. Toma? Are you really so different from me? You seem like a bright young man, yet you fight monsters up close. And if the state of that golem you brought in is any indication, you've gotten rather good at it. You want to explore this brave new world too, don't you? Of course I do. Isaac said. Now I have to ask though, how come you haven't started summoning creatures yet? With an attitude like that, you mean? Bishop laughed. Simple. I'm willing to do something exceedingly dangerous, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to expose others to that danger. I've spent a lot of time hunting with my new hunter class to find out what I can do, and once Professor Bailey's group has gathered more information on what a specific entry on the summoning list is, what it can do and how dangerous it is, I can prepare to fight that specific creature and safely dispatch it without needing a heavily armored bunker. Well, now I feel like a reckless idiot, Isaac sighed. If you've survived unharmed so far, you can't have been that reckless. Bishop observed. Just don't summon a dragon just yet, and I think it'll be fine. Oh, believe me, I don't plan on going that far anytime soon. Isaac smiled. The two of them kept chatting a little bit, punctuated only by the occasional gunshot and subsequent inspection of the point of impact. As it turned out, Isaac really liked the professor. The man was the exact kind of careful, yet also willing to take risks that would take him far in this brand new world of levels and superpowers. Unfortunately, Isaac couldn't recall hearing about any famous bishops in the other timeline, so something had likely happened to the man. He really hoped it was something more along the lines of retirement or a change in priorities as opposed to a violent death, but he couldn't be sure. Once the existing golem body and the core Isaac had just brought had been completely destroyed, all three of them ended up walking back, getting joined by several burly men on the way. Apparently, Bishop had called for others to help carry the next golem to the firing range after Isaac had complained about how heavy the damn things were. Hey, Professor Bailey, nice place. Bishop greeted once Bailey had called him in, of course. I wanted to get another golem, and apparently getting it up the hill is a bit much for just two people, so I brought help. Ah, do you need help for that? If you're all right with your assistants conducting summonings on their own, then I think we're all set, Bishop said, and Bailey nodded. While Raoul showed Bishop into the meeting room, Isaac retrieved a chunk of slate from the storeroom, phased into the summoning room, and charged the ritual circle. The usual spectacle of a monster appearing occurred, and then it keeled over less than a second later as Isaac's knife flashed. The door rumbled open after that, someone clearly having pressed the button in the meeting room. Like I said, if you've managed to get through everything unharmed despite casually fighting monsters, you can't be that reckless, Bishop observed. Pulling out his phone, he began to type out a list of the creatures he wanted to summon, including a short explanation about why he felt it should be beatable. But then he saw two rather pertinent emails. The first was from Wechsler and had some kind of form from the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture attached. Apparently it was the one for requesting the use of animals in experiments, already mostly filled out. For example, the reason for experiment was current world situation as it relates to summoned monsters, and as to why one needed to use actual animals, it said, no viable alternative exists. Isaac frowned as he read through it, wondering if the official who'd be reviewing such a document filling it was even legal, until he came to the end. For obvious reasons, only use this form if it's accurate, but if you want to summon and kill monsters just to get a good look at them, which I'm guessing you'll do eventually, this should save you some time. Read everything before you sign it. That was actually very helpful, and clearly, the only way there was going to be trouble was if the stuff in the form didn't match his plans, which wasn't the case. The second email was actually one that Bailey had sent to the entire group, basically a form with which they could officially request being allowed to summon certain creatures. He'd been doing most of the paperwork up to this point, being in charge, but this would allow him to delegate some of that work. Isaac quickly filled it out, put a digital signature on it, and got an answer a mere minute later. He'd gotten authorization, but he'd also gotten tasked with killing a single acid slime, sticking it into one of the acid-proof boxes, and then adding a whole list of various materials to said box to check how caustic the slime was even after its death. As for the summoning reagent, he was to use aqua regia. Given how strong an acid that stuff was, there was very little risk of it getting interpreted as anything other than acid. Isaac had to fight to keep the smile off his face. This was a good way to actually start leveling while here. The powerful creatures which were well outside of his weight class, such as the lesser hydras or specters he normally liked to fight, were not allowed, but there were enough other creatures to make that pretty much a non-issue. The issue was that grinning like a loon after being told he was allowed to kill something would hardly be a good look. In fact, he was pretty sure there were already people out there concerned for his mental stability, and they were probably even a little correct. He'd seen the world end. If he'd walked away from that perfectly fine, that would be concerning in and of itself. But until he actually noticed something off or anyone actually accused him of something, it would hopefully remain a non-issue. He put a beaker of the acid and a piece of bone he was pretty sure was just a thoroughly clean chicken wing into the ritual circle, then had Patrick charge it and closed up the door behind him. He then planted himself in one of the room's corners and surrounded himself with a ring of boxes to force the slime to crawl through at least one to get to him. In theory, it could have also gone along one of the walls, but slimes weren't that smart. Isaac knew that from experience. "All right, I'm ready," he announced, turning to look straight at one of the cameras. Immediately afterwards, the circle flashed and venomous green liquid seemed to boil up out of the floor. The slime was around the size of a beer keg, giving it a volume of roughly 5 liters. Most of its body was a slightly opaque liquid, though Isaac could slightly see through it. Only a single spot in its body was different, having a fist-sized dark orb sitting near the bottom of its blob, the core. It began to flow over in the direction of the meeting room, but Isaac chucked a marble at it. With a target that had attacked it available and far easier to get at than the summoner, the acid slime changed targets. It was moving more quickly than one might expect a slime to be moving, but that didn't make it actually fast. In fact, Isaac was tapping his foot on the ground as he waited for it to get closer, clutching a battered-looking screwdriver in his right hand. After all, he wasn't about to stick his favorite weapon into a pool of acid. Almost 10 seconds after the pebble had smacked into the mound of living acid, it had finally climbed up one box, landed inside, and was currently trying to move on into the next. Nope. Piercing strike flickered along the screwdriver as Isaac rammed it straight into the core, and the slime immediately went limp. Now that whatever intelligence had been directing it was gone, it started behaving like a liquid. Acid slime LV2 has been slain, 10 XP gained. Isaac snatched the top part of the box from the floor beside him and put it on top, then had Patrick open the door and carried said box into the storage room. There, he put it into a second, larger box that would prevent acid from sloshing everywhere in case the first one somehow got dissolved. Now that it was relatively safely stored, he dumped in a sample of every material type commonly used inside the building he was in, such as steel rebar, concrete, glass, as well as a chicken thing, and several materials that were normally resistant to acid to check what would be best for containing this particular species in the future. And done. "Hey Adam, I got that acid slime sample safely stored away in the storeroom. Anything else you want me to do?" Isaac asked, standing in the doorway of Bailey's office once again. "Actually, could you get me 20 more dead acid slimes with the following spread of materials? More if you have the time," Bailey asked, passing him a list. On it were some hastily written instructions for an experiment to check just what the acid slimes could dissolve. It would take a long while, but it would be helpful to avoid pitfalls when summoning these things in the future. "Did the one you summoned damage the floor at all?" Bailey suddenly asked, clearly just having thought of that. "Nope. Seems like it only melts things on contact when it wants to," Isaac said. "The summoning of all the other creatures you want to see will have to wait until tomorrow unless you want to stay late," Bailey asked. "Normally, I wouldn't mind staying late, but I was actually invited to a frat party tonight. I'm looking forward to doing something a little more normal for once," Isaac told him. "Well, have fun. Just try to be sober again before you summon something. We'd catch hell if someone fought a monster while under the influence," Bailey cautioned him. Aye, sir." Isaac threw a mock salute and left the office. That would be it today as far as the whole summoning new and interesting creatures would be, but that wasn't that big a problem. Acid slimes gave good XP, and he had someone else to pay the mana cost. It would cost him a little XP, namely 1 per slime, but that was well worth it in terms of saved mana. Acid slime LV2 has been slain, 9 XP gained, 1 XP given to summoner. Acid slime LV2 has been slain, 9 XP gained, 1 XP given to summoner. Acid slime LV2 has been slain, 9 XP gained, 1 XP given to summoner. And just like that, the experience started flowing in. Every person here could summon 4 acid slimes until their mana ran out and they had to regenerate it for around half an hour. depending on their relation of magic power to magic regeneration. A total of 21 slimes later, he had exactly 200 XP, precisely what he needed to gain level. Hydra's regeneration. 2 points had gone into strength, bringing it up to 12, while 4 each were placed in agility and perception, the stats that were technically meant to be his focus. But the stat boost from the aspects hadn't really been in line with his intended build. Then again, that just meant he wouldn't have to spend the points he gained from leveling. As for the skill points, he'd be saving those. Also, Piercing Strike had advanced another level. Once that was done, he summoned 3 more slimes before he finally had the required number. The others even managed to finish their task of looking through every possible summoning category for possible accidental summons by 6 in the evening, allowing them to summon a single acid slime before Bailey decided it was getting too late and dismissed them for the day. Isaac was grinning as he left. He was going to a party, one that wasn't a desperate attempt to drown out the impending apocalypse in a haze of alcohol and other drugs, but a celebration of life and freedom, even if there were going to be a lot of drunk people there. Isaac threw one last glance at the knife lying on his kitchen table before he closed his apartment's front door and locked it. He'd spent several minutes thinking about whether or not to bring it, but in the end, he'd decided against it. A kabar might have a lot of use as a tool, but it was also a combat knife, intended to be used to badly injure or even kill other humans. Rocking up to a house full of potentially very intoxicated people with that on his belt would probably lead to some pretty serious misunderstandings, so it was staying here. Isaac grinned as he looked down himself. It had been a while since he'd gotten a chance to wear normal clothes. A pair of nice black jeans, a gray short-sleeved t-shirt, and an open flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up. A nice and relaxed outfit, one he'd been able to select based on looks as opposed to how durable it was or how easily he could repair it. Half an hour on the subway later, he was walking towards the fraternity house. Unlike their American counterparts, as seen in so many TV shows and movies, they weren't your typical Greek letter organizations. Just groups of students who followed a certain set of traditions and helped each other out even after their time at university ended. The lower floor consisted of a series of large rooms, one of which contained a bar along the side, while another was normally used for dancing during situations like this. The last one had been used in a wide variety of ways, though it was normally a snack bar of sorts to clear up space in front of the bar that was dispensing the drinks. Ah, this brings back memories, Isaac muttered, grinning at the house. He'd been here plenty of times before, it being very close to where most of his lectures had been held. He'd attended many a party, many a drunken night of revelry here, though almost exclusively prior to the system's arrival. And what a sight it was, this time around. Normally, it had had the normal party decorations consisting of streamers and the like. Now, however, someone had taken a lot of time and effort to turn this place into the perfect monster lair. Splashes of red paint had been placed strategically to give the impression as if a bleeding corpse had been dragged along the floor. More brownish-red blots, looking disturbingly like old, dried blood, had been placed in other spots. Small paper mache monsters had been made as well, but carefully placed in spots where no one would accidentally break them. Obviously, these frat boys knew how destructive drunk people could be. However, the most impressive part was the trophy collection, a series of fake monster heads mounted on the wall, including a very convincing devil's salamander head, suspiciously so. Clearly, they'd gotten a good look at one from somewhere. The entrance room had the usual array of kothooks and umbrella stands, with the bar covering the entirety of the far wall. A quick look at the blackboard behind it showed that the drinks were monster-themed, such as the zombie green-eyed monster and about 1,000,000, this monster energy drink and vodka. 1 beer, please, Isaac ordered at the bar. With his fortitude stat, he was actually a hell of a lot more resistant to alcohol than even the most experienced of drinkers, but he was still going to start things off slow. After all, he could always drink more later. Ice-cold beer in hand, he ambled over to where he expected the dance floor to be. It was still pretty empty in the house, but that was to be expected, given that he'd arrived only a quarter of an hour after the party's official start time. The vast majority of partygoers tended to only arrive hours after the doors opened. The room was mostly empty, as he'd expected, but not quite as much as he remembered from the other times. Several cases of beer were placed alongside the far wall, while a bunch of beer tables covered roughly half the available space, complete with the traditional red plastic cups. Ah, Isaac, early as always. Where have you been the last couple of days? A well-dressed young man strode over, grinning widely. Hey Sam, good to see you. Nothing much. What about you? Isaac asked, same thing as now. Drinking, recovering from drinking, making sure classes are still canceled, and drinking some more. Only difference are the decorations. Sam grinned. Yeah, I saw those. Really awesome. Isaac told him, then gestured to the tables. Of course, I've been waiting on someone sober to play with, Sam told him, grabbing 2 bottles and expertly popping the caps off. So you've been doing this a lot, of course. Classes are canceled, the economy might be in shambles, but we don't know. There's too much chaos to tell one way or the other, and someone read in a book that a system means an incoming apocalypse. Hence Sam gestured around party like there's no tomorrow, then make sure that tomorrow's party is going to be even better than today's. I'm guessing you were the only one in the office, getting every attaboy possible and are now running the place. Actually, that was the plan. But then I actually talked to my boss, and he was such an ass about it that I decided against it. I gave him some anatomically impossible instructions on just where to shove his attitude, then hung up when he started yelling. Isaac grinned. In fact, that was what he'd done the first time around. He'd made an absolute metric fuckton of money for being willing to work overtime, as well as mere just coming in, gotten a commendation, and been subsequently promoted the instant he'd got his bachelor's. It had helped his career and established him as a loyal and diligent employee, but neither of those things really helped in the middle of the apocalypse, or were particularly useful in trying to prevent one, in fact. Oh damn, did you get fired? Obviously he tried to, but someone overrode him and sent me an email about how I shouldn't listen to the big bad choleric, and could I maybe come in because they're understaffed. Then I actually quit politely, because I already got another job. Isaac said, still grinning. Damn, that was fast. So what do you do? Sam wondered. Actually, I work for the university now doing system research. Isaac told him. System research, as in system. Wow, that sounds awesome. What do you do all day? Sam asked. Well, it is awesome. Obviously, it's a lot of repetitive stuff to make sure the stuff we discover wasn't just a fluke, but it's still really awesome. Yesterday I fought a bunch of slate golems, and today I melted what feels like half a toolbox killing acid slimes. I don't even know anymore why I wanted to go into finance in the first place, Isaac said, but now let's see if all that hard work has made you any better at play. Sam smirked as he dunked the first ball in one of Isaac's cups. That was bad and you should feel bad. Isaac deadpanned, chugged the cup and tossed the ball back, sinking it in one of Sam's cups with a satisfying plop. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. No, it wasn't just bad enough for me to give you crap about it. Isaac flashed his best shit-eating grin. The table began to empty at an incredible rate, each of them having maybe only tossed the ball 30 or so times before the 20 cups had each been hit. The way Sam had moved earlier had already made Isaac suspicious, but this left him certain of his hunch. You've leveled. It wasn't a question or a suggestion, it was a statement. Even without an inspection skill, something that most people would only gain alongside their second class, it was still somewhat possible to tell how strong someone was, at least in terms of agility and strength. All one had to do was see how a person moved. If someone had recently increased those stats, that was likewise rather obvious, as they moved more uncertainly, more cautiously, unfamiliar with their new bodies. Fortitude and perception were harder to determine, but it was still quite possible. By watching how someone responded to their surroundings, what they noticed and possibly, just as importantly, what they withstood. Someone who could still hear after having a grenade go off near them, someone who could stare into the sun without blinking and be perfectly fine. That kind of person either had insane fortitude or some degree of perception, and the resistance to sensory overload that came with. Meanwhile, fortitude could be determined based on how badly someone was hurt by a certain attack, or how they were affected by certain substances, alcohol, for example. But magic power and magic regeneration, those could only be determined by watching someone fight or having an inspection skill the kind Isaac didn't have and wouldn't get as a rogue. But soon he'd upgrade his class and hopefully, the evolution would have what he needed. Based on how Sam was moving, he was likely a couple of levels into an agility and perception build, but he could also have a level in the double digits with those two as his dump stats. Given how long the system had been up, there was no possibility of the latter being true. Sam simply couldn't possibly have had enough time to reach that level without being a highly skilled combatant and having spent every waking moment grinding XP. But that issue of not knowing whether the observable stats were someone's focus or dump stats and the subsequent uncertainty about their level was something an inspection skill could help with. Even if someone could prevent their level from being read, just knowing someone's class usually revealed some details about their build. So have you? Sam replied cautiously. That's a natural part of my job. Can't kill monsters without getting XP in the process. But you've been summoning monsters for the express purpose of gaining power. Isaac wagged his finger naughty. But clearly everyone made it through all right, or is there a pledge buried out back no one's found yet? Is that what you think of me? Sam asked, sounding a little hurt. Of course not, but monsters are really friggin' dangerous, especially if you don't have a combat class, and I don't think you'd have been offered that as the best fit. Isaac told him. You wouldn't happen to know. Mensure is, would you? Sam asked. If I recall correctly, it's a kind of duel between members of different fraternities. It's also not a real duel because of legal concerns. I was under the impression it's relatively well tame. Isaac said. But I'm still a fencer, Sam announced, striking a pose. Not bad, not bad. But you are being careful, right? Isaac asked. Obviously, but I don't suppose the professional has any tips. Sam grinned cheekily. First of all, the general consensus for summoning is simple. You don't. Isaac told him sternly as he set up the beer pong game for the next round. But if you absolutely have to, then be really freaking careful. If at all possible, only summon creatures where you know what they are and that you can beat. Even if you stick to tier 1 circle stuff only, a bad matchup can easily kill you. A ghost without a magic attack, a fire spirit without a fire extinguisher, a slate golem without a piercing skill, or a sledgehammer handy, all of that can easily get you killed. Is it really that dangerous? Sam asked, his voice low. Yes. Isaac replied, incredibly serious, and even beyond that, monsters can track their summoners. If you summon something and can't kill it, it's probably going to kill you. Sam went a little green at that. There will be other people summoning monsters. Whether or not you want to join them is up to you. It offers plenty of power and other awesome things, but you need to be aware of the danger. Also, be really freaking careful because I really don't want to lose you to something stupid. Man, I care about you. Stay safe. Isaac said. Love you too. Sam gave him a wry grin. I can honestly say I have absolutely no intention of ending up on the news as the demon summoning frat. I got enough trouble with the neighbors as is. Seriously, we've had complaints about someone vomiting too loudly. People, we're a frat house, and if you couldn't tell when you moved in next door, you have got to be blind. If it ain't you, it's going to be someone else. Mark my words, someone somewhere is going to summon a monster while drunk at a frat party, and it is going to be all over the news. Isaac suggested. You really think someone is going to be that stupid? Sam scoffed. I think the answer to the question is someone that stupid. The answer will always be someone is. There will always be a person stupid enough to think even the most idiotic, foolhardy idea is a good one. Isaac sighed. Never took you for a cynic, Sam commented. Unfortunately, I've learned a little more about the darker side of humanity since the last time you saw me. Of course, it had been years for Isaac while it had been mere days for Sam, but there was no reason to tell him that. All right, another game, Isaac asked after he drained the last cup of beer. I think we need to change something. Superhuman stats make this way too easy. Sam told him. You know what? It's a frat party. You're supposed to do crazy shit. Meet me on the roof. Isaac announced, grabbing another beer before sprinting at the wall. What are you? He could hear Sam say something as he planted his foot against the stone of the wall, kicked himself upwards, and phased his hands into the ceiling. Now that he had good leverage, he yanked himself forward and phased his entire body to fling himself through the ceiling. He found himself in the attic for a moment, but another jump and phase put him on the roof. Yo, Sam, up here. Isaac waved. Have you gone mental? Sam's exasperated voice rang out. Sam took a running leap at the building and snagged the edge of the roof, then pulled himself up with his superhuman strength. You're nuts, you know that, Sam grunted as he sat down next to Isaac. Yep. Isaac gave him a one-word reply and took a swig from his beer. The world's changed, hasn't it? We've only seen a fraction of the incidents that happened on the news, or even know about them at all. I can only imagine the chaos that's happened in the third world. Sam said, voice melancholic. Afraid so. Changed completely and utterly, and I don't think it's done changing. We can either accept that and use it, or ignore it and fall behind. And ain't that a bitch? Isaac grumbled. But you really do love this stuff, don't you? What was that you did down there, that whole phasing thing? Sam asked. That would be spectral shift. It's a neat trick, isn't it? Isaac downed half his beer in one go, then continued. A world like a video game sounds awesome at first, but you don't play video games 24/7. If I could shut it off, not live here in perpetuity, I'd love this. But like this, I'm scared. Sam, scared for the future, scared for what might happen, scared for what people might do with this power. Hell, I know someone will do something with this system that will make the world a worse place than it already is. Humanity will always produce those kinds of people. Well, I think you're slipping too deep into the rabbit hole and you need to take your mind off things. Unless you somehow got awarded stewardship of the earth, which would make it your job to make sure everything goes smoothly. Come on, it's a party. If you want to think deep philosophical thoughts about the nature of reality, at least do it drunk. Sam elbowed him in the side, drained his beer, and took a running jump off the roof, landing easily. Clearly, he'd gained quite a few levels in the last 4 days. Isaac jumped down next to him, and they headed back in for another beer. I do have to ask, though, how the hell did you manage to avoid getting seen when fighting monsters? Isaac asked. Before answering, Sam glanced around to make sure no one was close enough to overhear. One of the old men has a plot of land out in the forest we use for stupid shit, like the one time we held a Walpurgis for a joke. We use that. You know, if you'd like to join us, I don't think anyone would mind a little help from a professional. I'd like that, but I think I'll wait till I'm sober enough. Isaac said. Oh, totally. Drunk summoning is idiotic, like Darwin Award level idiotic. Sam nodded along. The next few hours passed in a blur of good music, drinking, and the occasional burst of Hydra's regeneration to control his drunkenness. Suddenly, the music cut out. Hugh guys, there are a magic something in tea snacks room. Knows it took Isaac far longer than it should have to translate that from drunk speech to regular German. Then he started sprinting towards the other room. There, a horrific sight greeted him. The table had been flung to the side someone, revealing a massive circle of runes, glowing a stark blue, a Tier 4 circle. "Nobody leave," Isaac roared, voice cold as liquid nitrogen. It was not a tone he used often, but when he did, people listened. He'd only rarely led other people, preferring to only take as much authority as was needed to be able to order other people so they would stop doing something stupid, but he had. And when he had, he'd learned to speak with authority, in a tone that brooked no argument. He was by no means a master in this skill. Any first-day drill sergeant was better than him by miles, but he was good enough, especially for a group whose minds had been dulled by alcohol, and it had worked. People froze as they heard him, looking in his direction with a mix of fear and expectation. Whenever the person who charged a summoning circle gets a certain distance away from it, it automatically activates, so stay the fuck here. By the way, monsters have an instinctual sense of where their summoner is, so all running will do is paint a target on your back. Isaac announced, doing basically the only thing he could that might prevent the summoner from running away and dumping a very powerful monster in his lap. Reflexively, Isaac reached for his kabar, but it wasn't in its usual place at his belt. Of all the times to not have a weapon. He turned and looked at the gathering crowd, spotting someone wearing the traditional sash of a pledge. "You, get me a knife from the kitchen," he ordered the young man, who jumped into action immediately. After all, Isaac looked like someone who was in charge, and that guy wasn't in a position to have met every member of this frat. Unfortunately, Isaac had only been in the rooms that were used during parties, so he had no idea where the kitchen was, and he was utterly unwilling to go look for that while this runic circle could spit out a powerful monster at any moment. Thankfully, there was at least a slightly decent alternative available. The bucket people placed broken glass in. It was by no means a proper substitute for his kabar, but the 2 shards of a shattered beer bottle he pulled out of it were better than nothing. "And could someone please call the police and tell them we have an active Tier 4 summoning circle here, so they'd better bring heavy weapons. Tell them to bring the Sondereinsatzkommando." People began to nervously move away from him while the pledge he'd given an order to ran off. A few of them even began to pull out their phones. "Hey, I can help," Sam told him, having just arrived in the doorway. He wasn't quite slurring his words just yet, but he was clearly far more drunk than Isaac was. And even if it hadn't been visible, Isaac had drunk just as much as his friend, while repeatedly activating Hydra's regeneration to keep his level of intoxication at a slight buzz. Another burst of Hydra's regeneration cleared the rest of the alcohol out of his system, just so he could be certain he was going at this with all his mental faculties intact. Just maybe this would go well, at least that's what he thought until the circle flashed, a silhouette rising from it, with said silhouette filling out rapidly. At first glance, the monster looked like a normal human, with the only real difference being that it had green skin. But then the weirdness became all the more apparent. A round, bald head with large eyes and an oversized mouth filled with triangular, sharp teeth, attached to the torso with a neck so short it might as well not have been there. Long, muscular arms that made it look like it was about to start knuckle walking at any moment. Overall, it looked like a kindergarten-age child that didn't know what a human was meant to look like had tried to draw one and created some strange hybrid of a frog, gorilla, and yes, a human, then dumped green paint all over the whole thing. In other words, a god-stemmed swamp knight. Suddenly, Sam was standing next to Isaac with a rapier in his hands, sort of. What he grabbed was in no way suited for combat. "You do realize that that's a wall decoration, right?" he hissed, not taking his eyes of the still-forming monster. "Still enough of a rapier for me to use my skills with." Sam shrugged. Isaac just rolled his eyes while internally using swear words that could peel paint of the walls. "Just be really fucking careful," he hissed. A Tier 4 circle meant that the summoned creature was between levels 10 and 15. Seeing as this was a swamp knight they were dealing with, it was probably on the lower end of that spectrum, but that still put it at least 8 levels above Isaac. By this fucking much, the instant the swamp knight had fully materialized, its head snapped over towards the wall and it began to take a menacing step towards it. Isaac internally swore at every deity he could name and even sent a few curses specifically at those he couldn't. In theory, whoever had summoned this fucking thing had put literally everyone else in danger and absolutely deserved to serve as a distraction while everyone else escaped. In practice, however, things simply did not work like that. It would charge at its summoner, but right now, no one knew that it would zero in on its summoner and panic, possibly even hitting it and drawing aggro in the process. Even if no one interrupted its mission to kill its summoner, no one knew to get the F away from the summoner, and therefore, they'd all be in incredible danger the instant the summoner was dead. As tempting as the thought of removing the utter idiot who decided to summon one of the strongest monsters that anyone could summon right now from the population was, Isaac knew it was the wrong one. At a minimum, he'd get a whole lot of innocents killed in the process. At worst, this thing would actually get away. "Hey, fuckhead," Isaac roared as he charged. Hardly his most creative insult, but this thing was dumb as a bag of hammers. It couldn't really understand his words. But it could interpret his tone, which should let it catch the gist of his shout just fine. And while a mere shout would never dissuade any summon from murdering its summoner, that was hardly all Isaac had planned. He charged, wielding the two glass shards as if they were actual, proper weapons. It wouldn't be the first time he fought a monster with an improvised weapon, though he normally had other advantages. Piercing strike covered the shard in his right hand in yellow light as he stabbed it into the knight's neck. He struck true, but it exploded in his hand as he did so. Razor-sharp slivers of glass stuck in his hand, but that was something he could survive. Meanwhile, the swamp knight was bleeding from a large, gaping hole in its neck, as well as countless smaller holes that surrounded it. Unfortunately, things wouldn't be that easy. That wound would be painful, yes, but not final. A fist was thrown at his face, whistling through the air with enough force to turn his head into a cloud of blood and bone fragments, but a mere thought triggered spectral shift. Isaac stepped through the night and whirled, lashing out with the other shard. It was essentially the bottom half of a beer bottle with a single particularly long, pointy bit erupting upwards. That made it much more sturdy, and a hell of a lot less likely to shred his hand when he struck the damn monster. It surged forward, wreathed in the red glow of power strike, and smashed into the swamp knight's back. It shattered nonetheless, but the vast majority of the shards ended up embedded in its back, which had to make every movement particularly painful. "Lunge," Sam bellowed, attacking in an unnatural-looking movement as his rapier seemed to drag him forward. Oh great, he was a skill shouter. Isaac just rolled his eyes, then narrowed them as he realized what was about to happen. A brief burst of spectral shift carried him through the swamp knight's body. What was all Sam had time to say before Isaac slammed both palms across his chest, flinging him away. A split second later, another activation of the phasing skill saw Isaac outright ignore the pair of incredibly powerful arms that swished through the space his friend had occupied a split second ago, the space his own body was currently standing in. And there went another 5 points of mana, vanishing into the void. They might have been a mere 24th of his mana pool, but those small expenditures were starting to add up. Given how he intended to focus on mana regeneration of magic power, he'd soon have a level of regeneration that could be properly calculated on a per-second basis. But sadly, he wasn't there just yet. Yet even though this should have been a bad situation, standing up right in front of this thing's face, weaponless, it also offered an opportunity. It wasn't one he would have taken normally, but he was running out of mana. There was no way he could keep this up for long, so he had to take the opportunities where they presented themselves, even if they weren't perfect. He drove his thumbs into the creature's eyes, feeling them deform under his fingers, but not squish just yet. Damn tier 4 monsters and their high fortitude, but that wouldn't be enough to save its eyesight. Crimson light flared around his thumbs and pushed them forward with extraordinary force as Isaac activated Power Strike not once, but twice. Warm, gooey jelly spilled across his hands to create a truly disgusting feeling, but he kept pushing forward, hitting the bone of the skull at the far end of the eye socket and breaking that too. Unfortunately, that skill had never meant to be used directly on one's flesh, much less a single digit. The version a pugilist got was, but not a rogue's. Isaac gritted his teeth against the pain as the bones in his thumbs cracked. Ligaments tore and bolts of agony tore through him. It was a terrible feeling, debilitating to anyone not used to pain, but Isaac bore it stoically. Besides, he'd hardly caught the worst end of that exchange. Roaring in pain and agony, the swamp knight reared backwards, bringing its arms back to its chest to crush the annoying insect that had dared hurt it such. Activating Spectral Shift and Hydra's regeneration simultaneously, he phased back out of the crushing, lethal embrace while also knitting the flesh of his most important fingers back together. Unfortunately, a quick glance at his mana revealed that he was down to his last 19 points, and he only regenerated 5 every minute. While he had some, he could heal smaller injuries in moments, making things like his fractured fingers a trivial annoyance. But that wasn't free, and he couldn't keep it up for long, especially once he started taking heavier hits. Even blind as it was, the Swamp Knight was sadly not helpless, or too stupid to have realized how Isaac had escaped. It lashed out with a furious blow, and this time, Isaac just wasn't fast enough. He turned to avoid the blow, hoping to save the use of Spectral Shift and thereby not almost completely deplete his mana, and he almost made it. The fist only grazed the side of his ribcage, but the sheer amount of strength behind it sent him flying, the area hit feeling like it had been tenderized. Groaning, he pushed himself to his feet, the feeling of razor blades shifting beneath his skin making him wince. At least a couple of his ribs had at the very least cracked, but he feared it was worse. A quick glance at his health status confirmed that fear. Internal bleeding, broken ribs, punctured lung. Yikes. Hydra's regeneration activated once again, and this time, he kept it active until it failed due to lack of mana. The Swamp Knight charged, having clearly heard the impact of Isaac hitting the wall, but he flung himself to the side as his battered body screamed in protest. He landed in a roll, rising smoothly and silently, then turned to regard the knight. It was trying to determine where he'd gone to, but it couldn't. Sneak was a part of Isaac's power set he'd largely ignored thus far. After all his usual engagements of summon monster, stab monster, watch monster keel over dead hadn't required a whole lot of sneakiness. Generally, it wasn't that useful against monsters you'd summoned yourself, but in the other timeline it had been a core part of his move set, especially when it came to killing monsters that roamed freely. He could see Sam rising to his feet unsteadily out of the corner of his eye and made harried, stop movements, trying to wave his friend off. Sam glanced at him, nodded, and slunk out through the door. If it hadn't been for the crowd, the monster would have easily zeroed in on him, but at least 100 panicked people made for a significant degree of background noise. Isaac coughed wetly despite himself, trying in vain to stifle the sound with his hand. When he dropped it back to his waist, his palm came away red. His regeneration had fixed the injury, but his lungs had clearly been damaged by the strike, leaving blood inside them even as they healed. As the Swamp Knight continued to shift, as though trying to find the right direction to point its ears, Isaac walked over to the bucket full of broken glass to grab another pair of large shards. The crunch of the mess inside shifting was loud enough to catch the attention of the monster, however. After all, it was at least level 10, and while the way a monster's stats scaled with their level didn't quite match how it worked with humans, its level meant that it almost certainly had supernatural senses. It charged, roaring in pain and anger as its empty eye sockets wept bloody tears, but Isaac was already gone, having silently taken a few steps to the side. And that was that. He darted in, pointy bits of glass skittering off its tough skin, and was gone again by the time the return blow begun, the heavy fist swishing past harmlessly. Normally, this would have been it. It was blind and its other senses weren't up to the task of catching him. Checkmate. Normally, he'd have been alone, well clear of anyone who could have become collateral damage. If he just stood there, walking silently around this Swamp Knight, it would simply stop looking for him and go after its summoner, with all the collateral damage that would involve. And that was only if the summoner wasn't out of range, it didn't start massacring random people. Neither of those were outcomes he wanted to become reality. Even as the Swamp Knight turned towards the open door that lead into the entrance and bar room, Isaac charged once more, glass shards slashing. They still did very little damage, given that he didn't have the skills or stats to bypass its fortitude, but they had to be annoying. The Swamp Knight whirled and tried to strike him, but missed. Over and over, Isaac slashed at the summoned monster without doing appreciable damage, avoiding the return blow with casual ease. Neither of them was doing anything to the other. The only thing that was changing was Isaac's mana pool. Even so, it was only ticking up by a hair over 5 points every minute, and it was still nowhere near high enough for him to do anything with it. Unfortunately, at some point, the Swamp Knight just got fed up with trying to hit Isaac and stopped trying. It turned towards the door and started walking, not even bothering to turn when his glass blades tore across where the carotid would have been on a human. It didn't care. A few moments later, it had already reached the entrance room and was heading outside, much to the horror of the idiots who'd been standing there and watching the fight as if it had been some kind of entertainment. Now, they'd finally realized in just how much danger their unwillingness to run had put them in. Isaac just internally rolled his eyes, surprised it had taken this long for the screaming to begin. He knew people couldn't have possibly already internalized the reality of the new world they found themselves in, a world of terrible dangers and horrible deaths, but would it have killed them to have a little self-preservation? The Swamp Knight continued to march towards the door that led outside, ignoring the scratches he was inflicting. A single glance at his mana bar revealed that he had a mere 13 points of mana remaining, enough to cast either Piercing Strike, Power Strike, or Sundering Strike, but none of those would individually be enough to save him here. None of his strikes were garnering any attention anymore, and with the destruction of its eyes, there weren't really any major weak points left for him to strike at anymore. Isaac supposed the beast's unmentionables technically qualified, but he knew from unfortunate experience that a Swamp Knights were nowhere near as vulnerable as a human's. If he'd had a knife, he could have actually done something, even a single Piercing Strike, empowered strike able to pierce its skull and damage its brain. That being said, a level 10 monster's fortitude would likely allow it to survive even a little after taking brain damage. He'd have loved to go looking for a knife, but he was only familiar with the layout of the public part of this house, and there were none located there. Isaac cast his eyes around the room, looking for anything that might be useful, until his gaze fell upon a rather unusual object. It would hardly have been his first choice, but then a series of seemingly unrelated random facts began to arise from his memory when he spotted just what he needed. Dropping the glass shards, he grasped it. Someone had died from bathing in alcohol, as seen in one of those "stupid people do stupid shit" TV shows. A daily show clip about how dangerous the act of butt chugging was due to how quickly alcohol was absorbed by a mucous membrane. And lastly, the fact that amphibians were quite prone to absorbing things through their skin, basically being all mucous membrane. Keeping all of that in mind, Isaac reached over the bar to grab a bottle of Stro 80, a particularly strong liquor. 80 pure alcohol, so strong one really shouldn't drink it as was, in fact that was strongly discouraged. The only way anyone was supposed to use this was in baking or a cocktail you lit on fire to reduce the alcohol content. Power strike, Isaac bellowed, breaking his moratorium on shouting skill names just this once. The bottle slammed down on the Swamp Knight's back and burst apart in a spray of glass shards and alcohol. Fragments of the bottle cut the skin of the monster, cuts that were immediately flooded with some of the most concentrated alcohol sold on the open market. And as anyone who'd ever gotten disinfectant into an open wound knew, that shit burned. A disgusting smell wafted up, bringing up memories of kneeling in front of a trash can, vomiting, of the single worst hangover he'd ever had, making his gorge rise. He'd felt a living being's eyeballs squish beneath his thumbs, and this was what got him to throw up. Hell no, with admitted difficulty, Isaac swallowed and ignored the nausea. Screaming what could only be interpreted as agony out into the world. The Swamp Knight whirled and charged. But it was still blind, and Isaac was as silent as a shadow thanks to his experience and sneaking skill. The bar shattered beneath its fists, even as Isaac casually grabbed another bottle of Stro 80 and broke it over the knight's back. It whirled, missing him by several inches, and he smashed the final bottle available over its head. Screaming its pain and anger out into the world at a volume that hurt to listen to, the Swamp Knight kept swinging, kept lashing out, trying to reduce the pesky fly that had hurt it so to paste. Needless to say, it failed. Unfortunately, Isaac to have a target to take its anger out on. Instead, it charged at the crowd outside, already stumbling as its skin began to absorb the high-concentration alcohol it was covered with. It began to stumble, its already unsteady movements becoming even less graceful. But with its power facing opponents as weak as regular baseline humans, even a clumsy and poorly aimed blow could and would kill. Isaac ran after it, strike after strike landing, only to be ignored. Only when it had almost reached the line of fleeing humans it whirled, to his utter surprise. He was still able to avoid the first hit, but the second smashed his arm aside and grazed his ribs. Survivable, but incredibly painful. Apparently satisfied with having landed a hit, the Swamp Knight charged the crowd and ignited. It screamed, waving its hands in panic as it ran in circles, the high-proof alcohol that Isaac had dosed it in for entirely different reasons having lit on fire. Even as the Swamp Knight spun in place, burning and screaming, the guy responsible for its state was roaring with glee. Can of hairspray raised to the sky, he sent a burst of flammable liquid through the flame of a lighter, roaring in glee. Take that. Yet another plume of fire shot off into the sky, unleashed by a clearly very intoxicated man. Isaac just hurried over, clutching his injured left arm in his right. Give me that, he snapped, injured arm screaming at him to stop as he released it to snatch the lighter out of the drunk idiot's hand. Doyo want me yo gyreball yoy, came the slurred shout of indignation, followed by the man holding the can of hairspray in Isaac's face as if he still had the lighter, seemingly not having realized that it was now in Isaac's pocket. Can you? Isaac snarked, ignoring the pain from his arm and ribs, channeling every drop of his slowly recovering mana into Hydra's regeneration. It wasn't much, but he was focusing on his ribs to the exclusion of everything else, the entirety of the skill's healing power flowing into the broken bones in his chest. For a brief second, the liquid began to spray towards his eyes, but he shut them, gently lowered his broken arm to his side and grabbed the offending object with his intact one, then stepped backwards. Meanwhile, the Swamp Knight had collapsed to the ground, dead. Had it been the breath stolen from its lungs, the shock of its entire nervous system exploding with pain, or maybe the damage its internal organs had accumulated had been too much, Isaac didn't know or care. It was dead. He could infer that much from the system window hanging in front of him. Swamp Knight LV, 10 has been slain. 70 XP gained, 100 XP base distributed across 3 people as per their contributions. And just like that, that fucking thing was down, never to hurt anyone ever again. Hydra's regeneration. A quick glance at his status revealed even more information. He'd taken one hell of a beating, especially so given that he was only seeing the damage inflicted by the final attack. But he'd also gained innumerable skill levels, namely 1 each in Knives and Piercing Strike, as well as a whopping 3 in Power Strike and Sneak. Speaking of knives, another new window popped up in front of him. Knives Common, Level X. Grants user basic knowledge of using knives, including throwing and non-combat applications. In addition, the user may repair any bladed weapons in their possession through the application of mana. Any such weapons are also more durable in the user's hands, and if they are not a traditional knife, they will slowly adjust their form to suit such a tool. The skill had finally reached level 10 and been upgraded, gaining a new power. Perfect. Though he could have really used the ability to turn anything sharp into a proper weapon a few minutes ago. Then again, any kind of advantage could have turned that mess back there into something a little less of an utter clusterfuck. A proper weapon, another level or two, anything. Wincing, he sat down on a random rock in the garden and just waited. He'd been hearing sirens in the background for a while, but they were finally close enough that even the average human, drunk people here could notice them. First, a perfectly normal cop car roared into the lot, the men inside jumping out and drawing their guns the instant the car came to a stop. They spread out, guns still pointed at the ground until they spotted the monster, lying on the ground, only drawing them up by the time there was no one in the line of fire. Very professional, Isaac nodded in approval. No one here except maybe him could easily handle a bullet, and the cops kept up the level of professionalism one needed to expect from them even in the face of this monster. Hey, where's the monster? One of them, a younger woman around his age, shouted. Tut air. The guy who'd barbecued the swamp night slurred as he stumbled towards the pair. So that's it, the second cop, an older man who wouldn't have looked out of place as the grizzled veteran cop in a noir movie. Yep. Monster got summoned, covered in alcohol and lit on fire. Now it's dead. Someone else told him, sounding surprisingly sober. Grabbing a long stick, the older cop instructed his partner to keep her gun trained on the monster's head and then poked it repeatedly. When it didn't move, he dropped the stick, but drew his gun once again and pointed it at the monster. Clearly, they were taking no chances. More cars were arriving, including a second normal cop car, an ambulance, and a heavy, armored transporter that disgorged policemen in heavy body armor and were wielding far heavier weaponry, machine pistols, assault rifles, and someone was even staying back and climbing atop the transporter with a sniper rifle on their back. When the group of people far better equipped to take down a monster like that arrived, the ordinary patrol officers stepped back from the body. If it somehow had still been alive, a sniper rifle round to the head, or a spray of bullets from multiple machine pistols and assault rifles would have put it down far more effectively than the pea-shooter's patrol officers had as sidearms. Isaac coughed wetly, more crimson droplets splattering into his palm. A glance at his status screen revealed that he no longer had any damage to his internal organs, but some blood had still found its way into his lungs. Having anything in there was naturally irritating to the body, prompting a bout of coughing to get it out. Every cough caused his still damaged ribs to shift against each other, blinding pain radiating across his torso. The movement was even enough to jostle his arm, sending a fresh wave of pain stabbing into his brain. If it hadn't been for the incredibly accurate reports on his health from his status screen, he'd probably have thought he was on the verge of death. As it was, he was going to live, though he definitely felt like shit. Sir, can I get your name? The older policeman who'd been the first on the scene stepped up next to him, sketchpad and pen in his hands. Isaac Toma, Thoma, Mr. Toma, are you all right? Can you tell me what happened? The man asked. I'll be fine. Isaac turned his head to look at the man, not a hint of pain evident in his tone or expression. Catching the first good look at him was clearly shocking, the man unable to fully keep the wince off his face. Sir, I think we should continue this talk in the ambulance. The cop said, voice cautious. I'll be fine. Isaac made a throwaway motion with his intact hand. If he got examined by anyone with even a passing understanding of anatomy now, he'd be lucky to get away for hours unless he resorted to punching someone. And as to what happened, it's pretty simple. The music suddenly shut off, then someone yelled about something glowing in the room with all the snacks, so I went over there and so did pretty much everyone else. In that room, there was a charged Tier 4 summoning circle on the ground, so I yelled at everyone to not run away because those circles automatically activate when the person who charged them gets too far away. Nothing happened for a bit, but then the monster got summoned. Isaac then gestured towards the house. It turned in the direction of the wall facing away from the street, so the summoner had to be standing somewhere around there when the circle finally activated. I proceeded to attack it, taking its eyes and inflicting some superficial injuries with a pair of glass shards for lack of a better weapon. Eventually, it began to ignore me and went after the crowd, at which point I broke 2 bottles of Stro 80 over its back. It returned to attacking me for a few moments, then charged outside. It was at this point that a highly intoxicated young man used a can of hairspray and a lighter to ignite said liquid, resulting in the monster's demise. Isaac's report was brief and succinct in a way that spoke of long experience stripping data down the bare minimum. And what happened to your arm? The officer asked skeptically, clearly unwilling to believe that this kid, who was currently cradling a broken arm, had fought and helped kill that monster lying dead on the grass a few meters away. Didn't manage to dodge everything. It'll be fine though, Isaac said. And how do you know that monsters always look at their summoners? The cop asked, clearly deciding to ignore Isaac's nonchalance about his injuries, at least for now. There was a study published this morning. I work with the team that wrote it. Isaac told him, nodding, is that all, and can I leave? I'll get back to you on that. But how about we get you to the ambulance now? The policeman asked. No, I'm fine. Regeneration skill, all this will be gone in an hour or two. Isaac waved him off. Look, sir, there is blood on your chin, blood that clearly came from your mouth. Maybe you have internal bleeding, or maybe you just bit your tongue. But you need to get checked out by one of the paramedics. The officer told him sternly, and Isaac had to fight to not visibly roll his eyes. I'm fine, perfectly fine. I don't want to talk to a paramedic. Isaac waved him off, causing the officer to grimace, then visibly steel himself. I've seen this before, way too often. People under the influence, they think they're fine because they're overconfident or because they just can't feel anything. And then they end up in the hospital too late with injuries far worse than they'd have otherwise been. Or we find them in the morgue. You're getting that checkup, buddy. The man just ignored him, looking Isaac up and down in a way that made him think the cop was trying to decide on the safest spot to grab him. I'm not drunk, I'm perfectly sober, and I have a regeneration skill. Isaac insisted. Sure you are. The cop nodded, but first, you're going to come with me to one of the paramedics, okay? It was a testament to Isaac's mental and physical exhaustion that when the thought of simply punching the man with his intact hand crossed his mind, he didn't instantly dismiss it. Is there nothing I can do to convince you otherwise? Isaac glared at the man. Normally, he'd have probably been able to talk his way out this, but he wasn't in his normal state of mind. He was tired, he was hurting, he was cranky. He was in the worst possible state for this short of actually being drunk. The cop just tiredly shook his head. Fine, Isaac said. This time, he really did roll his eyes. When the paramedic saw the state Isaac was in, she immediately motioned him to hurriedly lie down on the stretcher and loaded him into the ambulance. One last question. What you said about how summoned monsters always looking at their summoners, are you sure about that? The cop asked. Yes, study by Professor Adam Bailey, conducted right here at the local university, published this morning. Isaac told him, catch this asshole, would you? The cop just nodded grimly, then the door to the ambulance was shut by one of the paramedics. The vehicle began to move. Clearly, someone other than the paramedic next to him was in the driver's seat. Isaac supposed he shouldn't have been surprised. Having a patient who could easily panic or simply outright die when left alone stay in the back on their own was a bad idea. Of course, there were two people in the ambulance. He should have expected that. It was just that Isaac had very little experience with ambulance rides. Before the system, he hadn't needed one or ridden along with a loved one, and while he'd gotten injured plenty of times after at that point, healing magic had made them quite redundant. What's your name? The paramedic asked, and Isaac introduced himself, then handed over his ID and insurance card, just to get that out of the way. So do you hurt anywhere? She asked, looking Isaac up and down with a watchful eye, zeroing in on both his arm and the streaks of blood coming from his mouth. A brief glance at his mana pool showed that a few more points had regenerated, enough to activate Hydra's regeneration and keep it active for a couple of seconds. His broken ribs jolted him as they shot back into position, painfully scraping across his passage in their movement, and slid together with a faintly audible crunch. His status now showed them as merely being bruised. What was that? The paramedic practically jumped, sounding alarmed. That would be my ribs knitting themselves back together. Like I told the policeman, I have a regeneration skill. As far as to what hurts, my arm is ever so slightly broken, so I'd appreciate a splint to keep it still until it heals. Isaac said, giving her a winning smile. Not appropriate, he knew that, but he was hardly in the best of mental states. All right, she trailed of, slowly reaching into one of the many cabinets that lined the wall for some kind of plastic and Velcro contraption, which she promptly strapped his arm into. So how are things in the hospital? Have they started magically curing everyone, and now the only reason to have multiple doctors there is the limitation posed by their mana pool? Isaac asked her, trying to start up a conversation. No, they're still trying to determine if that stuff is safe, she told him. Isaac shifted a little to try and get a little more comfortable, only for her to sternly tell him off. I know you think your ribs are fine, but you at least had internal injuries. Stay still. My status screen says they're fine, so I know they're fine. It hasn't lied to me yet. Isaac told her, but given her expression, she clearly didn't believe him. He just slumped onto the gurney, resigning himself to not getting believed. It would take quite some time for the magical healing granted by the system to actually enter mainstream medicine. Just like with Bailey's research group, authorization to start experiments with the system, as it related to healing, had been granted with lightning speed, but they'd also been conducted with the usual thoroughness of any kind of medical research. Of course, thoroughness led to slowness, dragging the work out for a while. Plenty of people would proceed to use their healing skills without proper authorization, not content to see people die when they held the power to save them in moments, but widespread use would take a while. A minute later, the ambulance came to a stop and the door was thrown open, two people in scrubs standing outside. 20-year-old male, left arm fractured in multiple places, possible internal injuries, no loss of consciousness, alert and responsive the entire time, no medication was administered. The paramedic reported, "Also, I have a regeneration skill that's been healing me this entire time, and the only reason I even got on the ambulance is because a police officer who thought he knew better than me." "I'm fine, can I go now?" Isaac asked hopefully and sat up, only getting stony looks back. He slumped back onto the gurney. "If you do all your tests, do you think I can be out of here by tomorrow?" "No promises. Just try to lie back, relax. We have the very best of professionals on staff to make sure you recover well." Isaac supposed that had been a very reassuring answer. If reassurance at a good recovery had been what he'd wanted, clearly, there was very little chance of him making it out of here anytime soon that didn't involve physical violence or walking out through the walls. The former was out for obvious reasons, and he still needed the mana the latter would have required to heal the rest of his injuries. Chase party. Adam Bailey was not having a good evening. The last few days had been great, utterly exhausting, but great, amazing, awesome, and every other synonym for good he couldn't currently think of. Becoming a professor, gaining his own research team, getting to investigate the scientific mystery of the century, if not the millennium, all amazing. He'd even written a paper in what felt like record time, a paper that would almost certainly become very impactful when it came to making plans surrounding summoning in the future. He'd been tired, but it had been the good kind of tired, the kind that let you know you'd been working hard and achieved something. At least that was how it had been right up until this moment. Now, however bleak, he hadn't become a member of academia because he liked fielding late-night emergency calls. But some utter dumbass had decided to summon a powerful monster right next to campus, in the middle of a frat party no less, and both the police and university higher-ups had decided that the situation needed the attention of the closest thing to an expert the world had produced thus far. Hence, he was driving towards a frat house at 3 in the morning, a stomachache forming from downing the Monster energy drink he always kept in his fridge for emergencies such as this. It would have been rather obvious where the problem had occurred even if he hadn't had the address. The blue lights were flashing atop police cars, while barriers and tape were blocking off a large area surrounding the frat house. A large fire engine was also present for some reason, making Bailey wince. Had there been a fire too, or had the summoned monster been some kind of fire spirit? He certainly didn't know. He hadn't been told anything beyond, "Get your ass over there right this instant." There were also a pair of ambulances there, their own lights not flashing. Given that they weren't driving off, there clearly weren't any emergencies still happening. "Excuse me, sir, this is an active crime scene." Someone stepped up to Bailey's car window and rapped on it. He just rolled it down carefully, not making any hurried motions, stuck his head out. "I'm Professor Adam Bailey from the local university. I was asked to come here." Instead of answering him, the cop just reached up for his radio and asked for confirmation, then finally turned to Bailey. "Can I see some ID? Here you go." Bailey handed over his basic ID card. "This just has your name on it. Can I see something official from the university?" the cop asked. "I don't carry my letter of accreditation in my wallet, sorry. But you could always just look me up on the university website," Bailey suggested, sighing internally. Yes, being cautious and bureaucracy were both important, but that didn't mean he liked having either shoved in his face. "Checks out, I'll just call someone over real quick," the officer told him, voice a little smaller than it had been. As the young man scampered off, Bailey shut off his car and got out, looking around. A faint scent of smoke and burnt steak. Something had clearly happened to require the fire brigade, though it didn't seem like whatever had caught fire had been a person. At least that's what decades of hearing burning human flesh described as burning pork led him to believe. God, he hoped that no one had gotten burned. Professor Bailey, an older woman, was walking towards him, wearing a wrinkled uniform that spoke of something being put on in a hurry. Poliziratin Eisenberg, currently in charge of this situation. "Yes, nice to meet you, though I wish it had been under better circumstances." Bailey nodded, then shook her hand. He wasn't entirely sure just how highly ranked she was, but given that her title roughly translated to police council member, he guessed pretty. "Likewise, how much do you know of the current situation?" she asked. "Not much. All anyone told me was that a monster had gotten summoned during a frat party and that I was wanted there. Then the university called me like 2 minutes later and told me basically the same thing," he explained. "All right, that is basically correct, but we've actually found out some more information." The summoner appears to have been a highly inebriated individual who overheard one of the more influential members of the fraternity talking about how stupid summoning drunk was and decided to take that as a personal challenge. When he actually saw the circle glow after he finished charging it, he got scared and decided to pretend nothing had happened, but then someone else noticed and warned everyone. He was, according to his statement, willing to just let it lie there until it went away, but then one of the people who showed up looked like he knew what he was doing, so the summoner decided to go through with things. She explained. "Wait, you caught the guy. That's great." "How?" Bailey exclaimed. Getting someone this criminally stupid off away from anywhere he might inflict significant damage could only be a good thing. It was pointed out to us that monsters are able to locate their summoner always. Apparently, that was also announced before the monster actually appeared, so people had already thought about that by the time we asked about it. This being said, a bunch of drunk university students aren't the best source of information, and there were a lot of false accusations, but one of my patrol officers has a skill to check mana levels, and there was only one person with basically no mana who hadn't also been involved in the fighting, she explained. And you're sure those people aren't the ones responsible? Bailey asked. Pretty sure. The man confessed practically immediately, and of the two who fought, one has an alibi and the other ended up in the hospital with some pretty serious injuries. He still could have been responsible, but it's unlikely, especially given how much he seemed to know about monsters and how bad of an idea this was. Eisenberg told him, and here we are, one dead monster. Just for the record, summoning circles do not go away over time. They remain active until used, and if the summoner gets too far away, they trigger automatically. If someone charges a circle, you need to keep them close enough to not trigger the automatic activation and get as much heavy ordnance as is needed to deal with the monster. If a circle gets charged, you need to deal with it the hard way. Bailey said grimly, looking over the charred corpse. Do you know what tier the circle is? Tier 4. Eisenberg replied, in that case I'm really glad you caught the guy. How did you hear about the paper about how monsters can track their summoner? Bailey asked. The young man who went to the hospital told us. How about you? I hear it was released only a few hours ago. Eisenberg asked. I wrote it. Bailey grinned despite the situation, then went pale as he put two and two together. What's wrong? She asked. A friend of mine said he was going to go to a frat party tonight and he helped me write that paper. His name wouldn't happen to have been Isaac Toma, would it? Bailey asked. She pulled out a sketchpad from a pocket. Yes. If you'll excuse me, I have a phone call to make. I'll get to the monster in a second, Bailey said, pulling out his cell phone and dialing Isaac's number. It rang once, twice, and he was starting to get worried, even though it was entirely possible Isaac was just asleep. What's wrong? Came a serious voice from the other end, though it indisputably belonged to Isaac. Nothing. There was a monster summoned to a frat party, and someone ended up in the hospital. I was afraid it was you from the description. Bailey sighed in relief. It didn't sound like Isaac was who. Oh, it was. I have a regeneration skill. I'm fine, Isaac told him. You got sent to the hospital, though, Bailey cautioned him. I got sent in here by a pushy cop who thought I'd drop dead otherwise, and anything that got me out of going to the hospital would have probably landed me in jail instead. Right now, I'm being held overnight for observation, which seems to really mean you're physically fine, but I don't trust this system malarkey. I've been told I can leave in a few hours, and if they decide to change their minds on that, I'll just walk out through the wall. It's that simple. Isaac grumped. Why don't you just sign one of those, against medical advice forms they have, or whatever the German equivalent is? Bailey asked him. Apparently, someone who charges a monster, takes possibly lethal internal injuries, and then decides to literally escape the hospital would be considered a suicide risk. I've gotten threatened with a psychological hold, so I've decided to just sleep here in lieu of getting into a fight, either verbal or physical, then go back to work tomorrow. Unless this happens again, it's just not worth it. Isaac sounded pretty tired and cranky. You know, you don't have to come in tomorrow, right? Take the day off, relax, recuperate, Bailey said, knowing that the circle had a good chance of triggering on its own because the numbskull who created it got too far away. Saved lives today, Professor. I'm fine, physically healthy, and unless you order me to stay home, I'm coming in. Isaac insisted. That sounds great. In that case, don't bother coming in till noon. I still have to deal with this entire mess and I'll have to sleep a little to be of any use, Bailey told him. Unless something's changed, I'd like to do the experiment you authorized me to do yesterday, vis-a-vis summoning one of every monster up to tier 2. Also, what's it looking like over there? Isaac asked. Messy. There's fire trucks, police, ambulances, and German SWAT, Bailey told him. SEK the Sondereinsatzkommando. But did anything else happen? Isaac asked. Nope. And feel free to come in tomorrow morning, but only if you want to. Also be really fucking careful, Bailey implored. Will do, Professor. Aye, have a good night and see you tomorrow. Bye, Isaac said. Bailey bade him goodbye in turn and hung up. I'm sorry about that. A friend of mine ended up in the hospital. Bailey apologized to Eisenberg. It's fine. No one could ever fault you for being worried after a mess like that. She told him, thank you. Bailey's phone rang. Sorry about that. Professor Bailey here. Hey, Professor Bailey, it's Professor Bishop. I heard about the incident and I'd like to assist with the necropsy. Do you need any help? The familiar voice of his colleague greeted him. I'd like that. I'll call you once I know when and where, Bailey said. Actually, I'm at the incident, outside the police tape. Can you see me waving? Only a couple of minutes later, the other professor met him at the body. It lay there like a block of charcoal, stinking fluids dripping from cracks in its surface. So either of you know what that is? Eisenberg asked. No, but I doubt many people do. This was a tier 4 creature, something well beyond the power level of most people to handle. Anyone who summoned one in the last couple of days probably didn't survive. Bailey said, and the sheer damage the fire inflicted makes telling anything from its looks pretty difficult. If possible, I'd like to do a necropsy as soon as possible for several reasons. We can find out how tough these things are, and the internal organs might help identify just what this is. Necropsy? Eisenberg asked. Autopsy for animals. Actually, that's part of why I asked for your help. We'll have this body transported to the nearest police morgue in a few minutes. Eisenberg told him. Excellent, I'll need a few things. A monster that came from a Tier 4 circle is likely to be quite tough, so I might need a lot of cutting power to get through, well, anything. Someone with piercing strike or an equivalent skill would be great. I'd also like a proper circular saw, and a bunch of extra scalpel blades wouldn't go amiss. Lastly, I'd like Professor Bishop to assist. Is any of that going to be a problem? Bailey asked. No. Eisenberg said, then called over a younger police officer. Watchmeister Klebs will help you get everything you need. Then she hurried off to yell at two people who were currently arguing about something. Bailey wasn't entirely sure what. So this is what happens when a monster gets summoned by someone who can't handle it. Bishop commented, looking everything over. By the way, do those dents in the concrete steps look fresh to you? Bailey stepped over to them and frowned, seeing there was still concrete dust in the small impressions. If those were old, they'd be clean, washed out, not filled with dust. These are clearly fresh, he said, casting a look back at the charred body. Well shit indeed. Autopsy of Unknown Monster, Friday, May 6th of 2022, case number 030249, conducted by Professor Adam Bailey and Professor Victor Bishop. The medical examiner finished speaking into the microphone hanging from the ceiling, then stepped back, looking at the alien body on the table with a mixture of interest and revulsion, though tiredness was evident in his bearing. None of them had been awake or planning to be so at the time of being informed about the situation, but none of them were willing to let this wait until morning either. I don't suppose you managed to find anyone with piercing strike or an equivalent skill? Bailey asked, addressing the officer standing near the entrance to the room, but she just shook her head. All I have is hunter's tools, but I don't think that will be particularly helpful. Makes my tools slightly better, that's about it, Bishop commented. Every little bit helps Victor, every little bit, Bailey told him. They decided to stick to first names before everything became Professor this, Professor that. In truly formal settings, they'd obviously return to formal means of address, but they didn't count this situation as being particularly formal. Should we start with the standard Y incision then? Open up the torso, see where to go from there, he suggested. Bold of you to assume we'll get through that skin without a chainsaw. Bishop grinned, but let's try, see if we get anywhere. Do you really think it's going to be that big of a problem? The coroner asked. Might be. Bailey shrugged. This thing got hit with a lot and still looks relatively intact if you ignore the burns, and it throws punches hard enough to break concrete. I doubt it's fragile. With that, Bailey grabbed the scalpel, slotted in a blade, and began the first incision. The skin resisted to a surprising degree, the blade barely penetrating though it pushed through as he applied more and more pressure on it. Yep, that looks tough, Bishop commented, then turned towards the coroner. Can you get us every spare scalpel blade you have? I have a feeling we're going to dull the ones we use at record speed. The coroner just nodded and walked off at a brisk pace. You wouldn't happen to have a hunting knife on you? Bailey asked, and Bishop nodded. See how that works. As it turned out, a hunting knife empowered by a skill worked better than a normal scalpel purely by the virtue of having better leverage while being just as sharp. Therefore, Bishop used it while Bailey stuck to grabbing a new scalpel blade every minute or so. After over half an hour of struggling, cutting, even grabbing the rotary saw normally only used to open up skulls on some of the tougher parts, they were finally able to peel back the skin to reveal the monster's insides. Well, part of them anyway. Those abdominal muscles are going to be a stone-cold bitch to get through, aren't they? Bishop sighed. A layer of skin that can be peeled back that easily wasn't what I expected. Bailey muttered once more into the breach. I suppose. Pass me that saw. Initially, they'd thought they were cutting through both skin and muscle, but unfortunately they were rather loosely connected, which meant opening up the torso was a hell of a lot harder, which was seriously tempting Bailey to just give up and ask for a chainsaw. But this time, there were no other impediments, and the internal organs were laid bare, including the heart once they removed the sternum. It had a rather unusual shape for something that had come out of a humanoid creature, looking familiar, but he wasn't sure why. Okay, that's just weird, Bishop muttered under his breath, barely loud enough for Bailey to catch his words. We're conducting a necropsy on a gigantic monster summoned to this world by magic. I'd be more surprised if it weren't. Bailey told him. That's not what I meant. Obviously, everything is going to have a weird layout and shape. What I'm talking about is the state of the organs. They're perfect. I've been hunting literally for longer than you've been alive, and I've almost never seen organs that perfect. Most of them have some in good condition, but then they have liver worms turning their liver literally into soup or something. But here I can't spot a single flaw on any single part of its body that the guy who killed it didn't inflict. Bishop explained. So these things are summoned in a perfect form? Bailey asked. That's possible. But it could also be that summoned creatures are created the instant someone activates the circle, leaving behind a summoned creature in peak condition. Bishop explained his thoughts. We'll check on that later, Bailey told him. And with that, the two of them delved deeper into the organs of the beast while the coroner watched, narrating their actions for the benefit of the recording all the while. When's the last time you dissected a frog? Bailey asked out of the blue. 40, 50 years, maybe. Why? Bishop asked, confusion clear on his face. Because I think I know what this thing is and I'm kicking myself for not realizing this sooner. The materials would have been available and the physical characteristics fit. Bailey explained. Go ahead. Bishop told him. See that spiral thing in the heart? That's called a septum and frogs use it to separate their oxygenated and non-oxygenated blood because they don't have a mammal's segmented heart. And look at what I found in the amphibian section of the summoning system. A swamp knight, which requires fertile soil and toxin. I saw the frat has a garden and they serve alcohol, which is a neurotoxin. Therefore, I'm pretty sure that this being in front of us is a swamp knight, Bailey explained. Are you seriously telling me all you need to summon that thing is some dirt from the garden, a shot of vodka and a Sharpie? The police officer exclaimed, speaking without being prompted for the first time. I know alcohol is technically a neurotoxin, but is that enough to count as a toxin in the eyes of the system? Bishop echoed the policeman's fearful question. A few hours ago, I summoned an acid slime using a can of Coca-Cola. You tell me how broad the system's definitions are. Bailey replied, that's disturbing. Someone summoning something that dangerous with such common materials, just yikes. Bishop said while the cop just blanched and stood there as if he'd been turned into a pillar of salt. Disturbing is one way to put it. This system has placed incredible destructive potential in the hands of literally every person in the world. Sure, they have to escape their summoned monster first, but if they do, Bailey trailed off, leaving the ultimate issue up to the imagination of the other people in the room. If you put that out in the world as a paper, I'm not sure whether that will help or not, but I can already see the sheer amount of clusterfucks this will end up causing. Bishop grimaced. Yeah, me too, Bailey said, trailing off deep in thought. But are you sure that's what you think it is? Bishop asked. I'm pretty sure, but the only way to tell for certain would be by summoning a swamp knight and comparing the two, but the only way I'm summoning a tier 4 circle after this mess is on top of a hill of Semtex. Bailey said, that's probably a wise choice. Bishop replied offhandedly, and with that, they continued their work. You know, I'm starting to think that we shouldn't be worried about this swamp knight. We should be worrying about the person who took it down. Bishop said after a long while, think about it. We've been cutting at this thing for forever and barely got anywhere. But someone inflicted that level of damage in just the few minutes it took for the police to arrive. That kind of power, how long before someone demonstrates that the power to kill a head of state doesn't automatically confer the ability to take their place? Just as something that's stupid in general, Bishop asked. I think Isaac is good people. I don't think he'd do something like that. Bailey cautioned his colleague. Besides, he has plenty of skills to enhance his blows. I'm pretty sure those injuries weren't inflicted just through pure force of stats. Bailey replied. You know the guy who did this? Bishop asked. He works for me. Bailey said. I'd like to meet him one of these days. You already did. Bailey frowned. What's his last name? Bishop asked. Toma. Bailey told him and Bishop nodded. Ah, that guy. Nice professional, has no idea how to act around guns. That sounds about right, Bailey said. Now if only we knew if he actually used the skills in the fight, that'd be great. Bishop added. You know I can just call him, right? Bailey asked, already dialing the number. And you know it's in the middle of the night, right? Bishop asked. He was awake earlier, it's worth a try. Bailey replied. Adam, what's up? Came the reply a few seconds later, followed by a loud yawn. We're doing the necropsy on the monster you killed right now, and we were wondering if you used any skills in the process. Bailey asked. Yep, piercing strike and power strike, but then I ran out of mana, so I stuck to trying to cut it with shards of glass. Isaac told them. And power strike just increases how hard you hit, Bailey asked. Yep, in that case, I think that's something we need to experiment with once you're out of the hospital. Bailey said, if I'm going to be playing lab rat, could you do something for me? Isaac asked, mirth swinging along in his voice. Depends, what is it? Bailey asked. I was wondering if you could get me some dinosaur fossils. If you check the prehistoric part of the summoning list, you'll see that all you need to summon a real one are some bones. Isaac's grin at saying this was audible. Summoning list prehistoric. Name. Material cost. Mana cost. Dinosaur max 1 meter. Tier 1 circle, bone or fossil of desired dinosaur 10. Dinosaur max 5 meters. Tier 2 circle, bone or fossil of desired dinosaur, feathers 50. Dinosaur max 10 meters. Tier 3 circle, bone or fossil of desired dinosaur, feathers, pig iron 100. Dinosaur max 25 meters. Tier 4 circle, bone or fossil of desired dinosaur, feathers, pig iron, granite 100. Dinosaur max 50 meters. Tier 5 circle, bone or fossil of desired dinosaur, feathers, pig iron, granite, obsidian chunks 250. Ancient lands. Tier 8 circle, rock and soil samples, petrified wood, samples of 100 different dinosaurs, 10 different fossil pieces, 10,000 max, 10 people. I can see that, Bailey said. There's a museum in Stuttgart that's absolutely filled with fossils, including a carnosaur and the Menschennator in Munich has a T-Rex head, one of whose teeth they might be willing to part with in exchange for a brand new skull. Isaac suggested cheekily. Teeth aren't bone, but fossilized ones should count as fossils, but if the ones gained from the bodywork would be entry, no, that is a test for later. I'll do my best to get my hands on some fossils, promised Bailey said. You know, if you're going to be fighting dinosaurs, you're not going to do that alone, right? Bishop asked, hunger and excitement evident in his voice. Yep, and just like that, he'd earned himself an entirely new branch of research. It would be useful, but also one step closer to his plate overflowing. Yep, that's the first and last time I leave the house without my knife, Isaac mentally grumbled as he returned to his apartment after a way too long stay at the hospital. He reattached the sheath to his belt, feeling the familiar weight settle at his waist. Not bringing it had truly been a mistake of gigantic proportions. It wouldn't have turned the fight into a complete curb stomp, but it would certainly have made it a hell of a lot easier. Part of the reason he'd felt so comfortable leaving it behind was that he hadn't heard about this incident the first time around and assumed that it would have been a very big thing, at least on the local news. And merely switching on the TV proved that he'd been right, the demon-summoning frat having been mentioned several times. Therefore, he could be pretty certain that this little incident hadn't happened in the original timeline, so he'd caused this, somehow. Sam had claimed that the idiot who'd summoned it had taken their little talk about the dangers of drunk summoning as a challenge, but Isaac wasn't entirely sure if he believed that. How could someone possibly be this stupid? Taking down a Tier 4 in the current state of the world would have been almost impossible without heavy ordnance, the kind that one really shouldn't be using in urban areas, or maybe heavy armor-piercing weaponry, which would have taken a while to get to the place they were needed. Isaac could feel his faith in humanity reach an all-time low, something he hadn't thought possible after witnessing human stupidity literally end the world. Literally, the only saving grace was that for every idiot or malicious asshole, there was someone there who would stand up to tyranny or clean up the mess, whatever was required. In this case, that person had been Isaac. This was his life now, he supposed. One of the strongest people in the world, cleaning up after everyone. He probably could take on most people right now if things like equipment were equal, having a literal decade of experience fighting within the confines of the system on them, and he was almost certainly one of the strongest in terms of pure combat power, but not the strongest. Surprisingly enough, that honor didn't fall to people like Calais or anyone else in a position of true authority, at least not if they wanted to keep their organization running. It was simply that they'd need to spend a lot of time on organizational and bureaucratic matters, nor was it the people who'd likely end up fighting monsters like the police. They needed to be in a position to respond to incidents, something that was hard to do when they were constantly training and grinding. No, it was the people who had literally done nothing but train since initialization, and there were likely several of those who'd be the strongest. The people who maximized their time, had the resources to summon nonstop, whose seemingly only goal was to get stronger. Isaac had thought about going that route but decided against it. If things went as they had in the original timeline, then humanity would go extinct. That was just a plain fact. Another fact was that literally the only thing that was different this time around was him and his memories. If things were going to go differently, then he was the one who needed to make that happen. But one person, no matter how powerful, wouldn't ever be able to beat everything that the system had thrown their way. If nothing else, he could only be in one place at once. That was why he was working with Bailey, giving him prompts for new avenues of research without making it obvious what he was doing. Information like that would lead to new discoveries, new tricks, reveal pitfalls that needed to be avoided, overall just improve the power and safety of humanity. He was still working on getting stronger, of course, but that wasn't his primary focus. Empowering others was. Once he'd showered and gotten dressed in new clothes, Isaac left for the university. He was going to be summoning anyway. He might as well be doing so where the bodies would be useful and on someone else's dime. The university building was fuller than it had been the last few days, not as full as it should have been during normal operations, but it was still noticeably different. Walking down into the bowels of the building felt weirdly normal by now. He'd only worked here for 2 days, but all of this already seemed familiar. The normal, gray walls, the pipes and cables covering the ceiling as he walked through small corridors. It was weird how something so mundane could be so comforting. One final door opened, and he was walking into the corridor that held Professor Bailey's department. 4 normal doors, 2 on each side, and the heavy steel slab that served to close the bunk. The mess that the frat party had turned into had only been a few hours ago and taken all of 10 minutes to happen, but it had seemed so long. It loomed in his memories like a storm front, something that seemed so incredibly vast and blotted out everything else. So now, while it had only been 14 hours since he'd last been here, that felt like a lifetime ago. There was a certain allure to having a place to yourself like this, Isaac mused. It was a little like the first time one's parents left you at home over the weekend, knowing you could do whatever you wanted just as long as the mess was gone before they got home. Being the only person in your place of work, it was silly, it was childish, it was somehow thrilling. Once he'd made himself some tea, Isaac sat in one of the chairs in the meeting room and put his feet up on the table. No one here to comment after all. Was it silly? Absolutely. But that didn't mean he'd refrain from doing so. Isaac finished his tea, reading the news on his phone as he did so. Thankfully, no names had been published, just that belonging to the frat, but that could still change. He had a shape-changing skill in 100 faces, but he'd prefer to not use that too extensively in his civilian identity. Finally, he set the cup down on the table and went over to the intercom connected to the inside of the bunker and plugged in his phone. The tunes of Gloryhammer began to faintly echo through the walls and he grinned. Let's go. There was still a mostly intact Tier 1 circle on the floor of the bunker from where he'd been fighting all those acid slimes yesterday, so all he had to do was fix a few tiny flaws and put in a few dead flies to activate it. Would you like to activate the summoning circle and summon Giant Bullfrog? Yes, please. Isaac said, and a truly gigantic frog appeared in the circle, large enough to swallow half a cat in one gulp. The most basic of the amphibian summons, but he was currently working his way through all of them. He had to start somewhere. It gave him an angry croak and leaped straight at his face, a long tongue lashing out to try and wrap around his throat, but it didn't worry him in the slightest. He sidestepped the tongue, grabbed it, and pulled. The frog went flying into the wall with a loud splat, leaving it to slump to the ground, dazed. One piercing strike later saw his knife embedded in its skull. And done. A simple Tier 1 monster, hardly a challenge to even a level 0 human, but it was good enough to warm up with. Giant Bullfrog LV, 1 has been slain, 2 XP gained. Isaac put some wood ash into the circle and charged it, then stored the bullfrog while his mana recharged. He put it into one of the refrigerated boxes from the storage room, then properly and thoroughly labeled it with the monster's name, date of summoning, and death, then finished it off with his name. Then there was a whole other form to fill out about what he was doing for his research team and why he was working with others instead of trying to do his own research, essentially. People had managed to get funding for stuff like that in the past even without a science background, but trying to go that route would have resulted in such a titanic amount of paperwork as to be unfeasible, so Isaac had decided against it. Once he was done with all the necessary paperwork, Isaac walked back into the bunker and activated the circle, making a devil's salamander appear within it. Much like the swamp knight he'd fought a few hours ago, a devil's salamander was a combination of several other creatures, though not quite in such an extreme sense. The base for the devil's salamander was another salamander, a giant version from China that was so aggressive its English name was literally Hellbender. Another very obvious feature was its coloration, the distinctive black and yellow spotted form of a fire salamander. Then someone had infused those two newts with the razor-sharp teeth of a shark and the bite strength of an alligator, creating a horrific amalgamation that could theoretically occur in nature, but was unlikely to come into existence naturally. And the few members of this particular species that had gotten out, let's just say that there was a very good reason even Isaac had heard about the ecological damage Tier 1 monster had inflicted, but none of that helped it in its fight against a seasoned expert. Isaac used spectral shift and it flew straight through him with enough force to literally splat against the wall. Isaac whirled and impaled its brain before it could even start to slide down the wall. And done. Tier 1 monsters simply weren't a threat to him in any situation. They had a maximum level of 2, and while that wasn't quite equivalent to a level 2 human in terms of stats, that still made them quite a bit stronger than a baseline human. Yet despite all that, anything that came out of a Tier 1 circle could be taken down by an ordinary person as long as their powers didn't counter standard weapons the same as ephemeral beings did. And just like that, an incredibly dangerous and aggressive monster had turned into no more of an issue than the paperwork its killing prompted. The devil's salamander went straight into another box, and that was that. Isaac took this moment as a chance to look inside the boxes that contained the remains of yesterday's acid slimes, as well as a miscellaneous collection of mundane materials. Nothing particularly interesting had happened. Some things had dissolved and others hadn't, but regardless, Bailey was well on his way to writing his next paper. Now that he'd summoned the grand total of the 2 creatures in the amphibian section that could be summoned with a Tier 1 circle, Isaac decided to switch over to other categories. While there might be hundreds of those, Isaac decided to finish up the ones which Bailey's research group had already summoned some out of. Next up were some earth creatures. Isaac assumed he could use the engine hoist in the next room over to move them out of the summoning room, but even if he couldn't, there was always the option of just leaving them lying on the ground in here. Them getting trashed wasn't really a problem. After all, he could just summon and kill some more. He decided to skip the weakest Earth-type summon, one of the slate golems he'd been trashing casually since the beginning of the system, instead calling upon a lesser Earth elemental. The creature manifested in a swirl of dirt, creating something akin to a slimy blob that was also completely made out of pure dirt, and attacked in an instant. All very much the standard operating procedure for a summoned monster. Isaac lashed out, his cabar covered in the yellow light of piercing strike. He pitied the poor bastard who had to conduct the necropsy on that thing, well aware of the fact that he just destroyed the only actual organ that thing had. In essence, a necropsy on a dead earth elemental of any type would involve digging those several kilograms of dirt over and over again until one gave up and accused the person who'd brought the body of getting the specimen at a garden center. He was still at it when his music cut off, only to be replaced with a familiar voice. "Hey Isaac, where is everyone? Didn't Bailey text you? Or maybe." Okay, point is, there was an incident involving a drunk idiot summoning a monster and Professor Bailey was up all night conducting a necropsy, so he won't be here till noon. I'm just getting us a few more bodies to examine, Isaac told Patrick. Oops, anyway, I've got a nice and fancy salamander body over in the warehouse. Why don't you check that out? Isaac suggested Bailey will be here soon enough. Which crate? The labeled one. Isaac sighed. Clearly, Patrick didn't truly see him as a normal scientist who did all the normal stuff, such as properly labeling everything. Patrick's voice rang out from the speaker, then cut out. Isaac's music didn't return. "Hey, could you turn the music back on?" he called out, receiving no answer. It seemed like Patrick wasn't in the meeting room anymore, and someone had wisely removed the option to open the door from inside the bunker. Isaac just sighed and left by the simple expedience of phasing through the door and visiting Patrick in the storage room. That focused on the giant bullfrog in front of him. "Did you know that normal frogs don't have teeth? But this thing does, so it can't be a frog, at least not a normal one. These things are just plain weird." Isaac supposed that was the only answer he'd get, so he returned to the summoning room with a handful of ceramic shards and a Sharpie, then summoned an animated garden gnome. The monster seemed to explode from the ground, turning from a mass of ceramic fragments into a demonic, hellish version of the stereotypical lawn ornament. It lunged, swinging a massive garden trowel. Isaac dodged the blow, then smashed a power strike into its chest, sending a network of cracks shooting across its chest. It counterattacked, but he dodged once again and kept hitting it until it finally came apart. Over and over again, Isaac tore his way through countless weak monsters, gaining small amounts of XP until eventually, Bailey finally graced them with his presence. "What exactly happened?" Amy asked. "Some drunk idiot summoned a swamp knight and it nearly killed me, then someone lit it on fire and it dropped dead," Isaac said succinctly. "Wait, you know it was a swamp knight?" How, Bailey exclaimed. "Kill notification." Isaac shrugged. "Why?" "Because it took me finding a very amphibian-specific part of its heart combined with the fact that it came out of a tier 4 circle to identify it. Knowing what it was would have been great." Bailey told him, giving Isaac a sharp look. "But you did find out it was a swamp knight, right?" Isaac asked. "Identifying a monster based on just a crispy corpse should have been difficult, but you managed. I think that's pretty impressive. Monsters get free and or their bodies get left lying around and rotting. Being able to identify them without being the summoner or killer will be an incredibly useful skill," Raoul told him. "If I grab a bunch of knowledgeable people and ask them to identify bodies, golems for geologists, animals for the zoologists, and so on and so forth, that could be useful." Bailey grinned widely, then continued rambling. Isaac would have grinned just as widely if he hadn't been deliberately suppressing the expression. The simple idea of learning to identify creatures based on just their looks and summoning tier would eventually lead to learning to rapidly identify a monster's traits and weaknesses, an invaluable skill. And best of all, Isaac hadn't even been trying to lead Bailey down that path of research. It had just happened that way. It was reassuring to see that research would rapidly continue even without his prompting. He'd known that Bailey was incredibly smart and talented, but seeing it was a whole other thing. He just hoped the man wouldn't burn out. After all, he was loading himself down with a whole lot of projects at the moment. And as it turned out, he wasn't the only one who thought like that. "Are you sure you can handle all that?" Patrick asked, not to be rude, "but it seems you've got a lot planned." "I do, but I'm going to do this just as I normally would, one task at a time." Bailey grinned. "We'll finish the test on how the system defines things like toxin or acid. Next, we check out how easy it is to identify a monster based on its physical appearance, and then we're going to go ahead and check out something else. Maybe we'll check what happens if a creature gets summoned into an area that instantly kills it." And that was what they did. Carl had taken the time to build some kind of sledgehammer crossed with a guillotine-style contraption that would pulverize a slate golem the instant it got summoned onto the trigger. At least in theory. Would you like to activate the summoning circle and summon slate golem? Yep, Carl grinned, clearly eager to see his invention in action. The golem manifested in the usual cloud of slate dust and promptly burst apart in a shower of rock shards that Isaac could already tell would be a bitch to clean up. Well, that happened, Carl said, staring off into nothingness. You have got to realize we can't see your system prompts unless you share them with us, right? Patrick groaned. Slate golem has been killed by environmental hazard sledgehammer trap. All XP has been lost, all possible aspects removed. And there goes that idea. Patrick grumbled, then proceeded to swear under his breath. Not necessarily, there might be a way around that. Bailey cautioned, then proceeded to furiously scribble on his sketchpad for a few seconds. Once again, the list of things to do increased in size by an obscene amount. The answer was pretty simple, yet also incredibly complicated. The monsters needed to be able to move at least a little before dying. Appearing on top of a landmine, or as just proven a trap, would cost you almost all of the benefits its death might bestow. No XP and no chance at getting an aspect, just a handful of materials. If you wanted to actually get XP and all that, the monster needed to end up in the trap normally, the way it might if it were a free monster, roaming through the world. There would be a bit of leeway given to classes built around trap making, but not much. Things were pretty simple like that, but this was where it got complicated. Simply vaporizing the area, a monster was summoned into using artillery, or something like that still counted as an environmental hazard, at least most of the time. That depended on how strong the blast was in comparison to the power of the creature. During the last days of organized resistance in the other timeline, that had been proven rather spectacularly by the American military. Said information had then been sent to everyone else, who would listen in the hope that someone else would be able to make use of it. In essence, two extremely powerful raid bosses with extraordinary defensive powers called Fortress Tarasques had been summoned on United States soil. Their defensive power was so great, in fact, that no one had been able to really defeat it without gathering every elite on the continent to face just one of them. The first had been decently well placed, so that a team of special forces had been able to sneak a tactical nuclear warhead with a yield of around 10 kilotons into its path and blow it sky high, getting the XP for the kill in the process. The second had been called into the now desolate wastelands of Nevada, which was populated by a rather alarming number of royal wyverns at the time, making traveling there quite dangerous. Therefore, the decision had been made to launch a Trident nuclear missile with W-88 warhead attached, hoping that its sheer power would kill the monster before it summoned more of its kind, even in the event of a miss. But when the missile killed the monster, the system reported it had died at the hands of the environmental hazard nuclear explosion. But if things went well, no one would ever have to figure any of that out because Isaac managed to avert the course of history and no one felt sufficiently pressured to lob around nuclear warheads. That could be interesting. Do you already have a plan? Raoul asked. Not yet, I'm going to write one up while you guys handle the rest of the summoning material definition. I actually have a suggestion about that. I've been playing Hatchet Man for a while now and it's been working, but I don't know if that will keep working forever. I think it might be a good thing if everyone else gained a few levels as well. And even if we learned nothing else yesterday, we know that acid slimes are pretty handleable. What I'm suggesting is that we all start killing monsters, working our way up through the levels. If nothing else, getting a few more points in fortitude will let you get away with a hell of a lot less sleep, Isaac said. We know. I can take these things pretty well, and that they are very vulnerable to any kind of hit to their central nucleus. You guys can take them, I know that. And if there is ever a problem, I'll be right there. Now, what are everyone's classes? He continued, giving them a winning smile. Well, I'm a healer, though I haven't actively used any of my skills so far. They're mostly focused on fixing up injuries, but the medical consensus is to not rely on those until they're determined to be safe. Bailey said I think leveling could be useful, but I'll still wait to use magical healing until it's determined to be safe. At least barring an emergency. I'm a researcher, seemed like the natural choice when the system suggested it. Patrick said, shrugging. Well, I'm a mage, got called a researcher as well, but I wanted magic. Amy added, shooting a look in Patrick's direction. You already know I'm a ranger. Raoul commented succinctly, basically supernatural wilderness survival, tracking and hunting. Like you all know, I'm a geomancer, but I focus on structural analysis and repair. I don't have anything offensive. Carl said. It made sense after all, his class had access to plenty of attack skills, but he had indicated precisely zero capability to kill monsters on his own. Sounds like those could be incredibly useful with a few more skills. Isaac commented, then turned to stare directly at Bailey. I don't suppose we're free to try and get some. So that was what they did for the rest of the day. Summon slimes and killing them, with Isaac keeping a watchful eye over everything. The acid slimes were actually rather easy to kill, dying to just a single hit, but they still gave plenty of XP. Why? Well, they were wicked dangerous, and them merely popping would result in the caustic liquid that they were made up from to slop over their slayer's feet. The only reason that wasn't an issue here were the boxes lined with acid-proof material that covered the floor. Patrick was actually not participating all that much, spending most of his time in the storage room, doing necropsies. He only occasionally showed up to ask for another specimen in cases where a certain organ of interest had ended up mangled. Bailey, meanwhile, split his time between writing up experiments, interpreting data, and writing the result into the beginnings of another paper, only occasionally dropping by the summoning and storage rooms. Things were progressing well until Isaac hit the limit with slimes where XP gains were concerned. At that point, the very concept of only being able to gain a limited amount of experience from a certain creature had only just been introduced, and now Bailey wanted to check out that on top of everything else. Experiments were altered slightly. Everyone was asked to keep a log of all their kills and the level they had at the time, and so on and so forth. To Isaac, it seemed like Bailey had heard the saying about killing two birds with one stone, and decided to interpret it as having to try to take out an entire flock with a pebble. But they were still doing what they'd been doing all day, only occasionally straying from summoning slimes to get a specific something that Patrick needed. By the time evening rolled around, everyone else had at least hit level 1, and in Amy's case, level 2. Bailey had suggested they sleep on what skills to select, and they'd agreed to put off grabbing new ones until Monday. By then, everyone could think about where they wanted to go, build-wise. Okay, so see everyone Monday. Isaac waved, and if you need me in the lab, don't be afraid to call. I'd love to help out. Worst I can say is that I have no time or am too drunk to be allowed near monsters. Once everyone else had also said their goodbyes, he practically fled from the building, glad to finally have an uninterrupted 48 hours of time to himself. He also knew that some of his colleagues, Bailey and Patrick especially, would likely be working over the weekend. But that work would mostly consist of consolidating what they'd learned and clearing up the backlog of monster bodies awaiting study and properly cataloging every scrap of data, neither of which were things he was needed for. Hydra's regeneration. A thought flicked open his status screen. He'd gained enough XP to increase his level once again, as well as a level in Knives and Piercing Strike. The former was useful, but the latter was invaluable. Piercing Strike Common, level X. User's weapon is covered with energy, increasing its ability to penetrate armor. This effect lasts for a single strike. Should the weapon in question be stuck within an opponent, the effect will last for 0.5 sec, allowing for removal of weapon or further cutting. In addition, it may now be used in ways beyond the original description, lingering on weapons after use, refining them, and being able to be combined with other skills. Cost 10 mana per strike. First of all, any use of that particular skill would refine the weapon it was used with, sharpening it, and repairing any small damage to the edge. The second new power, however. Manifold Strike Common. The user may combine any number of strike-type skills into a single attack, so long as there is one skill with a minimum level of X available for each skill used below that level. Cost, combined cost of individual skills, 1.25, used skills. Manifold Strike had been a large part of his future build, allowing him to combine all the various skills that directly empowered his blade into a single, massive hit. Or just combine Piercing Strike and Sundering Strike into a single hit in situations where his tactic of stick, M with the knife and pulse Sundering Strike until they fall apart, just wasn't viable. Lastly, his often neglected skills that increased the reach of his blade could now be infused with others that massively increased their offensive power, making them truly useful. The only issue with that skill was that the mana costs increased exponentially with every extra skill, not additively, and therefore reached exorbitant heights rather quickly. Then again, a combination of every strike-type skill he had was more of a finishing move than something he'd use regularly, and those were never cheap. As far as the combat log Bailey wanted everyone to keep went, he'd just fudged the numbers. After all, Isaac already knew the formula and could adjust it to keep any fights he didn't want to become public record out of it. Basically, you could kill a maximum of 100 creatures of each tier, from each category. Once you hit that number in one category, the threshold in the others would be slightly lowered for the others. And when you hit it elsewhere, it would drop even further for all remaining categories. That would then continue all the way until you ran out of things to kill. At least that was what the initial experiments would show, the ones conducted with only Tier 1 and 2 creatures, possibly a smattering of Tier 3. But when you reach Tiers 4 to 6, that number cut in half, then again for 7 to 9. Finally, once you hit Tier 10, you'd only be able to kill 10 of each species before they stopped giving you anything, but that limit stayed in place and didn't lower. Then there was a whole other method of calculation needed to figure out how things worked surrounding raid bosses and even the world bosses that the summoning system contained. But Isaac only knew they existed. He'd never actually seen one. All of that was something he'd deal with on Monday. Working here was important for a whole host of reasons, and he liked his coworkers, but discovering all the knowledge he was already aware of was hardly the most stimulating use of his time. A glance at his cell phone showed that he'd gotten an email he'd been waiting for, but it wasn't good news. He'd been trying to see if he could rent a cabin somewhere out in the woods since he'd gotten the money from Calais, so he had somewhere to store the monsters' bodies, but he'd just gotten the final rejection. Isaac sighed and began to type out an email to Raoul, asking if he knew anyone who had a suitable property available for rent. Then, after a brief moment of thought, he sent it off to Professor Bishop as well. He might not have the same relationship with the older professor as he had with Bailey, but then again, Bishop seemed a lot more willing to let him do things that were a little more risky. He could still do without one, but having a place to process and store important or valuable loot until a proper market could be established would be invaluable. Sadly, a lot of that stuff wasn't the kind of thing Calais would necessarily be interested in, and that was ignoring the difficulty of transporting anything bulky across 2 borders on a train. If he could get his hands on a nice log cabin to cure hides in, make some interesting leather, that could let him show off some of the more impressive gear one could make even without having a proper crafting class. Then, he decided to send another message to Samuel, though he doubted much would come of it. The entire frat was in very hot water at the moment, and getting involved in any kind of summoning, however indirectly, would just make that worse. He dropped the contents of his backpack into his apartment and then rushed off to get to the various shops before they closed. His first stop was a chemical supply warehouse that sold, among other things, glass infused with borium, making it incredibly resistant to most acids. Hydrofluoric acid would do one hell of a number on it regardless, but as Isaac understood it, there was a chemical reaction happening there that was entirely separate from the fact that that stuff was an acid. Regardless of those random factoids he'd overheard at some point in his life, he knew that these things would suffice for what he had in mind. He left that store with a series of normal beakers and 6 large, thick-walled bottles with a glass stopper, which in turn would be held in place by a screw-on plastic top. From there, he went to a place the old him would have probably just rolled his eyes at, a typical, cliché New Age shop. Before he entered, however, he changed his face using 100 faces. Isaac sincerely doubted that someone would use this place to track him down, or that it even had any cameras, but he was about to buy a whole lot of things that would soon become as dangerous as military-grade explosives. Welcome to the Sternencraze, how can I help you? A young man greeted Isaac the moment he was through the door. The man's looks were in so many words those of a hippie. Isaac was aware of the fact that he was probably stereotyping in all sorts of ways, but literally all he could think about when seeing him was hippie, complete with long hair, headband, and colorful clothing. There are some things I'd like to buy. Hold on, I made a list, Isaac said as he dug through his pocket to find it. Yes, I need several different kinds of crystals. Any kind of crystal ball at least this big, he said, indicating the size with his hands, and some incense, though I want to check on the exact kinds first. We should have most of that, depending on what's on the list. Can I see that for a second? The young man asked, looked it over, and nodded. Yeah, we have this stuff. Be right back. As the employee bustled off into the back of the store, Isaac walked over to the wall holding the various kinds of incense and started sniffing them. This brought back memories. All of these crystals had magical properties, supposedly. Isaac knew that was BS. He also knew how to make it so it wasn't. BS, healing crystals, magical single-use effects, underwater breathing charms, incense-based wards that could deter weaker monsters, just a whole lot of useful tricks. And then there were all the nasties he could call into this world with these materials. In summation, given just a few more points towards his maximum mana, and these supplies could have been used to destroy the city. Will that be all? The young man asked as he placed a large pile of stuff on the counter. Actually, I'll take one of those trees as well, Isaac said, gesturing to the wall behind it. They were pretty little things, maybe the size of a football all told, a tree of brass stem and branches, atop a hill of clear crystal, leaves made up of dark onyx or obsidian completing the look of a bodhi tree formed entirely out of metal and stone. Well, there were ones with all sorts of different leaves, but Isaac wanted that one. They didn't have any special powers or were particularly responsive to enchanting either, not that Isaac was all that good at it. He just thought they were neat. So that'll be the one with the onyx leaves then, the employee asked, following Isaac's gaze. Yes. All right, that'll be 2,307.01. Big renovation or style change, the employee asked. Isaac gulped a little at the price but paid, putting 24 100 bills on the table. This was a far larger amount than he'd normally pay in cash. He had a lot more lying around than he usually did. Not really, just had a bit of a perspective change, and now I'm stocking up. Isaac gave him a slight smile. I don't suppose you sell bags that can hold this stuff. After all, his backpack was already filled with glasses that were unlikely to survive having a bunch of crystals, some heavy, placed on top of them. Isaac left that shop with a big grin on his face. Lastly, he just dropped by a corner store and bought some basic stuff and a few cereal bars for the road. Once he'd put all of the stuff he wouldn't immediately need into his apartment, Isaac just took the bus out into the middle of nowhere. Of course, this wasn't ancient, true wilderness, given that Germany was a very populated nation, but still well clear of anyone who might randomly stumble across him. Isaac got off at the last stop, far away from the city and even anywhere with street lighting. It was dark here, but the stars overhead twinkled far more brightly than they did in the light pollution of the city. Of course, that also made it nigh impossible to see, but he had a solution for that. Opening his status, Isaac spent 300 XP to increase his level, put 3 points into magic power to bring it up to the point where he could summon any creature up to tier 3, and then dumped the remaining 7 into perception. The world warped, shifted, twisted, his view of it going well beyond what any normal person could perceive, and then stabilized into a far more clear and brighter image. As Isaac strode into the deep, dark forest with a backpack full of summoning supplies, a massive grin manifested on his face. Oh, what did you do over the weekend? Well, I walked into the forest where Hansel and Gretel might have taken place in, summoned a bunch of extra-dimensional horrors, and killed them all to get stronger. How about you? Isaac chuckled loudly as he imagined how that conversation would go. He ducked under another branch and adroitly danced up one side of a large rock and down the other, still chuckling. He loved this, exploring the woods in a way that no ordinary human could. His stats were nowhere near where they'd been before, but still noticeably beyond human limits, especially his perception. Literally any man who had ever lived would have had at least some trouble making his way through a forest he wasn't familiar with in the dead of night, but Isaac could do so with ease. After a few more minutes, he finally found a nice and open clearing, perfect for what he intended. Isaac dug a small divot into the ground with his hands, then drew a simple Tier 1 summoning circle into it. A chicken bone and a shot glass filled with coke went in after it, followed by a surge of mana. Acid Slime LV, 2 has been slain, 10 XP gained. The creature had barely had the time to manifest before a glowing yellow stick pierced its nexus and killed it. Now every second mattered. Using a metal soup ladle, Isaac carefully began to fill one of the thick-walled, acid-proof glass jars until the liquid turned cloudy from dissolved soil. The ladle was already starting to look pretty corroded despite only having been used for barely a minute. As he watched, the acid slowly grew the pit deeper and deeper, slowing down as it did so. It was a good thing, Isaac reflected, that crap broke down rather completely while it was actively dissolving something, rendering it harmless if left lying around. Ergo, no pollution, which was a bit of a surprise given that these creatures were meant to be used to eventually end the world. Then again, monsters whose very presence corrupted the world were unlikely to be summoned too often. There were a lot of things that were dangerous that people did anyway, but living chemical spills were unlikely to be particularly popular choices in terms of summonings. Just like that, he had one half of the ingredients he needed, and the second was just another summoning away. Into a Tier 3 circle went a piece of chicken breast that had been left out far too long, a few iron shavings, and a rock. He charged it, but then decided to wait for his mana to come back before triggering it. He sat down on a small fallen tree at the edge of the clearing and pulled out his phone to check some headlines. First human hits level 10, gains class evolution. Idiots, Isaac muttered, not even entirely sure who he was addressing. He knew essentially for certain that there would be people who'd hit that level before now. They'd just been smart enough not to scream it from the rooftops. He himself was falling further and further behind in terms of raw level and stats, but the actual power differential wasn't nearly as great. People who blazed ahead by ganking simple creatures wouldn't have the same skill levels that he did, something that would later translate into weaker choices at the class evolution. It would be the people hitting that first evolution in the second week after the system's initialization that would become humanity's future powerhouses, its greatest heroes as well as its greatest villains, or, sadly, both. Basically, a soldier in China had hit that level and been hailed a great champion, followed by similar pronouncements from America, Russia, and a few other nations. And then a poorly photoshopped picture of the North Korean supreme leader, with a level 100 system window above his head, had ended up on Twitter from the official account of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, instantly becoming everyone's new favorite meme template. Then again, both the picture and subsequent ridicule were perfectly in line with what one could have expected from that situation, so it was hardly surprising. Quite a few articles talked about all the new advances science had made, though to Isaac's knowledgeful gaze, it was clear that they didn't really know what they were talking about. Hell, any of his colleagues would have been able to tell the same. Lastly, there was a lot of chatter about the economy. It was a dry topic, but oh so important. Almost all people were coming back to work now, though some were still staying at home, all the more convinced the end had come now that they'd had a few more days to see the true extent of how much the world had changed. And just like that, 20 minutes had passed, and his mana was back up to full. The swamp devourer rose from the ground like the thing from the Black Lagoon, at least if one imagined the ground was the surface of a muddy lake instead. It had 4 legs as most normal creatures did, looking alarmingly like an overly large crocodile's legs, attached to a body that was mostly a frog's mouth, except filled with countless needle teeth. 4 eyes completed its image. 2 where the nostrils would be on a normal frog, the others slightly further back and to the side, all glowing a dark brown. Not even bothering to hiss at him, it lunged, mouth agape and tongue lashing out to wrap around his throat. Isaac just grabbed it and lashed out with his knife, empowering it with power strike and severing the tongue just as it escaped the monster's mouth. Now, whatever resolve was keeping it silent failed, and it let out a roar of pain as it charged again, not bothering to jump again. It was clearly smart enough to realize that jumping made its trajectory predictable and leaping would just end with it getting sliced to pieces. It moved quickly, far faster than any crocodile could, mouth agape and ready to chomp down. It was faster than Isaac by enough to make dodging an iffy proposition, so he didn't bother trying in the first place, using spectral shift to phase through the charging monster and stabbing downwards with piercing strike as it passed through him. The swamp devourer stiffened and keeled over, dead, and that was that. A quick glance at his status revealed that Power Strike had leveled up once again, bringing the skill up to level 10 and granting it an additional effect, Power Strike Common. User's next blow will strike with as much force as though the user's strength stat were 50 plus 2n stronger, where n equals skill level higher. This skill may now also be safely used on arms and legs and has a reduced backlash on the user's body. Cost, 12 mana per strike, low stamina drain. The description itself hadn't changed that much at first glance, allowing for the use of the skill on his limbs and being less draining to use. Isaac knew he still wouldn't have kept his thumbs intact during that stunt the other night, but it would have certainly helped. The bigger difference was that the increase in the skill's power per level had doubled, from 1% to 2%, making it a good deal stronger. All of that would be quite useful. But simple XP and skill levels wasn't why he'd chosen to summon this specific thing. Instead, he heaved at the body and flipped it over, leaving it lying on its back. From there, he began to slice open its belly and flipped the large skin flap to the side. A little more digging then revealed a series of ordinary glands. Saliva, tiny sweat glands under the skin, the gall bladder built into the liver, and a rather nasty-looking one that fed directly into its stomach. The acid gland the swamp devourer had never had the chance to use. Isaac grabbed it and opened up the bottle of acid, taking a moment to judge if it was enough, and then just squeezed the contents inside. The resulting combination had reached a terrifying level of infamy in the other timeline, known to the world as corpsemelter acid. Through some kind of decidedly unnatural process, not really explainable by the current and non-magical laws of physics, the matter-dissolving properties of the acid now only applied to organic material, and the mass limited itself to eating the body of a single organism. Perfect for cleaning up after a battle, and soon to become a favorite of hitmen and mobsters everywhere. When he released all those basic alchemy recipes he knew, this one would not be among them. The viscous liquid bubbled and frothed for a moment, then settled down. And done. Now he could easily clean up after himself and melt anything he didn't want to take with him afterwards, but those fights would be something for later. For now, he needed something a little different. Drawing out a tear for a circle took what felt like forever, but he still managed to finish in a timely fashion and put the material inside. A fist-sized rock, a hunk of iron, a handful of dirt. Isaac waited for the last 10 points of mana to recharge, filled the circle with enough magic to get it ready to summon, and then waited until he'd regained all that power. This time, however, he decided against browsing online, instead practicing with 100 Faces a little. His face slimmed down, cheekbones rising, eyeballs growing more visible. It slowly shifted to that of a wide-eyed, innocent girl blinking at whatever weird thing that had happened. The very picture of someone who had absolutely nothing to do with the kaiju rampaging in the background. Of course, he still had a male body, so that whole idea was likely to go poorly if he were to try it in real life. But once the skill hit level 10, he'd be able to alter the rest of his body. Compress his muscles to hide them, decompress them to make himself look like Schwarzenegger. The options were endless. He just couldn't use it to make himself physically stronger, sadly. But it was already pretty strong as was. Another shift, and the face of a famous actor stared back at him. He tried out a few more shifts before he decided to stop to preserve his mana and switch back over to his phone. He was just trying to do too much and outpacing his regeneration. more depressing facts about the world, some doomsday predictions, and an actress he didn't know was pregnant. In other words, the normal news cycle. He scrolled through it for a bit, filled the circle when his mana hit full, and then went back to the news. Isaac noticed the battery was getting kinda low, so he hooked his phone up to the power bank he'd brought, then just kept looking through the news. Not because he expected anything good or important to show up, he was just killing time. Eventually, his mana became full again, and when he activated the circle, a rock golem erupted upwards. Body made from heavy rock, reinforced with iron bars where the bones would have been on a creature of flesh and blood, small streams of metal threading their way through the rock to reinforce it and keep it together, with several layers of dirt beneath the surface to cushion the monster against blunt impacts. The monster's basic moveset and capabilities were basically identical to those of a slate golem, just scaled up to the level of a tier 4, on the surface. In reality, it was many times more durable, far less prone to cracking in large pieces, highly resistant to blunt impacts, and simply too physically big for most standard weaponry to easily get at the core. In short, one nasty motherfucker, tough as hell to take down. But in the other timeline, these things had been known for an entirely other property, one that was exactly what he needed here. The golem lashed out, a massive fist whistling past with impressive force, but it wasn't quite fast enough. Isaac dodged that with a simple backstep, then sprinted forward and punched his blade through a leg joint, the orange-brown glow of a combined power strike, piercing strike and sundering strike tearing rock like tissue paper. That single hit cost him almost 70 mana, but it tore through the metal rod at the core and sent out corrosive energies that weakened the surrounding material to the point where it couldn't keep up the weight of the body anymore. The weakened section of the limb crumbled and fell off to the side, the stump of the right leg smashing into the ground. To avoid falling flat on its face, the golem punched its right arm into the ground to hold itself up. Another sundering strike scraped along the side of the golem, weakening the surface layer of armor, then punched it with a power strike in the same spot, causing a large chunk on the front of its torso to crumble away despite the metal reinforcements, followed by the first layer of dirt. The next power strike slammed home, using the hilt of Isaac's knife to hammer into the next layer, which had also been affected by the sundering strike. Another glowing red fist hit home, blasting a hole in another layer of armor. Keeping its left arm firmly planted in the ground to keep its balance, the golem swept the right arm out to try and pulverize Isaac's skull, but he just dodged. The instant it had both arms back on the ground to push itself back into a pseudo-standing position, Isaac lunged, a blade glowing orange with both power strike and piercing strike hammered into the next layer of armor, blasting a basketball-sized hole into it. He drew the knife back, then jammed it home one final time with a simple piercing strike. The rock golem stiffened and stopped moving, a trickle of dirt cascading out of the wound. Gotcha. And that was how the golem stood there on arms and legs, a very durable roof kept up by 4 metal and stone columns. As nearly everyone in the other timeline had known, if you needed a temporary shelter against the wind and rain, just kill one of these guys in the right pose and hang up some leather or plastic sheets to close up the sides. Isaac had actually brought a few sheets of tent fabric and was hanging those up to cover up 3 of the 4 open sides, then laid down a waterproof sheet underneath the golem. He laid down, using his backpack as a pillow. Creating a temporary shelter could be this easy under the system. He took the time to draw out another circle, this time a tier 3. He was looking for something that would be somewhat of a challenge, not a tier 4 against whom he currently still needed a favorable matchup to safely kill. Eventually, he came across a proper category he liked: summoning list feline. Name: material cost, mana cost, stray, tier 1 circle, dead mouse 10. Puma, tier 1 circle, pelt mud, rocks 25. Snowfall lynx, tier 2 circle, ice, pelt, dust 50. Shadow cat, tier 3 circle, ash, black velvet, razor blade 100. Saber, tier 4 circle, kitchen knife, pelt 125. Jungle king, tier 4 circle, ember, ivory chunk 150. Sky panther, tier 5 circle, eagle's feather, cat's tooth, pelt 250. Ah yes, the cats, gigantic winged panthers that could snatch fighter jets out of the air, immense lions with manes of flame, saber-toothed tigers with literal sabers for teeth, and a shadow cat. A proper stealth attacker, comparable to him in stats, a challenge. While he waited for the mana to come back as he usually did, he began to properly scout the surrounding area. Every rock, every patch of leaves that might rustle when someone stepped into it, just everything. Time flew by in what seemed like seconds, and all too soon, he had not only charged the circle, his mana had also maxed out. Darkness filled the circle, retracting a second later to reveal what Isaac considered to be a rather poorly named creature. It might be called a shadow cat, but that thing was a goddamn panther. It seemed to fade into the darkness around it, wisps of vantablack matter sinking into the surrounding area to make it even harder to see. But Isaac had already gained a good deal of distance and was in full sneaky bastard mode. The panther looked around, head flicking to glare at anything that moved, but it could see nothing. The automatic summoner tracking power actually didn't kick in if the summoner was in some kind of stealth mode, as stealth-based classes would have been useless otherwise. It sniffed the air and leaped, hurrying through the underbrush near silently until it was looking directly at Isaac, but he'd already activated stealth and turned invisible. He'd been walking around for too long, spreading his scent far and wide, making tracking a good deal harder. It might have been able to tell in roughly what area he was, but not his exact location. When it had turned as far from him as it likely ever would, Isaac sprinted forward silently and drove his dagger into its haunches. It hissed and spun around with incredible speed, barely missing due to Isaac flinging himself backwards. For the very first time, he activated Far Strike, raking the multi-meter spectral blade across its flank, creating a deep cut. The panther sprinted forward, claws extended to tear him apart, and flew right through him. By the time it had managed to turn around, Isaac had faded back into the darkness. The shadow cat activated whatever superior version of its normal stealth power it had and went almost completely invisible, making tracking it a whole lot harder. Isaac grinned inwardly. This was what he'd been hoping for, the flow. That wasn't actually a gaming term, but rather an expression from psychology. It was the state of mind of someone doing something challenging, but not so hard as to crush their spirits. The state that video games were meant to put their players into, just as puzzle books and the like did, and that was what the shadow cat was. A fight against a proper enemy with powers that drew out the fight challenging. A game of cat and mouse where the fighters played both roles simultaneously. The ambush scene repeated itself twice more before the cat lay dead, but dead it was. Panting, Isaac sat down next to it and began to skin it. Good fight. Once the skin had been scraped free of flesh and hung from the side of the rock golem, he poured a good amount of corpse-melter acid over what remained, as well as the body of the swamp devourer, then fled from the noxious fumes. Isaac laid down in the little shelter and pulled out his phone, checking the news once again, but he was getting bored. It didn't seem like there was much more he needed to know. So he checked his various forms of social media. Sam had answered to his message with an "okay, see what I can do." Raoul had asked him if he would like to join him and some friends on a hunting trip, and Bailey had sent out a generic "have a nice weekend" message. But those were only the kinds of messages he wanted to see. There were dozens of others, from friends and family, all accumulated over the past 5 days. His mother, his sister from another mister that had been one of his best friends since childhood. He wanted to talk to precisely none of them. One by one, he deleted the messages, removed himself from any group chats and blocked them. Carefully, he set down his phone next to the charging bank and walked out of the shelter. He'd liked all those people in the other timeline, loved them in some cases, and then they'd left. Some had simply drifted away as more distant friends and acquaintances were wont to do. Others had died, falling prey to the monsters that were slowly conquering the earth. They were dead now, all of the people he'd known in the other timeline, gone forever. The people they'd become, the experiences they'd had and been shaped by, destroyed by senseless cruelty. People with the same names, the same personalities they'd started out as those lived once more, but they weren't his people. Not yet. In the instant he'd begun changing things, his friends from the other timeline had been erased. Oh sure, he might try to create some fucked up facsimiles, piss-poor knockoffs of the real thing by trying to recreate their circumstances. But it wouldn't be them, not ever. Those people were gone and would forever stay gone. He'd managed to ignore it. For 5 days, he'd pushed all of that out of his mind and focused on his task. But now, those walls had crumbled. A young tree shook as a fist smashed into it, followed by a second that glowed crimson, leaving a massive dent in the wood. Skin split, bone crunched, blood dripped to the ground, pain creating a momentary distraction from the agony in his mind. Then he held up the mangled hand in front of his face, watching as bones slid back into place with wet crunching noises, splinters of wood pushing their way out through holes that closed up behind them, more pain flooding his system. Isaac just sighed. He'd save humanity, but that life was gone. Those people were gone, and if it had been an option, he'd have saved Earth from a whole other planet, escaping familiarity. The only exception was Sam, and that was only because they'd have both graduated and never spoken to each other again in a few months. This Sam was the Sam he remembered, and even then, Isaac had only talked to him because of the invitation to that damned party. Isaac glanced at his mana bar, then punched the tree again, and again. And again until his hands were bloody but intact while his mana bar was empty. Hot tears stung in his eyes and he wiped them away angrily, glaring around at nothing. He would save this world. That was all he could do for those he'd lost. Hydra's regeneration. Pulling up his status sheet showed that he'd gotten levels in most of his skills and was a stone's throw away from having enough XP for level 4. He was getting to where he wanted to be, but he wasn't anywhere near even just his goals for the weekend. By the time the sun rose above the trees, he was level 5. By the time Isaac was walking back into the university building come Monday morning, Isaac had calmed back down again. It had taken him well over 24 hours to reach a state of mind fit to be amongst other humans with, but he'd reached it, clambering over the bodies of countless monsters to do so. Flippancy aside, however, he'd gained a lot of stuff during that little, impromptu, grinding session. He'd leveled up once again, bringing his level up to 6, then saved the rest of the XP, Hydra's regeneration. He'd leveled up 3 more times and hit level 6, putting points into magic regeneration and fortitude until they'd both reached 30. He now only needed 2 hours of sleep each night and regenerated 10 mana every minute, putting him well on his way to gaining a proper combat regeneration of the stuff. Most video games operated on the scale that you were expected to get into a fight every minute or so, unless you were exploring and forcing you to wait between encounters for longer than strictly necessary, because your mana still hadn't reached max capacity was boring. Video games were not meant to be boring. Unfortunately, this was the real world where it would take half an hour to fully regenerate one's mana, and that was if. Magic regeneration was the same as magic power, which not everyone had because they'd chosen to pursue the shiny new spells with a mana cost that was beyond them. In the original timeline, Isaac had primarily focused on magic regeneration to the point where he got back mana every second, giving him incredible staying power. He hadn't had any big, expensive finishers among his skills, and even his strongest attacks were merely a properly combined set of lesser skills. Having a bunch of tiny, cheap, yet well-leveled attack skills had carried him far and let him reach the point where he could fight one of the strongest raid bosses to ever exist in a party of just 3 people. The only problem was that he hadn't reached that level of power early enough to save humanity. He wouldn't be changing his general approach, just doing it a hell of a lot quicker. And yes, a couple of points had gone into both agility and perception to give those a slight boost as well. Unbalancing one's stats like that to optimize farming with very little need for sleep and a high mana regeneration actually wasn't the greatest idea in the world, simply because it left you fighting monsters with your stats somewhere other than where you wanted them. He'd fix it soon, though. Increasing fortitude to ward off sleep had diminishing returns. Isaac actually had enough XP to bring himself up to level 8, but he decided to wait to keep the XP boost for fighting above his level as high as he could. There wouldn't be any actual penalties until he was fighting enemies that were more than 10 levels beneath him, but a loss of a boost was still hardly optimal. As for the skill points, he'd saved them, simple as that. Most people bought a bunch of skills with them, especially when they sounded good without them actually having seen it in action. While there were arguments to be made for having a lot of different skills, the fact of the matter was that there was only so much mana to go around. If you could grab a bunch of good, solid passive skills, that was great, but most skills were of the active variety, meaning you had to pay to use them. In the end, a lot of people would end up focusing on their core skills, their favorites, which they not only knew everything about, they also leveled it up to a very high level. An old quote from Bruce Lee sprang to mind: "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." When practice translated to a literal, measurable increase in power, that was all the more true. Isaac, meanwhile, knew what he wanted, what he needed, which skills could take him to the peak of power, allowing him to save a lot of those mostly wasted points. But while the levels were all well and good, they were hardly the only things he gained. Skill levels abound, putting 2 more of his skills above the level 10 threshold. Sundering Strike Common, level X. User's next strike will weaken the target's armor around the point of impact. This damage is permanent until it is fixed healed. This effect can be stacked until the armor is destroyed. This skill can also be toggled to be almost undetectable, destroying any nerves or creature-specific equivalent upon impact, or cause maximum pain by directly irritating whatever pain receptors a being might have. Sneak Common, level X. Grants user basic knowledge of how to move stealthily, from avoiding making noise to reducing visibility. Higher levels of this skill will allow the user to have an overall lessened impact on the world at large, to the point of near complete invisibility. This skill also has an active mode in which the user actively spends mana to reduce their impact on the world. Cost: 10 mana per minute. Sundering Strike had just gotten a little better and more sinister, but that was about it. The real boost was that he could now, in theory, use all of his strike type skills in a single manifold strike, and it hit a little harder, but it was hardly game-changing. Sneak, meanwhile, could now turn him into a hole in the world, something people's eyes just slid over, easily missable unless he somehow drew attention. It was nowhere near as potent as stealth, but useful in its own right. especially over long periods or in crowds, where running around invisible would just raise one hell of a ruckus. 100 Faces and Far Strike had also gotten a bit stronger, but remained under the threshold for upgrading. Now, he'd also gained a fuckton of experience and was debating on whether or not to spend it to upgrade his level to 8 and was debating on whether or not to use it. On one hand, he'd gain power. On the other, it would reduce his XP gains. Regardless of what choice he made about what to do right now, he'd be leveling before the end of the week until he hit level 10 and evolved his class. It might not be the most efficient method in terms of maximum level of power, but that ultimate limitation wasn't the only thing Isaac had to consider. He was also on something of a time limit because he'd eventually need to be strong enough to face certain foes that were far stronger than his current level. And while he could, in theory, wait until then to increase his level, the more practice he got in with the skills unlocked by his new class, the better. Class levels were not everything, sadly. Lastly, he'd gained 2 additional skills, Growlic Common. This skill is quintessential for a hunter after the hunt is done. It teaches the user how to properly skin and clean a kill, separate out the important and valuable parts, and reduces the risk of accidentally damaging any organs. Alchemy Common. When combining things with magical properties, many things may happen, some good, some bad, some just plain explosive. This skill is a catch-all that supports these kinds of pursuits by granting basic knowledge and making its further acquisition easier. These 2 had been earned by repeatedly making what could be considered an alchemical concoction in the form of the corpsemelter acid and properly cleaning the monsters he'd killed. They were both things he could do normally since he knew how, but having them as system skills helped quite a bit. Now, it might seem like the mere existence of the alchemy skill made alchemist redundant as a class, but that wasn't actually the case. Sure, it formed the basis for that class, but it was only one of many skills it gave. Knives and Sneak were also general skills that could be gained through practice and formed the basis for the rogue class. But knowing which end of a knife went in the bad guy and Mall ninja-level sneaking skills did not a rogue make. A slight smile crept back onto Isaac's face as he recalled the events that had led to him gaining these upgrades. The monsters, the fights, all of that had been exhilarating after the darkness in his mind had escaped his grasp. Normal social mores tended to frown on stuff like this, though. Fighting to burn off aggression, nope. Hell, there were people who thought violent video games were problematic, let alone fighting dangerous monsters in the depths of the wood. Several more rock golems had later fallen at his hands, large sheets of reinforced material to cover the sides of the shelter, until he'd basically built himself a fort in the wood. A nasty carnivorous sheep had also died in short order, the wool making for an impromptu but good bed. Then he'd summoned another giant bullfrog and cooked it up. Which creatures to summon to quickly build a shelter had been something nearly everyone had known in the other timeline, given how useful that knowledge was. He'd also ended up using a still energized piece of shadow cat fur as an elemental source of darkness to summon a shade drake. 3 meters long, 4 clawed limbs, and a massive reptilian mouth that spat whatever breath attack that matched the elemental source used in the summoning. They were one hell of a threat. Also incredibly fun to fight if you were strong enough. The shade drake had breathed beams of pure darkness that clung to everything they touched, hiding it behind clouds of blackness so dark no light could penetrate it. Its claws could tear through stone with casual ease, and it was fast as hell to boot. Yet despite all that, it had fallen to his blade and dropped an aspect to boot. He actually had done a few things other than killing monsters on the weekend. He deposited some of the money he'd bought from Callies at the bank and invested into quite a few stocks he knew would take off, finally feeling like it was reasonable that a person in his situation would do this stuff. The problem with money and large-scale monetary transactions was that they were on the record. Deposit thousands of euros with no obvious source, busted. Buy a house costing to the tune of hundreds of thousands of euros with no obvious source or help, busted. Invest in a bunch of stocks that were about to take off the instant the thing that would eventually make that happen happened. Well, not exactly criminal, but certainly suspicious. Of course, it would only ever be a problem if someone cared enough to look, but counting on staying under the radar while being a part of one of the most visible research teams in the world was just plain idiotic. Besides, the first proper markets for monster bits were beginning to open, giving him a legal and traceable avenue for gaining cash. Meanwhile, he had quite a bit of untraceable money to spend on bribes and less than legal stuff, and he had an avenue to trade items for said stuff directly via the same method, complete with a broker. It would still take quite a bit of time, but he'd eventually have the money to get all the stuff that could be got with money. There were now also a bunch of aspects lying in his apartment, neatly sorted into piles of ones to sell, ones to keep and ones to gift to Bailey. But what a bounty it was. Isaac had maxed out the number of specters he could kill and gained 3 aspects in the process, killed a few more lesser hydras and gained 2 of their aspects, one from a shadow cat and a rock golem each. Then he'd also summoned a few earth and water elementals for building material and drinking water, respectively, and got one of each of those. The Shade Drake had also dropped one, luckily. Lastly, he'd been summoning and knifing apparitions using a Tier 1 circle on the way back to max out the use of his mana regeneration, just having them appear and then disappear with the sound of a bedsheet tearing as a piercing strike empowered dagger ripped through them. Those were actually pretty rare. Getting one required either a lot of luck or fighting these things till Judgment Day, simply because they were so low level. So between the general low spawn rate of aspects at those levels, and the fact that it was nearly impossible to kill an opponent with a higher level, bonus this thing was so rare Isaac was tempted to just mount it on his wall. Being a Tier 1 aspect, it was basically useless anyway. Right now though, he didn't know which ones he was going to actually use. In the end, the main use for aspects was gaining skills that weren't available in your own class skill tree, but he had all the skills he wanted right now, so he'd be waiting for his evolution before choosing his next one. Besides, all of the aspects he had right now either gave him what basically amounted to rogue skills or ones that were entirely foreign to his build. Isaac did decide to hold on to one of the Hydra aspects to be used as an eventual bribe in addition to the Shade Drake and Shadow Cat aspects. He'd also gotten a surprise that had been quite a bit less pleasant. Someone had filmed part of the fight against the Swamp Knight and of course posted it online. Given how drunk the person holding the phone had been, the footage was incredibly shaky and hard to watch, making it difficult to identify him, but it was still annoying. His involvement in that mess was a matter of public record for anyone who cared to look for it, but it was still not something he was happy about. Isaac's phone chimed with an incoming text. He pulled it out to see that it had come from Bailey. "Meet me at the biocampus, post office." Of course, just where that damn thing was located was mentioned nowhere. Ah well, he'd just bugged some random person he ran into, and that was what he ended up doing. 2 short conversations later, Isaac finally spotted it, though he mostly just recognized it because Bailey was standing right next to it. "Nice weekend, Isaac." "Yeah, I went camping." Isaac told him also catch. Isaac tried to toss him an aspect of the specter, but Bailey ended up fumbling the catch, which ended with the gelatinous orb dropping to the ground. Then, when Bailey tried to pick it back up, it ended up slipping out of his grasp, and again until he eventually managed to grab it. Then his eyes went wide. "Wait, you actually got one. Do you have any idea how much these go for?" Isaac actually didn't know what the current price was. It was still in constant flux, just that it was insanely expensive, far more than the 10,000 he'd sold his first batch for. He might even have been upset about essentially taking a loss on that sale if that whole thing hadn't been mostly about setting up supplier relations with Calais, and the money he had gotten would be enough for any short-term expenses. Obviously, I hit the maximum number of specters though, and what was it? A little over 100, but I'm not sure. I didn't keep very good records in the beginning. Isaac said. It should have been exactly 100, but he'd killed a lot of them while underleveled, thereby raising the threshold. Seriously though, do with that what you will. Use it, experiment with it, something I haven't thought of, anything that would help you with your research. Isaac told him. "Anyway, why did you call me here?" Isaac asked, smoothly ignoring the sudden rising awkwardness. For Bailey opened the door to the post office, revealing literal piles of mail. "All this crap. Holy shit, what's all this about?" Isaac yelped. "Last Thursday, or maybe Friday, that mess got pretty late." Bailey told him, scratching his chin thoughtfully. "So what pile is ours?" Isaac asked, looking around the room that looked incredibly messy. "All of them. They already handed out everything else, but this department isn't exactly laid out to transport this much on top of everything else." Bailey told him. "Yeesh. Please tell me there are bags to gather everything in." "Yep," Bailey said, giving him a pair of folded-up plastic sacks. Isaac just sighed and began to shove every envelope he could into them, wishing he'd invested a few more points into strength. 10 minutes later, he stumbled down the corridor towards the meeting room with one bulging sack slung over each shoulder. Rather than fumbling with the sacks while opening the door, or, God forbid, putting them down, Isaac just phased through the door. Holy Patrick yelped and jumped away from him, fists half raised in a surprisingly decent combat stance, though he dropped them once he recognized Isaac. "Ah yes, you get superpowers, and all you do with them is go through doors without having to open them." Amy chuckled. "So mail?" Raoul asked. "Mail," Bailey announced, having come in through the door the normal way, a metric ton of mail. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to help me with that. Let's separate them into normal congratulations or brown-nosing, requests for data or suggestions for corrections, and one just for hate mail." "You really think we got hate mail?" Raoul asked. "Yes, but it won't be obvious at first. The kinds of phrases where someone insults your mother to your face, but dresses it up in so many flowery phrases that by the time you realize you want to smack them, they've already run off." Amy suggested academia can get nasty. "Actually, that's exactly what meant. Hardly worth reading, but it helps to know who your enemies are." Bailey added, "Just read all of these, and when you see something that you think everyone else might like to hear, read it out loud." So that was what they did. for hours. Only occasionally did something deserve to be even just commented on. I think I got one of those disguised insult ones. Patrick announced it's from a professor from California, and he's complaining about us snatching up his research topic and writing a paper while he was still writing the funding proposal. Too slow. Bailey shrugged. Fighting for funding eats up so much time. It's great to have a proper mandate. And that is, Isaac asked. What is our mandate exactly? I think knowing the actual wording might be useful. Isaac clarified. Find out anything about the system you can. Get any data that is available. If something is liable to blow up, ask first. Bailey told them with a grin. Basically, it's that simple. But once that little discussion was out of the way, things returned to normal. Requests for data, people pointing out flaws in their arguments, complaints about research topics being stolen, and of course, congratulations from people who weren't being sore losers. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Isaac burst out laughing. Hey Adam, do you actually know Dr. Frankenstein, or just have a friend with a unique sense of humor? What are you? Bailey started to say, then caught the name on the envelope and froze. Please tell me that isn't something too offensive. It depends on your definition of offensive. It's a humorous description of new experiments that are possible now that there are humans that can survive that kind of stuff. Obvious satire. I can see how someone could easily take that the wrong way though. Isaac shrugged, only for Bailey to grab the paper out of his hand. You're not mad? Bailey sounded puzzled. Mad. This is dark, dark shit. In other words, exactly my kind of humor. Might want to separate this stuff from official mail before someone else reads the contents, right? Isaac suggested. After some begging and cajoling, the letter was passed around, but then things returned to normal. Finally, 2 hours after this thing had started, they were almost finished. All right, so we have the commendation from the police, which will go on the wall once I've had it framed, a bunch of nasty messages for the files, and some requests for data that we can pass on to it. Now it's time for the gift baskets, Bailey announced, finally letting them at the things they've been looking forward to since the very beginning. Who is Samuel Barnes? Amy asked, looking at Isaac. And why is he sending you personally, Booze? He's a friend, the guy who hosted that party. Isaac said, slightly grumpy. What's wrong? Amy raised her eyebrows at his reaction. Clearly his poker face had been insufficient. In response, he grabbed the bottle of Stro 80 from the basket, opened it, and held it out for her to sniff. Smell that and tell me I should enjoy it, he told her. How can anyone drink that? She grimaced, holding the bottle as far away from her as she physically could. Patrick and Carl wisely decided against taking a sniff, but Bailey and Raoul did stick their noses above the open bottle and subsequently proceeded to treat it as it were a biohazard. Once again, how can anyone drink that? Amy repeated herself. You don't. You put it in a cocktail and light it on fire or use it in a cake, but you never, ever drink it raw. Patrick said, I can see that. Bailey said, distaste still evident on his face. Oh, and by the way, Isaac, I'm working on getting you dinosaur bones. Mention Nader actually did give up a T-Rex tooth, but that species it's so big it'll end up tier 4 and we're not allowed to summon those yet. Bailey told them all. Dinosaur? Amy asked. I'm guessing we're taking advantage of the prehistoric summoning list, Patrick asked. Isaac started to answer, but was cut off by a system screen popping up without his input. A very familiar screen. Uh-oh. Congratulations. For deeds related to the system, you have achieved recognition by a large number of people. These people have used countless words and phrases to refer to you, and the most common ones have been noted down. Choose 2 to keep and display at will. Lunatic. Frat guy. Rambo. Ragdoll. Ninja wannabe. As you have only just unlocked the title system, you may give yourself a personal designation. Warning. While you may be able to choose any name here, including the wording of another title, you will never get another chance to create a custom designation. Think this through. Titles were a common thing in stories about the real world turning into a video game, powerful boosts that made achieving great deeds that much more profitable. These weren't that, sadly. Titles were, in essence, system-enforced bragging rights. Once enough people had become aware of you for actions related to the system, you got access to this cute little time waster. You could choose to add one of the many phrases people used to refer to you due to the actions that had earned you your fame to your status and freely switch between them. But you also got to pick a designation, any designation, to be displayed in the final slot. People could check whether said title was system given or person chosen, so picking Lord Admiral, Supreme Commander of the Seven Seas, as your designation would earn you, at a minimum, odd looks. Most people chose either gamer handles or edgy nicknames, though a few did create custom designations that sounded impressive at first, but they stopped displaying those. As to how the system calculated fame, that had never actually gotten properly determined, simply because calculating how many people knew about someone or something with a significant degree of accuracy was pretty damn hard. Sure, it was possible to check how many people had clicked on a certain video or bought a certain book, but that still didn't give any data about things like how many people had been in front of the screen while a video played, and so on and so forth. The only thing that had been determined and scientifically proven was that not all knowledge and fame were equal. A grainy cell phone video wasn't the equal of a high-quality one. Co-authoring a paper wasn't the same as actually writing the damn thing. Basically, the more you the thing people knew was, and the bigger your contribution was, the more it counted towards earning you a title. So between a poor quality cell phone video of him facing a powerful monster and having helped write a rather famous paper, let's just say he was extra glad to have 100 faces right about now. Isaac was also very aware of the fact that he needed to hit level 10 soon and evolve, given that not only unlocked skills to inspect people, but also ones to block said skills. Everyone could get the basic version, regardless of their class, then spend more points to upgrade it into something more in line with it later. And being a rogue, his anti-inspection skills would be top-notch. So keep fighting at his current level to enjoy the XP boost a little longer, then upgrade all the way when he had the points. Yeah, that sounded about right. Of course, cutting yourself off mid-word like that drew attention, so Isaac just made the screen visible to everyone. Bailey said you can never, ever make that public. Why? Isaac frowned. Because if people realize that there is a way to get what basically amounts to the world acknowledging your fame, then there will be idiots doing whatever they can to get that. I think we all know the stunts people have pulled for what amounts to worthless points in the internet. What do you think they'll do for this, especially given that it has to involve the system? Bailey said, sounding defeated. To be fair, some of those people use the fame from those worthless internet points to launch a career, Raoul cautioned. And how many people have done more stupid things to keep that fame? Patrick just shook his head. Besides, there's plenty of people who don't actually do anything with internet fame. They do something just for the sake of clicks, views, likes, what have you, and that's that. This is in no way something that will stay secret forever, but the longer it takes to get out, the better people will be prepared for the mess this will bring. It's like this whole title thing is a trap for the dumbest and vainest of us. It's literally in the manual, Raoul said, opening up the relevant page and leaving it hanging in the air next to him, visible to all. Except you knew it was there, which is why you found it so quickly. Normally, people would have to dig through the entire thing to get to that part. Patrick argued. Besides, I never said it should be hidden forever, or that that's even feasible. We should prepare a statement about these things, gather as much information as we can, and tell people when it won't cause mass chaos. Remember, Isaac clearly got that thing because he fought a monster that can punch through concrete. What happens when internet prankster MC Brainless decides it would be totally cool to see what happens when he sticks a random dinosaur bone, which he bought at a whim, into a summoning circle? Exactly, Bailey ended Patrick's diatribe while the younger man was pausing to take a breath. Let's not give people a whole new reason to do stupid shit. Give it a week, see what other things we've managed to find out, then see where we're at. It'll probably be out by then anyway, so we'll likely end up releasing our findings as well. Then he turned to Isaac. So, what will your custom title be? I'm not sure, Isaac replied, staring intently at the window before him. Part of him wanted to just acknowledge the fact that he'd come from an alternate timeline and just never display that title. But there were ways to get a look at titles even if the bearer didn't want to reveal them, so that was definitely out. He could have also just gone with a generic, edgy name like Isaac, the Knife Toma, but chose to not do that for obvious reasons. Really, anything to do with his class or fighting style just made him sound like some pubescent edgelord, so hard nope on that. And then there was the obvious option of just picking a gamertag he'd used in the past. Reasonably unique and nowhere near crude enough to backfire. Simply a good way to identify himself until someone got their own chance at creating a title and decided to copy his. Part of him wanted to just leave that slot bare and empty till Judgment Day, but that was stupid as well. As long as nothing immediately incriminating went in there, he could show people. And as for clandestine meetings, if someone was able to pierce his identity shields thoroughly enough to get his title, they'd also be able to get his name, another reason to reach level 10 and get those skills. Then, a bolt of inspiration struck him. A way to make a statement of intent, of giving himself a title that worked as a solid designation, while also acknowledging his past, except it did so in such a way that it had a totally different meaning, his true intent only deducible by someone who already suspected the truth. I think I got it, Isaac announced, interrupting whatever the others had been discussing, then revealed his new nameplate. He'd also elected to keep the titles of Lunatic and Rambo so he could display them whenever he wanted to make a certain impression. Name, Isaac, the completionist, Toma. That's an interesting choice. Mind sharing why you picked it? Amy asked. Because that's what I want to be, someone who has done everything, seen everything, known everything. Before that meant working hard, getting an early retirement, and then traveling the world. Now with the system I can do so much more, and I want to see it. I want to duel a Yeti on the top of Mount Everest, fight a horde of Tatzelworm in the Alps, summon Jormungandr in the fjords of Norway, see the first new dinosaur in 65 million years walk the earth, just everything. I can tell, no one gets a grin that dopey on their face unless they're talking about something they really like, Amy said, snapping a picture of his face before he could say anything against it. When she flipped her phone over and showed the picture to everyone, Isaac had to agree. That grin was dopey, but the idea of wanting to do everything was near and dear to his heart. It was what had gotten him into hunting in the first place. Then determination, caution, and yes, no small amount of luck had carried him to the top. Now, he was just in it to still have a planet in a couple of decades. But eventually, one day, when all was said and done and humanity's future assured, it was what he wanted to be doing. Experiencing everything. Well said. Bailey commented now, I think it's time to move on to a few more administrative things, and then we can get back to doing some actual science. Double-checking that there were materials for almost every Tier 1 and 2 summon available in sufficient quantities, making sure the refrigerated boxes were actually made available again as their contents were brought into more permanent storage facilities. It was boring, but it had to be done, and it had to be done right. The door opened as they worked on that. Good afternoon, everyone, Wechsler announced, striding in with a briefcase slung under his arm. Is now a good time to be talking about your new building. I brought the preliminary plans and approvals. Sure, come in. Bailey waved him towards the table. What do you mean, preliminary? Patrick wondered. It means no one knows about what is needed to confine some of the stronger creatures just yet, so the university's getting preliminary approval to build most of the building. The plans for the rest will be approved on an apropos basis, Wechsler explained. That's a lot more reasonable than any bureaucracy normally is. Why don't you do it like that normally? Patrick frowned. Because while it might not feel like it, that's there to protect people. Imagine you build half your house, then want to build the other half but run into a million different issues getting the rest to also fit the building codes. No, it's normally a whole lot better to approve the final design. This is a unique situation, Wechsler explained. And why are you the one who's bringing us this? Patrick asked, sounding puzzled. You don't work for the Department of Buildings, do you? I'm a lawyer as well as someone with the class of lawyer, and I have an existing relationship with Professor Bailey's department. Wechsler explained. So, what do you know about the requirements for the summoning chambers? I've fought a few of the bigger monsters, and I can give you their dimensions. Isaac chimed in. As far as how tough the walls need to be, I think we should summon a few different Tier 4 monsters because that's the current maximum for most people to summon, see how tough they are and how hard they hit, then double what we'd need just for them. When everyone looked at him oddly, he shrugged or something. A Tier 4 monster put you in the hospital barely 3 days ago. Bailey shot him a look. And I've doubled my level since then, and I won't be wielding glass shards I dug out of the trash this time around. Isaac said, I know better than anyone how tough monsters can get, and I know I can beat, at the very least, a Tier 4 level 10 Swamp Knight. Still not a good idea or something I can authorize. Bailey warned. We do have a massive list of summons below that tier available, though. Amy said, let's just grab a lesser Hydra, maybe. You know, the thing directly underneath it in the list. I've summoned plenty of Hydras, and I know I can beat it, but those won't fit in the summoning room. Isaac shrugged, then flashed open the aspect tab of his status as proof. What's their average level? Bailey asked, sounding intrigued. 6, though they're sometimes level 7 or even 8, but those are rare and have never been issue for me. Isaac said, and you're level 6. Okay, I'll fill out in the paperwork to request us being allowed to summon a creature in an open space, somewhere well clear of anything important, on the basis of having a proven track record when it comes to beating them. Once you hit level 8, we might be able to get somewhere. I can't guarantee it'll get anywhere, but we do have to check some things before we can build anything properly prepared, and when we can prove that these creatures are beatable, the university higher-ups might be willing to risk it. Bailey suggested, I can do that now. I've got the XP. I was delaying my level up to keep the bonus for fighting against higher-level enemies. Isaac shrugged. What did you do this weekend? Bailey asked, mostly to himself. I thought you went camping. And what do you think I did all the time, especially now that I only need like 2 hours of sleep? Isaac asked. Speaking of weird sleep habits, I've been talking to a friend who's a doctor in a teaching hospital linked to the university about that, and he wants to conduct a rather large sleep study on how changes with which stats alter that sort of thing. Bailey spoke up. And how would they be leveling? Isaac wondered. That sounded like a good way to end up with a bunch of young people summoning when they otherwise wouldn't be and ending up dead. Or maybe it would just die due to incredibly tight and over-the-top security precautions. Actually, the idea was that the participants would be charging circles for people who want to fight monsters to use. That seems to be a relatively risk-free way to level up, though it might count towards the limit of how often you can get XP from a certain monster. That's something we'd be checking as well, Bailey said. So basically, all you'd need is a safe area to do that, and then we'd have a massive supply of monsters. Isaac said, barely suppressing a grin. Thought you might like that. Bailey said, giving him a proper smile in return. The idea is to slowly level up the volunteers in a safe manner, while someone who is actually willing to fight monsters can do the fighting. We monitor things like XP gains and maximum kills until they stop giving it, while the hospital does a sleep study on the actual summoners. We still need a place to summon the monsters, but this should still be good. Do we even need a full complement of defenses against monsters up to, say, Tier 5 like we want for our building? Raoul asked, shouldn't something that suffices against the specific monsters we choose to use be enough? We can safely summon them here and go from there. And if we do that, I can get a pretty good sense of how they hit and what's required to block them. Carl spoke up. My structural analysis skill is really useful for that sort of thing. The local police department is almost done building something to level up their officers, and I've been consulting with them. We should be able to come to an arrangement. Bailey threw in, that sounds just about perfect. Isaac grinned, and with the plans solidly made, things went back to the grind. Try something, see what happens, then try something ever so slightly, almost painfully different. But before he knew it, the day was over, and Isaac was walking home. He wouldn't be going back to the forest tonight. He'd be finishing up his recipe book for potions, as well as a few research proposals he was planning on submitting in time. Meet me in the vet's office. We have an interesting case there. Isaac looked up from his phone and checked if the room in front of him had the same number as the subsequent text from Bailey had had. It's probably something interesting. As he walked inside, he patted his back pocket to make sure the aspect he'd brought with him was still there. It was a second aspect of the Spectre, which he was planning on giving to either Amy or Patrick, then give whomever didn't get one the last one in a few days. They were the ones who could use it best, after all. He wanted his colleagues, dare he say friends, to get stronger and more capable, but making it appear as if he had the vast resources he did not yet have could have unintended consequences. Better to make it look like he was occasionally stumbling across these and giving them out, instead of having a vast store of the damn things. Well, by today's standards he did, but not enough for his tastes. Good morning. Raoul greeted him from the desk in the far corner of the room, then put away his phone. Morning, Patrick said, still looking down at his phone from a different corner. Did you know that someone started selling Hydra skin handbags down in Milan? Some people claim it's the mob doing it. Nope. Isaac replied, popping the P, and sat down on a random stool. Then he froze. Hydra Milan mob, shit, how had they known where? Isaac just sighed and mentally cursed at himself. There was actually a very obvious explanation. He told Calais about fighting the Hydras, and there were only so many places near the man's restaurant that were out of the way enough to fight a monster that big without people noticing and calling the cops. Given the chance to find monster corpses just randomly lying around, of course any good businessman would try. You know, I'd love to have one of those. They sound impressive. Bailey commented, pushing himself away from the wall he'd been leaning against. We're here because there's apparently someone who managed to tame a monster, and they're letting us take a look at it. Also, they'd like someone to tell them this whole thing isn't about to blow up in their faces. While the four of us do that, Carl and Amy are getting started on the structural analysis project. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll lead our guests here. And just like that, the professor left the room. Tame monster, seriously. Raoul hissed, incredulous, probably a familiar or something from a pet-based class. Isaac shrugged. Seriously though, does either one of you know how to work with leather? I got some Hydra skin back in my apartment, and I really want to see his face when we gift him a handbag. I do, Patrick said to Isaac's surprise. He'd expected Raoul, the experienced hunter, to be the one to have that particular skill, but Patrick wasn't even done yet. Specifically, I know how to work with snake leather and how to turn it into a handbag. Sounds like there's a story there, Raoul commented. There is, though I don't think it's that interesting. I did an internship in a national park in Sri Lanka one summer. There I met this guy who also worked in the rice fields on occasion. They get a bunch of king cobras in there every year, and because those can easily kill someone, he catches them. And to make a little extra money, he turns them into handbags. Patrick explained. Aren't those endangered? Raoul asked. Yeah, but I don't think he really cared about that at the time. This was about preventing them from endangering people. Unlike Germany, where you aren't allowed to damage a beaver dam even when it is actively flooding a village. Patrick shrugged. So will you do it? Isaac asked, an impish grin on his face. Obvious. The door opened back up again to let in Bailey, followed by an average-looking, middle-aged man, a woman that looked to be around his age, and a young girl. And in that girl's arms lay something. It looked like someone had compiled every horrific graphics glitch from a video game, spliced them together, added tentacles, and then run the whole thing through a Snapchat filter for cuteness. Shifting, undulating, being one thing then another, yet having been both at the same time, but not changed ever at all in any way. No, eldritch beings didn't make sense in the slightest, nor could anyone adequately describe their appearance in words. Some things you just had to see for yourself. With the tiniest bit of mental effort, Isaac focused on the googly eyes at the front of its egg-shaped, tentacle-clad, reality-breaking body, the only part that wasn't outright mind-breaking and unnatural. It sounded stupid, but Isaac had enough experience with eldritch beings to know it would work. Mr. and Mrs. Heisterkamp, this is my team. Mr. Toma, Mr. Mina, and Mr. Lurch. Guys, these are Mr. and Mrs. Heisterkamp and their daughter Erica. And Princess, a small voice added. Isaac froze. The surname Heisterkamp meant fuck all to him, but an eldritch familiar named Princess certainly. Did that mean no, she couldn't possibly have been just 16, could she? There had been a woman in his past life, a supremely powerful wielder of some kind of eldritch class known as the Scarlet Queen with an eldritch familiar that went by the name of Princess. Except she'd shown up during the fight against a particularly dangerous raid boss, and the princess he'd known had been a truck-sized abomination that tore through a group of Fomorians like they were made of tissue paper. But if this truly was no, it couldn't be, right? Still, there was no reason to deviate from his standard operating procedure of treating everyone nicely, and if she turned out to be a future powerhouse, that was even better, wasn't it? Hi there. Isaac said softly, crouching down in front of her and holding out his hand, the back of his palm facing outwards until it was only a few centimeters away from Princess. It was a ridiculous name for an eldritch beastie, but it had been named by a 10-year-old, so what else could he have expected? Slowly, cautiously, a series of tentacles reached out, caressing the back of his hand. Are you seriously treating that thing like a dog? Patrick exclaimed. According to the manual, familiars only get stronger when their companion humans do. Isaac continued in the same soft voice, so unless the Heisterkamp family has been letting their little girl fight monsters, Princess is still a normal eldritch familiar without any special abilities. So I'm treating her as what she is, a small, scared animal in a room full of strangers. As he said that, the tentacles began to grip his hand and drag it closer until it was within the perimeter that its tentacles creates and eventually came into contact with the core body, bean-shaped core the size of a cat's torso. Does Princess like scritches? Isaac asked, addressing the young girl. Obviously. Came back an imperious reply, and Isaac grinned, brushing his fingers along the section of skin his hand was being pulled against. The eldritch familiar did something, a motion that Isaac could best describe as vibrating, something that likely amounted to a cat purring. She likes it. Erica turned her gaze onto him, staring at him with an intensity that made even Isaac flinch. Ah yes, I'll keep doing that then. As he continued to pet the little monster being held up by a young, pre-teen girl, he could see several tentacles elongate and reach around him. After a mere moment of consideration, Isaac's eyes widened in shock and he flung himself backwards, using spectral shift to go straight through the wall. Hey, was the only response he got to that, having moved directly into an occupied office. One spectral shift later, he found himself in the outside corridor. Looks like Princess was after something in my pocket. I'll be right back once I've stashed it. Isaac snapped off a quick text to Bailey, then hurried over to their normal workplace and dropped the aspect on Bailey's desk, given that he was both using his impressive stats and judiciously using his skills. That took only a fraction of the time it should have. Sorry, bout that, everyone. I just needed to get something out of Princess, reach before she ate it. Isaac announced as he stepped back through the door to the vet's office, still mentally cursing himself. There was a difference between intellectually knowing something and truly having internalized it, sadly. The things you knew automatically and the things you would recall if prompted to do so simply weren't the same. Isaac had learned about how familiars ate aspects to gain new powers in the other timeline, but he'd never really interacted with one, so any information related to them had been pushed to the back of his mind. Until that had nearly cost him an aspect. And what would that have been? Mrs. Heisterkamp demanded. An aspect. They're very hard to get and very expensive. Isaac said, hoping to shut down this discussion as quickly as possible. How expensive? She asked. The price fluctuates, but it's always in the 6-digit range. Isaac told her and she relented. Obviously, few people would have the resources to buy one right about now. And where is it now? Bailey asked. On your desk. Isaac said figured that be far enough away. Seeing as Princess doesn't seem to be moving in that direction, you're probably right. Bailey replied. If she wants it, can't we just buy it for her? Erica asked, turning a set of weapons-grade puppy dog eyes on her parents. Isaac just mentally tuned all of that out. This thing was, for the most part, a waste of time. He could understand why Bailey wanted to get a good look at a living monster while it wasn't trying to tear his throat out, but Isaac had seen enough eldritch beings to last him a lifetime, and this one was nothing special. Then again, all of this was a part of what he'd signed up for when he'd taken the job, and that was already starting to show results. People were already starting to take great strides towards proper organized leveling in safe areas barely a week in, and plans were being made to check the power of Tier 4s and what might be needed to contain them. When the buildings for proper leveling were constructed with that knowledge, they'd be good for far longer than the flimsy constructions they'd first made in the other timeline. This, however, playing with an eldritch familiar, no matter how cute, was a waste of time. Or at least he didn't have to be here for this. Any hospital had the machines to do a complete physical on a human, But as far as an eldritch being was concerned, the only things that could assess its physical state were the person bound to it or the skills of a healer, such as Bailey. However, this would have been interesting to Isaac without his memories of the other timeline, so he pretended like he wasn't itching to go running off to kill something. Besides, this was a chance to make a good first impression on a future powerhouse. He'd eclipse even her peak power in the other timeline in a few years, but that hardly made her weak. Perhaps he'd even give her some of the less useful aspects he gathered. The problem was that she was a kid, still in the middle of properly shaping her personality and morals. Who knew what would happen if he started handing her aspects that cost hundreds of thousands of euros? Whatever Erica Heisterkamp would be doing in the next 6 or so years, at least if he didn't interfere, it would turn her into a force to be reckoned with, the kind the world sorely needed. Isaac made the occasional kind comment, but he stayed out of things for the most part. Let Bailey examine the tame eldritch monstrosity if he wanted. Isaac would just wait and painfully anticipate those summoning centers being fully built. He'd be able to spend so much more time grinding, while the people who charged the circles gained mere dregs. Of course, there would be a warning about the fact that using others to kill one's summons would limit future gains, but if someone was willing to lean on others for enhancement so thoroughly, they were unlikely to advance particularly far. These centers would funnel XP, and therefore power, to the most ambitious of humanity, who were to become the strongest as well, while everyone else gained a mere handful of XP. But even those people would eventually be useful. 100 people who could cast 15 mage bolts each could shred even a tier 6 creature with ease, for example. The point was that at the end of the day, a society where everyone had at least some measure of power would be considerably better protected from monsters than one where that wasn't the case. Of course, by the same token, people having powers also tended to cause quite a bit more trouble than would normally happen. But given that it had been monsters who'd ended society, not people, Isaac felt that that was a chance worth taking. Of course, those monsters had been summoned by people, but the ones responsible had been ambitious numbskulls who'd bitten off more than they could chew, not Joe Shmo off the street who happened to have gotten a mere taste of power. Eventually, the examination ended, and Bailey thanked the Heisterkamps for coming in and they left. Well, that was interesting. Bailey commented as they walked back to their normal workplace, "I never thought I'd be that close to a monster without it being dead or trying to eat my face. Honestly, I thought it was mostly just cute, but nauseating to look at." Patrick grumbled, "I could feel my sanity dropping when I saw it. Isn't madness inducing basically the definition of the word eldritch?" Bailey suggested. So, Patrick sighed, "Look, I like the idea of being able to properly examine a living being, but not one that literally breaks your mind as you do so. All we need is another person with a class that includes pets." Isaac reminded him, "Just wait till someone shows up with a bound microraptor or something." "Yeah, that'd be cool," Patrick agreed. "Actually, we might be getting some microraptor fossils soon. Also Velociraptor, Iguanodon, and Archaeopteryx." Bailey told them maybe we can find someone to tame one, speaking of summoning here. Isaac said, pulling a sheath of paper out of his back pocket, "That's a request to fight a Lindworm as soon as we have a good idea of how strong a tier 6 raid boss is going to be." "Any particular reason?" Bailey asked. "Generally, I want to check if a certain myth about the Lindworm holds true, specifically one about how eating a soup made from its flesh can grant additional powers, such as the ability to speak to animals, heal, and even see the future. There are a few creatures that share certain characteristics with the Lindworm or are occasionally conflated with it, such the dragon, tatzelworm, or basilisk, but all of those are listed separately in the summoning list. Meanwhile, the myth related to the flesh of the Lindworm is pretty specific to it. I'd like to see if things like that are included in the system versions of mythological creatures. Also, I'd like to start exploring if there are additional ways of gaining skills outside of the normal purchase via stat points or practice." Isaac explained. It was a little premature to be asking about that, but he was trying to show he had some worth beyond fighting, prove that he hadn't been talking out of his ass when he'd introduced himself to Bailey as an expert in mythology. Also, he knew that that fable held true, essentially giving out one free but random skill, in fact, every raid boss gave out more than just XP and aspects. Each of them had some kind of unique resource they dropped or could be turned into. It just wasn't always immediately obvious. For example, the blood enchantments he'd used to fight the specters had come from a spellbook dropped by a raid boss known as a Sanguine Monarch, a terrifyingly powerful vampiric monster. "You want to fight a tier 6 raid boss?" Bailey asked, frowning hard. "Not yet, just sometime in the future when we have a good idea of how strong tier 6 monsters are and what it takes to beat them." Isaac said a Lindworm might also be a good choice for the first raid boss we summon. Mythologically speaking, it's ground-bound and lacks any kind of extreme mobility power, no legendary healing, no real standout dangers. And almost all of the myths agree on a power set. It's all in the proposal I gave you. If we're in a position to be fighting a raid boss, I'll keep it in mind, Bailey told him, but we might have some more information by TH. What? Isaac asked, alarmed. Nothing, I just got a title, Bailey said, and a moment later, a new nameplate appeared above his head, Professor Adam Bailey. I guess that choice was rather obvious, Patrick commented. Of course, Bailey replied. So what's next? We summon a few more creatures until we have the new summoning rooms, Isaac asked. No, actually, we wait until one of us is at a level where they can safely kill a tier 4, then we use that to determine how dangerous and powerful they are and build appropriate places to fight them in, Bailey said. Hold up, where are we going to fight them then, if we're going to use that to determine how durable the rooms are going to have to be? Raoul asked, frowning hard. We're going to be borrowing the cop's summoning area once it's ready, an old factory with a solid wall around every circle. The idea is apparently that, even if the summoned monster gets out, there will a bunch of heavily armed police officers around to deal with it, Bailey explained. They do realize there will be a point where ordinary firearms will be about as useful as a BB gun, right? Patrick said. How do they expect to know what they need when they summon something? Apparently, they used the body of the Swamp Knight and fired at it a few times. It was tough but not indestructible. Bailey responded. It's still going to be risky as hell, but eventually, the sheer volume of fire should bring down even one of those monsters. Besides, they're going to have the SEK there with all of its heavy weaponry. Something will kill it, so just leveling up until we're in a position to be confident in beating tier 4s, Isaac asked. That and some of the messages we got made some rather good points. People were able to lose their summoned monsters once they got several kilometers away, so we're going to be experimenting with that a little, Bailey said. They'd only really tried with a distance of 5 kilometers or so. The actual drop-off distance was at roughly twice that if you moved quickly enough and were only dealing with a tier 1 monster. Also, that distance increased for slower monsters, further muddying up the calculations, but that kind of in-depth research could be done after the fact. The fundamental experiments that had kicked off this entire thing had been done by them and earned them a spot at the table. From here on, subsequent experiments would be based on their work. They'd made their mark, now it was time to move on to even more exotic things. When we do that, we might want to start spreading out who does the deed, see what other interesting skills everyone gets. Isaac suggested. That is the plan. Also, we're going to see how much XP everyone gets based on things like summoning cost, who did the summoning and relative level, Bailey said, and Isaac could feel a grin creep onto his face. Things were going to slow down for him a bit, leveling-wise, but then he'd have an excuse for going up against powerful tier 4 creatures during work time and on someone else's mana. Throw in the fact that his colleagues were well on their way to becoming quite powerful in their own right. His personal power might not be as high as could be, but humanity's strength was about to grow in leaps and bounds. So I have no idea why you want this, but I managed to build it exactly to your specifications, the goldsmith said, placing a ring on the table in front of Isaac. It looked to all the world like a filigreed steel ring containing a few sharp bits in the shape of a flower deep inside it. Not something that could ever cut anyone because there were always other metal bands to keep anything that might get damaged well clear, but it was still sharp, and therefore he could project a far strike from it. To any conventional scan or search, it would look like a perfectly ordinary ring, but it'd allow him to unleash a devastating long-range attack without any warning. He wasn't planning on going anywhere without a knife ever again, but that didn't change the fact that there'd be places he couldn't take it in the future. Of course, this was a rather distinctive piece, which was why Isaac had also gotten a soldering iron to close up the outside, leaving him with a hollow spot in the center that held the sharp bits. And the rest, Isaac asked. That too. The goldsmith told him wasn't nearly as complicated, though. A series of lockets and bracelets were laid out before Isaac, each far more durable than a goldsmith's normal work. They were pretty, but also quite functional, capable of securely holding one of his gemstones once he'd enchanted them. Isaac had also started strategizing on how to take down the crystalline sage, the raid boss that would drop the book containing most crystal-based enchanting methods. He'd memorized some, but not nearly as many as he would have if he'd known he'd end up in the situation he was in now. But that damn thing was tier 7, and therefore worlds beyond anything that this timeline had seen. All in all, these little gadgets cost almost 5,000 euros between them, but he could afford it and they'd be really, really useful in the future. But he was hardly done. He'd ordered a few things on Saturday while he'd been waiting on his mana to fully recharge and promised to pay a premium for speedy completion of his orders. His next stop was a blacksmith's shop. It was one that used modern tools and materials, though it was also perfectly capable of creating things the old-fashioned, traditional way. Back already, the man asked with a large grin on his face if you hadn't paid so well. This stuff wouldn't have been ready by now. I know, that's why I did it. Asking someone to work on a Sunday that better be followed by a damn good reason. Isaac told the man. It was an unusual one, though. I think I've only been asked to make one of these twice before. A large item wrapped in cloth was placed on the counter between them and carefully unfolded to reveal a slightly curved blade, around 3/4 of a meter in length, with a handle reminiscent of one belonging to a kitchen knife. It only had a single sharp edge and surprisingly wide blade, giving it a little heft. This blade was a Kriegsmesser, a medieval weapon which Isaac had chosen to use as his future main hand weapon. While his knife was great for carrying without his being armed being all that obvious, it was too short to get at the vital organs on some of the bigger creatures, especially ones that only had one, like rock golems. Of course, for the truly big creatures, not even this weapon would suffice, but those would simply have the supreme misfortune of being subjected to a death by 1,000 cuts. "May I?" Isaac asked as he reached for the blade and got a nod in return. The familiar weight of the larger blade felt good in his hands as he took a few steps backwards to get some room and began to slowly, carefully, move into a variety of combat stances. "You do good work, Mr. Stagmer." Isaac grinned at the man. "So how much do I owe you?" Isaac asked. They'd agreed on the price beforehand, of course, but it seemed like the polite way to ask to pay. 1,200, please. "And if you have any other interesting weapons you'd like to get made, I'd love to do that for you." Stagmer said. "I do, actually. Could you forge me a proper Zweihander, a bit shorter than I'm tall, with a shorter than normal crossguard and a pronounced point at the tip?" Isaac said as he paid in cash, of course. "You're planning on going to fight some of those monsters, aren't you?" Stagmer asked. "I already am. It's my job, actually. Been using a combat knife so far, but it's a little short when measured up against the larger monsters. I got the Kriegsmesser because I know a little about using it, but I think something really big might be needed sooner, rather than later," Isaac said. A Zweihander, also known as a great sword, was a medieval weapon that could reach lengths of over 2 meters and were wielded with one hand on the actual grip and the other on the uppermost section of the blade, which wasn't actually sharpened. They were heavy weapons, but with the advent of the system, weight wouldn't really play too much of a factor anymore. Only comically oversized weapons might be problematic due to how swinging one could mess with the wielder's balance, but a Zweihander would have been fine regardless. That kind of huge weapon would be useful in a fight, and Isaac knew how to wield it sort of. In the other timeline, he'd used a standard arming sword for most of the time, relying on allies and skills to make up for its pathetically short length. But as things stood, he could think of a dozen different scenarios where simply having a long weapon could be a game-changer. "Do you mean a two-handed sword, or an actual Zweihander?" Stagmer asked, clearly trying to ensure that Isaac knew exactly what he was asking for. "An actual Zweihander, with a shorter crossguard, pointier tip, and the length a little less than my height," Isaac confirmed. "So you're actually going to use that in combat? Any other modifications you want? And are you sure about the ones you already mentioned?" Stagmer asked, clearly surprised and slightly skeptical. "Nothing I can think of right now, and yes, I'm sure. If I happen to have been wrong about either of those things, I know who to ask." Isaac flashed the man a grin. "That'll take a while, though," Stagmer said. "Of course, quality takes time, or a hefty payment for overtime," Stagmer suggested, mirroring Isaac's smile. "I don't need it, just." Once the sword had been re-wrapped, Isaac departed the store. He bought a few more odds and ends on the way home and dropped them off once there, but then he headed out into the woods with some summoning materials, cloth-covered sword slung over his shoulder. A glance at his status revealed that he had 2,801 XP at the moment, almost 600 short of what he needed to hit level 10 in one fell swoop. That was actually something he could get tonight, especially given what he was planning on fighting. His goal was to hit level 10 by the end of the week, so he probably had the time to squeeze in another new aspect before then. But did he actually need one? The main purpose of using aspects was to get skills outside of one's class, rounding out or even completing one's build. Isaac had a bunch of strike-type skills for offense and spectral shift for defense, and to open up new mobility options. Then he'd gotten Hydra's regeneration to compensate for the internal injuries spectral shift was prone to inflicting, but it also ensured he could always fully recover after any fight he lived through without help. He had people who would help him in his life. One of them was even a healer, but that didn't mean they'd be there right when he needed them. Sadly, neither of his aspect skills could come from Rogue or one of its standard evolutions. Regeneration skills were the domain of warriors, brutes, and pugilists or healers who worked on themselves. Meanwhile, phasing skills could be gained from some advanced rogue evolutions, but those were either really advanced evolutions, or they required some type of ephemeral aspect to get. And at that point, he really could just directly grab a skill that let him go ephemeral directly, instead of devoting his entire class towards getting one. That just left him needing a kind of speed-based mobility skill for repositioning, and something to make sure he always had a weapon on hand. Sure, the ring that now adorned his right middle finger was a step towards that end, but he really wanted a proper weapon he couldn't lose, like the kind a soulbending skill provided, or maybe something that let him conjure weapons. In fact, the latter was something the wraiths he was heading out to fight could provide, albeit at one hell of a mana cost, with the resulting constructs being a little fragile for his taste. Lastly, some long-range mobility options or spatial storage skills would be fantastic. At the end of the day, though, those two weren't absolutely vital. Of course, having more aspects meant getting a chance at a better class evolution, but Isaac didn't know how many he needed for a legendary class. 2 aspects before level 10 would almost certainly give him an epic one, but he wasn't sure how many more he needed for a legendary one, the next one up the rarity ladder and the highest tier there was. Getting a legendary class usually required shit like kill a raid boss no more than 20 levels below you on your own, defeat 10 people of a higher level with the same rarity class on your own, or even something truly insane like hit level 50 in all class skills. All doable, especially the first one, but not something he could compare to just grinding out aspects in terms of difficulty. Just having 2 aspects, this early guaranteed him a good evolution. Now he had no idea how much further he'd need to go to get an even better one, and that just left him with another possible issue. Yes, he could always replace an aspect if he decided another one would be better, burning it and 1000 XP to free up the slot, but that wasn't all he needed to consider. Aspect-based evolutions were based on aspects, specifically the ones he used when advancing. Removing one of the aspects your class was based on bad idea, just really bad idea. The aspect of the Lesser Hydra and the aspect of the Spectre were ones he'd keep all the way to the peak, he knew that. An aspect that might become obsolete by the next evolution, not so much. Maybe he could waste a slot later, but right now, he wanted to be economical about this sort of thing. Soon he'd left the lights of the city behind and was entering the deep, dark forest. The Kriegsmesser jumped from the sheath and the cloth got stuffed into a jacket pocket. Mana flowed into the blade as Isaac began to use the active part of his level 10 knife skill, improving the blade. Not much, mind you, just the right amount to match his regeneration and keep his mana pool full for the summoning that would happen soon. Occasionally, he used Piercing Strike instead, leaving holes in the ground, rocks and the occasional fallen tree, every use refining the edge of his weapon. He could have done the summoning after only a few minutes of walking, but he wanted to reinforce his chosen weapon a little first. Finally, Isaac, judging that the Kriegsmesser would survive the fight without needing maintenance immediately afterwards, walked over to the closest clearing and drew a tier 4 circle in the dirt. Rock salt, iron shavings, and string were dumped inside. Then he finished it off by placing a single lit candle in the middle and pouring mana into it, leaving him with an empty pool. During the quarter of an hour it would take to fully refill it, Isaac completed the rest of his preparations. He just summoned a wraith, one of the more unusual members of the ephemeral-type legions. They always wielded one of several weapons and fought with some modicum of skill. Now that he had a proper weapon to fight one with, Isaac was eager to have a proper duel. Trying to use a knife against an opponent wielding a sword would have been not good, at least not in a straight-up fight. Despite how movies portrayed it, one could block a sword with a knife. After all, there wasn't much of a difference between catching a blow with the 10-centimeter blade of a knife or taking it on the last 10 centimeters of a one-handed sword, but the lack of reach was a killer. Far Strike alleviated this issue somewhat, but using it was expensive in terms of mana, used even if he refrained from using Manifold Strike to make it stronger. Of course, blocking a weapon required you to have the strength to block the blow and durability to not break your own bones from the transmitted force. With a fortitude of 30, Isaac was good on the latter front, but not the former. But that was easily fixed. 700 XP vanished in a flash as he leveled up. Hydra's regeneration 8 points went into strength and 2 into agility, bringing them both up to 20. Man, those two had been lagging behind. He'd improved the stats he needed to grind more efficiently first, fortitude to stay awake longer, perception to see in the dark, magic power to charge stronger circles, magic regeneration to summon more in the same amount of time. This had left agility and strength somewhat underpowered compared to his level, a completely crooked spread of stats compared to the build he'd intended on having. But it had gotten him here rather quickly, so all was well. Now he'd just bring up everything to around 30 or so, then start focusing on agility, perception, and magic regeneration. And as always, the skill points were saved for his next class. A few minutes later, his mana ticked up to full and it was time. Isaac rose to his feet in a single smooth motion and activated the circle. It turned into a flat, pale blue and glowing disc from which a dark figure rose, head looking downwards as if the humanoid being had died and just kept standing despite that. Black armor wrapped pale white, see-through flesh. A soft light began to emanate from it, shining through the gaps in deep black plate armor, a glowing spectral broadsword manifesting in its right hand and a buckler in the left. The wraith's head rose, then snapped around to glare at Isaac, pale wisps emanating from the armor's eye sockets. A proper warrior stood there, glaring at Isaac from across the clearing. Strong, powerful mech-tier techniques. In essence, this was a fight between a proper bodybuilder and a black belt in any marital art you cared to name, immensely strong but perfectly beatable by skill alone. The sword flashed forward, cutting the air with unnatural speed, but Isaac simply interposed his own blade. Two swords, one made of mundane steel, but then strengthened by sheer skill, the other born of a preternatural monster, and strengthened by raw hatred, met. The sound of that meeting, however, was something neither of them had expected. A combined piercing strike and piercing strike met an attack created from pure willpower and mana, something entirely different from what either of them had been prepared for. The sound that echoed across the clearing was beyond anything that could be found in nature, the scream of tortured metal, and a mana-forged bit of metal impacting not something that could happen by anything even remotely normal. The wraith withdrew its blade a moment later, but Isaac just kept up his assault. The Kriegsmesser came down in an overhead chop like a meteor, but the wraith simply interposed its shield and blocked the attack. After all, a little skill with the blade was still some skill. The sword flashed around in arc, moving so quickly it seemed to leave a trail in the air, but Isaac was already moving, letting himself fall backwards, going under the deadly conjured weapon as he brought his own around in a sweeping arc, a crimson bar of power that was a combination of both far strike and power strike, extending from it to bash into the side of the wraith's knee with an ugly crunch. The monster's black armor was actually rather resistant to magical attacks, but ragged, granting him a cheap shot right to the phantasmal flesh beneath. As his ass hit the ground, Isaac turned his fall into a backwards roll, returning to his feet in a crouch, every muscle tensing in preparation for his next move. He lunged forward, high agility and strength letting him pull off the move with a power no normal person could ever wield. The wraith screamed as agony erupted up from its healthy leg, but it managed to push the sensation down as it hobbled around to face the little human who'd hurt it so. It swung the sword again, but Isaac danced out of range only for the sword to shift into a poleaxe at the last possible moment. It was a trick that burned a lot of mana, but the wraith had clearly decided that saving the resources was pointless if it didn't survive this encounter. Isaac was still moving backwards, the very tip of the weapon carving a shallow cut into his chest, a cut that a mere moment of Hydra's regeneration fixed right up. It followed up the attack by dismissing its armor and charging, then it threw a punch with the hand that held the buckler. As it did so, the small shield transformed into a pata, an Indian gauntlet sword that was essentially a metal mitten with 1 meter long blade protruding forward from the wrist. Someone less familiar with how a pissed-off wraith fought might have been caught off guard and ended up skewered, not aware of such a weapon even existing. Then again, most people wouldn't have known about the limitation of its weapon-creating power, namely, the fact that they needed to be real. Regardless, Isaac used his tried and true method for not getting hit, be somewhere else. The wraith continued to charge, faster without its armor, but also a hell of a lot more vulnerable, burning mana on a per-second basis to continuously adapt its weaponry. A tower shield that hadn't been there before suddenly appeared to catch a devastating lunge from Isaac. The somewhat unwieldy polearm was replaced by a saber as he slipped under the long weapon to inflict a cut on its calf, and the quarrel from a handheld crossbow that appeared from nowhere nearly tore through his shoulder. Apparently, he'd made it mad, but there was a reason. Wraiths didn't start out fighting like this, instead summoning a basic weapon or two and using those like one normally would, and a few moments later, that became abundantly clear. The Zweihander the Wraith now held fizzled out, vanishing into motes of energy as the Wraith's mana ran out. It had burned all its mana in a rage-fueled flurry of attacks as it switched weapons at the drop of a hat, doing everything it could to kill Isaac. Even as it stood there before him, weaponless, it charged, fists raised and ready to break his bones. It had thrown everything it had at him and was following it up with the kitchen sink, a credible threat to a human with somewhat weaker physical stats. Obviously, but the thing was, Isaac was still armed. The wraith's fist met the point of Isaac's Kriegsmesser, covered in yellow light, and came apart as the blade punched deeper and deeper until it came out of the back of its elbow. With a twist and a yank, Isaac removed the blade from the wraith's arm, wisps of the beast's essence leaking from the mangled limb. Heedless of the injury, it swung its other arm straight at Isaac's head, but he sidestepped the blow and brought his sword down on it, severing the limb above the elbow as red light flared around the weapon. The wraith stumbled, roared, and tried to headbutt him, using one of the few weapons remaining in its arsenal. Before the monster's forehead could come anywhere near him, the Kriegsmesser was buried up to the hilt in its chest. More essence burst from the wraith as it slowly died, the beast falling to its knees. Finally, he withdrew his knife from its sheath in a single, lightning-quick motion and rammed a combined power strike and sundering strike into its temple. A brown energy flowed around the blade until it impacted, blowing apart the wraith's head in the process. Wraith LV 11 has been slain. 144 XP gained 120 base, 1.2 due to level disparity. It writhed for less than a second, then crumbled into sparkly dust. Well fought. Isaac nodded to it, breathing heavily. Blood trickled down his cheek from a small gash on his scalp. Half a dozen small cuts burned on his body, mementos from blows he'd barely dodged. But he'd come out of that fight with plenty of mana, so he spent some to fix them all. That had really been a tough fight, mostly because the Wraith had gone so utterly berserk. In hindsight, using Sundering Strike in the pain-inducing mode had been a mistake. He simply hadn't known how painful that attack would be to the creature. Isaac himself had gotten hit with that skill once, but his fortitude had been a great deal higher at the time, complete with its power to suppress pain. And normally, Wraiths only went berserk when utterly outmatched, not just because they'd taken bad injuries. As it turned out, he'd been wrong about that. Then again, you never stopped learning, did you? He certainly wouldn't be making that mistake again. If you learned something new during a fight, then you went into it with insufficient information, and that means you're a dumbass. The quote came to mind unbidden, making Isaac chuckle softly. It was a bit harsh and rude, but also pretty true, at least when you weren't the very first person fighting a certain opponent. Ah yes, Sensei Michael Stoller. A highly skilled practitioner of karate, but also an overweight, older man in his 50s with man boobs that sagged halfway down to his belly button. No one would assume he was as capable as he was from appearance alone, but skill counted for a lot. Short of actual MMA fighters, there were very few people Stoller couldn't beat in a straight-up fight. Isaac had seen the man fight. Once. That had been enough to convince him of his power. Stoller had started out as some kind of pugilism-based class, then advanced into one related to teaching as well, something that had granted him the ability to teach some basic, active skills. At his peak, a single lesson from him let people fight basic monsters on their own, solely using the active skills they gained from him. An impressive man, all told, but more importantly, a good one. A tad gruff, perhaps, but then again, no one was without flaws. Perhaps, Isaac mused, he'd send him an aspect or two once Stoller began to walk down the path of empowering others in this timeline. As he mused about that, he gathered the dust into a small Tupperware container. It was a moderately useful alchemy material, but also an incredibly fine, incredibly shiny particle. In other words, the next person to really tick him off would get this crap in the form of a glitter bomb. Next, he reset the circle, first repairing it and then putting in the ingredients. While his mana slowly ticked up to full, Isaac pulled out a small notepad and began to write down notes on his future plans. He'd been thinking about what to do a lot, but this was the first time he'd actually written them down. What were the problems he'd have to deal with? The demon lord in Korea, a few powerful monsters here and there, some dangerous dungeons, things that might not even happen anywhere. And then, of course, there was H.P. Lovecraft's underwear drawer, also known as Cthulhu's armpit, and a host of other, even less printable names. An eldritch dungeon known to drive people mad. In fact, the two above names had been given to it by people who'd lost their minds to that damn place, but they'd been crude, so they'd stuck. But the official name was hardly any better or less ominous. The Sanity's End Dungeon. A dungeon that had sprung up near the border of England and Scotland, offering great loot and XP alongside great danger, for those brave enough to enter it at least. Until one day, the dungeon had sent out a flood of monsters and consumed the British Isles in an orgy of insanity and death. Someone had created it, and it had been stable for a long time until it hadn't been. Much like the Demon Lord, it was something that had been summoned for a rather specific purpose, one that his actions were unlikely to change, so he'd be wary of it. Head up there every few months, see if that place had been created, and break the core if it had been. Then someone had tried to create a park of dinosaurs in the middle of the Nevada desert. This had, predictably, backfired rather badly. Given the allure of the big lizards, that would likely happen again in some form or other. All of those were situations where he didn't know who was at fault, so there was no one whose ass he could kick, or whose name he could pass on to the relevant authorities to have them kick the idiot's ass for him. Soon, the next wave of powerful creatures would get summoned as people grew more confident and were willing to see what the next tier of summoning circles could call. Isaac could recall several standout issues from the other timeline, but he had no way to know if they'd appear in this timeline as well. Him helping humanity advance in a safer manner was already paying small dividends, but in doing so, he'd taken a sledgehammer to the known timeline of events. His mana topped up and he dumped it all into the circle, then went back to pondering the future. Realistically, there were certain events that would likely still happen, but plenty of others that wouldn't, or at least occur in a different form. All he had left now was years of combat experience, knowledge of countless possible problems that could crop up and effective ways of dealing with them, not to mention a clear advancement plan and knowledge of optimal improvement. More and more notes appeared, filling page after page with his nigh illegible, spider-like scrawl as he worked until his mana hit full once again. Isaac rose to his feet and retrieved the Kriegsmesser. Showtime. Isaac glanced down at the dark orb in his hand. Aspect of the Wraith, this is the distilled essence of what makes a Wraith a Wraith. Create weapons from mana with a thought, find the living at a glance, become a ghostly presence and leave behind mortality, clad yourself in magically resistant plate at a whim. Requirements for activation, 2000 XP. Open aspect slot. Grants plus 10 strength. One of the following skills, ghostly arsenal. Hunt of the damned. Body of the wraiths. Plate of darkness. It offered several interesting options, including a powerful and magically resistant armor, the ability to sense the living through walls, and create the same kind of magical weaponry the Wraith had used. Lastly, it had a skill similar to his existing spectral shift, though it was also very different in some respects. It was intended for more of a long-term transformation, turning the user's flesh into a pale mass similar to what the Wraith had had, providing significant protection for their internal organs. And with a little more mana invested, it also allowed for phasing through walls like spectral shift, near total immunity to blunt blows, combined with some rigid armor to transfer most other kinds of impacts into blunt hits in turn, made for one hell of a tanky combination. But it was a skill for knights, warriors, and the like, not him. Isaac sighed as he tossed it from one hand to the other, thinking, you could stack multiple aspects in the same slot, if and only if both came from similar creatures and the new aspect had a skill similar to the one the old one gave. Doing so would upgrade the old skill to the one the new aspect had and give one the option of picking a second skill from the new one. One could stack a grand total of 4 aspects like that, one from a tier 1 3, 4 6, 7 9 and tier 10 monster under the above conditions. For a moment he considered slotting this thing, but then solidly decided against it. Body of the Wraith was technically an upgrade over Spectral Shift, but given how its core purpose differed, it would be a downgrade for him. Then again, he hadn't been fighting the Wraiths for the aspects, so this thing was really just a bonus to give to someone who could use it, sell for cash on the newly emerging markets for system-related things, or trade to Calais for something hard to get via legal means. Isaac pulled up his status. Stealth and Sneak had gone up after one Wraith he'd mostly attacked from stealth, sneaking around instead of facing it directly like he'd done the others. Most of the strike type skills had also gone up a few times, with the ones above level 10 obviously gaining the least. Lastly, knives had gained another level and the name had changed to blades from his use of a proper sword. Well, sort of sword, the name still translated to knife, but the system didn't take that into account. The new skill was basically the same one as the old one, just expanded to granting skill in all edged weapons, not merely knives. Not that Isaac needed much help with raw skills. Countless years of training had put him above what the skill provided at its current level. 2700 XP vanished in a heartbeat, bringing his level up to 10. Congratulations, you've managed to reach the first evolution threshold. Based on your current achievements, skill levels, and aspects, you have unlocked several new classes. If these options do not satisfy you, you may choose to leave this screen and continue to rack up more prerequisites, but you cannot increase your level beyond 10 until you evolve your class. Here are your possible class evolutions. Rogue Common. The Rogue is the most basic of the stealthy classes, specializing in sneaking around and inflicting high damage from out of sight. It grants skills related to being unnoticed, setting traps, and proper knife work. Active skills, meanwhile, improve the force of attacks, bypass armor, and make detection more difficult. Assassin Common. The brief glint of metal, a flash of movement, blood spraying from a severed throat, the assailant long gone by the time the body hits the floor. That is how an assassin kills. Unknown, unseen, unstoppable, those are the characteristics of those who choose this class. It grants skills related to human and monster anatomy to hit the most vulnerable points with ease, poison making, and massively expands on the basic knife work and stealth of the Rogue. Trapmaker Common. Nowhere is safe, not if a trapmaker was in the area at some point in the last decade at least. This is a slight change from the normal modus operandi of a rogue, but this makes you no less dangerous. Countless skills related to crafting, gaining materials, making deadly constructions, and hiding them. Also comes with a set of Darwin Awards to hand out to whoever is dumb enough to go after you in your workshop. Thief Common. This is yours, too bad it's mine now. A simple philosophy, but an effective one. The Thief class massively improves stealth-related active and passive skills, combined granting skills related to climbing, lockpicking, safecracking, and literally anything else one might need to break in somewhere. Deathstrike Assassin. Not content to merely be a basic cookie-cutter assassin, the Deathstrike Assassin uses a myriad of mystical energies to enhance his blows, countless strike-type skills to tear any armor asunder and obliterate anyone in his way. This class grants countless variants on the typical strike-type powers and enhances them to a significant degree. A simpler power set, but vastly deadlier. Bladed Trapmaker Uncommon. Bear traps, you mean a pair of steel jaws with dinky little spikes on them. Nah, I'll put a bunch of impossibly sharp blades on there instead. Any blade created by a bladed trapmaker will be a cut above, leaving wounds that gush rivers of lifeblood at a mere brush. While it grants all the same basic crafting skills the normal trapmaker has, it also grants countless stronger versions specifically for creating blades. Woe betide any who underestimate you. Spy uncommon. Where a thief steals physical objects, the spy steals hearts and secrets. Ever the stereotypical charming rogue, the spy gains the skills necessary for smoothly navigating social situations and issues and becomes a conman par excellence. They also gain an obligatory appearance boost that makes them a solid 9.5/10 in most people's eyes. Hardly the best in combat, but that ain't what this class is for, darlin'. Spectral Assassin Rare. An assassin is a terrifying presence, even if no one ever catches a direct look at them. Mere proof of one being somewhere in the area is enough to cause a panic, but the spectral assassin surpasses them in all respects. A killer whose presence is as fleeting as the lives of his targets, something allowed by countless lethal attack skills and incredibly powerful ghostly movement skills. Undying Assassin Rare. There are legends out there, stories of men who take horrifying injuries, continue moving forward even with a blade thrust clean through, all to kill their intended target, pushed forward by an indomitable will as well as the regenerative skills to survive almost anything. Phantasmal Trickster Rare. If you look up world's biggest pain in the ass in the dictionary, you'll likely find a picture of a person with this class. A phantasmal trickster is fundamentally still a trap maker, but not really. Their traps are no longer truly physical, instead being spectral constructs that summon evil spirits in the face of anyone who trips them, or strike directly at the spirit of the victim. The trickster didn't make it create an outright fake world, fundamentally fucking with the victim's sense of reality. Couple that with the ability to walk through walls and hide traps within, there is nothing that can ever truly stop the holder of this class, or make sure that anywhere is safe. Mad Scientist Rare. There are some things that are important when doing experiments. Caution, safety, keeping the amount of combustible liquid spilled on the floor to an absolute minimum. At least that's what the wimps think. A mad scientist will have a beaker of nitroglycerin blow up in his face, blink, wipe away the soot, and fix the injury. This is a class that encourages innovation, courage, perhaps even recklessness, and gives incredible rewards for those willing to take them. Gain countless crafting skills if you take this class. Just remember, the ones intended to avoid accidents have been replaced with ones meant to survive them. Phantom Thief Rare. Wasn't there a wallet there just a second ago? A phantom thief is a thief, simple as that, but one that is so good that no one can ever truly be sure he even exists. With this class, nothing will ever stop you, no wall will ever be able to bar your way, and no one's possessions will ever be safe from you. Relentless Thief Rare. Ah yes, someone decided to be cute and put a bear trap on their lawn and you stepped in it. My, how adorable, I'll just chop off the leg and grow a new one. Nothing will stop you on your path to getting what you want, no traps or assassins, you can shrug off everything. Keep going until your prize is in your grasp, then limp out of there. Undying Wraith Epic. You won't see me unless I want you to, and if you do, it'll likely be the last thing you see. If you manage to land a hit, better make sure you have a body, for anything else means I'll come right back. Those are the kinds of things an undying wraith might say to explain its power set, because this is what it is. An eternal presence, impossible to escape, impossible to kill, impossible to stop or even see unless it lets you. This is a class strongly linked to both the regenerative power of a hydra and the fleeting presence of a specter, drawing power from both aspects for power. It offers countless skills, each meant for a different purpose, depending on the direction the user wants to go. At its most basic, an undying wraith has powerful skills for stealth and unseen movement. This is followed up with observation skills to properly observe one's foes from hiding and gain all the information needed to figure out an optimal plan of attack. And once that has been done, the attack itself can be conducted in an entirely new form, one forged from the aspects the wraith has bound to itself, aided by a soulbound weapon. Information gathering to start with, followed by deductions of the enemy's capabilities, at which point they will be torn apart with overwhelming strength. Ultimately, this is a class for sneaking up on one's foes, stalking them to gain an understanding of their powers and weaknesses, then tearing them apart with brutal strength as one transforms into a horrifying monstrosity. System Researcher Epic. You have delved into the mysteries of the system deeper than almost anyone else has dared to thus far. Uncover the secrets of the world and universe, young one, but beware you might not like what you find. Stare too long into the abyss and the abyss stares back. This class grants skills that boost intelligence, research speed, active and massively powerful analysis powers, and the like. But this class' standout ability is being able to create new skills on its own, based on observations of other humans' or monsters' skills. Using what essentially amounts to basic mage skills, a system researcher is a dangerous foe right from the very start, but with an ever-expanding roster of new powers, there is very little that can slow them down for long. This is a class that requires a lot of work and effort beyond merely increasing one's level in order to get stronger, but with that work, it can become one of the strongest classes in existence. Most of the offered classes were as he'd expected. The class he already had was offered, just like always. If one desperately wanted to keep leveling, but was unwilling to pick one of the new ones offered, one had the option of keeping the current class. It would delay future evolutions by an entire threshold, sure, but there were reasons to pick that option. They were just rare and would have severe repercussion for future growth. Then he had the 3 standard evolution paths for a rogue, as well as the same paths adjusted based on his skills and aspects. The skill ones were all uncommon, except for the Deathstrike Assassin, likely due to how many relevant skills he had and how strong he'd made them, making a rare class. But all of those were, compared to the final 2, garbage. The first epic class, Undying Wraith, was perfectly in line with what Isaac had expected to get. A stealth-based class with significant defensive power, an option for a soulbound weapon as it befitted an epic class, and it offered another really strong sounding skill based on his aspects, just like one could expect from a class defined by said aspects. The second one he had not. In hindsight, he should have, though. In essence, it was a far stronger version of the rare-ranked research mage class, one defined by being willing to put in the work to figure out how another's skills worked and replicating them for oneself. At first glance, that sounded like an utterly broken ability, though it did come with a few caveats that had fucked over quite a few people in the other timeline. While copied skills weren't completely static like the ones gained from aspects, they only advanced very slowly, even more so when one considered the sheer number of skills a system researcher would end up getting and how little time would be available to train up any given one. And on top of that, it almost certainly couldn't copy skills that weren't visible. No soulbending skills, passive defenses, passive boosts, etc. Therefore, anyone with this class would have a million skills, each weaker than those belonging to a more focused mage. But if one had the tactical acumen to pick the right one for any given situation, it could have an outsized impact. In other words, a class perfect for planning and counterattacking. Then again, the Undying Wraith was based on research, just in a different way. The kind of research you did when looking at an enemy, noting their equipment or natural weapons, their posture, feedback from inspection skills, and then used all that to plant a knife in their heart. One outstanding class to study and subsequently steal the abilities of one's foes. A second to study the foes themselves and fight them directly. It was a difficult decision, one that would shape his entire future progression. Depending which he chose, Isaac would end up becoming a mage archetype or continue to be an agility-based melee fighter. But he wasn't just making this choice for himself. If Isaac and his future knowledge didn't exist in this timeline, it would end in the extinction of humanity. There was no guarantee that his presence would change that, but it was literally the only thing that might do so. And that put a lot of responsibility on his shoulders and onto this decision. At that moment, Isaac felt like there was someone staring at him, waiting to silently judge whatever he ended up picking. Not anyone who was actually here at the moment, mind you, but the ghosts of timelines erased. Old friends, comrades, others he'd admired or respected. People were shaped by their experiences, changed, became someone else over the course of their lives to become who they were. Who they'd been at the time of their deaths in the other timeline, and that was what he'd lost. The people they'd become, who not just died, but been erased from existence the instant Isaac had started changing things. The mere existence of all those deities having been confirmed in the other timeline strongly indicated that at least some afterlives existed, places for the dead to go, but they weren't dead. Those people were gone, destroyed, removed utterly from the world and existence itself. The only place they remained were his memories. Isaac sighed and hung his head, feeling his eyes grow moist as he forced back the flood of memories welling up inside of him. "All right, for you guys, I'll win this," he whispered and made his choice. "Congratulations on evolving your class to become an Undying Wraith. Would you like to pick out your skills now, YN?" As fantastic a path as system researcher was, it wasn't his path. Isaac wasn't a mage, he was a fighter. It was what he was good at, the path to power he'd forged for himself, the one that had taken him to the peak. Dropping that to follow the next shiny new thing, even if it might have been a better choice that wasn't him. The system researcher was a class for those who enjoyed research, poring over videos of a monster's attacks countless times to figure out the underlying mechanics, and that just wasn't him. He'd become a researcher for the sake of everyone else, and while he did somewhat enjoy the lab, that was mostly due to his coworkers, rather than the work itself. It was still a class that required knowledge and careful forethought, just of a different kind. Undying Wraith. Central skills: double cost. Form of horror epic. The chosen weapon epic. Skills: Gaze of the Hunter epic, requires inspect. Unknown fear epic, requires privacy. Phantom Step epic. Tools of Terror epic. Scare Tactics epic. Fleeting Presence epic. Hunter's Mind epic. Cripple epic. Bestial Regeneration epic. Undying Focus epic. General Skills. Inspect common. Privacy common. As all classes did, Undying Wraith had an absolute fuckton of available skills, and it being one past level 10, it also had Central. Skills, they were what lay at the heart of their class, the strongest ones, but they also cost twice as much. There were actually classes with a single Core. Skill that cost 3 times as much as a normal skill of the same rarity, but was insanely powerful. Of course, Isaac had an epic class, meaning all skills were, at a minimum, at the same rarity and therefore cost 4 skill points each. He was really glad he'd saved all those points. What was a little surprising was that the analysis skill harped on about in the class description was actually just the class-specific upgrade to Inspect, but that was fine. Inspect Common. This skill allows the user to look at another system-given powers, including things such as class, stat distribution, and skills. This skill is free and can be toggled on and off at will, though attempting to see through any kind of privacy skill requires the user to spend 5 mana on each attempt. The effectiveness of this skill increases with perception and level superiority. Inspect. Gaze of the Hunter. Gaze of the Hunter epic. There are many possible upgrades to the basic Inspect skill. Some allow for improved examination of details, others are far better at piercing information protection skills. This one is different. It loses any ability to gaze past defenses for raw details unless the defenses are very weak, but gains an incredible power at getting rough information on the user's foes. Barring an incredible level disparity, the user will be able to sense whether someone's stats are higher, lower, or comparable to the user's, how many aspects they have, and what their overall affinities are. But by using the information gained via this skill, an Undying Wraith will be able to deduce anything Inspect could grant, and more. The power of this skill increases with both personal and skill level, as well as aspect count and perception. 5 skill points later, 1 for the common rarity basic skill and 4 for the epic upgrade, a massive grin appeared in Isaac's face. On the surface, it was a downgrade, one that would give out far less information unless the target was absurdly weak, but that was completely ignoring what appeared to be an absurd level of defense penetration. The information that Gaze of the Hunter would give was rather unspecific, but it would always give it. In using that as a basis for his deductions, there would be very little he couldn't eventually figure out. Still research, but a kind Isaac much preferred. He was also very glad to have saved all those skill points, given that even just those 2 skills would have required most of the points gained by 2 level-ups. In fact, Isaac could pick up almost all of the skills he wanted right off the bat, rather than having to wait until almost level 20. Privacy Common. This skill is used to protect the user's privacy by blocking hostile use of the Inspect skill. It will block any Inspect skill of the same level unless there is a massive disparity in level or relevant stats, as well as almost all upgrades of said skill unless they are a significantly higher rarity. The power of this skill increases with the user's level, as well as this skill's level and the user's fortitude stat. The basic anti-Inspect skill of privacy came next, though Isaac decided to postpone the upgrade until after his next level up. Between having a fairly high fortitude for a rogue and the fact that he was at a pretty high level for how long the system had been around, it should suffice for now. That being said, the upgrade did look awesome. Unknown Fear epic. There are many things that people are afraid of. Mostly, those things are definable, specific things. But there is another kind, the fear of the unknown. With this skill, the user becomes the embodiment of this fear. An unknowable entity become fear itself. It will block out any same level and rarity inspection skills as a matter of course, and is boosted by any stealth skill, gaining strength as if it were 1 level higher for every 2 levels in a stealth skill. Further power is gained based on agility. Between sneak and stealth, it would start out at effectively as if it were at level 10 from the beginning. Well over half the skill points he'd had at the start, and almost all of the ones he had left disappeared as Isaac bought both central skills. They were the strongest skills offered by his class and a core part of its skill set, Form of Horror epic. There are many sides to the Undying Wraith. The impression they broadcast out into the world and show others, the hole in the world no one will ever perceive before it devours them, and lastly, the face someone only sees in the moment of their death, the form granted by this skill. A monstrous alternate body based on the user's aspects and gains a 5 boost to all physical stats for each one. Current aspects, aspect of the Spectre, aspect of the Lesser. If the user also has the skill The Chosen Weapon, this weapon will be incorporated into the user's new form. Furthermore, while in this form the user's strength and fortitude are increased by 25, while agility and perception are increased by 35. Magic power and magic regeneration will remain unchanged. This skill can only be activated every 12.5 n hours, where n is skill level, and lasts for 30 seconds for each skill level. It also requires 1000 mana to use, which it siphons off from the user's mana regeneration so long as the mana pool is full. And there it was, his new ultimate attack. For a transformation skill, it was incredibly powerful, but also had an incredibly short duration. That made sense though, given that it was meant to be used for a blitz attack to finish off the target after a while of observation, and once the weak points had been determined. The whole cooldown in separate mana pool shtick would be a surprise for many people, but it was actually rather standard for those kinds of fight-ending ultimate skills. After all, what kind of rogue had a mana pool above 1000 this early, or even by the time of the evolution after this one? The cooldown itself was an unfortunate side effect of that though. The other skill wasn't any less impactful though, the chosen weapon epic. There are many things that determine the power of a warrior: training, physical prowess, skill, raw talent, but there is one more thing: a weapon. Having the right one to carry into battle can be the difference between life and death, and that is what this skill is all about. The user may choose a single weapon and make it soulbound. This weapon then becomes a part of them, inextricably and eternally bound together, able to be summoned at will, and will never harm its user. As this skill's level grows, new forms and abilities will be gained. In addition, consecrating this weapon in the blood of legendary foes will grant it new strength and powers. The chosen weapon has its own mana pool to use its own skills, separate from the user's, drawing power from the environment. However, the user may also choose to divert their mana regeneration to refill this pool once their own is full. It starts out with a pool of 100, then increases by 10 with every level in this skill. Upon purchasing this skill, the weapon must be selected immediately. A weapon that was always ready, always available, always strong enough to be useful. Now he just needed to pick one. There were a couple of options available, one strapped to his belt, the second resting against his leg. The large and powerful Kriegsmesser, a sizable weapon more suited to traditional blade-to-blade combat, and the smaller Kabar, the weapon that had been by his side since the very beginning. A slightly less useful weapon when fighting a powerful or large foe, but oh so much more familiar. What was theoretically a few days more of experience with the weapon felt like so much longer on an emotional level. It was the weapon that had brought him to this point, the weapon he would bring up to the very peak of power. He could also hide it far more easily, something that might be needed, given that society still frowned on the open wearing of lethal weapons, and having to waste half the weapon's mana pool to warp it into his hands for a fight was a tad suboptimal. Besides, he'd be able to pick another form soon enough. As to what consecrating the weapon in the blood of legendary foes meant, a secondary tooltip helpfully explained that, though Isaac didn't have to read it. Basically, that meant either fighting bosses or punching even further above his weight class than Isaac was normally comfortable with. Another system window popped up as he chose his knife as the first weapon to become his for the rest of eternity. Would you like to name your weapon? Obviously. Isaac grinned, picking the name he'd had in mind for his soulbound weapon since the very beginning. Weapon, Old Reliable. Once merely an ordinary Kabar, this weapon has been refined and strengthened by the skills of a rogue, bathed in the blood of countless powerful monsters, and finally claimed as the chosen weapon of an undying wraith, transcending its old purpose and limitations. Ever growing with its wielder, the Old Reliable will not only gain strength, but entirely new powers as it is used in legendary battles and bathed in the blood of the enemies that fall in them. Mana Pool 0-100. Skills to me calls Old Reliable back into the wielder's hand in a straight line, costs 10 mana, at a range of a maximum of 10 meters. Always armed, teleports Old Reliable into the wielder's hand from anywhere in the universe. The minimum cost is 50 and scales with distance and interfering effects. Eternity, Old Reliable is as eternal as its wielder. So long as he is alive, this weapon has the opportunity to be reborn. Doing so will require all of the materials used to build it in the first place, as well as 500 mana. This cost will have to be paid by an external source. The Kabar, no, Old Reliable, was now a system-recognized item, something that was also the case for potions or pieces of gear used by craftsmen so highly leveled that anything they touched gained preternatural properties. And to round out his new build, he picked up the most immediately useful movement skill, leaving him with just a single point: Phantom Step Epic. A single step is the beginning of a journey of 1,000 miles, and if this skill's level is high enough, then a single step can be a journey of 1,000 miles. You are a phantom in the dark, an unseen shadow that streaks past in the night. With this skill, the user can make a single step take them far greater distances than it would normally ever be able to. As a stealth skill, it is vastly more efficient when used unobserved. Cost 15 mana to initiate, 1 mana per meter of unobserved travel, 5 mana per meter of observed travel, with a maximum range of 10 million plus 2 million per skill level. Really, Isaac wanted all of the skills that class offered, from the passive, trace obliterating, fleeting presence to tools of terror, which allowed him to grow some of the natural weapons belonging to the monsters from whom Isaac had sourced his aspects. Then there was Cripple, another strike kind of skill that reduced the usability of any body part hit. Even more impressive was that those were just the first few skills, ignoring the countless ones lower down on the list. And lastly, now that Isaac knew what kind of skills his evolved class gave him, he could start making plans for picking up specific aspects. Something for flight, a few to let him survive in other environments, such as underwater, the upgrades needed for both of his existing aspects, an aspect to give him a spatial affinity to improve his quasi-teleportation skill if possible, something to get him a good source of alchemical ingredients. If it was at all possible, he'd try to stack as many aspects into each of those slots, which threw up another problem. Now that he was at level 10, the drop rate for aspects from weaker monsters would be a good deal lower, but there was a very simple solution. Isaac could just trade the powerful materials from high-level creatures that he could now fight, the kind any ambitious fighter below level 10 would jump at in a heartbeat. As far as upgrading his existing aspects went, he already had a couple of creatures in mind, namely a regular Hydra and a poltergeist, though those would be beyond him for a short while still. But all of that was something to truly worry about later. For now, it was time to try out his new transformation skill. Isaac set up his phone against a nearby tree stump to use as a mirror and activated form of horror. In a heartbeat, his clothes vanished as his body expanded, gaining another meter in height, skin turning deathly pale. Arms lengthened until they hung down to his knees, his entire body becoming more and more muscular, appearing like the body of a serpent. Despite the sheer power of this new form, it felt light and ethereal, as if a simple breeze could blow him away if only he let it. Claws like steak knives extended from the tips of his fingers, forged from the weapon that had become a part of his very being, shredding the wood of a tree as he laid his hand against it and flexed his fingers. Teeth forged from the same material filled his mouth, the razor-sharp edge clearly apparent as he ran his tongue over them. Isaac just knew that if it hadn't been for the fact that his soulbound weapon couldn't hurt him unless he let it, otherwise he'd have had a mouth filled with blood, gore, and minced meat. Cool. Not that he was planning on biting anyone, but it was still cool to have. In the glass screen of his phone, Isaac studied his new face, the flat front, the two triangular slits that were now his nostrils, the mouth so wide it would have reached up to his ears if he'd still had any. Meanwhile, his eyes had turned into black voids of nothingness, dark pools that seemed to stretch into infinity. Creepy as fuck. Isaac grinned at that, the face turning into something straight out of a horror movie. Perfect. Just perfect. All too soon, the duration of the skill ended and he once again turned human, his clothes reappearing as he did so. In that moment, Isaac resolved to upgrade that skill as quickly as possible. Isaac grinned as he looked at his new status, complete with all of his new skills and the empty aspect slot he'd gained as a result of his evolution. He couldn't wait to fill it. Unfortunately, it had gotten really late last night, and he'd wanted to get his 2 hours of sleep before going into work the next morning. He'd also decided to try out one of his new abilities and left old Reliable back in his apartment. A mere thought was all that was required to warp the blade into his right hand. Appearing as if it had always been there, with the slight weight of the associated sheath appearing at his belt, though Isaac could also tell he could have commanded it to stay behind. As he sheathed the blade, a grin began to creep onto his face. This was amazing. As he crossed the university campus, it was noticeably more crowded than it had been last week. Things really were returning to normal, well, new normal. Isaac swept gaze of the hunter across the crowd, the extremely subtle inspection skill going completely unnoticed. These people were all quite weak, their stats well below his, and no classes that significantly shifted their affinities from normal. Affinities were a funny thing, and probably a very misleading way to name what they were. In essence, they described what any given class or aspect was good at. For a pyromancer, that would obviously be fire, while a student or researcher would give off a certain feeling of boundless possibility to those with the skills to sense affinities. But someone with no real power in their class wouldn't have been greatly changed by it yet, and gave of a feeling of simply being human, and that was most of the people here. Yet there were a handful of people who did stand out, whose stats were closer to his than everyone else's, who had slight but perceivable and identifiable affinities. People were beginning to take advantage of the system, ordinary people. That was both intriguing in where it could lead, but also dangerous. Anyone who was summoning monsters might also release them into the world without meaning to, and that made them a potential threat. For a brief moment, the peaceful and hopeful image was overlaid with another one, a picture of a future that may or may not come to pass, a future of darkness and bloodshed, a future of extinction. Isaac shook his head and blinked, trying to brush off the horrific mental images. That wouldn't happen. That would never happen, not if he had anything to say about it. He took a few deep breaths and continued onwards. As he entered the building that held his research group, sunlight streaming in from the glass wall behind him, a crowd of staggering size greeted him. Well, not exactly, but one far larger than any he'd seen in here before, and a lot of them seemed to be streaming towards the stairway leading down into where he worked. He started to push his way forward through the crowd for a few seconds, but then he decided to just go F it and activated Spectral Shift, running straight through everyone until he came to a stop beyond the throng of humanity. Isaac turned around to see Bailey arguing with the people at the front, though his immaterial dash through the crowd had caught everyone by surprise, causing a small lull in the conversation. "Good morning, Professor Bailey. What's going on, and can I help?" He asked innocently, backpack casually slung over one shoulder, though he did have the handle of the Kriegsmesser poking out at the top, somewhat ruining the image. "It's the study regarding the effects of stats we were talking about. The dean and the ethics board okayed it, but through some bureaucratical mix-up, we ended being the ones in charge of accepting the volunteers. And with the lure being basically free levels," Bailey demonstratively gestured at the crowd. "Gotcha," Isaac replied. "Unfortunately, I don't think you can really help beyond joining the others in the meeting room to make calls and yell at whichever pencil pusher might be able to fix this mess. Or, well, you could run up top and tell everyone that there's been a mix-up and that nothing will happen here. Talking to just a few people at a time down here is not working," Bailey said, then tossed Isaac his keyring. "Lock the doors once you've cleared out everyone. I'll apologize to anyone we lock out who's meant to be here later." "Sure thing," Isaac said, giving a mock salute, jumped and shifted. A moment later, he manifested on the ground floor of the building and noted the spot so he knew where he could jump directly into the lower floor in the future. Then he inhaled deeply and bellowed. His voice was far louder than any normal person without a megaphone or equivalent piece of technology could reach, for one simple reason: stats. Strength to inhale more forcefully, fortitude to keep his delicate lung tissue intact despite that, then once again strength to force the air back out with incredible pressure while fortitude prevented him from shredding his vocal cords. Hey, hardly the most articulate of statements, but it caught the attention of everyone. Isaac continued talking, still louder than normal but at a far more reasonable volume. "So where are we doing that then?" someone called out. "Not here." Isaac said, unfortunately not having that information either. "Oh, come on, this is bullshit. Yeah, screw you." And so the crowd replied with a range of statements and exclamations, some polite, some very much not. Isaac just shrugged internally and decided it was time for a show of force beyond merely jumping up through the floor. Triggering Phantom Step, he suddenly stood next to the entrance door and was holding it open, half his mana pool gone. But that wasn't visible from the outside, and he'd made it look effortless. "Everyone, you're in the wrong place. You can't sign up here, and I'm sorry that someone gave you the wrong information, but those are the facts. Please leave." Suddenly vanishing had caused the crowd to stir as people startled, staring uncomprehending at the spot he'd just vacated. When his loud voice suddenly rang out from the opposite direction, the effect was even more dramatic. People whirled around, jumped, or yelped in fright. That being said, this department is helping with the study, so if you want it to happen anytime soon, then please let us do our work. And with that, he nudged the door open a little wider, pushing it to the maximum limit the construction allowed. A clear and effective message. The first people began to filter out, a trickle that rapidly became a flood for all of a moment, but people began to talk to him instead of at him. "How did you do that? What do you do down there? Can you teach me to do that?" Isaac answered the first couple of questions, but that kicked off a whole other issue of people stopping in the doorway to talk to him. Once again, he raised his voice and said, "Hey, everyone, we can have this conversation once everyone is out here. I'll gladly answer your questions outside." The sheer volume his voice could reach without him actually yelling made people jump, but it also got the point across very well. Once the last person visible had filtered out, Isaac pulled out his phone and called Bailey. "Hey, Professor, is everything clear downstairs?" "Yes, okay, see you in a bit," Isaac said and locked the door. Then he phased his hand through it and stuck the key into the lock on the inside. "I've locked the door and left your keys on the inside." Then he hung up and turned around to the crowd, putting on a warm smile. "All right, you guys had questions. How did you do that?" someone near the front asked. "Which part?" All of it." The shouting was raw stats, the phasing was an aspect, and the teleport was a skill from a powerful class. Isaac said if you're careful and level up properly, then anyone can learn to do that. As a part of this study, you'll gain plenty of XP to either give you a head start on leveling, or just give you a basic level of superhuman stats you can keep without ever having to fight again. Can you tell us what exactly happened there?" Someone else called, quickly being echoed by a whole babble of voices. Not the ones who are going to be doing most of the work, nor the ones responsible for signing up people to the study. I'll make sure someone posts the proper contact information ASAP. The reply had been rather verbose, but it had been intended to entice as many of these people to sign up. Countless people summoning monsters for him to kill so their levels would increase ever so slightly, making them viable candidates for the study the hospital was conducting. Meanwhile, he'd rake in a hell of a lot more and his level would shoot through the roof. As more questions were asked and answered, Isaac saw Professor Bailey walk up to the door and tape up a note sternly stating not to come in for the study and retrieve his key. Isaac took this as his cue to re-enter the building, simply walking through the door. "What a mess, huh?" he asked. "Afraid so. You get used to it, sadly." Bailey shrugged. "I do have a question, though. Aren't we locking out a whole lot of people?" Anyone who needs to get in has a key and there are side entrances. I'll unlock the doors soon, but leaving it locked for a bit should clear up the crowd a bit," Bailey said. "At least it looks like we aren't going to have any problems finding volunteers for the study. I can't wait to participate." Isaac grinned and checked this out. Level 10. "Congratulations." Bailey flashed him a grin. "Did you evolve your class yet?" "Yep, that's actually something I wanted to talk to everyone about. Can I have a moment of everyone's time in the meeting room?" "Actually, is everyone here yet?" Isaac asked. "Of course. Did you find out anything interesting?" "You could say that. There's a couple of important facts I feel you all should know with regards to what kind of classes can be unlocked." Isaac grinned also. "I have little gift for everyone." As he said that, he jiggled his backpack a little. "Can't wait. Will you need any time to set up?" Bailey asked. "Now, all I need is a couple of seconds to plug in a USB stick and open up PowerPoint." Bailey nodded and they walked onwards, discussing little details about their current projects. While Isaac stepped into the conference room, his high perception allowed him to keep track of Bailey gathering the others. Patrick and Carl were in the storage room, grunting and swearing as they lugged around something heavy, or tried to, at least. Amy was in the summoning room, magically keeping a hold of something that caterwauled like the most demonic housecat imaginable, but fell silent a moment later after a sudden snapping sound, the abrupt end having a certain sense of finality about it. Isaac grimaced. On one hand, it was a good thing she was willing to do what she needed to level up. On the other, he was leading people down the path of blood and death. Things that were necessary were, by definition, necessary, but that did not make them something good, something that people would applaud you for. Personally, he didn't much care what the world thought of him, so long as there was a world to disapprove, but he didn't want to put that on anyone else. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't anything wrong with summoning these creatures to kill as the system intended, but that was something a whole metric fuckton of people disagreed with. The sheer amount of holy havoc various animal rights groups had been creating in just the last few days was mind-boggling. Lastly, there was Raoul, already in the meeting room and deeply engrossed in a thick book lying on the table. He looked up for a moment and greeted Isaac, who returned it, then returned his attention to his work of literature. Actually, setting everything up was stupidly difficult, still perfectly handleable, but a hell of a lot less easy than one could expect from a technical university. Then again, that might explain all those interesting grumbles that came over the loudspeakers in the lecture halls whenever a lecturer unfamiliar with the room showed up. New issues with an unfamiliar setup, there really was no reason for it to be a problem, but for some unfathomable reason it was. In that time, the others had filtered in and the screen showed a black, blank image. "Morning, guys." Isaac gave a rather simple greeting. "Turns out, I have something to talk to you all about. I hit level 10 last night and evolved my class, and I found out something very interesting. Plenty of people have already done the same, but they either didn't bother talking to anyone about the specifics, or they simply rushed the evolution and didn't realize how to properly get more options. In essence, you get the option of keeping your old class, but you also get offered a bunch of other ones. To start with, you get 3 possible evolutions that are straight-up upgrades to your existing class, but take it in a slightly different direction and focus it in some ways. Then you get versions of each of those upgraded based on what skills you have and what level they are, as well as your aspects. Therefore, I believe that if there is anything you want to do, any aspects you want to get, you should do it before your evolution. And beyond those simple enhancements, there are the classes offered for great achievements. For example, I got offered System Researcher, which is basically a research class that analyzes skills and natural abilities, then copies them. I think you're all going to be offered the same one, though. If I understood you correctly, you didn't pick that one, Bailey asked. Exactly, I got a different one, still focused on research, just one of monsters instead of magic. Isaac told him, choosing not to mention the name because it simply didn't sound like a research class, but that actually brings me to my next point, this thing. He clicked on to the next page, using a combination laser pointer and remote control he'd found next to the computer. A decently well-drawn picture, pencil on white paper, appeared, depicting his transformed form. By the standards of a proper artist, it was atrocious, but it still got the point across. Isaac was not even a remotely talented artist, but high perception allowed him to see even tiny details, while the mental enhancement provided by the magic stats helped keep all that in mind while drawing. The end product might have been closer to a printout of an incredibly shitty black and white photograph, but that didn't make it impossible for his fellow researchers to identify the creature being depicted. Basically, I got a new skill that lets me temporarily transform into that thing, so if you see that around the place, please don't freak. I don't suppose you have a good picture, Patrick asked. No, afraid not. In hindsight, I should have set up my phone in video mode and captured at least one image, but I didn't figure that out in time. As for why I didn't take a picture, well, I didn't want that to happen to my phone. As he said that, Isaac showed the next slide, featuring a picture of the tree his claws had shredded last night. Okay, not to be a fussbot, but how do you even know what you look like? That picture was clearly taken at night with a flash, wasn't it a little too dark? Patrick pressed. I set up my phone as a mirror, and I have a high enough perception to see in the dark. Does that let you spot tiny details, the kind you'd normally need a microscope to spot? Mostly, depends on how good the microscope is. Isaac answered, not sure what he was getting at, but looking forward to finding out. Great. Patrick suddenly grinned wolfishly now. How do you feel about knocking over casinos? Do you mean knocking over as in committing robbery, or as in winning by cheating? Isaac asked, almost simultaneously with Bailey saying care to let the rest of us in on what's being discussed. Basically, I've had a theory for a while. What can you see when your perception gets high enough? What differences can you spot? What things can you differentiate between? And then that morphed into, what use could differentiating between two functionally identical things be in the real world? The answer should be obvious, shouldn't it? So how about you take card counting to a whole new level? Patrick explained, with a wild, yet infectious grin no one had ever expected from him, lighting his face up. Chuckling softly, Isaac could feel his own face twisting into a smile just as broad. That was actually a really fucking good idea. Also, not one he'd have ever thought of. Pretty soon, casinos would have all kinds of perception and scrying blocking enchantments set up pretty much everywhere, making those kinds of tricks useless, and the casino floor a true place of random chance once again. And Isaac wasn't a big fan of placing everything in the hands of Lady Luck. Sure, he might do some risky shit, especially when he lost his temper, but deliberately planning around something wholly up to chance. Hell no. However, one could hardly describe playing Texas Hold'em while knowing what cards everyone knew as random chance. Sure, if you were the small or big blind, meaning you had to put money into the pot right at the start as a matter of course, knowing that someone else had a full house wouldn't help you in the slightest. At least in the beginning, then you could just hem and haw and not increase your bid until you could fold without looking suspicious. But overall, winning at poker, and doing so with what essentially amounted to a surefire strategy, that would earn him a fuckton of money. Money that would not only be his, but came with a proper and legal explanation as to how it ended up in his possession. So, dearest and bestest boss of mine, would it all be possible for me to, maybe theoretically, have Friday and Monday off so I can go to Vegas? Isaac asked, using overly formal and patently ridiculous phrasing as a substitute for outright begging. He didn't know just when the various perception-blocking enchantments had been invented in the other timeline, not that this one was likely to play out the exact same way. Bailey snorted, then chuckled. Obviously you can go. Have fun. As Isaac was about to thank him, Bailey continued with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. But don't play blackjack. Casinos use multiple decks, up to 7 or 8, to make things harder for card counters, so you'd have to memorize a lot more cards. Also, blackjack is a game where they watch out for any kind of irregularity very careful, and you'd get found out as a presumed card counter pretty quickly. Play Texas Hold'em instead. Most casinos should have plenty of tables for that, and there aren't really any exploits like there are with blackjack, so someone on a hot streak is more likely going to have them checking for earpieces and people sending you information instead of taking you out of the game. Sounds like a plan, but maybe let's put that off till later, Bailey suggested, then returned his attention to Isaac. I believe you had more things to talk about. Yep, basically I've got a few more things to offer with regards to getting a better class evolution. As he said that, Isaac threw his backpack onto the table, the top already opened, which sent several aspect marbles rolling across it. I got my hands on a bunch of aspects in the last week or so, and I was wondering if you could use any of them. Please do keep in mind that removing the aspect your class is based on might not go over all that well. What I have here is another couple of aspects of the specter which I think Amy and Patrick could use. With that, Isaac sent the relevant orbs rolling over to the two of them. I've also brought a couple of options for Carl. One belongs to an earth elemental, the other to a rock golem. The latter offers skills that mostly amount to Carl's smash, while the former grants earth manipulation powers, at least if the description is anything to go by. Finally, he looked directly at Raoul. I'm afraid I didn't find anything that would really fit you. I've got an aspect belonging to a shadow cat right here, as well as an aspect of the shade drake or the water elemental, but neither of those really scream ranger to me. You can have them if you want them, of course, or I could just keep going until I find one. but really, leveling good skills and achieving everything you want to before level 10 should earn you something good regardless. This is a lot. Bailey was the first to speak into the silence that followed, someone handing out magical stuff with a possible value that exceeded €1,000,000. Isaac decided to just shrug it off, make it appear to not be a big thing. Hey, I care about you guys. Isaac shrugged. We might not know much about how the system works, but getting a higher rarity class sounds like it should always be a good thing, right? Like I said, you're worth it. And as it turned out, he truly meant that. No hidden agenda, no games, no ulterior motives. While doing this would provide some overall benefits to him, that wasn't why he'd done this. He liked these people before him, considered them good friends, and he'd seen a way for him to do something good for them. That was literally all. Are you sure we can take these? Patrick asked incredulously, snapping the whole "don't look a gift horse in the mouth" clear in half, seemingly not worried in the slightest that Isaac might take it back if he had a moment to think about things. I am. Isaac nodded. I know what I'm doing, what I'm giving up, and I think it's worth it. Take these and get the powers sealed within. I know this might not be the best time, but I have a question about the status of the dinosaur bones Professor Bailey is getting us. I just got a skill called Hunter's Companion that will let me bind a monster as a pet, just like that familiar we saw a couple of days ago. Do we have a lead on any pet-sized ones? Archaeopteryx, maybe, or a velociraptor? I'm literally trying to get a bone of each and every common species of dinosaur, and I'm nowhere near done, but I have both of those. Bailey suggested. There's a size limit, so velociraptor's out. Raoul said besides, aren't those a little big and way too dangerous? You know, Jurassic Park style, you're thinking of an Utheraptor. Carl pointed out the big ones you see in the movies are usually called velociraptors, but a raptor that size is definitely not a velociraptor. The real ones are about as tall as a golden retriever and 2 meters long, though most of that is just tail. They're probably adorable. When people threw him surprised looks, he just shrugged and said, I like dinos, so what? I just noticed something. Patrick broke in the prehistoric summoning menu has a maximum size for every tier, but it doesn't say anywhere that there's a minimum size. Do you think that you can summon a small one with, say, a tier 5 circle and end up with some kind of megaraptor? Probably, but a megaraptor is actually its own species, so maybe a super raptor is a better name. Carl corrected him. I suppose that's another thing to check, Bailey said, putting an end to that discussion. But getting back on topic, what about a microraptor? They're about the size of a normal raptor, the bird of prey kind, can fly and should be pretty cute, Carl suggested, and we do have a bone from one of those. Let's take a good look at that, see if it qualifies as a good familiar, then see what happens if we use a fresh tooth versus a fossilized one. Also, we can check Patrick's theory about summoning small dinosaurs with high-tier circles. I'll write up a proper experiment outline, and then we can get started. By the way, does anyone have an objective way to measure the power of those monsters, beyond just the level you see in the kill notification? Bailey told everyone. About that, I'd like to check something else, namely, how the tier of the summoning circle translates to the power of the monster that comes out of it. Patrick said we've kept detailed notes on everything the system gives us before, during and after the summoning, but I'd like to diversify the kinds and tiers of creatures we summon to get a representative overview about all of that. Ah yes, that old chestnut. Isaac could have, of course, told him everything right off the bat, though even in this new timeline, he had an excuse to know everything up to tier 4. In essence, every tier could summon monsters within a certain level range, a range that expanded exponentially with each new tier. Tier 1 could go up to level 2, Tier 2 up to 5, 3 to 9, making the first 3 tiers summon creatures no stronger than a person who hadn't even gotten their first evolution yet. Meanwhile, a Tier 10 circle covered dozens of levels and 2 entire evolutionary tiers. It really got nuts once one reached highly enough. And beyond that, there were the bosses, powerful monsters with superior durability, and some additional area attacks to fight off crowds of human attackers. He'd just give a general overview of where which of the creatures he'd killed fell on the level scale. He didn't actually remember, but then again, all he needed to do was give numbers within the range he knew they had to fall into. Helpful, yes, but it wouldn't invalidate the need for thorough experimentation either. Are you sure we're not taking on too much, all at once? Bailey said we're already conducting what essentially amounts to 2 separate studies at the same time. Well, we're a group of 6 people, all of whom are constantly regenerating mana. As long as we can coordinate use of the reinforced room, constantly summoning creatures for multiple parallel experiments should be doable. Isaac threw in, and just incidentally, I have an experiment of my own I'd like to run. Namely, what happens if a summoned creature exists in our world for too long? That's an interesting thought. Do you have a specific creature and method of containment in mind? Bailey asked. Keep in mind that you need to keep it somewhere suitable. Even if we eventually discover incontrovertible proof that summoned monsters are just magical constructs, if it looks bad enough, you could still end up catching hell. Wechsler spoke up. He'd been sitting in the corner the entire time silently doing some paperwork and completely faded into the background. I think a slime should be fine. Basic slime, no real offensive power against anything they can't suffocate, and if we lock one in an airtight room, like our summoning room, we can be pretty sure it'll stay put. Isaac suggested. You do realize we'll still have to use that room, right? Amy asked, stick a couple of googly eyes on it and it'll be cute enough, but that doesn't mean I want to be dodging it all the time while working. We've got a bunch of airtight crates we didn't end up using. We can just stick a slime in one of those, then lock it down tight and just leave it in the corner for a couple of weeks. Isaac pointed out. As a very weak creature, a basic slime would only start summoning more creatures after around a week of existing in the real world. There were a few ways a monster could speed up the process, for example, by killing high-level people and using their XP to fuel further summonings or devouring objects that contained magic, neither of which were particularly likely to occur, given where the slime was going to be staying. Also, he'd timed the suggestion so that if he did this any time in the next few hours, he'd be here, working, when more monsters manifested. Type up the actual experiment, reinforce the crate so it won't break when someone bumps it, give it to me, and then you can summon the slime, Bailey told him. But now Bailey rubbed his hands together in a gleeful way that made him appear like a little kid on Christmas morning. It's time for dinosaurs to walk the earth once more. The first dinosaur to set foot on the planet in 65 million years looked around, scratched at the ground, scratched at the door, and then one of the screens went dark. Did that thing just eat a camera? Raoul swore. Smart little blighters, velociraptors, Bailey commented, then turned Isaac. I think we shouldn't let that thing run around in there too long. Isaac nodded and phased through the wall, his knife warping straight into his hand a fraction of a second before it pierced clean through the velociraptor's heart. Now that it wasn't rocketing around the room like a demented pinball, it was surprising how small it looked. A body that weighed about as much as the average dog, but more lithe, a feather-covered tail trailing limply behind him as he stepped into the storage room and placed it on the necropsy table. It really was just a big, toothy chicken, wasn't it? A light and limber body, covered in feathers, albeit ones very different from what a modern bird had. After all, these had not been developed with the goal of flight. Instead, they would function as a very basic form of thermal insulation, allowing a predatory dinosaur to keep moving for a bit after the ambient temperature had dropped past the point that other reptiles would be too cold to continue walking around. I'm guessing that settles the whole feathers or not debate, Raoul asked. Not necessarily. Patrick shrugged. At a minimum, we know that the system's classifications as to what monsters are meant to be don't necessarily line up with biological definitions. Frogs don't have teeth, but all the summoned ones I've personally dissected do. Anyone who disagrees with the feather thesis can easily just say that these aren't the prehistoric dinos and have this evidence thrown out, metaphorically speaking. I'm still having trouble imagining a brontosaurus or diplodocus with feathers, though, Amy chimed in. Brontosaurus isn't a real thing. It's a fake species created when two fossils got mixed up and turned into one. The resulting skeleton was so heavy, they named it Thunder Lizard for how heavy and loud its footsteps would have had to have been. The mix-up was cleared up, but the name stuck around. Carl corrected, clearly glad to have something to put in on the technical side of the discussion, and they probably didn't. Big animals tend to have issues with venting heat, not retaining it. The largest sauropods were actually right at the edge of cooking their organs with their own body heat. Modern elephants have the same issue. They pump blood through their ears to cool it. Patrick corrected. Aren't sauropods something like 10 times as massive as an elephant? Raoul asked. Those are also endothermic, Patrick pointed out. I'm aware that this might be a stupid question, but endothermic, Isaac asked. Warm-blooded. Amy answered, doesn't really make much of a difference, except 90% of professors will have a conniption if you use the. She dropped her voice to a low, conspiratorial, whispered WB word. Oh, I know about people being so in love with one way of doing something that even the idea of doing it another way borders on sacrilege. Usually they're in charge. Isaac sighed. Benefits of having a dynamic boss and working in a brand new field, right? Bailey cut in, raising his voice slightly to be heard over their discussion, mirth clearly evident in his teasing tone. Duh, was Isaac's immediate reply, using his best stoner voice, drawing a chuckle. I think the real question is, how the hell did that thing know to go right for the camera? I know they're meant to be smart, but that smart. Even a human wouldn't instantly know what's breakable if put into a situation they lack all context for. Raoul threw in. I think it might be because it isn't as smart as a human. Bailey suggested it just acted on instinct. Scratched at the concrete floor, scratched at the metal door, then went after one of the two objects in the room made out of neither, the other one being the crate with the slime. By the way, we'll need to move that out of there, or put a bunch more precautions around it before something breaks it. Isaac froze for a brief second after hearing that, but then relaxed. He'd be here when the slime started summoning more of its kind, and even if he wasn't, these were most basic of basic monsters that posed an equally minimal threat. quite literally, the safest way to accidentally discover that particular problem with summoning. I'll take care of that after we've gotten a good look at the velociraptor. Isaac nodded, eyes fixed on the table. For that matter, as were everyone else's. This was a goddamn dinosaur, for fuck's sake. There was something seriously wrong anyone who wasn't entranced by a sight such as this one. That's fair. Bailey replied, but make sure to get it done before we summon the next one. Maybe now's a good time to call Facilites, have them replace the camera while we work in here. Amy suggested. Do we have a spare? If we do, I can do that in a second flat. Carl suggested I won't even have to crack open part of the wall to get at the wires inside. I can just magically peel it back and reseal it afterwards. That'll also save us a lot of time because getting everything sealed back up properly will take the rest of the day. That putty takes forever to solidify. Good idea. Do you want to do that now or stay for the necropsy? Bailey asked. Stay, of course. Are you actually qualified to be doing electronic installation work? I don't doubt you can do it, but without qualifications, that could easily become a sticking point in the future. Wechsler threw in. When everyone turned around to look at him, he shrugged. You think anyone could pass this up, no matter if I'm technically supposed to be a part of the actual experiments? Nope, came a unanimous verdict. All right, let's see what it actually looks like, Bailey said as he set his scalpel for the first cut. In the end, its insides were an unusual amalgamation of avian and reptilian features, such as feathers and hollow bones being in the same body as a toothy maw and a lack of a wishbone. Or as Bailey put it, after consulting a paleontology tome that had to weigh several kilograms, a picture-perfect velociraptor skeleton, just like the fossils, just fresh. So what happens if we try to summon another one with a tooth? Isaac asked, genuinely curious as to what would happen if they did. This was one of those things he'd never tried or read about being tried in the other timeline. We'll see, once the summoning room is back in a usable condition. Oh, and I think it would be best for you to be in the room when it appears. We can't be constantly replacing cameras. Bailey said, then threw a look at Wechsler for legal reasons. I have to offer you the option of opting out of that, as I can't order you to be in a locked and isolated room with a dangerous predator. Isaac Toma, first of his name, have heard your offer and politely decline. Isaac replied in a deliberately stilted way. You know, that's something he has to say for legal reasons, right? And that I have to point that out to him. Wechsler said defensively. Oh, I know. Isaac replied chipperly, but that doesn't mean I won't poke fun at it. Sides, I wasn't making fun of you, I was making fun of German bureaucracy. He walked into the summoning room to grab and remove the slime box, but then he paused and turned. Look, I know you probably don't hear this a lot, but here it is. I appreciate you and your job. You're being really helpful, and I don't think we could keep up half this pace if you weren't here to help steer us through the bureaucratical maze. A few minutes later, the summoning room was clear and fully repaired. The circle was ready for him to pour mana into it. All right, walking with dinosaurs, take 2. Isaac announced with a grin and activated it, or at least he tried to. Mana sparked and fizzled, shooting at the feathers and devouring them, then wreathing the tooth and absorbing the blood on its base before zipping all over the place. Oh, apparently this particular combination of ingredients didn't match any particular summon, and now the magic wasn't properly being directed. Something like that had happened before, but to a far lesser severity. With the acid slimes, they'd accidentally summoned small glass golems, as the containers for the liquids used had been used as materials. Then there had been barely acidic water creatures that had been summoned instead, and the like, not what had been intended, but nothing problematic. But now a ghostly thing erupted upwards, a tangle of feathers and countless wings that shifted around and through each other, a blood-red core that seemed to call out to the crimson liquid flowing through Isaac's veins. He threw himself backwards a split second before a spectral pair of vampiric jaws snapped shut where his head had just been. An array of 6 black bars of power extended from the tip of his knife and hammered into the abomination, tearing it into infinitesimal pieces that floated through the air before fizzling out and vanishing, leaving nothing behind. Vampiric Avian Mana Abomination LV-5 has been slain. 20 XP gained. Even after all that, it was still limited by the Tier 2 circle it had come out of. Manifold Strike using Power Strike, Sundering Strike, Piercing Strike, and Sweeping Strike for the win. It had cost him over 150 mana, but it was an absurdly powerful hit, the very definition of overkill for something like this. But this thing had been an unknown threat, not something he could have made a plan for before he faced it in battle. He could have used Hunter's Gaze to check its stats, but the split second that would have taken could have been decisively fatal. Are you all right? What the actual fuck was that? The hell? Chase, it was hard to make out the individual voices as they overlapped to create a cacophony of noise over the speakers, but it was possible with his high mental and perception stats. I'm fine. The kill notification calls it a Vampiric Avian Mana Abomination, level 5, aka the max level for anything that can come out of a Tier 2 circle, at least in my experience. Isaac explained, breathing heavily. Complete and utter summoning fuck-ups happened occasionally, and they were usually not excessively dangerous, save for the surprise factor that tended to completely fuck over any and all preparations. He was fine, and had reacted about as well as he could have, given the circumstances, but damn, that had scared the hell out of him. Did anyone else see how the mana devoured the blood? Patrick asked. Sounds like there was no real summon for the combination of dinosaur teeth and feathers, so the circle locked onto the blood, which we didn't intend to be used as an ingredient. Amy suggested. Honestly, I think that's exactly what happened. Shall we try again, but with a tier 1 circle this time? Isaac asked, stepping directly into the meeting room through the wall. Are you sure that isn't, well, super dangerous? I've never seen you resort to something that powerful. Amy cautioned him, just look at the room. Glancing back at the monitors, the 6 massive slashes running from the roof of the summoning room, flowing down its side, where they grew slightly fainter since the mana abomination had been between the wall and his blade, and finishing in deep gouges in the floor. I had no idea what that thing was until I got the kill notification, so I hit it with everything I had. That was a skill called Manifold Strike and is a combination of every other strike type skill I have. It's expensive as hell, but it has increased striking and penetration power, tears apart enemy armor on a fundamental level, and makes me hit 6 times at the same time. Isaac said, then gave Carl an apologetic look. I hope the mess is fixable. Should be. Carl shrugged, thoughtfully rubbing his chin as he observed the mess. You didn't answer my question about the danger. Amy said, giving him a pointed look. It wasn't, and it's not going to be. These creatures can't exceed the level of the circle. They aren't going to be exceedingly dangerous unless you count the surprise factor. Isaac told her confidently. Based on what? The grand total of one example, Patrick challenged. A hypothesis needs to start somewhere, doesn't it? Raoul threw in, I think it might be safer to check that while we're expecting something unexpected to happen, rather than getting bitten in the ass the next time a summoning goes off the rails. I agree. Bailey nodded. Isaac, if you could write up a list of levels and circle tiers of anything you've fought, as well as what level you're comfortable fighting if you don't know what to expect. Everyone else, we're going to keep going with the dinosaurs, so that was what happened. Isaac wrote down everything he could remember and put a hard cap on a tier 2 circle. Unexpected monsters that could have literally any kind of power. Those weren't creatures to be overconfident with. In the background, more dinosaurs were summoned, this time far more carefully. Patrick had picked up some kind of cleaning and sterilizing spell, and was scouring every bone completely clean before it was used. Precaution that was a bit over the top, given that such secondary summoning materials tended to be disregarded, barring an incomplete recipe, but not one Isaac could blame him for. Suddenly, there was a far brighter flash than ever before, and Isaac jumped, leaping straight into the summoning room to help with any potential problem. But there wasn't one. Just a cute-looking ball of feathers and fluff sitting on Raoul's shoulder, licking his face in a decidedly unreptilian manner. You're familiar? Isaac asked. Yep, Raoul said, chuckling as it continued to act like the world's friendliest dog, a microraptor. Cute, right? Obviously. Isaac said, grinning. Can I touch him? Or her? She's called Brisa, that means breeze in Spanish. Go ahead. Raoul offered, and Isaac stuck his hand out, slowly running it down the dinosaur's back. The microraptor had a general 4-legged build, massive feathers attached to the 2 at the front to allow it to glide, and a long tail with a diamond-shaped wedge of feathers at its end to stabilize its flight. And it was tiny, and small creatures were objectively cute. Unless they were insects, of course. I'm guessing you guys figured that one was a good choice, Isaac asked. Yes, actually. You said that skills and aspects have an impact on class evolutions, and that got me wondering. What kind of class will having a dinosaur as a pet earn you? Raoul explained. A good one, probably. I look forward to seeing that. Isaac nodded, then headed into the storage room, the list he'd written up still in his hand. So based on everything I know, a tier 2 monster isn't going to end up being any stronger than level 5, and that's where I'd like to cap any experiments, at least for now. Sheer breadth of possible abilities or resistances is too great for me to willingly go up against one at my level if I can avoid it. Isaac announced, I suppose that now all that's left to do is check a million different entries to make sure we actually use a wrong recipe. Someone else will do that. There's always a few students willing to make some extra money doing grunt work. Meanwhile, I'd like to check what happens if you create a complete summoning recipe, but then add something extra. Bailey replied, I suppose we either get a hybrid, or only one thing gets summoned. I checked, there is no Tier 2 summon for blood, feathers, teeth, or any combination of those 3. Abominations probably only happen when the number of viable summons using any combination of available ingredients is 0. Otherwise, something as simple as the glass beakers we use for liquids would have caused problems. Isaac shrugged. Good point. So shall we? Are we ever going to finish any experiment before herring off, chasing the next shiny thing? Patrick asked. Well, like Isaac said, we have 6 people with a constant stream of mana coming in. All we need to do is properly schedule this, and we can do both concurrently. And since we know mana abominations still conform to the regular tier to level relations, we can do that as well. Bailey said give me sec to make a schedule, then we can do all of this. It's getting a little late. Carl chimed in, gesturing to the clock on the wall. Oh, right. I'll make sure you all get overtime payments if you feel up to staying a while longer. But dinosaurs is an argument that will melt the heart of even the most hardest of bean counters. Bailey replied, a mischievous grin on his face. Isaac took this as a good opportunity to look around the room, noting the countless boxes with their meticulous labeling, each clearly filled with specific dinosaur bones, all ready to be sent to some kind of collection, or maybe shown to any paleontologist who cared to take a look. You guys have been busy. Isaac commented. Yes, was a lot of work, but damn satisfying. Amy said, using some kind of telekinetic spell to stack ones that had just been filled on top of everything else. I just hope we're not going to be the ones carrying all of that. Isaac commented, because that's going to take forever. We'll probably get some help when we need it. Besides, Amy began, making another box float right past Isaac's nose. Superpowers, remember. Superpowers indeed. And just like that, it was on. Any dinosaur that would fit in the room was summoned and fell before it could break anything, something that was important given that they tended to have the sheer mass and strength necessary to do quite the number on even the reinforced room. But even as that was done, the first, unworkable combinations came in, spawning monsters straight out of the collective nightmares of humanity. Well, except for the one time a banana from the trash ended up dumping a sewage elemental into the summoning room. The fight was a breeze, the cleanup not so much. Carl ended up doing a 10 p.m. coffee run, but Isaac declined the offer and just kept working. After all, he was nowhere near the point where he'd get tired. Hey, aren't you tired? Patrick asked, the question immediately followed by a clearly inadvertent yawn. At this point, it was nearing midnight, and people were getting so tired that working with dangerous monsters was becoming actively dangerous. Eventually, sure. But at this point, I only need like 2 hours of sleep each night. I'll be fine for a while yet. Isaac shrugged as he placed a few more random knickknacks into the circle. It had gotten to the point where the number of summoned abominations well exceeded the number of known, wrong resource combinations. So they'd ended up sticking random crap into a circle and checked what came out of it. Either they got an actual listed summon and they could put the used stuff down as whatever category was needed to summon said thing, or they had a new and interesting abomination-type monster to look over. And while the abominations were interesting, they weren't all that useful. In the other timeline, the general consensus had been that they were born of the random mana that filled unviable circles, taking whatever direction they could using any material available within the circle. To top it all off, they were subject to the same limitations with regards to XP gains as every other creature was. There were literally no upsides to them, especially as they didn't leave behind any kind of resources, only dangers. Given how hard it was to plan for a monster whose characteristics you couldn't predict, there were really only negatives to summoning abominations instead of proper, defined summons. Okay, this has been a great day, but at this point it's getting too late and I don't want anyone to get hurt because they were too tired to do things properly. Bailey finally cut in, barely managing to delay a yawn so he could finish saying that sentence. I'm fine, Adam. I can keep going for a bit more. Isaac reminded him. Oh, sure thing. Isaac replied, already plotting what to do now. After all, there were quite a few other things on his to-do list. But I don't suppose you'd be willing to help carry all this? Bailey asked. Obviously, Isaac replied with a smile. What followed was precisely what he'd expected. Half an hour of slinging around boxes to make sure they'd end up where they were needed. Be that some dusty storage locker where someone could go to get a reference specimen, or the desk of some paleontologist who wanted a fresh bone rather than a fossil. But then he was free. Free to do stupid things on his own, free to do whatever he wanted, free to go fishing. Almost an hour later, Isaac stood on the shore of a small lake, a Tier 3 ritual circle made from pool noodles floating on the water in front of him. This place was meant to be an artistically created lake for people to bathe in, but it had been the victim of a rather annoying algae bloom. It wasn't that bad, but anyone who accidentally drank too much of this stuff would end up on the toilet for the entirety of the next day. Of course, the easy solution to that would have been to tell people to try not to drink water, but clearly, the owners of this place didn't trust their clients to think quite that far. Isaac wanted to disagree with that, but having seen the mess humanity had made of the other timeline, he honestly couldn't. He was here to address one of his bigger weaknesses, namely, his inability to fight underwater. He also wasn't exactly prepared for flying enemies either, but he had a plan to upgrade his aspect of the Spectre to let him deal with those. Isaac had infused the circle with enough mana after putting in a bone, tooth, chunk of fish, and obsidian shard, the ingredients needed to summon a Dunkleosteus. These things were nasty, nasty fuckers from the prehistoric section of the summoning tab. A 9-meter-long fish from the Devon period of history, a time defined by heavily armored aquatic creatures and the beginning of life on the land, as well as the emergence of sharks as a species group. In a world where everything wore biological armor, one species had evolved to breach it. The Dunkleosteus didn't actually have teeth, rather its jawbones protruded out from its gums, sharpened to an obscene degree, to the point where scientists had hypothesized these things would be able to bite clean through chainmail. In other words, one nasty customer. Of course, there were plenty of fish-like species to get a water-breathing skill from, but Isaac had chosen this one for a reason. First of all, a Dunkleosteus was Tier 3, meaning it had a higher aspect drop rate than its weaker brethren. But then there was Isaac's new class and the skills it offered, namely, tools of terror and form of horror. Both of them would draw on the natural weapons of the creatures whose aspects he'd slotted in right now. Those were looking rather bleak. All the lesser Hydra really had to offer in that department was fangs, and Isaac really wasn't into biting his opponents. But this fish, it both had heavy defensive plates of bone and the razor-sharp bones that served as its teeth. Of course, the latter were unlikely to be used too much, but it was possible he could apply the idea behind them to the ones he used for armor. At the very least, these creatures would give decent experience. A brief pulse of spectral shift caused all of his clothes to fall through his body. Then he picked an anchor up off the floor and waded into the deep, dark lake. Actually, it wasn't all that deep, having barely enough depth to fully cover an adult Dunkleosteus. The rules as to what was considered an environmental hazard or an unfair battlefield were a little different compared to terrestrial summons. Basically, getting full XP from an aquatic summon required a body of water that was deep enough for it to be able to move freely and wide enough for it to get away from someone just standing on the shore and bombarding it from range. And this lake qualified for both. The anchor wasn't just any old anchor either. Sure, it had started out as your regular, cliché steel bar with a shallow U of at the end, but that was a far cry from what it had been. Isaac had used piercing strike to cut through it to sharpen the points, and the second they were sharp enough, he'd improved and strengthened them with his skills, leaving him with one hell of a fishhook. As the dark and murky water reached his neck, Isaac activated the circle and began swimming. The titanic fish erupted into existence with an almighty splash and flung itself in his direction, tail whipping from side to side with incredible speed. The gates of hell, ringed with razor-sharp plates of bone, closed in on him, and Isaac just phased straight through them, excluding only the anchor from the skill. Inevitably, it ended up impaling the damn fish somewhere and got stuck, while the monstrous creature just flashed off into the distance. Isaac waited until the rope attached to the anchor had just about reached the corner of the fish's mouth and then unfazed everything. After all, if this fish could bite through chainmail, it could also bite through any kind of rope he might use. Lab-made, high-tech carbon nanotubes and the like might withstand that bite, having been evolved specifically to cut through armor and other tough structures, but that wasn't a risk Isaac was willing to take. Besides, it wasn't like he had access to any of those fancy materials. The hook caught a moment after he unfazed everything, and the rope in his hand went taut, yanking him along. Even as he was dragged underwater, Isaac pulled himself closer, going hand over hand, until his perception let him actually see the goddamn fish yanking him around. With both hands holding onto a rope for dear life, not even a knife that could be teleported straight into his hand was usable. Then again, this was what the damn ring was for. The instant the fish was in sight, he triggered a power strike-infused far strike and hammered the crimson bar of energy straight into the monster's eye, which popped like a damn water balloon. The scream of agony was inaudible, yet oh so obvious to a man of his experience. This was a beast that had been hurt and wanted everyone else to know that, and how pissed off it was that anything that approached risked getting torn to shreds in the crossfire. It was the kind of warning that might deter a normal predator after a quick meal, but a human specifically gunning for it. Hell no. The Dunkleosteus whirled and charged directly at him, but Isaac just repeated his last maneuver, phasing and hooking once again. And just like that, the damn fish was dragging him along once again. Dragging himself forward, going hand over hand, Isaac closed the distance. Another devastating strike from his ring left a deep cut right along its gills, but it sadly missed hitting them directly. The Dunkleosteus whirled, but Isaac phased right through it again, leaving another deep gash along its side. A direct strike to the gills would be the equivalent of setting off a bomb inside a human's lungs if he could actually manage to land a hit. It whirled past 3 more times until it floated in the lake, belly up, but die it did. Isaac poked his head above the water, sucking in huge gulps of air. The damn thing was dead. At the very least, he'd gotten some XP and a chance at an aspect. Grabbing a hold of the line, Isaac dragged the body onto the shore and poured corpse melter acid onto it. Unfortunately, the hoped-for aspect failed to materialize, but at least he tried. Or as the German saying went, news Spiel, news Glück. Roughly translated, that meant new game, more luck. Hopefully, it held true. Unfortunately, it did not. Again and again. until eventually the damn thing finally left behind an orb so dark it seemed to swallow the light, a little slice of the deep ocean abyss. Aspect of the Dunkleosteus. This is the distilled essence of what makes a Dunkleosteus a Dunkleosteus. Breathe underwater without any issues, manifest plates of bone to protect yourself or bite through literally any kind of armor with your new anti-armor teeth. Requirements for activation, 1000 XP. Open aspect slot. Grants +5 fortitude. One of the following skills, gills. Ossified armor. Anti-armor bite. Eventually, he did go to sleep, far too late by most impartial measurements. Usually, that would have been a bad idea, but Isaac was trying to play around with his sleep schedule. If he could make it so his next 2-hour sleep fell into the final descent to Las Vegas, he'd be able to spend the longest possible amount of time working the various casinos without needing to pause his winning streak for something as banal as sleep. Purpose of visit came the incredibly bored question from the guy at passport control. Isaac just sighed, gambling. I see. And just like that, he was through the last layer of official interference, free to explore the city of sin in any and all ways he desired. Isaac just kept walking, the only luggage he needed being his backpack. As he walked towards the taxi stand, he checked his status. He'd leveled up once again, not only buying the full and proper privacy skill, but also tossing all of the free points into the perception stat. After all, that was what would be the most useful for what he intended to do, and that was to take Las Vegas, Sin City, by storm. He'd also tried out his new form of horror, gaining bony plating on several vital areas, as well as 4 sharpened ones on his knees and elbows, meaning any strikes with those would be devastating. Lastly, there was the rather unimaginatively and possibly misleadingly named Gill's skill. In essence, it allowed him to breathe water without any change to his external appearance. It cost 5 mana to apply, and a whopping 1 mana every minute to keep up. In other words, basically free. Swimming like that once more was exhilarating, and once he'd strapped on a pair of fins, he'd shot through the water like a seal, actually fighting the monstrous fish, rather than the bizarre amalgamation of fishing and water skiing he'd used to kill the ones before it. That single aspect had opened up 70 of the planet as viable places to operate in, leaving him with very few areas he couldn't survive in long term. The poles would be too cold for a while yet, though that was something that could be bypassed with proper equipment. His ability to go up against flying enemies might have been limited, but then again, if they actually wanted to attack, most of them would have to come down to attack him. Of course, there were flying monsters with ranged attacks, but those tended to be of a higher tier than was currently summoned. But the water that had the potential to be a very big problem. Aquatic creatures were limited in where they could exist per definition, which also meant that getting enough distance to break tracking would be easy. And that would leave the monster with direct access to most of the planet, large chunks of which required extremely specialized equipment to enter. Even then, between the crushing pressure of the deep ocean and the need to periodically return to the surface for air, getting anything done in that particular environment would be a pain in the ass. Of course, it would only be useful in case someone was stupid enough to actually summon a monster in a body of water that connected to the ocean. But if that did indeed occur, having this aspect would be vital. Because one thing was certain, while most people were inevitably wise enough to not take a particularly idiotic course of action, it was likewise inevitable that someone wouldn't be that smart. As Isaac settled down in his taxi, his knife warped to his side, attaching to his belt. This action cost him the entirety of its mana pool and quite a bit of his own, but he now had his trusty weapon ready and waiting for anything he might encounter. Teleporting a knife halfway across the world wasn't exactly cheap, after all. Isaac had thought about talking to Bailey about this rather obvious security flaw, but decidedly chosen not to, for several reasons. First of all, the TSA sucked. Countless studies had shown that if anyone wanted to get dangerous stuff onto an airplane, chances were they'd manage to do so with barely any issues. Then, there was the small issue of Isaac simply not needing a weapon to be dangerous. A strength stat in the 30s alone made him a serious threat on an airplane, to say nothing of his ability to project powerful attacks from anything that could even remotely be considered a blade. The plastic cup's water was served in during flights couldn't really shatter, per se, but one could break a shard out of one and then use the blade's skill or equivalent ability to turn it into something actually sharp. And at that point, whether or not Isaac had a proper weapon going in wouldn't have mattered. And lastly, he simply couldn't afford to end up on any kind of no-fly list, and that was what would most likely happen if he declared himself to be in possession of a weapon that would always be on hand, with no way to deny it to him. Considering that anyone above a certain level could easily take down an airplane, banning him due to his soulbound weapon would be just silly. A mage could burn through the paper-thin walls of a plane with the most basic of spells, while anyone with a physical focus could just open the emergency door, overcoming almost half a ton of pressure, or force open the reinforced door to the cockpit. Old Reliable shouldn't even make a single blip of difference on a plane-related threat assessment, but it almost certainly would. A magical knife that was always on hand simply sounded super dangerous, but it was a mere fraction of the potential dangers a person who spent the barest amount of time leveling could pose. Therefore, Isaac had decided to keep this whole thing to himself and hoped there wouldn't be any issues in that vein for a good long time. As Isaac mused about that, the taxi headed towards the Las Vegas Strip. The local airport was technically within the city proper, but that still left it well clear of the really important parts. Slowly, neon signs and crowds began to populate the roadside, showing that he was getting closer to the Strip, a continuous line of the finest casinos in town. However, all of that soon began to grow sparse once more as the taxi hit the southern edge of what was considered to be the Strip and dumped him off outside the casino known as Circus Circus. Vast skyscrapers reached upwards into infinity, a stylized circus tent made from concrete and glass out front, all of that was mostly for show. Isaac paid the cabbie and entered the building, heading straight past the reception desk and deeper into the building. Though before he went in, he surreptitiously dropped his knife into a nearby trash can. After all, carrying a concealed knife in Nevada required a permit, one he obviously didn't have. But on the off chance something did go wrong and he needed it, he wouldn't have to spend a buttload of mana to transport it halfway around the world first. 50 mana would still wipe out half its pool, but that was still a lot cheaper than last time and guaranteed to not touch his own pool. The lobby was rather ostentatious, decorated in red and gold, colors that signaled royalty in times past due to how expensive they were, and that concept had survived through to the modern day. But said paint was peeling in places, and there were cracks in the plaster. Not anywhere a normal person might notice, mind you, but 40 points in perception revealed quite a few things. Soon, Isaac left the hotel portion of the building and entered the casino part. Gold and filigree shifted over into neon signs and shops selling cheap crap to tourists. Shirts with some kind of electronics in them that lit up whenever a certain tone was hit, flashing in tune with the songs that came over the loudspeakers. Fake tattoo places, frozen yogurt stands, and a whole lot of other stuff, just as it had been in the other timeline, 7 years in the future. Isaac walked past all of them, soon passing the entrance to Circus Circus' very own amusement park, complete with several truly insane rides. He'd actually ridden a few of those in the other timeline, and they were nuts. One of them involved the rider going upside down, but not in any kind of even remotely normal way. Instead, the getting pulled up to the start so gravity can take over part had been turned into some kind of topsy-turvy lunatic ride that flung the rider through the depths of the casino. Of course, by the time Isaac had ridden the damn thing, he could have not only survived falling from that height, but he could also have easily weathered having the damn cart fall on him. Sadly, reprogramming the lizard brain wasn't quite that easy. All of the various rides were in a dome that was entirely separate from the main casino and cost an extra fee to access, so Isaac ignored it. It might have been fun in theory, but that didn't mean he was eager to try it out this time around. Isaac just kept walking, ignoring the various temptations, until he saw a shop that sold sweets. It had all the normal candies, from cotton candy to rock candy, but also a rather distinctive kind of lollipop. Clear, colorful sugar and a scorpion clearly visible in the center. That brought back memories. Cade had loudly proclaimed that there was no way they'd put an actual scorpion into a sweet, bought one, and chomped it in half immediately afterwards. And then discovered that not only was the scorpion real, but scorpions did not, in fact, taste good. Isaac chuckled as he recalled that scene, the veteran of countless battles coughing and spitting, an almost comical look of disgust on his face. But a swell of sadness welled up within him at the same time, because he knew that was unlikely to happen this time around. All those little coincidences that led up to any given situation were unlikely to be replicated again. And all those incidents would eventually shape someone's personality, those little moments of joy where they discovered their passion, or a moment of horror as a person came face to face with some of the true horrors of the world. And some, if not all of those, would change in this timeline. Who would Isaac himself have become if he hadn't randomly run into Mark that day, which led to the two of them working together? If he'd clicked one link instead of another, resulting in him getting slightly different information, which might have led to a different fighting style, most likely he'd have just become another corpse on a dying planet, and unless things went very fortuitously for the remainder, there likely wouldn't have been another returnee, making that end final. Isaac just sighed and shook his head. He truly missed the people from the other timeline, but he still couldn't bring himself to do so. They were the basis of the people he'd known, but the likeliness of them becoming who they'd been was basically nil. Perhaps they were closer to children, someone who was a part of them but would grow up to be someone else. Unfortunately, Isaac happened to agree with that metaphor. By changing the timeline, he'd effectively killed the people he knew, and now it was up to him to protect their current versions, even if he didn't feel like he'd ever be able to look them in the eyes again. He'd save the whole fucking world and kick the ass of anyone who endangered this humanity. Eventually, he reached the gambling floor, bought some chips, and got ready to put this plan into action, though he wouldn't be going all out right off the bat. He'd chosen Circus for a reason. It might still be a part of the strip, but it was also an older casino, lacking the high-stakes tables he'd be playing at to win the highest possible amount of money. But if he only won a little money here, then he could start off in the next casino with no one in the security room suspicious of him. The first thing that jumped into view were the countless colorful slot machines, or as they were called in German, one-armed bandits. Each of those things was fundamentally the same, a massive money pit even he couldn't trick right now. There were a handful of tricks that might work, but none he could use right now. A good enchanter could mess with machines, and there were a few ways to get a hold of combat scale precognition, but only at an absurdly high level. And by the time Isaac was in any position to take advantage of those opportunities, countermeasures would have long since been put in place. But on the way to finding the poker section of the gambling floor, he stumbled across the craps tables. Should he go there? After all, it was hardly the same quasi-sure thing that Texas Hold'em would turn into after a few games, but his high stats still gave him a small advantage. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," he announced. "Afternoon." Someone grumbled, but the others were rather focused on the game. Eventually, the dice came around the table and placed a $10 worth of chips on the basic pass bet. In essence, all you had to do was keep rolling and not hit 2, 3, or 12. There were quite a few additional rules and qualifiers, but that was the long and short of it. If he could manage to not hit a 1 with just one of the dice, the chance of him losing this was practically nil. The first roll ended up on a 5, so he rolled again. And again until he eventually hit a 5 and got back his $10, as well as another $10 from the casino. Well, that cinched it. He wasn't in a position to properly control the dice yet. Later on, with higher stats, he could have made those dice land precisely how he wanted them to, 6 times out of 10, but not yet. He was good enough to manipulate them away from a losing combination, which was enough to likely eke out a win eventually, but that was all. As much fun as this had been, the original plan of playing poker and cheating by memorizing cards was a far safer bet. A few minutes later, he was standing next to the fullest table in sight, with only one open spot available. Theoretically, he could have sat down right now, but he decided to wait a little and watch. Every card he could spot a differentiating mark on was one he'd be able to recognize during subsequent turns. In preparation for that, Isaac dialed down most of his senses to the absolute minimum, aka baseline human, all except sight. The heightened perception provided by high stats could be dialed up and down at will, or set to filter out annoying things, such as the neighbor's TV and her more amorous activities. Eavesdropping on everyone around him as a matter of course could hardly be considered polite or even necessary, so he usually kept his hearing relatively low, the same going for his sense of smell, given the fact that the world could contain some rather smelly substances. As for his vision, that was usually dialed up to the max 24/7 to provide an early warning of any kind of problem. Limiting everything else like that didn't improve his other senses, per se, but it also meant he wasn't being distracted nearly as much. In fact, that was similar to how blind people didn't actually get better senses, they just used the ones they already had to a far greater effect. He'd come right at the beginning of the turn, so he ended up seeing both sides of all shared cards in the center of the table. Everyone except one person ended up folding, though, denying him any chance to see what their cards were, and stepping in to take a look at them, even after the turn had ended, would not go over well. Casinos might take great care to have clean and fully intact cards at their tables, but that was nowhere near what was needed to cover up minor damage, invisible to the naked, unenhanced eye. But to him it was quite obvious that the ace of hearts had been picked up by someone with a ring at some point, leaving a long scratch on the surface. The 10 of clubs had had its corner banged against the table, and the 3 of diamonds had been slightly stained by some amber liquor. 3 cards were now a known quantity, ones he could recognize. Just 3 of 52, though. The next turn came and went, showing him another 7 cards. Hanging around a specific table not playing was a little boring though and might draw suspicion, so Isaac sat down at a free spot, his chips going on the table next to him. The cards were dealt, and as it turned out, 2 of the cards he'd memorized ended up being dealt to other players at the table. At that, he felt a little bad, knowing that while he'd end up walking out of here with someone else's money, but not that bad. People came to Vegas knowing they could lose their money, that gambling was never a sure thing. Besides, he wouldn't be playing on normal tables for long. Instead, he'd be heading over to some high-roller table that didn't require an invitation. He ended up winning that round, but that was mostly due to having a trio of aces, aka sheer luck, rather than skill or subtle cheating. Only around $100 worth of profits, though. Another round came and went, giving him an even greater grasp of the deck and further heightening the predictive abilities. He nearly ended up folding, though, simply not having had the cards to win, nor was he in the mood to try and bluff his way to victory. That would have required spending a lot of money matching bets he didn't want to risk losing just yet. But there was a secondary trick he also wanted to practice in a more low-stakes environment: his poker face. It wasn't actually that bad, certainly above average in most places, but he could take it to new heights using 100 faces. The ability to manipulate his face's form could also be used to take direct control of his facial muscles, putting on whatever expression he wanted to and holding it. The technique cost him triple his regeneration in terms of mana, making it unsustainable to keep up permanently, but it could come in handy in a cinch. It was also an incredibly tricky way to use it, and he was likely the only person who could currently use it. After all, pulling the corners of one's lips up and to the side might technically be how a smile worked from the technical side of things, but pulling it off in a way that didn't transform you into a horrific caricature of humanity was a different matter entirely. He left the casino on the opposite end he'd entered it from and headed towards the strip proper. Circus Circus was technically a part of it, but separate from the true, world-famous casinos like Luxor or Mandela Bay. On the way out, though, he bought himself a new shirt, short-sleeved and with a Hawaiian print. It was a hell of a lot more expensive than anything he'd normally buy for himself, but that was a part of the impression he wanted to give off. Of someone who'd shown up here in this town and immediately bought an expensive article of clothing from a casino store, possibly even after winning a few games and having gotten overconfident. It would certainly stand out less than the outfits he normally preferred: simple, unadorned shirts and jeans in colors that wouldn't show blood too obviously. Of course, those clothes would get progressively tighter as his agility increased and air resistance became more and more of a problem, to the point where even dodging would end with him fighting in his birthday suit. Magical and skill-enhanced cloth were the obvious solution, but that would only become viable long after he hit the point where any ordinary clothing would be reduced to tatters mere seconds after moved at max speed. Isaac also purchased a flask from a random street vendor and some bottom-shelf liquor to fill it with. Merely having a flask would indicate to most people that he was something of a drinker, and he could take a swig of that stuff at the table to get a message across. Namely, either I'm losing and hiding in the bottle, or I'm so confident I'll win I'll even start drinking. Either way, it barely cost $35 and he'd already won that much. Walking down Las Vegas Boulevard, Isaac grinned as he took in everything. In many ways, it was the same city he'd visited 7 years in the future. The same buildings, roughly, crowds of people outside even in the sweltering sun of a desert in the afternoon, street vendors hawking things to tourists, the usual things that could be found in any touristy place. But there were also many things that were oh so distinctively Vegas. The one-armed bandits next to the entrances, proudly pronouncing, "One free roll," the people handing out, "Do you want to see tits?" pamphlets to anyone who didn't look like they had spouses or girlfriends in the city with them. And then there was something oh so much more traditional: the Vegas showgirls ready to take a picture with anyone who wanted to pay for the privilege, in costumes ranging from the standard feathers and fishnets to cowboy outfits if all cowboys wore was the hat, a near-invisible thong and some black tape masking the bare minimum to avoid an indecent exposure charge. Really, the moniker of Sin City had been well and truly earned. Despite all the things that hadn't changed, the city still felt quite different. The most immediately apparent thing was the lack of the physics-defying edifices to human ambition that were slated to be built in 5 or so years, possibly sooner if Isaac managed to speed up humanity's comprehension of the system. But the real difference was that this place wasn't so damn suffocating. The Vegas of a future had every single, even remotely private place utterly blanketed by perception blockers, leaving the entire city drenched in privacy fields. Walking through the city and having your vision fuzz out as you looked at a protected area, having your hearing selectively blocked, or having the air current streaming across your skin suddenly disappear was just plain annoying. The effect hadn't been quite as bad out on the street, but in the buildings, at least on the strip yeesh. They'd ended up leaving 2 days after arriving. Vegas did have a few attractions outside the casinos, but nothing that had really called to people used to high adrenaline combat situations, who wanted the chance to fire an assault rifle at a firing range when they spent their days slinging around lightning bolts, who wanted to go indoor skydiving when they jumped out of airplanes without so much as a parachute on the regular. In theory, that kind of oppressive feeling should have killed everyone's business, but really all it did was keep the high-level people out, the ones who were the only ones to even notice and be bothered by the perception blockers. And then, 2 years after that, the city had gotten flattened by Beelzebub, demon prince of gluttony, and Asmodeus, demon prince of lust. 2 immensely powerful raid bosses had been summoned to this place, though no one knew if they'd been spitefully dumped into this city by someone who'd lost their life savings in a casino or summoned naturally by a demonic presence elsewhere on the globe and migrated to, well, Sin City. Regardless of which was actually true, the city would hopefully be able to survive this time around. Given that Isaac didn't know the precise mechanisms of that particular cataclysm, he couldn't directly counter out, leaving him forced to hope his actions in this timeline, past and future, would either prevent those two from appearing, or ensure that they could be fought off. Soon, Isaac entered the massive mall that ran from casino to casino, connecting them underground to allow any tourist who wanted to stay inside to walk most of the strip without ever having to step into the sun. Soon, he reached the casino his online research on the plane had recommended, dropped off his backpack in its luggage storage, and meandered onto the casino floor. Showtime. On the way to the tables, Isaac dropped by the bar and bought himself a glass of whiskey on the rocks. Showing up with a drink in hand might make people underestimate him, but at the very minimum, the combination of his shirt and drink should make him look like a tourist out for a good time, rather than a card shark out to make a profit. As he walked, Isaac panned Hunter's gaze over the crowd. He did this most of the time for the twin purpose of training that skill up and getting a slight advanced warning of any powerful potential foes that got anywhere near him. After all, while some privacy upgrades might be able to spoof the various inspection versions to give a false reading, but the sheer simplicity of his version allowed him to bypass most of that. Just like everywhere else, most people here were still level 0, identifiable by their barely detectable affinities. But there were exceptions. The most impressive of these was a man standing over in the corner, looking around with a watchful gaze, prepared to react to any disturbance. His stats were high, with a perception that matched Isaac's and a similar investment in fortitude, but their total was still a bit lower. Given that Isaac had gained 15 points in various stats from aspects but couldn't sense any from this guy, it was entirely conceivable that he was level 10 and had inspect. Sadly, this wasn't an exact science, though. What he could tell was where this guy's build was heading. High perception to spot problems, high fortitude to be able to stave off the tiredness, something he was undoubtedly being paid through the nose for, shored up by moderate strength and agility to allow for a rapid response anywhere within his line of sight. And as for the man's affinity, it was rather clear and easy to sense. Vigilance, clear and sharp, and a readiness for anything. As unflattering as the comparison was, Isaac couldn't help but compare it to a faithful guard dog, eternally vigilant and ready to face down any threat. On one hand, it was good to see at least someone hadn't just recognized the potential problems that could arise from the system, but had also actually done something about it, as much of a pain this might end up being for him, personally. He kept walking, checking out what kinds of people sat at them. As he did so, he downed half his whiskey in a single gulp, ensuring that not only would his breath smell of booze in case anyone cared to take notice of that fact, but also to arrive at the table with a glass that had clearly once been fuller. Finally, he spotted a table whose composition he kind of liked. There was a man in a sharp and extremely pricey suit with barely but still noticeably elevated stats who gave off a feeling of, for lack of another word, sharpness as well as a hint of ruthlessness, of caution and mental power. The improved stats were magic power and perception, the clear beginnings of a mental celerity build. After all, it was rather apparent that perception had to improve one's processing power to keep up with all the extra sensory input, and magic power increased the size of one's mana pool, a role traditionally taken by the intelligence stat, laying near the idea of the two being synonymous. Besides, that wasn't exactly wrong, merely incomplete. Both. Stats that influenced the user's mana also granted a certain degree enhanced mental processing, after all. Between the feeling he got from the man and that stat spread, Isaac thought he was either a businessman, card sharp, or other class in that vein. Also, someone wealthy enough to afford to lose the money he used here. The second person was, like Isaac, wearing a Hawaiian shirt from one of Casino's stores, but one he recognized as being significantly more expensive than his. Between it, the gold Rolex at his wrist, and no noticeably increased stats, Isaac assumed that this person was some Novi rich guy showing off his wealth, or maybe just a playboy using daddy's money. Either way, someone who either had money or was so reckless with spending that Isaac beating him at poker wouldn't make much of a difference. Someone who bought a Rolex, ludicrously expensive clothing, and went to Vegas without being able to afford it would end up broke, regardless of what he did. The third guy was also level 1, but with an incredibly weird aura. It felt squirrely somehow. Their one moment practically gunned the next. Quite powerful somehow, but also incredibly inconsistent. Just like Lady Luck, basically. A gambler who was similarly wealthy, judging by his outfit. Gamblers and associated classes were a titanic pain in the ass to deal with, their skills making infinitesimal alterations to reality, tilting events that happened by sheer chance into the user's favor. Fighting one often felt incredibly frustrating, but they were rarely powerful. After all, even if it were possible to get to the point where you had a 90% chance of winning in any given situation, after a mere 30 fights, the probability of winning every fight was below 5%. And given how lethal the system was, that usually meant death. As to what kind of life and outlook one had to have to become a gambler, to make the central thing in one's life the pursuit of fortune in gambling, Isaac had no idea. It was definitely an unusual mindset, though. All in all, 3 people he wouldn't feel too bad playing against. Isaac sat down, gave a generic greeting, downed most of what remained of his drink, and asked to play. He started out slowly, cautiously, but he was rapidly learning to recognize most of the cards. It was a fairly new deck, which made this harder but still pretty doable, especially once he started tapping out little melodies on the table, masking it as a nervous tick, leaving small indents in the cards. By the end of hour 1, the $1,000 in chips he'd started with had turned into 10, in a pile that looked to only grow bigger. During this, a few complimentary drinks arrived for the players, as it became clear they intended to stay a little longer. After all, drunk people got reckless and spent or gambled money, a lot of which would inevitably end up in the casino's pockets. Isaac took whatever they gave him, downed it in seconds, and then burned off the alcohol with Hydra's regeneration while acting progressively more drunk. Eventually, the deck was swapped out, something that apparently happened several times a day. Given that they were in almost constant use, they tended to wear down rather quickly and gained identifying marks that even ordinary people could easily spot. Isaac took this as a chance to, accidentally, knock over his half-empty beer, spilling the liquid onto the table. Swearing loudly, he grabbed it and put it back upright, but the table still ended up dirty. There hadn't been any cards on the table at the time, so the response from the other players was closer to mild irritation, rather than true outrage as a turn was badly interrupted. The mess was swiftly cleaned up, but still left traces behind, which would end up on the cards and quickly give him marks to identify them by. While that was happening, Isaac took out his flask in what was clearly meant to be a surreptitious maneuver, but his attempts to hide it made everything all the more obvious. Or at least, that was what it appeared to be. Someone who drank a little too much, spilled his drink, and was now going back for his emergency stash. In the following few minutes, he began to use 100 faces to jam his pupils open progressively wider while adding a red tinge to his cheeks. To all the world, his physical appearance now also matched that of a drunkard. As for the little trick about making his pupils look huge, it actually came with something of a drawback as it allowed more light than normal into his pupils, which could easily blind a baseline human over time. But between his perception letting him ignore overly powerful stimuli and fortitude preventing his retina from taking damage, he was perfectly fine. He fucked up a couple of hands on purpose, but then returned to his normal style of play and making slightly more cautious bets. Things continued on in that vein until his fellow players began to be replaced by others, some of whom appeared to be ordinary casino goers, so he left as well to wander the casino floor in search of another table. So that was what he did for the next 12 or so hours, dropping by one of those pay-by-the-hour motels to sleep for a couple of times, then returned to the casino floor. He'd won all the money he needed, including what he needed to pay in taxes, a few more hours after that. Now he could just leave and either find somewhere to summon until his return flight took off, or maybe just see some shows and do the proper Vegas experience, but that would still leave his secondary objective unfulfilled. It was an idea that had occurred to him a while back, right after Patrick had mentioned how a high perception could be used to cheat at the card table, which he'd slowly been refining constantly since. But now he'd run into an unfortunate hiccup. No one had called him out on his behavior yet. Before, that had been a good thing. Now, however, it was a problem. Isaac just sighed and left the casino after having his winnings transferred to his bank account. His next tax bill was going to be painful. Clearly, he'd just been regarded as a very lucky gambler who'd somehow managed to keep up a winning streak despite significant alcohol consumption. As for constantly switching tables when his fellow players changed, that could easily be explained away as wanting to play with rich people who'd be willing to lose a lot of money. So his money had been secured. Now, it was time to go back and use his abilities to make money in such a way that someone would notice. Instead of going for the poker tables, he made a beeline for the craps tables. They were hardly the most efficient way of making money, but someone literally never making a losing shot was almost guaranteed to raise some eyebrows. The art of dice control was arguably a real thing, a technique that allowed the user to somewhat control the outcome of a dice throw. It was just not something that had been conclusively and definitively proven to work. But much like card counting, it was just a useful trick used to win without being actually illegal, if anyone could actually pull it off at least. Of course, much like with the other trick, casinos could deny you service and ban you from the relevant tables. So that's what he did, walk up to the craps tables and start playing, rolling the dice over and over again, ignoring the rest of the world as he did so. Slowly, the pile of chips next to him began to grow and grow, until eventually, a large man stepped up next to him. "Sir, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to come with me," the human wall said, giving him a hard look. "Okay," Isaac said and straightened, looking him straight in the eye. The security man took a moment to pocket the dice from the table, as well as his chips, and then led Isaac into a separate room. It was clearly a security office, but still rather well decorated. This place was clearly meant for people who might be cheating, but the casino wasn't willing to outright accuse of that fact just yet. Another man showed up, carrying a glass of whiskey. Judging from the smell, the exact same kind Isaac had ordered when he first showed up. Clearly, someone had taken the time to watch the security tapes and not found any obvious cheating just yet, but still noted down the beverage for this exact situation. Or something. Afternoon. Isaac shrugged. "I'm David Hart, the casino's head of security. Is there anything you'd like to tell me?" he asked. Isaac shrugged. "Turns out dice control actually works. Seriously, isn't that why I'm here? Look, you have had a streak of luck that is downright unnatural. If it turns out you indeed made your own luck, by whatever means that may have been, that would be a problem. We're checking the dice as we speak. If there's something that we'll find, then you'd better say that now." Hart said, Isaac's flippancy having clearly made him decide to cut right to the chase. "Except I didn't, just a little skill." Isaac planted his elbows on the table, interlaced his fingers, and laid his head on top of them. "Why exactly are you so sure that something untoward occurred?" The door behind Isaac opened and revealed the gorilla from earlier, who shook his head. Hart just sighed. "So as it turns out, those were the casino's dice, normal and unloaded." "I don't suppose you could tell me your class, Mr. Toma." Ah yes, he clearly suspected telekinesis or something in that vein. "And what makes you ask that?" Isaac asked. "The fact that you've hit a level that allows you to block inspect." Hart said bluntly. "If you must know, it's a kind of researcher focused on creatures. And no, I didn't cheat, I just used dice control like I said. It works if your stats are high enough." "But you're right, there are countless ways to cheat using system powers, as you are no doubt aware, which is likely also the reason I'm in here. But I didn't," Isaac told him seriously. "A brief Google search of your name reveals that you're a researcher into the system, is that correct?" Hart asked. "Yep," Isaac told him proudly. "I'm guessing that you know of quite a few tricks then." "Yes, that's why I'm here after all," Isaac said, sitting up straighter and placing his folded hands directly on the table. "I'm a guy with high agility, and used that to control the dice in such a way that I won almost certainly." "You noticed that, but how many things have you missed? After all, I made it rather obvious what I was doing, standing there like that. But if I hadn't, would you have caught that? Maybe, maybe not. Your point. You, and by you, I mean the entire gambling industry." Isaac told him high agility leading to dice control is only the beginning. Then, there's a high perception that allows someone to almost perfectly read other people, even taking their pulse by watching their carotid shudder ever so slightly with every heartbeat. And that's ignoring the mess any kind of telekinesis skill would make of the roulette table, or how precognition would let people win a metric crapton of money from the slot machines. Hart smiled softly. "I see. Is it a job you'd like? Or maybe some funding for your department?" His voice was suggestive, enticing, and Isaac was aware he needed to watch what he said here. "Funding, yes, but not for the department I work for. I'm suggesting that there are solutions out there for all your problems. They just need to be discovered. And while you could just put out a bounty for anyone who invents or discovers something that could help, but allow me to suggest something else. Invest in foundational research instead. We don't have the basic knowledge to even be aware of where to start with figuring out how to block high perception or telekinesis, but something like that almost certainly exists out there. And foundational, basic research has had countless benefits in the past in ways that no one could have expected. For example, $250,000 that showed how massaging baby rats improved their immune system and growth rate, something that was later applied to human premature babies, something that massively improved their, well, pretty much everything. Isaac said proudly. He'd done a little research and gotten some basic ideas and background information from Patrick. In essence, as people start leveling up, you're either going to have to ban anyone above a certain level or end up going out of business. They don't even need to have skills specifically for cheating, just high enough stats. "And I suppose you're doing all of that out of the goodness of your heart?" Hart asked. "Actually, no. Like I said, we still need to find out everything about the system. We need to do all the experiments ourselves because we have basically no paper to read, to quote, to build on. Anything that gets discovered by anyone helps everyone. That research is already being funded by, well, nearly everyone. But Vegas had, as people like to put it, fuck you money. So what do you think?" he asked. "I think that's a pitch for the owner. Stay here for a bit," Hart said and stood up abruptly and left Isaac alone for half an hour. At that point, he returned with a portly man in his 60s. "Good evening, Mr. Toma. Mr. Hart said you had a proposal for me," he asked, not even bothering to introduce himself. "It's not so much a proposal as an appeal to your common sense in the interest of preserving your profits in these tumultuous times." Isaac began, repeating his pitch, but also expanding upon it. Now, even ignoring the immediate problems, there are also countless new and spectacular possibilities. Can you imagine an enchanted roulette table, specifically meant to be played in such a way that all players use telekinesis, maybe? But all of that requires research that could be massively sped up by an infusion of cash. And you make some good points. But tell me something, Mr. Toma, why the fixation on system research, no matter who does it? The boss, who still hadn't given his name, asked, steepling his fingers. Because no one knows much of anything about the system, save the fact that it is incredibly powerful. And that's what scares me. Who made it? Why? What's up with the summoning system's interpretation of certain monsters? There's a dozen examples of it changing how certain monsters work, locking in on certain details in lieu of others, summoning the versions in the modern consciousness rather than the old and original version. Isaac began to explain, talking himself into a verbal frenzy, looking every bit the frantic research scientist. What are they? Pardon, you said dozens of examples. Give me some. The boss said, eyes hard. All right. For example, the Draugr is a monster found in the undead section of the summoning system, despite the Draugr as a zombie only being one version of its lore. There's the eternal monster that can never be killed and returns to its grave whenever it dies, to rise again within hours. Others have them be straight-up ghosts, which would put them squarely in the ephemeral category. Then you have the version of them that's a zombie at night, but turns into an immobile ghost under the light of the sun, and will glom onto any cart that runs into it, invisible, to try and drag itself back into the darkness. And also, pterosaurs aren't dinosaurs, but they can be summoned using the prehistoric part of the summoning system, using a fossil and the recipe for a dinosaur of the appropriate size. But only the most diehard dino nerd or paleontologist would know to make that distinction. Why is that? Isaac asked, punctuating every word of the final sentence by jabbing his finger on the table. Why does the system sometimes pick the option in line with current humanity's collective knowledge, even if it's incorrect? Why does it veer from incredibly intuitive and user-friendly to a death trap to all but the most cautious? I think it's incredibly interesting, sure, but also a question that needs to be answered, for the sake of everyone. Isaac took a moment to take a deep breath to calm down. I'm sorry that got away from me a little. Point is, I think this is important to research and you could profit immensely. I'll see myself out. And with that, he got up and left, seemingly ashamed of his outburst. Wait a moment, Mr. Toma. The boss called after him, prompting Isaac to stop and turn around. You make some good points, which I'll take into consideration. But how would you feel about showing my security teams some of those security flaws that you found? I can't allow you back at the craps table, though, I'm afraid. Oh, I'd be delighted. It'll be an interesting challenge. Isaac told the man with a grin. So that was what he did for his last couple of days in Vegas, playing penetration tester against the casino's security and pit bosses. As a part of it, he managed to confirm that until the flaws were cataloged and did not coincide with already known cheats such as using scry instead of hidden cameras, it wasn't cheating. Therefore, all his winnings were confirmed to be his and unable to be demanded back by accusations of cheating. Incidentally, this was also the single most profitable job he'd ever worked, at least barring monster extermination or aspect sale. In summation, he'd come to Vegas, made a fuckton of money for himself, probably gotten a far larger amount invested in system research, and made an excellent reputation for himself. Also, he'd gotten quite a few job offers from people wanting to hire someone who not only displayed clear and obvious expertise with the system, but also a high degree of creativity. Lastly, there was apparently now a standing offer for anyone from his research group to get a good room and free food for a few days in exchange for a few new security flaws being found. Obviously, they'd have to stay away from the tables. All in all, a very successful trip. The only sticking point was the fact that he'd worked basically 48 hours straight, only taking brief breaks, in order to project the image of an incredibly hard worker, counting on sleeping on the flight back. And then the plane had flown through what felt like a hurricane. Of course, he knew it wasn't an actual hurricane, they'd never have been able to take off otherwise, but it still made it impossible to sleep. Isaac arrived in his apartment at 4 in the morning, incredibly tired and cranky, and just fell into bed after phasing out of his clothes without even bothering to shower. And then his fucking phone rang. Yes, he asked, not succeeding at keeping the irritation out of his voice nearly as well as would have liked. Is this Isaac Toma? A voice that sounded slightly harried asked. Yes, and you are, he asked, practically growling. It was in the middle of the blasted night. Who the hell called at this time? This is Polizeimeister Langschwert. I was wondering if you could assist us at this moment. The man at the other side explained, then giving an address 5 of blocks south of his apartment. I can send a car to pick you up. It would be there a couple of minutes. It's 4 in the morning and I'm dead tired. Isaac interrupted the man. What's the issue? Why is it urgent? And how the fuck do you have my home address or private phone number? There's a monster locked in a building here. We need to know what it is. I don't have either of those. I called the university and was forwarded to you because you work with monsters and live nearby. The man rattled off quickly. Us, Isaac groaned, making sure to do so loudly enough for the other man to hear. He couldn't in good conscience leave a monster running around, not when he was so close. I'll be there in 5 minutes, no need for the car. Isaac sighed and rolled out of bed with another groan, hastily dressed and started heading out. The moment he was outside, he phased and dropped through the floor, becoming corporeal 3 floors down. Now that he was lower to the ground, he could jump the rest of the way without risk, so that's what he did. His next phase took him through the building's outside wall and let him drop onto the street outside, at which point he just took off at a full sprint. It would have looked incredible to anyone watching, but it was the middle of the night and there was no one out here to observe his antics. He held his phone back up to his ear and spoke into it over the air rushing past him. I'm running to meet you. I'll stay on the phone until then and tell you when I see the lights of your cars. The wind rushed past him as he leveraged his strength and agility to their utmost. In fact, they were slowly reaching the point where normal cobblestones didn't provide enough friction for him to just run. Instead, he aimed his feet right at uneven parts, hooking the tip of his shoes against them to yank himself forward. As soon as they became available, he was buying one of those shoes with an enchantment against slipping. In hindsight, Isaac should have just gone barefoot. As of right now, there was very little that could damage his feet, which wasn't an actual attack. Caltrops, bear traps, that sort of thing would be a problem, but would they really be lying around on a random sidewalk in the middle of a city? Soon, the flashing lights of the police cruisers came into view, though there was also a heavier car, somewhat akin to an APC there as well. Clearly, at least some of the SEK was already there. Anyway, I'm running in from the north, wearing jeans and a dark navy blue t-shirt. See you in a sec. He announced over the phone and hung up, slowing his run a little. Sprinting at full tilt towards a group of clearly nervous people was a recipe for accidents, after all. Hey there, my name is Isaac Thoma. Polizeimmeister Langschwert called me. He loudly announced, can someone point me his way? Polizeimmeister Langschwert, I presume. Isaac asked, and when he got a nod in return, he kept talking, considering how many policemen are here. We've clearly got a significant problem on our hands. When you felt you needed some scientific help with. What is it? Basically, a bunch of teenagers decided to play a prank on their church's pastor by summoning a demon right in front of the altar, then run off and lock the creature inside, completely forgetting that those creatures can track their summoners. But somehow they still managed to keep it inside and get away. But then they started actually using their brains, realized how stupid an idea that was, and turned themselves in. The policeman explained. And what did they say they summoned? Isaac asked. They claimed it was a basic imp from a Tier 1 circle. I'm familiar. They're pretty weak and vulnerable to pretty much anything. You've got guns and should be able to kill it no problem. And while I'm always happy to help with situations like this, I gotta ask, what do you need me for? Isaac asked. I called you here because this situation stinks to high heaven. Obviously, the situation might be what it looks like on the surface, but it just seems too convenient. They do something so stupid and immediately come to their senses and do the exact right thing. If a bunch of police officers show up, expecting to face the weakest of monsters, and run into something that looks weak, but is actually a high-tier monster with exotic powers, it'd be a bloodbath. That sounds like a trap nasty beyond belief. Now, do you want me to handle the situation? Or Isaac trailed off suggestively. He'd be perfectly happy to deal with anything inside, but he sincerely doubted a police officer would use a civilian for something like that, at least not yet. God, no. Langschwert almost yelped, taking a moment to compose himself before continuing. We'd like you to take a look at things, see if you can tell what we're dealing with, if what we have here is enough, or if we need heavy weapons. Anything you can tell us would be useful. Did you get a good look at the summoning circle or the monster? Isaac asked. Circle, yes, basic Tier 1 monster, only glimpses. Langschwert said, thing is, we don't know if that was actually the circle used. It's entirely possible that the Tier 1 was placed in a prominent place where we could see it through the window with a drone, but the actual summoning was done by a hidden circle or something. Or even if there's just one monster. It's just one, I can hear it scratching around in there. Isaac shrugged. It's a light creature, relatively fast, but it doesn't sound physically powerful. Basically, it sounds like what I'd expect an imp running around a church to sound like. I'll take a look, though. And with that, he started walking forward, heading to a point at the wall near where he could hear it, phased and stuck his head through. At this point, Hunter's gaze simply confirmed what Isaac already knew. A basic imp, weak beyond measure even by baseline human standards. Sharp claws, low strength and fortitude, decent agility. A bipedal housecat, basically, albeit one that wanted to tear out your throat. True to form, its head snapped over to glare at him, then it leaped straight at him, claws aiming right for his neck, and he snatched it right out of the air. It dangled from his right hand, which was wrapped around its neck. He squeezed, its neck breaking with a dry crack. Now he could also phase it, seeing as it wasn't a living being, so that's what he did, drawing back and straightening. Of course, the imp still dangled limply from his hand. Got it. He called out sorry about butting in, but it was right there. I can confirm from both my knowledge base and the kill notification. This is a basic imp from a tier 1 circle. It's fine. That sense of paranoia will help keep you alive in the future. Isaac announced magnanimously, I'm always happy to help the world in a more direct manner, rather than ephemeral improvements through research. Let's see if you still feel that way after all the paperwork. Langschwert joked, a little more at ease now. Paperwork? Really? Afraid so. Isaac's only response was soft swearing under his breath. There is something else you could help me with, though. Could you explain why that imp wasn't clawing its way through the walls and going right for its summoner? Langschwert asked. Monsters do eventually lose track of their summoner, though we're yet to determine what decides when and at what distance that happens. We've got a hypothesis that the distance decreases with faster monsters and increases with slower ones, but we have to prove that first. Regardless, we do have theories about a lot of other parts of the summoner-summon relationship. Sorry, this might be a stupid question, but what's the difference between a hypothesis and a theory? Langschwert asked. A hypothesis is something that a scientist thinks might be the case, then they have to actually prove it. A theory is as certain as anything scientific ever gets, something that has been proven experimentally, gone to review, has seen people try to disprove it, and come intact out the other side. But scientists being scientists, they're still hedging because they know there's more to discover. Newton's laws of motion aren't incorrect, just incomplete, and were expanded upon by Einstein and his theory of relativity. Stuff like that. Isaac explained, using the same example that Patrick had given when he had asked that question. Sure thing, Isaac said as he took a moment to look around. Someone had already grabbed the imp and stuffed it somewhere appropriate, and the rest of the gathering was breaking up as well as everyone got ready to return to their respective stations. An imp has human agility, decent perception, but sucks in all other respects. No magic to speak of, physically weak and fragile. Basic fodder mob in essence. Pretty much bottom of the barrel as far as tier 1s go. And are those just actually, could we continue this in the car? I'm afraid I'll need a few signatures from you as our expert witness. Langschwert asked as he realized that they were practically the only ones still around, save the people guarding the crime scene to keep it fresh for the CSIs, cleaners, or something in that vein. Lead the way, Isaac said, gesturing towards the cars. Once inside, Langschwert repeated his question. So were those stats a guess, or do you have some kind of method to get actual numbers? So. I have an upgraded inspect that lets me get a rough overview of a creature's stats, but no concrete values. Inspect, Langschwert frowned hard. A skill you get once you evolve your class at level 10, along with one for blocking it. Isaac explained. Now it was his turn to frown. Had no one told the cops about that? That wordless statement answered that, didn't it? And when you said bottom of the barrel tier 1, does that mean there are dangerous ones? Langschwert asked, snapping his fingers as he suddenly remembered it. Actually, yes, could you give me a list? Langschwert asked, practically throwing his notepad at Isaac. Sure thing, he said as he began to write, explaining all the while tier 1 creatures are basically weird-looking animals with anger issues, not something someone with a gun should be worried about. The problem are creatures with standout qualities, who are extremely strong in one area even if they suck ass in all other respects. A slate golem can be outrun by a snail but can tank a few rifle bullets. Acid slimes die if you sneeze on them, but if one gets within striking distance, you're dead. Ephemeral beings can't do much damage, but they're almost invulnerable to anything that isn't enhanced by magic. Well, fuck. Langschwert sighed, seemingly unaware that he'd said that out loud. Now it's my turn to ask a question, though. What's going on with the dumbasses who caused this whole mess? Isaac asked. Massive fines, mandatory psychiatric counseling, community service. At least if they're found guilty. I just hope it gets the point across. They're currently cooling their heels at the station, waiting for their parents to come pick them up. Langschwert sighed again. Have you considered scaring them straight? Isaac suggested. As much fun as having you jump through the wall might be, that would be pretty illegal. Langschwert grumbled. Actually, I was thinking more along the lines of a stern talking to from a wounded warrior, who explains in excruciating detail just how badly that could have gone for them. Isaac said, turning to face the other man and activated 100 faces. His grin became wider and wider, unnaturally so, while making one of his eyes look incredibly bloodshot and hard to even look at. Nasty. Oh, I wish. Be funny, but scaring the hell out of minors is best done with the parents' permission and by someone with psychiatric qualifications. A man can dream. Isaac sighed. Yup. The car pulled up in front of the police station a couple of minutes later and Isaac got out while Langschwert parked. I'm really sorry about this, but even after all the help, you'll still need to fill out that paperwork. If I were afraid of paperwork, I wouldn't have become a scientist. Isaac just sighed, let's get this over with. What followed was over an hour of giving witness statements, signing reports, and beginning the process of setting up a way to get the cops the creature information they were gathering over at the university. Well, that, and just in general trying to shore up as many gaps in their knowledge that were actually important. After all, the cops had gotten copies of 1 million different reports without a true awareness of what was actually important. In the end, he stumbled into bed half an hour before he had to get up for work. Time to take a catnap, then sleep on the job, he supposed. Isaac groggily stumbled into the meeting room an hour later and sat down, hard, mourning everyone. There was an incident near my house last night involving a band of idiotic teens, a church and an imp. Cops called the university, Uni called me, and in summation, I'm tired enough to make being around anything even remotely dangerous a serious hazard. Isaac said, barely managing to avoid yawning in the middle of the declaration. Yeah, I heard about that. By the way, you're getting paid for that, and overtime to boot, Bailey told him. Go home, get some sleep, for we will be questioning you to death about Vegas and last night. Sure, sleep tight and don't come out until you're fully rested. I don't need you stumbling around like a zombie, Bailey said and tossed him a key. Isaac just walked through the wall, locked the door to the break room from the inside and collapsed onto the sofa. 2 hours later, he unlocked the door and joined the others, or at least joined Patrick in the meeting room. Amy was in the storage room doing something else, while Raoul was chasing something noisy around the summoning room with Brisa, his pet dinosaur. Bailey was just typing away in his office. So how was Vegas? Patrick asked, grinning expectantly. Pretty cool, though those rumors about casinos beating cheaters are thankfully just that. Wait, you got caught, Patrick exclaimed. Not so much caught as noticed as having unnatural luck. They Googled me and found out I'm a system researcher and figured that had something to do with it. And then, did you have to give up your winnings? Nah, I got a temporary job as a security consultant, pointing out potential vulnerabilities. By the way, we now have a standing invitation to that place, free room and board, at least within reason. All we have to do is point out another flaw or two. Isaac explained. Face falling, Patrick replied, so I won't be able to pull off the same trick, sorry. Isaac cringed, but on the bright side, do you know how much money casinos throw at you for just a few hours of a system researcher's time? A lot, I'm guessing. Patrick sighed, still clearly slightly upset but rapidly getting over it. Hell, if I call them and point out that you're the one who figured out that possibility in the first place, they'd probably fly you out there. You know, the professor isn't going to be happy about you encouraging his assistants to run off. Patrick replied, a wry smile playing around his lips. Oh, that reminds me here. As he said that, he pulled something out of his backpack. It looked a little like a snakeskin handbag, albeit one that had been crafted from a truly titanic specimen. You finished it? Isaac asked. Of course I did. Let's call in the others and give it to him, shall we? Patrick grinned mischievously. Sure thing. So 2 minutes later, Professor Bailey walked into the meeting room, seeing all of them lined up with carefully curated expressions. While he did not have kids, at least to Isaac's knowledge, it was one he should recognize. It was the I did something I'm really proud of but might piss you off expression. Oh, so Professor, you know you sometimes wish for something, but don't ever expect to get it, possibly thinking that no one even heard you. Well, this time, you're in luck. And with that, Isaac whipped the cloth from the handbag. Ta-da, Bailey blankly at it for a moment, then frowned hard. I sincerely hope you didn't buy this off any unsavory characters. Nah, Patrick made it. Isaac gestured to his colleague. Handbag part of the gift, despite his best efforts to hide it. After all, a decidedly feminine handbag would look incredibly weird when paired with his usual rugged shirt and cargo pants outfits. Nonetheless, he slung the handbag over his shoulder and struck a cliché runway pose, the combination of styles looking just as silly as anyone could have expected, something that was only made more ridiculous when Amy Wolf whistled. Once everyone had calmed down and stopped laughing, Bailey slid the bag back off his shoulder and onto the table, patting it. You do realize that when the building for our faculty is finished, this thing is going in one of the showcases in the lobby as the first example of a magical artifact constructed in this university, Bailey asked, flashing them a wide grin. Crap, he turned it around on us. Isaac thought, chuckling inwardly. You know, we have a bit more of the leather left. Isaac said perhaps a more appropriate briefcase could be constructed. Oh, not a chance. Bailey laughed, a huge grin spreading across his face. You win this round, but mark my words, you won't win the next one. Amy chimed in, flashing Bailey an impish grin. With all the little pranks out of the way, the normal research continued. Summons, their death, and subsequent necropsy, all for the purpose of conducting several different branches of research. In addition, for completely unconnected reasons, they were getting some data on how quickly damage inflicted on concrete could be repaired by a geomancer of a given level. No, they truly hadn't caused nearly enough damage to get any even remotely useful amount of data, not at all. And no, Isaac had not ever accidentally used another fully empowered manifold slash to attack an acid slime that had startled him. No, not at all. No siree. But all that time passed quickly, with Isaac just doing normal research assistant things until the thing he'd been expecting to happen for almost a week finally happened. Warning, automatic summoning has been activated on basic slime. The slime itself had been splattered by Isaac mere seconds after the warning message had appeared, as had the newly spawned creature, but its mere existence had caused alarm bells to start ringing, well, everywhere. Operations for their research group had been shut down temporarily, and they'd gotten sent home while Bailey got dragged into an endless series of meetings. However, they'd managed to achieve a consensus by the next morning, which Bailey was now communicating to the rest of the team. The real issue had been the aftermath of the warning. Just as Isaac remembered from the other timeline, everyone within range received it, and completely and utterly lost their shit. While they'd known that creatures were being summoned under their feet, something going wrong enough to prompt a warning from the system was alarming beyond belief. Given the sheer amount of havoc that had been caused by that experiment and the bollocking they knew was coming, they'd cleaned up the mess, fixed the damage Isaac had caused to the room, and waited for various panicked officials to arrive. So that was how half a dozen important people, including the dean, found them. Standing there, looking innocent, with a research proposal regarding the potential issues with independently summoned monsters on the table in front of them. That had certainly helped with the matter, but the whole thing had still caused enough of a mess that summoning operations were suspended for the rest of the day, while everyone except Bailey ended up getting sent home. Now, they were all sitting on benches in front of the cafeteria, watching the mess unfold in the news. And holy shit, everything had gone batshit bonkers. The idea that monsters being left in the world for too long would cause more monsters to appear was communicated to the press quite succinctly, but then the various news media had run wild with it, conjuring up various nightmare scenarios. And mind you, those weren't the kinds of things that Isaac had experienced in the other timeline, the ones that had destroyed the world. Just fear-mongering for the sake of clicks, newspaper sales, or whatever other metrics of success a given media used. Mainly, the message was that summoning was bad, always and forever, regardless of circumstances. And while no human ever summoning again might fix the entire issue at hand, that was hardly realistic. The issue was and had always been reckless or idiotic summons, but Isaac wasn't the only one who thought so. As if that's going to stop things. Patrick scoffed. Even if they pass laws to forbid any and all summons, what do they think will happen? All the rednecks will summon things without giving two fucks what the government think. Just the rednecks, Amy asked. They're just the most well-known and cliché, independent group. Anyone who disagrees with big government, even if they don't take an official embargo as a challenge, they still won't have a problem with summoning monsters to get stronger, no matter what anyone says. Patrick shrugged nonchalantly. That's a big fucking problem, and no one can deny that, but do you really think it's going to be that bad? Raoul asked, reaching up to pet the dinosaur sitting on his shoulder. It is, Isaac said, darkly. Never underestimate what people will do with shit this dangerous. Isn't that a little over the top? Amy asked. Trust me, the issue isn't what all of humanity will do, it's what someone might do. Isaac shrugged. There's enough idiots in the world after all. That's a little pessimistic, isn't it? Amy asked, weren't you the one who thoroughly explained how anyone can create a lethal bioweapon using just the things found in one of the university's labs? Raoul chided. But despite it being so damn easy, we're all still here. She shrugged. Look, I know the danger is there, but I don't think it'll actually go that badly. You know what, we need something else to do. Isaac threw in. Sitting here and wallowing, thinking about what might go wrong. It's not going to help anyone. We've been explicitly told not to go back down there until things are hashed out, so how about we do something useful? You just want to abandon the professor, Amy yelped. He trailed off suggestively, grinning broadly. Still feels wrong to just leave. Raoul insisted. We don't have to go far, we'll still be around. Well, I have to go pick up some stuff first, but then we'll be good to go. Isaac said, getting to his feet. If Professor Bailey asks, I'll be back in an hour. And with that, he left to head back into the city, going to a rather familiar blacksmith's shop. The bell above the door jingled happily as he entered, and a minute later, the owner popped out of the back in a slightly scorched apron. Ah, Mr. Toma, glad to see you're back. I finished your order a couple of days ago. Let me know what you think or if you're interested in any modifications or decorations. Stagmer called out and dipped right back into the storage area, only to come back out with the gigantic Zweihander a moment later. Well, gigantic when compared to normal weaponry, at least. It was one of the largest and longest swords in existence, or any handheld weapon that wasn't an actual polearm. Its hilt was a good deal longer in relation to the overall length of the blade than one might expect from looking at smaller swords, while the portion below the hilt wasn't actually sharp, so the wielder could grab it for another point of leverage. Of course, the primary thing that jumped to mind when looking at this thing was still its size, an almost comically oversized weapon that one could barely even wield with the same movements one would use with a more standard sword. Ah, I suppose that's reasonable. I'm mostly used to people asking for movie replicas or decorative set pieces for theater and the like. Someone actually planning to use my weapons is somewhat of a rarity. Stagmer shrugged. What if I told you that could change? Is that something that would interest you? Isaac asked. Of course. What are you thinking? Stagmer asked, a grin creeping up on his face. I'd like to work with you, become a patron of sorts. As a person with a profession for a class, you will level incredibly slowly, but that will speed up as you come face to face with greater challenges and surpass them. Like, say, mystical metals retrieved from monsters. I could provide those for you in exchange for weapons made from them. If this ends up working, I could even provide aspects. Isaac offered. Aspects. Do you have any idea how expensive those are? Stagmer exclaimed, but Isaac just shrugged. Only if you buy them. If you get them by killing a monster, they're practically free. You see, I use these weapons against living pillars of flames, rock monsters, humanoid frogs with skin like iron. I have some skills to make sure my weapons last, but pretty soon, mundane weapons won't last for more than a couple of hours of use. So I'm coming to you with an offer. Would you be interested in letting me level you up in exchange for you making me powerful and downright supernatural weapons? Isaac suggested. Theoretically, yes. What would I have to do in exchange? Stagmer asked, the barest hint of suspicion in his voice. Like I said, make me the gear I need in exchange for monetary compensation. Perhaps a slight priority over other orders without having to pay through the nose for the privilege, but nothing unreasonable. You see, I need someone who can make that quality of gear. That person doesn't currently exist upon this world, but I can change that, so interested. Left unspoken was the threat Isaac could just go to literally anyone with the right class and make the exact same offer. He wasn't even particularly attached to Stagmer. He'd picked him for being nearby and having good reviews. He was the best local candidate, but hardly the only one. Of course, Isaac would have picked one of the legendary smiths of the other timeline, if he'd know any of their names. He knew plenty of titles and pseudonyms, but nothing that would help him find them in this one, at least not yet. There had been an unfortunate trend of kidnapping extraordinary crafters and giving them an offer they couldn't refuse. As powerful as they might be, they had nothing on a combat class of the same level, and crafters were rarely anywhere near the strongest people in those terms, leaving them vulnerable. Hence hiding. All right, that sounds fundamentally reasonable, but I do have one more question. You'd mostly be paying me with materials, but I will need some money for tools and such, especially if I'm prioritizing your orders. There will have to be some caveats to that end, but fundamentally it sounds like a good deal. Stagmer said, I'd never expect you to do more than is reasonable. I do have the money to pay you when necessary, but I would greatly prefer to use rare and exotic materials where possible. Isaac said, pulled out his phone and placed it on the table between them. That's a sample contract I had drawn up. In essence, it covers most of what we talked about, including the fact that I'd be paying you a significant monetary compensation should I need to monopolize your time at any point. Any materials I give you are yours to do with as you wish once the actual order has been fulfilled, unless we're talking about something of significant rarity, etc. While Stagmer skimmed the contract, Isaac took the time to look around the shop for things that might be useful. A few minutes later, Stagmer put the phone back down and nodded. Looks good. I'll still need to see a proper contract, but there's nothing in there that I have a problem with. Is there anything else you'd like? I'll pay for the Zweihander now, but I'd also buy a few things from your display, Isaac said, pointing out the things he'd be giving his colleagues. Very happy. What were some things that could be useful to him? Aspect of the fire elemental, metal golem, forge golem, and the like. If one dropped and Stagmer had proven to be up to snuff, that was where it would probably end up, probably followed by Isaac letting him summon a few things for him to kill, thereby giving out the XP needed to slot them. As for materials, there were the magically enhanced alloys in the body of the Crusher, a Tier 5 summon from the Earth's summoning list, bricks that burned long and hot from several fire-type golems, and so on and so forth. Once Isaac had gotten his hands on the aspects he needed to upgrade his current ones and grabbed some of the ones he wanted to hand out, he'd be grabbing materials for forging. He ended up taking the subway back to the uni, with the sword wrapped up tightly in a large cloth. He'd bought a back scabbard as well, but wearing that thing just screamed Monster Hunter, which would be a truly awful look in the current situation. Far too many horror stories from past incidents were back on the news, compounded with the constant barrage of new theories, each worse than the last, making someone who was clearly a summoner the target of oh so much anger. Now, however, people would likely just assume it was a curtain rod or something. After all, what kind of sword was that fucking huge? As he stood there, mana constantly flowed from his hands and into his weapons, strengthening them. Stagmer did good work, but slamming it against creatures as tough as rocks or actually made of the stuff would play merry hell on a mundane blade. The university campus wasn't as full as it had been in the morning, but not the depopulated, empty space the system's warning had turned it into. The largest concentration of people was, surprisingly enough, right near his friends, who were currently being inundated with questions. Also, there was the small issue of Brisa the Microraptor sitting on Raoul's shoulder, drawing stares. Now, trying to push his way through the crowd might be an option, but it was hardly the only one. A trickle of mana flowed into Sneak, triggering its active ability and making people's gaze just slide off him. Of course, this trick only really worked when people weren't actually paying attention to or looking for him, but it was still useful. Now that people had stopped really paying attention to him, Phantom Step should be ever so slightly cheaper. Not by much, and certainly not enough for him to bother in most situations, but he considered it worth doing so just to see if anything unexpected happened. One moment he was walking across the open space in front of the cafeteria, the next, he was sitting in the tree above his friends. "Hey guys," he said, making Patrick and Amy jump with the latter glaring at him. Carl just glanced up for a moment, then went back to his conversation. Raoul just outright ignored him, moving not even a millimeter. Clearly, he had noticed Isaac from the beginning, just not bothered to say anything. "Were you sitting up there the entire time, waiting for a good chance to scare the hell out of us?" Amy asked, glaring up at him. "Nah, just got here and decided to avoid pushing my way through the crowd," Isaac said and dropped down, startling a few people who hadn't realized the voice hadn't come from the crowd. "Hey, you," someone in the crowd yelled. "Do you work with these people?" Isaac just raised a questioning eyebrow. He hadn't been one of the people who could do that, simply pulling up the other one whenever he tried, but now he could bypass the whole problem with 100 faces. "Okay, look, these people haven't been telling us what's going on. They said that there's no problem, that the slime has been dealt with, and now it's just a matter of bureaucracy. So what's going on? And don't you dare just give me the company line." Does this guy realize that there'd be no reason for me to step off the company line if we actually had one? Isaac said to Patrick, completely ignoring the question also. If he's convinced that we're sitting on top of a bunch of independently summoned slimes, why the hell is he still here? Humanity produces geniuses. Humanity produces idiots. Some people are sheep and will believe anything they're told, no matter how stupid. Others are uninformed contrarians who will speak against anything that is said in their presence. Guess where this guy falls on that spectrum? Patrick replied, voice as dry as the Sahara. Isaac just snorted. Basically, people think we know about everything that's going on, so they've been asking a bunch of questions. When they didn't like the answer someone gave, they asked the others, and so on and so forth. "We wouldn't be here anymore if we hadn't been waiting for you," Patrick continued. "In that case, let's go. I got the goodies, now let's have some fun," Isaac said loudly enough for the rest to hear him. Finally, Amy sighed, stood up, and jumped clear across the heads of the crowd. Isaac grinned as he saw the rather unnatural arc of her mid-air movement, making it very apparent that she was using magic to fly for a brief moment, rather than jumping with raw stats. Clearly, she'd been experimenting with her skills and succeeded. Triggering Phantom Step, Isaac suddenly stepped up right next to her and pulled a small bag from his package. "Here, I thought you could use something to use your telekinesis with. Are those kunai?" Amy asked, surprised at first, but then she grinned weeaboo much. "I buy my stuff from a weaponsmith who makes a lot of usable movie replicas. I didn't think to order some throwing knives, but these were available." Isaac shrugged. "I enhanced them with my blade skill and can make it even stronger with piercing strike in a bit, but only when we're away from the crowd. Flashing a glowing blade in this situation, bad idea." "Yeah," Amy nodded, "so I'm guessing the plan is to go kill some monsters, obviously. Our work is good for a few levels, but all of you should be offered an epic class that lets you copy magic abilities at level 10. I figured you guys should get that sooner, rather than later." Isaac nodded. The others stepped up next to them, having had to push their way through the crowd. Half an hour later, they were walking through the forest. "So is this the part where the slasher movie villain jumps out behind the tree, or is this a Blair Witch kind of situation?" Carl asked, breathing heavily. Clearly, he wasn't used to clambering through the wilderness like that. "Well, the slasher movie villain is right over there," Amy commented, jerking her head in Isaac's direction. "What?" Patrick asked, sounding thoroughly puzzled. "Impossible to stop, impossible to kill, can get in anywhere, runs around with a giant knife all the time. Do I need to go on?" Amy asked with a wink. "And has a giant collection of bodies in the middle of the woods," Raoul asked, his voice awestruck. "Wait, what? Are you serious?" Amy asked. "Yep." Raoul replied, pointing straight ahead. 500 meters ahead, Brisa just found them. Dead rock golems thick enough to cover the ground. Turning to Isaac, he asked, "Is that what you wanted to show us?" "Yep. I wanted to wait until we were there to tell you everything, but I suppose now is as good a time as any," Isaac said, stopping and turning around. "Basically, I'm worried. Worried that people will panic, overreact, and ban summoning until the next set of problems arise, and it becomes clear that some problems do require high-level skills to be solved. But right now, the consensus is still that everything is all right unless someone gets hurt." He walked backwards and casually jumped to the top of a 2-meter-tall boulder, arms spread in a taunted gesture. "This is what I'm offering. We should all have unlocked one of the world's greatest class evolutions, and this might be your last chance to gain it in a timely fashion, at least legally. So is anyone interested?" "So you're finally inviting us along on your little power leveling sprees?" Raoul asked. "Yep, a chance to fight high-experience monsters safely. I won't judge anyone who decides they'd rather just work in a lab, but this will give you true power if you want it. Sounds good." Amy shrugged, trying to act nonchalant, but she was vibrating with excitement. Isaac remembered that she'd picked mage just so she could get magic. Of all his colleagues, she was the one who was the most similar to him. It's getting dark soon and I don't see any lanterns. I don't suppose you have a way around that, Patrick asked. Over 20 points in perception let you see in the dark. Isaac told him if you aren't there by the time night falls, we can just go grab some lanterns or something. We'll need to go for some snacks and stuff anyway. So shall we? As they walked the last few meters towards his fighting site, a massive grin grew on Isaac's face. There were a few things he liked to do. One was fighting interesting foes. The other was passing on that knowledge to others and watching them grow. Besides, a system researcher could learn all sorts of awesome skills, including a million different incredible utility skills. As for what he could pull off if he knew people who could cast portal, the sky was the limit. You did all this? Patrick's jaw practically dropped as he got his first good look at the ground being utterly covered by dead rock golems, to the point where no normal dirt was visible underneath. Yep, Isaac nodded. Isn't it a little risky, leaving monster bodies lying around like that? Carl asked. Normally, of course. But these things are useless. Check them with your skills, Isaac suggested. In lieu of answering, Carl just walked forward and laid a hand against one of the stone chunks. Yep, these are pretty normal. The rock has an abnormal internal structure, but it's just regular granite. Interesting, but hardly valuable except as a curiosity. Carl said, I don't suppose you have anything else cool I could look at. Not really, but I gave a bunch of magically modified kunai to Amy. Isaac shrugged, then hopped onto one of the nearby rocks to tower over everyone else. Okay, we're here. I have the materials to summon a bunch of different monsters stashed here, but there are a few things I think we should focus on. One of the things I've noticed is that stronger monsters have a higher conversion rate of mana to XP. Tier 1 barely gives anything, Tier 3 gives half the mana cost, and I've found that Tier 4 gives 2/3 of the mana invested back as XP, not to mention that there is a 5% XP boost for every level an enemy has on you. Now, punching that far above your weight class is risky as hell, but I'll be here to help mitigate that risk. To that end, I'd like to demonstrate something. Picking up a stick, he walked over to the flat area in the middle of the graveyard and fixed the badly smudged summoning circle there, dropped in a random rock, a handful of dirt, and a piece of iron he'd grabbed from his pocket. Mana flared, and suddenly, a rock golem erupted from the circle and froze. One moment, Isaac had stood there with a large mystery package under one arm. The next, he was frozen mid-lunge, right arm extended forward with a gigantic Zweihander erupting from him and out of Golem's back, orange light flaring around the weapon. It was an impressive-looking move and all, though that was really the only reason to do it. For one, that kind of close-in lunge was incredibly dangerous against almost all enemies. It would put you right up against their body, and since very few creatures died instantly when pierced through any kind of vital organ, especially with a high fortitude, there was a high risk of having your head torn off by something that was yet to realize it had been killed. Thankfully, that wasn't a problem with golems. Only having a single vital organ might let them outright ignore physical damage to literally any other part of their body, but it also led to them dying the instant that organ was destroyed. With a body not quite wide enough to block out a weapon as long as a Zweihander, and the core's location being fixed in every iteration, it was a rather significant weak point in smaller golems. That being said, using the move against something made from rock also came with a significant risk. Namely, the fact that it turned into solid, immovable rock the instant the core broke and began to keel over, threatening to rip the Zweihander out of his hands with its falling body and shatter it against the ground below. Of course, there was a counter to that, namely, spending over 30 mana on skills, orange light flaring as he drew the blade back while slicing through the rock as he did so. Once the blade was free, Isaac took 2 quick steps backwards to avoid having the damn thing fall on his head as the gigantic figure slammed into the dirt with a titanic crash. And what was the point of that? Patrick drawled, sitting down on the arm of an older dead golem. We know you're capable. The mere fact that you're still alive after all the things we know you fought proves that. Isaac shrugged and opened up the kill notification in a way that was visible to everyone. Visual demonstration. Rock Golem LV 10 has been slain, 100 XP gained. Basically, you can get 100 XP for the 150 mana you need to invest to summon the weakest of the Tier 4 monsters. Throw in the 5% per level boost for each level they have on you, and you should be able to level after a mere handful of kills. Or you can rapidly gain the XP, but save it to get to level 10 in one giant jump, speeding up your gains for as long as possible and saving your skill points for all those cool advanced class skills. Point is, this is one of the fastest ways you can level, and with me here, you should be able to do so as safely as possible. That might be all well and good for someone with a combat class, but I'm a researcher. Patrick pointed out I don't even have any offensive skills, let alone the stats to compensate for that. Then, slightly hopeful, he added, but I suppose you have a plan for that. I do actually. I can see you haven't slotted the aspect of the specter yet, but that means you've got a fair bit of XP saved up, right? How much do you need to hit 1,000? Isaac asked. I'm guessing you have a nice and powerful offensive aspect then, obviously. Isaac said, pulling what looked like an orb of water out of his pocket, then tossed it to Patrick. That's an aspect of the water elemental. You can summon a few creatures for the others to kill, then use the XP you get as the summoner to slot it and do some more direct leveling. Okay, so now everyone has some offensive power. Telekinesis, geokinesis, knives, soon to be water power, and a fucking gun. But that doesn't mean we can take one of Amy said, gesturing empathetically at the dead golems strewn about those things. Of course not. Isaac said evenly, but even as her mouth opened to send what would most likely have ended up being a stream of rude exclamations, he continued, everyone's power set lends itself to fighting a certain kind of enemy. Telekinesis coupled with razor-sharp knives is lethal against creatures with vulnerable spots near the surface without significant armor covering them. Control of the earth is going to play merry hell with anything that has mobility issues. Water is going to kick ass against monsters with molten hot bodies as it chills and hardens vital portions and freezes them in place. And then, well, we have a fucking skill-enhanced gun. What followed was nothing much to write home about. Monsters were summoned and fell in short order. Patrick played the role of mana battery for the first couple of hours until he'd gained enough XP to slot the aspect of the water elemental Isaac had gifted him, and then gone up against a molten soldier, a kind of animated armor that glowed with radiated heat. A little dangerous to have in the middle of a forest, but the entire ground had been covered with rocks and Isaac had stashed a few fire extinguishers nearby. The strategy for killing it was rather simple. Lock up the knee joints with bolts of water to make it topple over, followed by a constant stream to cool down the chest, and then finally cave it in with the Zweihänder. It was pretty rough on the blade, but Isaac's blade's skill made repairing that a cinch. After all, he wasn't currently summoning, and therefore had mana to spare. Several different kinds of giant slug or snail were vulnerable against Carl's geomancy, a geomancer's basic earth manipulation skills, while Raoul's gun backed by enhanced impact was able to shatter the rather exposed cores of water elementals with casual ease. Meanwhile, Amy demonstrated true mastery of her skills by simultaneously controlling several knives and small vials of corpsemelter acid, courtesy of Isaac. Any kind of biological creature had vulnerable points on their exterior, things that would be difficult to put on the inside. Eyes, other sensory organs, Achilles tendon equivalents, things like that. And when you had someone able to strike at them from afar, ignoring range or the angle of attack, that was a little difficult to defend against. A swamp knight fell in under a minute, as did a drake. High-level telekinesis, creativity, and a good matchup made for one hell of an offensive potential. Time flew by in a flash, with Raoul heading back into civilization to go get some supplies. Someone else might have gone, but their location was in the middle of nowhere, well clear of any trails and in a cellular dead spot, meaning it took an experienced woodsman to find his way back out. In other words, that meant the person who went had to be either Isaac or Raoul, and one of them was far more vital to the process at hand than the other. The first to truly drop out of the fighting was Carl, pumping his fist as he finally gained the needed XP to hit level 10 and retreating to think over his choices. Apparently there were ones worth considering beyond just system researcher, though that was also an option he'd unlocked. Soon afterwards, Amy did the same, followed by Raoul and finally Patrick, leaving Isaac to breathe a sigh of relief. That had sucked. Constantly watching over other people who were fighting against perfectly beatable foes was boring as hell after the first couple of times, yet far too dangerous for him to just fall into a stupor and wait for everything to be over, which left him in that highly unpleasant place of having to be at high alert near constantly while having basically no mental stimulation. Blech, annoying, but necessary. At least everything had been over faster than it normally would have been. Fighting stronger enemies was good even without the XP boost per level above your own, while there was no penalty for having a build that countered one's foe almost perfectly. Unfortunately, this wasn't something one could repeat ad infinitum, given that one could only gain XP from an enemy a given number of times. Then again, if it were possible, the strongest people in the world, at least in terms of levels, would be ones who'd found such a matchup and exploited it ruthlessly. That would bring in immense amounts of XP, but also leave skill levels lagging badly behind, and only a handful of skills would be leveled at all. Alright, I know you mentioned that System Researcher was a great class, but I decided to go another route, Carl announced, sitting down in the middle of the torn-up battlefield. As awesome as copying other creatures' abilities would have been, it's not me, this is. He spread his arms theatrically, and the area around them rumbled, golem bodies seeming to liquefy for a brief second before re-solidifying in a smoother, more even configuration, leaving them all standing on what basically looked like a natural rock formation with a few odd shapes here and there. But that wasn't all. there were still the occasional monster bits here and there that they hadn't caught in the first round of cleanup, or at least there had been. During whatever Carl had done, they'd been swallowed by the ground. That certainly made an impression. Patrick commented specialized geomancy class, no Imagineer. Carl corrected epic rarity, knowledge-based crafting class focusing into engineering and architectural projects. I'm still limited to minerals and metals, but if I can make a plan in my mind, I can make it reality. Refining things is prohibitively expensive, so I basically need all the materials to be at the same level of refinement the final product will contain. I, for one, think it's awesome. Isaac announced, stepping beside him and clapping him on his shoulder. System researcher is awesome and all, but picking a class will set you on that path for, at the very least, the time required to hit the next evolution. If it's the wrong choice for you, it's the wrong choice, and that's that. Are you perchance available to do that again within the next few weeks? Yeah, why? Thing is, I'm in the process of buying a place out in the middle of nowhere, and this would make for an awesome base for building on. So if I produce the material, is fusing them all something that you could help with? Isaac asked, spreading his arms in an inviting gesture. Sure thing, but you're buying beer and cooking. You can cook, right? Carl asked with a wink. Cook. Isaac asked, making a sort of gesture with his hand. Providing meals is something I'll do as a matter of courtesy, but most of what I make are quick meals for convenience's sake, not the good stuff. But I'll make sure to have something suitable. So Vegas worked out well for you then? Patrick asked. Sort of, but a lot of it came from helping discover the security flaws afterwards. Isaac replied, so, did you pick your evolution yet? Obviously, wasn't like there wasn't a glaringly obvious choice right there. Did you know that you look like a black void to inspect? By the way, Patrick chuckled. I've got some pretty good sensory skills, others that enhance comprehension, and of course the ultimate copycat skill, analyze and replicate. Expensive as hell to get, but wow, just wow. A massive grin stretched across his face, his normally rather dour mood nowhere to be seen. Same here. Amy shrugged, looking completely nonchalant. Now all we need is a target to test this out on. One magical monster coming right up. Isaac nodded and with a blur of movement, arrived next to the summoning circle. Now, everybody take few steps back please. And Raoul, please keep a hold of Brisa. This is too dangerous for her. Now see if you can copy the spectral weapons. He held the all-reliable, his soulbound weapon, in his left while grabbing the Kriegsmesser with his right. A wraith manifested in the summoning circle a moment later, Isaac not even having bothered to recharge his mana. He'd been able to handily beat the first wraith he'd fought in this timeline a while ago, and since then he'd increased his agility by 50, among a massive list of other improvements. A large kite shield and bastard sword manifested in his spectral foe's hands, who immediately lunged, aiming to skewer Isaac in an instant. Using his knife, Isaac pushed the blade to the side while thrusting his sword forward, driving it through a gap in the armor just above the elbow, complete with a combined power strike and piercing strike. It tore through the flesh like tissue paper, nearly severing the arm. The wraith screeched and banished the shield, replacing it with a short sword that nearly stabbed Isaac in the throat. Nearly. Isaac backstepped, easily leaving the weapon's pathetically short range while sending out a power strike enhanced far strike, making it stumble, then lunged back in to stab into it with both weapons. Newly manifested blades flashed, one going for his neck, the other aiming to plunge into his right kidney. Twisting, Isaac kicked off the wraith's right leg to send himself flying skywards while it went down on one knee, thrown off kilter. But even in this new and infinitely less sane world, gravity was still a present and existing force, yanking Isaac back down onto his foe. Blades leading, he slammed down into the wraith's back and kicked off, the conjured halberd swishing past with mere centimeters of clearance. Isaac just grinned. After all, close only counted in horseshoes and hand grenades, as the saying went. Sticking with the halberd for now, the wraith advanced, lashing out. Isaac interposed the knife and slid it, leaving a shallow cut across its belly with his sword, only to have to dodge back hastily as his foe decided to re-equip itself with less cumbersome weapons. Now this was a more normal fight against a wraith. When not completely berserk, wraiths would only switch weapons when it was necessary, rather than whenever their old weapon was no longer the exact perfect tool at the given moment. He dodged another swing and lunged in one last time, triggering sweeping strike and sundering strike while his knife was stuck inside the wraith's body, 6 sweeping blades tearing through its insides while weakening it on a fundamental level. The wraith stiffened and after another moment dissolved into nothingness. So did you get anything from that? Isaac asked. So. Raoul shrugged. Copying a skill just by seeing it is awesome and all, but I suppose I shouldn't expect to get it from watching a single fight. By the way, I'm also a system researcher. What he said, if with a little more disappointment. Amy added, where did you learn to fight like that anyway? Skills and a hell of a lot of practice, followed by more practice. Isaac shrugged, stifling a grin. Just like Raoul had said, it would be incredibly unfair to be able to instantly copy any magical ability one saw. Raoul yawned loudly, then announced anyway, it's getting late and I'm going to bed. Anyone who can't find their own way out of the forest can either come with me or stay here until Isaac leaves. Then he yawned again. Patrick and Carl headed off with him after bidding Isaac goodbye, but Amy stayed, looking at Isaac expectantly. He asked, "You know what? You were planning to stay behind after we've all left to summon something you felt was too dangerous to have around us." She grinned at him. "Well, go ahead. I'll be fine. There is a reason." "I don't want to do this around other people," Isaac insisted. "Of course it's going to be dangerous. Just like everything else worth having, it ain't free. Time requirement, effort, danger, it doesn't really matter. If it's worth having, so is putting in the effort." She gave him a confident grin. "I became a cell biologist because I thought that was an interesting thing to do. I chose to become a mage instead of going with the safe-looking class that's basically my job, but as a class. I'm going to get whatever I can out of the system, because that's what I find fascinating, because that is my chosen goal. If that ends up badly for me, then at least I tried." Isaac grinned. "A woman after my own heart, it seems. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm going to be summoning a Hydra, a full Hydra. It isn't just risky to be nearby, it's practically suicide. Why? Because that thing has toxic blood that will kill anyone who touches it without a self-healing skill or a healer nearby. Because if I have to slip into stealth and retreat, it's going to go after you. Because if I die, you will definitely join me. Need I go on? Like Patrick said, if you were in the habit of picking fights you can't win, you wouldn't be alive anymore. I think you're being a little more careful with other people's lives than with your own, though. That's a little silly, don't you think?" Amy asked. "Silly, maybe, but that's how I feel. I can make that choice for me, not for others. Besides, if I just live past the end of the fight, I can recover from anything. Can you do that? It's my choice too, but one I'll get blamed for if it goes badly." In response, Amy just whipped out her phone and held it in front of her face. "My name is Amelia Shaw, and I'm here in the forest, choosing to be near a summoned monster of my own free will. Now, I just sent that to Patrick, so you're covered. We're in a dead zone." Isaac replied deadpan. "Fine, I'll go send it, but I'll be back." She warned, "Don't get started without me." Isaac hung his head, a grim expression on his face, though he was smiling on the inside. He could appreciate that kind of mindset. After all, it wasn't too different from his own. But while he was rather confident in his ability to win this fight on his own, protecting someone else at the same time would be difficult. "Fine, but under a couple of conditions. First of all, you stay up in a tree as far away as you can be while still seeing the fight. Second of all, you don't join in and draw attention. I'll give you a few vials of acid in case of an emergency, but don't give it a reason to come after you. Sounds reasonable." She shrugged, suddenly all smiles. After a short walk so she could send the message, they returned to what Amy had started referring to as the arena, and Isaac readied the summoning circle, pausing so his mana could refill. "Do you get nervous sitting here like this, knowing that there's a monster just waiting to erupt from the ground and kill you?" Amy asked. "The entire process of summoning feels weird. It's like opening the door and calling in the wolves for dinner, but it's what's necessary." Isaac replied. "Necessary. There's almost certainly another shoe ready to drop. Either someone summons something they shouldn't have, there's a system update, and monsters start spawning autonomously, or something even worse happens, something I can't even imagine yet. The only thing I'm certain of is that something dangerous will happen, something that I'll need all the strength I can get for." Isaac just shrugged. "How about you? The magic. I found magic in my work in becoming a cell biologist and modifying the very fundamentals of life. And then I got my hands on literal magic. You've been here for the rest of it," Amy said, mirroring his shrug. "Anyway, time for you to hide. My mana's full," Isaac said grimly, getting back to his feet. A half-flight, half-jump movement took Amy up into a titanic tree on the edge of the clearing. Meanwhile, Isaac slung a bandolier with flasks of acid around his chest and placed 5 more on the floor in front of him. Then he activated the circle. On the surface, the Hydra that came out of it was very similar to the regular old lesser Hydra he'd been demolishing since the second day of the system's existence in this timeline. Big-ass snake, multiple heads, and all that jazz. Of course, this thing had heads high enough to lay them on a truck and was longer than said truck would have been. Oh, and it had 2 extra heads, leaving it with a total of 5 pairs of eyes that glared daggers at Isaac. He matched its stare and bent down to pick up the acid flasks, but when he grasped them, his hands were no longer human. Instead, they were a bizarre amalgamation of snake scales and bony plates with steak knives for fingernails, the hands of his form of horror. With flasks of incredibly caustic liquid in his left hand, he lunged at the monster before him. He slid over one head, ducked under another, dodged a third, then dragged the claws on his right hand across the 4th neck, before driving all 5 of them into the 5th and final one. Venomous green light flared as he activated Sundering Strike, spreading the effect out across all of them. This might weaken the effect on each of them individually, but the point in the middle, the place where all the effects overlapped, actually held an even stronger effect, something that became abundantly clear when he flared Power Strike, shoving his arm into the Hydra's neck up to the elbow. Another activation of the skill let him rip it back out in a shower of toxic gore, while he tossed in one of the vials with his free hand. It shattered, spilling caustic liquid onto the regenerating flesh, stopping the effect. Isaac flung himself backwards, the other heads shooting past, missing by a hair. Whirling, he drew his claws along one of them. A few more steps took him clear of the Hydra's immediate striking range. Roaring in anger, it followed, dragging one useless head behind itself. 4 left. Isaac dove in again, throwing himself under the heads lashing out at him before kicking off the main body to land on the back of one extended necks, reaching out before hammering a hand wrapped in orange light into the closest eye, popping it like a grape. Another pulse of power strike punched even deeper, tearing into the brain matter. The neck under him collapsed, falling to the ground as the controlling organ was destroyed. The 3 remaining heads came smashing down, forcing him to run, but not before tossing an acid vial into the gaping hole. Unfortunately, though, one of the heads had been aimed a little too well. It would have hit him and pulverized his right leg, but he had something to deal with things like that. Spectral shift activated, and the Hydra's skull smashed into the ground, throwing up clods of dirt and stone shards. He'd avoided most of the attack, but pain nonetheless flared up as the sheer mass of magical energy in his opponent's body, inflicting damage upon his ephemeral form. Muscles tore, blood vessels popped, and the bone fractured, Isaac's pained yelp leaving his monstrous form as a bestial roar. A twitch of his left hand smashed all his remaining acid jars against the head, currently digging itself out of the ground, while a far strike, power strike, and piercing strike projected from his right index finger and cut straight through the puddle of acid and into the skull, causing the caustic, regeneration-inhibiting liquid pour into the monster's brain matter. Another skull smashed through Isaac's chest, forcing him to phase once more and immediately start regenerating when the Hydra's body was no longer overlapping with his, then ducking under the last intact skull as it swished by overhead. But the head that he'd let phase through his chest came back around, and this time he didn't see it in time. Incredibly sharp ears warned him of it coming from the air, rushing over it as it moved, letting him dodge, but he'd slightly miscalculated the distance while allowing it to chomp down on his shoulder. The tips of its teeth tore through his flesh and scraped his bone, but at least he still had his arm. Swinging up both his arms, they came together with a power strike, slamming all of his claws through the skull from both sides. Flexing his fingers while casting Sundering Strike to weaken everything in range, then repeating the motion with Power Strike made the head explode, but the neck began to rapidly split to create 2 more heads, and Isaac had no more acid. That's when his transformation skill ran out, giving him back his clothes, including the bandolier of all his additional vials. 2 more shattered against the fresh stumps, and that was the end of that. Even as he did that, the last head tore through his chest again, and this time he barely had the mana to fully heal everything. Mana he might still need to fight. Instead, he sent the barest trickle of magical energy to close the beginnings of a tear on his Yorda, then used Phantom Step to escape well beyond the monster's current reach. With only one head still left intact, it crawled after him painfully slowly, dragging along 4 other stumps. Isaac glared at it, blood still pouring from his right shoulder while clutching at his side. That had sucked, but now this should be easy. With his left arm, he began to toss vials at the head, 2 of them hitting, then summoned all reliable into his hand and slammed a far strike, power strike, and piercing strike into that part. Hydra LV, 17 has been slain. 260 XP gained 200 base 1.3 due to level disparity. And they're done. Isaac sat down hard, breathing heavily. Grasping his shirt, he ripped it off and tossed it away to get the toxic blood that soaked it away from him while concentrating all his healing into the bleeding wounds. Are you all right? Amy came bounding over, half running, half flying. Yeah, I'll be fine. Watch your step, toxic blood. I'll clean that up in a sec. She stopped when she got a good look at his injuries, her horrified look becoming slightly less so as she saw it healing. Like I said, I'll be fine. Are you sure it's dead? Something magical's happening at the base of the necks. Amy's head suddenly snapped around to look at the body. Yes, I got the kill notification, and that is what all this was for. With a grunt of pain, Isaac pushed himself up on his feet, carefully clambering over the body while avoiding the pools of blood and hacked into the body, drawing back his arm, clutching a red and brown orb that practically glowed with power. Aspect of the Hydra, this is the distilled essence of what makes a Hydra, regenerating from gruesome wounds in seconds, killing your enemies simply because they cut you as your blood poisons theirs, growing a second head, or creating redundant organs to survive lethal injuries. Requirements for activation, 2000 XP. Open aspect slot. Grants plus 10 fortitude. One of the following skills, Hydra's regeneration. Toxic blood. Redundant organs. Second head. Second head, you have got to get that for the memes if nothing else. Amy laughed. Isaac joined in, then cringed in pain. Ow, laughing hurts. The orb vanished into his hand as he slotted it, picking redundant organs while upgrading his regeneration skill. It didn't actually change the name or description, but Isaac knew it had got ever so slightly stronger. Redundant organs. This is a passive skill that allows the user's organs to take over each other's responsibilities, within reason. A liver that pumps blood, kidneys that remove alcohol, a pituitary gland that produces insulin. These effects will never be as strong as the original effect, but it will massively reduce the debilitating effect of any injuries. Almost immediately, he felt a slight sense of relief, the internal damage he'd sustained no longer quite as debilitating. "So why the hell do you do that sort of thing?" Amy asked. Glaring at him, "I'd smack you in the back of your head, you know, but I'm a little worried you'd just drop dead if I did that." "What is the aspect of a tier 5 monster not enough of a reason?" Isaac asked, flashing her a grin that showed bloodied teeth, "But there's also the form of horror. I can only use it every 12 hours, which makes it incredibly hard to level. If I fight something as strong as the Hydra, however. 3 levels in one go, not to mention a second aspect I can stack on top of the old Hydra one." "Wait, stack?" Amy now looked completely lost. "You can stack similar aspects if they also have a skill similar to the old one. The old aspect skill will be replaced by the new and stronger one. You also get a second stat boost. You know, you should add an aspect of the Wraith to your aspect of the Spectre. It gives you a longer lasting defensive body form as an upgrade to your existing spectral shift, as well as an anti-magic armor manifesting skill that should suit a long-range magical fighting style like yours," Isaac explained. "But your spectral shift looked the exact same. Why didn't you do that?" Amy asked. "I need that rapid shift ability that spectral shift grants me because I'm a melee fighter. I'm going to grab the aspect of the poltergeist once I feel ready to fight one." "So there is something," Amy sighed. "What, something you don't feel like you can fight? Just tell me you're not going to try and fight another Hydra once your injuries are healed." She sighed again. "Yeah, nope, not a chance. Not until I'm fully healed and I have my transformation skill back." Isaac groaned slightly as he laid back and rested his head against the ground. "That reminds me, how come you have that?" "What do you mean? It just feels a little off, like it doesn't belong to a sneaky swordsman." Amy said thoughtfully. "How come you have a bunch of research skills when you used to be a mage?" Isaac answered the question with another question. "Why does that matter?" "Because it's the same kind of effect. Our classes aren't actually direct evolutions of our starter classes. They're based on them, sure. But my class is an aspect gatherer's class, changed based on the fact that it emerged from the base class of rogue, same as system researcher is a research class. First and foremost, it just has a bunch of mage-like traits. So of my 2 central skills, one of them is based solely on my aspects, while my other is a strong rogue skill that gives me a soulbound weapon. One for the new class and the aspects that form its basis, the second a legacy of my old one." "Huh, never thought of it like that," Amy replied, thoughtfully stroking her chin. "Anyway, enough lazing around. Clean up time," Isaac announced, shooting to his feet, but winced as his injuries were stressed. That fight could have gone better, but maybe he'd gotten something nice. Isaac grinned as he saw his progress. 3 whole levels in form of horror and pretty decent gains in all of his strike-type skills, though it was a little odd to have fortitude be his highest stat despite actually being one of his stats. Consequences of aspect use, he supposed. Far strike common, level X. Upon the user's next melee attack with a bladed weapon, the blade will extend by 2 plus 0.5 in meters, where n equals skill level. In addition, the user may now imbue his weapons with 10 mana to create a range-enhancing aura for a full minute. This extra reach is 0.5 meters, gaining an additional 0.1 in meters, with n being every level in this skill over 10. Cost, 20 mana. And he'd hit the level 10 threshold in another skill, perfect. Cleanup. Can't exactly leave a gigantic corpse lying in the woods, let alone one leaking toxic bodily fluids, can I? Besides, there's a ton of leather left on that body that I'm going to grab. Isaac flashed her a slightly pained grin. He walked over and pulled a jug of corpse-melter acid out of a hiding place and began to erase the random puddles of toxic blood until Amy offered to take over, using telekinesis to directly fire orbs of liquid at them. "You know, that is fascinating. The magical energy in the acid is of a caustic type. When it hits the toxic energy in the blood, it destroys it and both just evaporate." She continued to talk, slipping deeper into technical speak that even Isaac didn't know. 2 hours later, he sat next to a pile of leather with more volume than his own body, even compressed to the utmost. Isaac was also now dressed in fresh clothes and was for the most part healed. "You know you're nuts, right?" Amy asked as the two of them walked out of the woods. "Oh, I'm keenly aware of that, but where would we be if everyone just did the sane and normal thing?" Isaac asked. "I've heard that before. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man." George Bernard Shaw said that, though I heard it when it was quoted on Grey's Anatomy. Amy told him sagely. "Could you send me that? I might need that for a potential future criminal trial." Isaac grinned at her. "Biwahahaha. Amy started laughing so hard she nearly tripped over a random root. Anyway, I think I've earned some bed rest. Night, Amy, Isaac said as he headed off towards the subway. Good night, Isaac. See you tomorrow. Amy waved him goodbye. Isaac left with a grin on his face. She reminded him of himself back when he'd first started fighting monsters, excited at every new monster, not really thinking too much about the danger of dying. He'd lost that spark pretty quickly, but was glad to see someone have that same spark. Hopefully, she'd keep it even if things started to go downhill. The world was a bleak enough place as it was. It needed people to light it up with joy and infectious optimism. But enough about old injuries and bleak philosophy. An evening on the couch and watching Clone Wars called to him. Despite all the excitement of the previous day, they were back the next morning, sitting in the meeting room, waiting for Bailey to lay out how badly they were going to be limited going forward. Basically, we're going to be allowed to continue as usual, but we're going to have to confirm all our kills going forward. No one wants to end up with a series of creatures getting summoned without human input. Bailey sighed, clearly exhausted. Except creatures being summoned without human input could be a major problem for humanity as a whole. This is something that needs to be investigated, Isaac insisted, being echoed by Patrick a moment later. I know, but what would have happened if there hadn't been anyone nearby to get that warning? Bailey asked. No one died, so we aren't in deep shit, but this still scared the crap out of a lot of people. Until we figure out how to do this safely, we're not allowed to do any experiments in this vein anymore. All we'd really need is an around-the-clock guard, at least if the creature we use is weak enough. Assuming the time until the automatic summoning start is always the same, we could time it so a bunch of people nearby are asleep at the time. That way we could check if the warning wakes sleepers. If it does, all we'd need is someone to be nearby in any capacity, which should be doable. Certainly, I'd be willing to sleep on a futon in the break room, or something if that's what it takes. But this needs to be investigated. There's no way in hell some idiot isn't going to accidentally create a situation for this sort of thing to happen out in the world. Unfortunately, I'm fully aware of that. Bailey sighed. Just having someone here 24/7 would probably fix the problem, but we'd still have to convince a whole lot of officials of that. It'd work, but it'd also take a lot of time. It doesn't matter how long it takes, it's beyond vital that we investigate this. Patrick said vehemently. Monsters roaming around had the potential to be pretty bad. Reproducing monsters, on the other hand, time to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye. Like I said, I agree that this is important. Write up a list of what measures you'd be willing to personally do. For example, how often you'd be willing to stay here overnight, at least if the warning wakes up sleeping people, and I'll do everything in my power to get it approved. Bailey sighed, betraying the depth of his mental exhaustion. The last day could not have been kind to him. Despite that, the suggestions kept coming, until he held up a hand to stop them, in a rather definitive way that brooked no argument. Look, the only thing certain right now is that we'll be allowed to continue our research. Between the fact that no one knows what the hell actually happened, the fear of it happening again without us recognizing the warning signs, and the possibility of other incidents occurring without us having discovered it under relatively safe circumstances, no one is going to dare tell us to stop. No one who spent more than 2 seconds thinking about it, at least, Bailey said, then winked at them. And if anyone asks, you didn't call in a bunch of favors so people would tell the university how useful we've been. Apparently, the phones were ringing off the hook for a while, and the dean wasn't too happy about being unable to get any work done. Therefore, I also can't tell you that it was a good job. He trailed off suggestively, but about the whole research into autonomous problems, is there anything more you can tell us? Isaac asked. Bailey sighed deeply before replying. Look, anyone who's actually thought things through and doesn't have their head stuck in the sand knows we need to study that whole mess, but it also needs to be done safely. We'll need to submit an experiment protocol for approval before we do anything in that vein. And that'll take forever, Patrick sighed. At least we only have to do that for those specific experiments. Bailey reminded them. Imagine we had to wait for approval before we do anything. As things stand now, we can do anything that's within our budget. Right, that reminds me, what kind of a budget do we have? Carl asked. There are some cool tricks I can pull off with my evolved class, but I'll need the right materials and that can get expensive. Our budget is to be determined. Getting a lot of additional funding, and as a result, I don't actually have any hard numbers, and a lot of it being invested in the new building we're getting. But right now, we've got enough to replace our current setup 3 times over without any trouble. Then he frowned at Carl. Did you say class evolution? When did that happen, and what was it? Oh, that happened last night. I'm now Imagineer, which lets me create constructs and buildings with ease, as long as I have the materials and a plan. That's awesome, Bailey grinned. Anybody else have an advanced class? We all do. Amy said the rest of us are system researchers with awesome perception-based abilities and the capacity to copy magic-based skills we see. How did you pull that off? Bailey asked. We may or may not have found a place well clear of anyone who might be in danger and started summoning, with me making sure nothing went wrong. Isaac explained. May or may not. Which is it? Whichever is less likely to result in a scolding. Isaac shrugged. Bailey sighed again. I wasn't there, so I don't fully know how it went, but you're all here and looking fine. If something went wrong or came close to it, please be very careful around that and maybe don't risk a repeat performance. Be careful. Amy tossed Isaac a warning glance. Always am. He shrugged. I know my limits, and while I might on occasion go right up to them, I never cross them. I know how to pick my battles. As long as you think before you act, you should be fine. Bailey nodded. Before we go in circles for the rest of the day, there's something that's been on my mind since yesterday, something I think I should share with you. Patrick broke in, looking at each of them in turn, gaze serious. I think this system might have been created with malicious intent. That's quite the suggestion. Are you sure? Bailey asked. Sure. Of course not, but there is some pretty significant circumstantial evidence. Patrick replied. First of there are the instructions. They contain more information than most regular instruction manuals, but that just means they're absurdly thorough. Sure, they lack the usual "this is all you're likely going to need" summary at the beginning and take forever to completely go through, but they're good enough to find out literally anything you might want to learn. The really important parts, the dangerous parts, aren't well explained at all. Nothing. Jack squat. Bupkis. Fuck all. Just the key to unleashing monsters that haven't walked the earth in millions of years or even only existed in humanity's collective nightmares with no explanation. But all of that is relatively self-explanatory. Summon monster, kill monster, get stronger. The core idea is pretty basic and blindingly obvious. And then yesterday happened, when we learned that the monsters can spawn autonomously if they're left alive for too long. Normal monsters that can still be taken down, even if it takes heavy ordnance. Once they spawn in and start causing a ruckus, whoever is needed to take down the monster in question will be contacted, and that will be that. Until it causes any trouble, it can be left alone, right? Except that isn't actually the case. No, we're dealing with creatures able to replicate on their own, and in a form of what is essentially a hyper-fast version of parthenogenesis to boot. Sorry, parthenogenesis, Isaac asked. Virgin birth. Patrick explained summoning in new monsters on their own is basically the same thing, right? Anyway, point is, this is a gigantic sting in the tail of what appears to be a rather simple system on the surface. One we only discovered through sheer chance because Isaac got curious about a completely unrelated matter. Then, there's the whole thing about how monsters track the summoners. How long would it have taken for us to figure that out if he just sat in his chair? How many more nasty problems will we find by running headlong into them, rather than careful study or discovery? Basically, we have the thoroughly well-explained class system, which looks attractive as hell, calling for people to take the obvious road to get stronger with all the hidden dangers that entails. That's disturbingly plausible. Wechsler was the first to answer. Type that up, but don't send it out just yet. A hypothesis that dark in the current situation might get us shut down, no matter how idiotic that is long-term, Bailey said. That sort of makes sense, but why give monsters the ability to track their summoner? Amy asked, isn't that a little counterintuitive if the entire point is to get us to dump more monsters into our laps? There's a disturbing thought. Bailey replied after a moment, unfortunately, we don't really have a way to check whether any of that is true. If anyone realizes something, spots possible proof or thinks of a way to prove it, make sure to write it down. We'll gather it all and see if anyone can figure out any kind of proof, but until we have more proof, let's stick to giving warnings instead of telling everyone that the system itself might be out to get them. Like I said, alarming everyone in an atmosphere this tense isn't going to lead anywhere good. Are you sure? Patrick asked. If we put a hypothesis like that out in the world, we're going to scare the hell out of a lot of people, some of whom will take the idea and run with it, going in completely insane directions and starting a panic. And then we might get shut down simply because the optics of having a system research group are bad, and then we won't be able to find out about other problems ahead of time. Let's keep this in mind, but not publish it until we can find out something definitive, one way or another. Bailey declared with an air of finality about it. There's almost certainly another shoe ready to drop. Amy muttered softly, clearly having forgotten that everyone around the table had at least some degree of supernatural hearing. Well, everyone except Wechsler. What was that? Bailey asked. Something Isaac said last night, about why he wants levels, because there's likely going to be another problem we're yet to see. She mumbled, slightly embarrassed. Like she said, I've thought there was something nasty waiting in the wings from minute one. Isaac added something with this kind of potential for destruction, and no real explanation for anything that happened. There's no way we start out knowing the complete picture. Plus, you know, all those stories that are in hindsight horror stories. So we're back to those books then. Patrick asked, do you have any particular insights from them, or just a general sense of unease? I'm sorry, but what books? Wechsler interrupted. Normally he stuck to the background and kept quiet, but this time, it seemed he'd completely lost any kind of comprehension for the conversation currently happening. There's an entire genre devoted to the idea of a system existing in the real world. Sometimes it's in a fantasy world that just works like that. Sometimes it's in a fantasy world the main characters get transported to, and sometimes it just gets introduced to Earth. And when that happens, it's usually apocalyptic. Isaac explained it's part of what had me worried all the way back at initialization, but there isn't much there that's comparable to our current situation except the setting and the system. I've been able to draw some parallels based on the similar mechanics, but nothing that really helps. Most of my information comes from mythology. Do you think someone somehow predicted this and turned it into a book as a warning? Wechsler asked. The good all, warnings hidden in media thing. Raoul asked it's a thought, but normally those are a lot more popular, right? I mean, if you leave behind a warning, you make sure it gets heard. Everywhere I've seen it done, it's always something everyone has heard about, like zombies or dragons, not a relatively obscure and fresh subgenre of fantasy and sci-fi. Those are stories, though. Assuming the real world works like that is going to lead you down the wrong path, Patrick pointed out. Still, if you go through all the effort of planting stories, you make sure people hear about it and make sure the information is something actually useful beyond that the system is bad, Raoul pointed out. They might not know any specifics, Bailey suggested. If all those books were warnings, their system sure as hell diverged pretty quickly into all sorts of different directions, so if any of them were warnings, we have no way to truly find the ones actually meant to be useful except maybe look at the earliest examples, but those might have been inspired by simple video games. Let's just drop this for now, and if one of us notices something weird, we can revisit the topic, Isaac suggested. I for one don't really intend to go diving deep into literature because there might be information there, based on a mere hypothesis that someone else would have almost certainly stumbled onto in the past 3 weeks. Any author who'd properly predicted this mess would be crowing from the rooftops, and if they didn't, their fans would. Bailey shut down that discussion. Now, moving on, today's agenda, and some things we need to plan for next week. I know it's boring and I handle most of the administrative crap, but we have to get through this, he announced. Up first, future plans. Obviously, we need to investigate this new mechanic, but given the restrictions, that'll have to wait pending approval. Isaac, Patrick, you both had some decent ideas. Write those up and send them to me. In addition, we have a few other experiments to continue, but barring an utter disaster occurring, I don't anticipate any problems. As he said that, he looked pointedly at Isaac. After all, he hadn't given them a thorough play-by-play of his time in Sin City, and there was a lot one could read into something like that. Now, did any of you happen to get the system researcher class? Raoul, Patrick, and Amy replied in the affirmative. Right, see if you can discover the principles behind your ability copying skill and put together a list of useful ones to acquire. Work with the others for that. Unfortunately, there's even more to do, though. The police are currently working on a pilot program to level up its employees, and our local department was chosen due to proximity to us. At some point in the next week, a few of you will have to go over there to give them a good once-over, make sure they aren't making any obvious mistakes. And that brings me to my last point. On Monday, we're going to have a demonstration in front of the building. 2 of them, in fact. One is an animal rights rally, the other is demonstrating against the fact that we're summoning. Just ignore them, come around the back. No flashy maneuvers of flying over the crowd or walking through people, all right. Fine, Amy grumbled. Sure thing. Isaac shrugged. That last comment had clearly been aimed at the 2 of them. Animal rights, seriously. They do realize that monsters are rabid as a matter of course, and will kill any human they come across and need to be put down. Patrick practically spat. Do those people do any research before they start protesting? Presumably just on websites that agree with them. Echo chambers and all that. Some people actually do their research, but not all of them. Wechsler sighed. How do you know about this ahead of time? Isaac asked. Any demonstrations have to be announced ahead of time. Haven't you ever gone protesting? Carl asked. Afraid not. Isaac shrugged. Now I know we've got a lot to do, so we'd best get started, shouldn't we? I've got some more paperwork to do, but then I'll join you in here so we can put our heads together. Bailey announced and headed out of the room. The rest of the day was a lot calmer than normal, given that they were mostly in the meeting room instead of constantly summoning man-eating horrors from another dimension. Isaac himself was also a lot busier than he normally was, given that he was constantly rotating between the various groups. After all, knowing monsters was useful both when it came to finding durable materials, knowing where to get cool materials, and what problems might occur with monsters that were left in the world for a long time. There was the occasional summoning when Carl wanted to get some various monster bits to analyze with his new sensory skills, but not much. As it had slowly become par for the course, they stayed until well past 7 p.m., but eventually they did go home. Well, all but 2. Adam, can we talk for a moment? Isaac asked. Of course. Bailey said, instantly sounding worried. Let's go to my office, shall we? Despite having been in here a mere couple of weeks ago, Isaac was surprised at how much it changed. The hydroskin handbag they'd given him as a joke had ended up in the place of honor in a shelf on the wall, joined by various other knickknacks from their experiments. Meanwhile, the bookcase looked like a caricature of what a professor's bookcase should look like. There were all the normal, standard zoology books that gave a rough overview over the entire field of study, joined by more specialized ones that focused on what Bailey's specialty had been before all this, but those only took up about two-thirds of the available space. Then there was a mass of mythology books, and a couple that even had titles like Cryptids, What They Are, and Where to Find Them, though those were noticeably newer. But the most out of place were the ordinary novels, countless books which often had the word lit RPG somewhere on their cover or spine. Isaac could tell that only a handful of them had been read through based on the cracks in their spine, or more often the lack of ones, but they'd all at least been opened. "So what did you want to talk to me about?" Bailey asked. "I'm going to be frank for a second. Levels. More specifically, your levels. You've probably leveled up a couple of times just from someone else killing your summoned monsters, but that still leaves you well behind the curve." Isaac stated bluntly, "I'm not all that interested in fighting. I'm a scholar at heart and a healer in class. I don't really intend on advancing that far." Bailey replied, shaking his head, "Except you don't have to be. I know this might sound a little weird coming from me, given that I'm a bit of a martial person, but ultimately there are countless benefits to leveling beyond just raw power. For one, simple being healthier, having senses far better than normal, and you'll never need glasses or anything else." "Isaac, are you calling me old?" Bailey asked, a twinkle in his eye. "No, I'm calling you human." Isaac shrugged. "Beyond that, you'll only need a fraction of the amount of sleep you normally need, and your mind will get faster. It won't be an outright intelligence boost, but your thoughts will be far faster than before. Even if you never have to fight, even just to defend yourself, just a few levels have the potential to change your life. And if you hit level 10, you can actually get some privacy again." "Privacy?" Bailey asked. "Anyone with inspect can read your status as if it were their own," Isaac explained. "Is that what you're doing?" Bailey frowned. "No, I actually can't do that anymore. My version lets me get a rough read on anyone's stats, including those of a monster, where a normal inspect will only return the name and level." Isaac explained. "Okay, assuming I decide to start leveling, how would you go around that?" Bailey asked. "However you want. You're a healer. I'm going to assume you're not that eager to jump right into warfare, but you can just keep leveling by summoning something I kill. It'll get you to hit the max XP you can get from a given monster a bit faster, but at most, that'll only feel the effect far, far into the future." Isaac said, "Of course, there's also the option of slowly leveling through doing your job as it aligns with your class. I think I'll take the option of summoning monsters for you to kill." Bailey agreed. "So, I guess we'll get started on Monday. Actually, we can get started right now if you're willing. I don't have any weekend plans I can't cancel at the drop of a hat, and I think this is worth it." Isaac proposed. "All right, great, shall we?" Isaac asked, standing up and beginning to move over to the door. "Actually, there's something else we need to talk about. Could you sit back down?" Bailey asked, voice grim. Isaac froze for a moment, then turned around, walked back, and sat down. "What is it?" he asked. "Are you okay, Isaac? And I don't mean physically. I know you heal like something out of a comic book." Bailey said, clearly unwilling to outright state what he thought. "I know I'm not a psychologist, but please know you can talk to me." Isaac sighed internally. He supposed this conversation had been a long time coming. "You mean normal people don't throw themselves at monsters all day, every day?" Isaac asked in a mock-shocked tone. He'd have to be very careful about how he handled this, mostly because he was pretty sure his head wasn't on straight, at the very least, not as current society saw it. Convincingly looking fine would simply make it appear he was convincingly lying, but outright admitting to being in a bad place might land him on some sort of administrative leave. And if he, gods forbid, outright told the truth actually, that might go well, but it might also backfire and go horribly wrong, so he mentally tabled that option for now. "I'm sorry, that was catty." Isaac sighed, taking a deep breath. "I'm scared, Adam. Scared of the future, scared this power that people have been given, scared of what fresh hell someone might summon into this plane." When that first system screen appeared, it was like a horror movie come to life. Like watching Nightmare on Elm Street and then having a dream in which a creepy guy with a okay, bad example. Maybe like coming face to face with a guy wearing a hockey mask with a machete in their hand after watching Friday the 13th, Bailey suggested. "I suppose. Point is, those books," Isaac said, gesturing at the bookcase standing off to the side, "they all depict most people dying. Sometimes it's just mentioned every time the heroes want to leave their safe area, that they have to go look for survivors. Other times it's front and center. You can hear the silence, the emptiness around the character, feel that hollowness in their heart as they realize there is no one left alive they might run into. Picture that scene of countless broken down cars on the highway like out of some post-apocalyptic movie. Entertaining to read, but not something I ever want to see happen. The first night after initialization, I had a nightmare to that effect. But then things didn't immediately go to utter shit. I calmed down a little and realized that madly fighting wasn't what was needed, knowledge was. That's when I went looking for you and things transitioned from dire and apocalyptic to fascinating, if still insanely dangerous. The power I'd already gathered was useful and nice to have, but not a dire necessity in the face of an oncoming apocalypse. and then something happened to change that. The party, Bailey said grimly. Actually, no. That was something I knew was happening from the news, and having that appear in front of me and surviving, that was more of a confirmation of my own capabilities than anything else. Isaac shook his head. It was our discoveries. Like Patrick said, it's starting to feel like all of this was created with malicious intent, intended to kill us all. It felt like I needed to be strong enough to survive all that, so I started fighting again, and I just kept going. It'll probably be a while before I stop again. My status might claim my greatest skill is piercing strike, but I know it's actually knowing how to pick my battles. Remember, I had to survive long enough to actually get my regeneration. Isaac noted dryly. Bailey blinked owlishly at him, then let loose a bark of laughter, but quickly stopped himself from showing further signs of levity. I believe we both know that it hasn't killed me yet is not a good reason to keep doing something, I'm aware. But I'm not doing this because I simply want power, because I want to surpass everyone else. I'm doing this because I want to make sure that when shit truly hits the fan, I can do something about it. And for that to happen, I need to still be alive. I am being careful. Isaac clarified. Even if it doesn't look like it. Bailey asked skeptically. Even if it doesn't look like it. Isaac confirmed. I know I'm hardly in a position to claim to be staying safe, because summoning is inherently dangerous. But that's the truth. I'll only do something to truly risk my life in situations like that party, where there's a reason for picking the fight other than the pursuit of power. Power is meaningless if you aren't alive to wield it. Lives saved, on the other hand, are worth it regardless. Mentally, he added, and my survival isn't the win condition here, humanity's is. But he refrained from voicing that thought out loud, given how it would, at the very least, make him seem suicidal. Instead of answering, Bailey took a deep breath to buy himself a little time. Then he spoke. I think that's an interesting way to look at that, but it also sounds like something you can't keep up forever. If you want to talk to someone, I'll always be available. Or if you want to talk to a professional, the university is perfectly willing to provide someone. Just don't keep all that trapped inside until it bursts out. You won't be doing yourself any favors, or anyone else for that matter, or just do something other than fighting. While I might be working myself like a dog, I'm hardly the only one, am I? Sure, my work is one of battle and bloodshed instead of paperwork and bureaucratical infighting, but both are exhausting, aren't they? Isaac said. What do you mean? Bailey asked. I have fantastic senses, remember. I can see the faintest hint of bags under your eyes, no matter how well you try to hide them, and smell the caffeine coming from your pores. You've been working hard, too hard. You're just as alarmed as I am, and we're both pushing ourselves this hard. Isaac replied, sighing. I suppose that's true. Bailey sighed. It doesn't have to be, though. All you need is a couple of levels to make working through the night perfectly doable. Isaac replied. To his utter surprise, Bailey just started laughing. What a pair we make, don't we? We both can't let well enough alone. We do. But we've also got a damn good reason. Saving the fucking world. Isaac said. Are you sure it's going to get that bad? Bailey was suddenly serious again. We've got no idea how powerful monsters will get at the higher tiers. All we know is that there's a marked increase in power with each one, going from murderous housecat at tier 1 to things that can beat basically any creature on the planet, except a few apex predators and top-tier herbivores at tier 2. Tier 3 is already beyond anything the world currently holds, and Tier 4 are basically worth having their own legends. Tier 5, a Tier 5 monster could probably trash this entire building in a matter of minutes. As to where things go from there, we can only speculate, but it's sure to be bad, and we can be certain that someone is going to end up summoning one of those, be that out of stupidity or for malicious reasons. That's dark. Bailey stated, deadpan, but you're right. Sooner or later, someone is going to end up summoning something high tier, and it's going to be incredibly powerful. And then we'll need the strength to fight it, or the knowledge to sucker punch it. In that case, why don't we work a little towards that end? Isaac suggested the summoning room's free, after all. In a minute, Isaac. Bailey stopped him before we got off track. We were talking about, well, talking. I'm not going to make you do anything, but just promise me this. If you ever feel like you can't handle the situation anymore, like you might go off the deep end, talk to me. Or anyone else for that matter. Just talk to someone. It's good to hear that, and my door is always open. Bailey nodded, getting to his feet. I suppose now's the time to start summoning then, isn't it? This is a plot of land that can be anything you want it to be. It's zoned for construction, so unless you're planning on putting a factory here, you have complete and utter creative freedom. The real estate agent announced, gesturing around him. Both he and Isaac were in the middle of nowhere, literally, or at least as close as you could get while in proximity of a major city. But given that there wasn't even a road that could be reached with 10 minutes of walking, it probably still qualified. There was a forestry road slightly closer, but actually driving there was only something actual rangers and hunters were allowed to do so. Anyone else was liable to get fined. But that didn't really matter to Isaac. He didn't mind walking, and soon he could move faster than he could by car. Not the top speed one could reach while driving, but the speeds one could realistically use on those poor roads. It should work with anything you want, within the constraints of the building code, the agent told him. And those are, Isaac asked sharply. He'd read up on those, but he fully aware of the fact that this was an arena he knew very little about. Generally, they're reasonable. If you chop down any of those trees, you'll have to plant new ones elsewhere. You can't build a skyscraper or anything else too crazy. I think you'll find them to be rather, like I said, reasonable. The agent stated, I see. And would I be correct in assuming something this good has just recently come onto the market? Isaac asked. His tone and the question were innocent enough, but the agent reacted nonetheless, stiffening slightly, hand twitching infinitesimally as if about to reach up and scratch his neck, but stopped through sheer force of will. As good a poker face as the salesman might have had, he was nowhere near what was required to look innocent in the face of 40 points in perception. No, we've had it for a bit, but the market for out-of-the-way properties isn't the best. Translation: no hookups for power or running water, and no cables to facilitate an internet connection. In other words, he'd have to produce anything on site or somehow arrange for new utility lines be laid to him, which would be unlikely to happen seeing as his new house would be the only one around. A major reason for anyone with the resources to build a new house all the way out here to instead buy a house closer to the city, but not an issue for Isaac. After all, he knew countless tricks for generating that stuff using magic, tricks that worked with any class. The only real issue would be dirtying everything up so no one would grow suspicious as to how he'd managed to obtain something like them, something no one else had the knowledge to construct yet. So no one was interested in privacy and seclusion, Isaac asked, letting a note of suspicion creep into his voice. He was pretty sure he knew the reason, but if there was something else, he wanted to know about it. Besides, you never knew what people would say if you acted like they had a secret and you knew about it. You see, some people have other priorities. The estate agent gave a non-committal answer. And those are, Isaac followed that up with another question without missing a beat. Eventually, though, he decided to stop torturing the poor man, who'd eventually outright come out, and stated that anything he built here wouldn't come with an easy source of power and water that he could handle, and the isolation wouldn't be a problem for someone who could literally take the most direct route to any possible goal, literally walking through any kind of natural obstacle, and move at speed comparable to a car in a city for extended periods of time. And he'd only get faster. I do believe I'll take it. How much, including the fee for the notary? Also, could I get a rough estimate for how much fencing in this entire area with a basic wire mesh would cost? Isaac asked. The agent quoted him a price that would have made the old him of this time blanch, but still something well within his ability to afford after his little trip to Vegas and still have some money left over to start construction. Yeah, that sounds good. Can you set up a meeting to get a contract signed and notarized as soon as possible? He asked. Of course, Mr. Toma, that shouldn't be a problem. When would you be available? I work for most of the day, so if possible, early morning or late evening would be best. That being said, I don't have any meetings on the agenda right now, so if I have to take time off work, I can do that anytime. Isaac said, I'll see what I can do, then contact you with the details. Isaac shook Glurkner's hand, and while the other man walked off, he stayed and looked around. This was a nice place, all told. There was a flat area he could kill a bunch of large golems on, then bribe Carl with some beer or a barbecue to fuse them all together to form a platform to build a house on. Soon enough, he'd be able to take on a lesser space elemental and keep fighting those damned blighters until he got a core and was able to generate an extra-dimensional pocket to store things in. From there were many ways he could go with this place, especially with an epic rarity construction class holder to ask for help in exchange for rare materials or aspects. Depending on how you looked at it, they'd either be two friends exchanging favors, or Isaac would be paying a professional with a unique skill set what he was worth. Regardless, he wouldn't be taking advantage of any of his colleagues. Maybe give them hints for getting good skills and class evolutions that would also benefit him, but never to their detriment, and he'd make sure he repaid any favors in kind. Part of him was tempted to sanctify this ground with the blood of his sworn foes here and now, but he knew it stupid. Summoning was currently still very much a four-letter word, and if he started dropping bodies here and someone noticed, he likely wouldn't be able to buy the place. Throwing one last happy glance at the site of his future home, Isaac started to jog back to the train station. Of course, what he considered to be a jog was a speed well beyond what most people could achieve at a dead sprint, but then again, all things were relative. The rest of the weekend flew by in a blur of, well, relaxation. Watching a few episodes of various shows, properly cooking a meal for the first time in weeks, even plopping down on the sofa and devouring an entire tub of ice cream just because he could. Bailey's concern might have come a little late for someone who'd spent years acclimating to death, destruction, and violence, but it had been genuine, and he'd needed it. Giving 100% all the time wasn't something anyone could sustain for long, not even him. Of course, that didn't mean that he completely refrained from summoning, though just another Hydra every time form of horror came off cooldown to maximize its gains, given that there was a pretty strict limit as to how often he could use it. But for him, that was taking things easy. and now he found himself here, walking up the freshly repaired steps to Sam's fraternity for a party on Sunday evening. Apparently, classes had been canceled the next day for some reason or other. Just the last time, people were milling around, drinking, talking, and playing games, but several things were different. For one, every side door was actually locked, not just closed with a private sign in front of it. Also, all of the tablecloths had been pinned to the underside of said tables to allow people to get an easy look at anything taking place underneath them. While there were still places to hide circles, there wasn't really enough space for anything bigger than a Tier 1 circle without actually hiding it in the walls. Like Isaac had said often enough, the monsters that came out of those usually weren't too big of a problem, and those that were, well, they were usually weak in some areas. Slimes were fragile, golems were slow, and so on and so forth. But if something did end up happening, well, Isaac was here to deal with it, and this time he was armed. Mind you, he judged the chance of a repeat of last time to be practically non-existent. After all, everyone would be watching out for any kind of suspicious activity, especially given that a second incident would probably spell the end of this frat. "Hey Isaac, you came." Someone he very specifically didn't know greeted him with far more enthusiasm than he was comfortable with from a stranger. Despite that, he somehow managed to hold himself back from outright saying, "Do I know you?" Who could turn down an invitation from you guys? Isaac shrugged and walked into the building, but the guy walked alongside him and called out, "Hey, Isaac's here." When a lot of the people closest to the door heard that, quite a few raised their glasses in greeting. Notably, these were the people who belonged to the frat, clearly identifiable by their outfits. Then it clicked. "Sam's been spreading stories, I see." Isaac noted, then winked at the audience. "All right, what nonsense has he said about me? Only the truth." Familiar voice called from behind him. "Hey Sam, how have you guys been?" Isaac asked. "Oh, you know, the usual for when a party gets out of control. A lot of, why the hell would you do that? And what the hell were you thinking? Plus the usual, you shouldn't be drinking that much." Most of the mess landed squarely on the idiot who caused the whole thing in the first place, even if he was the one who ended up killing it for good. Also, it certainly helped that the only person hurt was fine again within minutes. "Right?" Isaac said sourly, then facepalmed. "What's up?" Sam asked, concern evident in his voice. "I'm an idiot." Isaac just sighed. "Yeah, I know that, but why do you think that?" Sam teased, having realized that there wasn't an actual problem at hand. "The kill notification said the XP got split 3 ways. I also knew that the summoner gets a share of the XP when one of its summons is killed. You, me, and fire guy makes 3, so where's the summoner's share? Therefore, one of us had to be the one who did the deed, and I know that neither of us is that stupid." Isaac swore softly under his breath. "I should have put 2 and 2 together right then and there. You know better than anyone in how bad a state you were in at the end of the fight. You're fine." Sam patted him on the shoulder, then passed him a beer from the nearby table. "Doesn't that hurt your thumb?" Sam asked. After all, unlike the beers one commonly saw in movies with their twist-off caps, this one should have required a bottle opener to remove. Of course not. Isaac shrugged. "So, interested in a game of beer pong?" Sam asked. "Let's grab something with a bit more of a kick, shall we?" Isaac proposed. Stro 80. Isaac heaved an overly dramatic sigh, shaking his head. "I'd rather drink hot sewage than that stuff. Or absinthe." Sam let out a bark of laughter. "I wouldn't go quite that far, but yeah, that stuff's gross. Everclear. Never had it, but if you're suggesting it like that, I'm sure it's strong." Isaac shrugged. "Oh, it's strong. Believe me, you don't want to drink that crap repeatedly. Let's go to the bar and find something nice, shall we? You know you're going to regret this." Isaac said, "I can probably drink you all under the table, one after another, all night long." "Oh, you're on," Sam laughed. So that was how the rest of the night went, disappearing in a blur of booze and stupid, yet hilarious party games. Also, it was pretty noticeable how much more Everclear burned when drunk at under 50 points in fortitude rather than over 100. In the other timeline, that strong alcohol had been often used for toast when the people involved were too powerful to be even remotely affected by anything lesser. In addition, his fortitude was so high by now that by the time he needed to use Hydra's regeneration to burn off some of the booze, there were already multiple empty bottles who'd had an alcohol content around 40. Sure, there wasn't a particularly good use for being able to put away a lot of drinks in battle, but it was always fun to see the power of his stats in action. He stayed at the party until it truly wrapped up at around 4 in the morning, then headed into the forest to use Form of Horror, which had just come off cooldown and finally hit level 10 in that skill. The rest of his skills had also advanced a little, but none of them had improved quite as much, and what an upgrade it was. Form of Horror Epic, level X. There are many sides to the Undying Phantom. The impression they broadcast out into the world and show others, the hole in the world no one will ever perceive before it devours them, and lastly, the face someone only sees in the moment of their death. The form granted by this skill, a monstrous alternate body based on the user's aspects. Current aspects, aspect of the Spectre, aspect of the Lesser Hydra, aspect of the Hydra, aspect of the Dunkleosteus. If the user also has the skill The Chosen Weapon, this weapon will be incorporated into the user's new form. Furthermore, while in this form the user's strength and fortitude are increased by 35, while agility and perception are increased by 60, magic power and magic regeneration will remain unchanged. This skill can only be activated every 2 hours and lasts for 300 seconds. It also requires 1000 mana to use, which it siphons off from the user's mana regeneration so long as the mana pool is full. In addition, the user can now create a second form while drawing only on the aspects they wish to use, customizing it for specific purposes. Once set, this form can only be changed after removing the previous form, which takes 24 hours. Additional slots are unlocked at skill levels 15 and 20. Unfortunately, it didn't look like the cooldown would go down beyond 2 hours or the duration above 5 minutes, but then again, this was an incredibly powerful skill, not one meant to be spammed constantly. Isaac ended up sleeping an hour in his bed and then it was already time to head back into work. He walked across campus, earbuds in with music blasting, practically skipping. Last weekend had been nice. A hell of a lot calmer than it normally would have been, but nice. And honestly, he'd needed that, even if he hadn't been the one to actually realize it. That mood lasted all the way until he caught sight of the building in which he worked. And the crowd that surrounded it, signs, placards, megaphones, and shouted slogans. He also knew the door was locked and could see the sign Bailey had taped to the inside, clearly legible through the glass. The only reason you know the true danger of summoning is our research. Patrick had also suggested a sign that said, if you think summoned creatures aren't rabid monsters, why don't you see for yourself? But then himself said that it would be a bad idea because someone would inevitably end up actually taking them up on it. Good choice. Now, Isaac could just come around the side and enter through the employee entrance, but then decided against it. Bailey had told him that he shouldn't make a spectacle of himself, so he wouldn't, but that didn't mean he'd do this like a normal person. First, he triggered the active form of sneak, suddenly becoming the single least interesting thing in existence, something that people's eyes would just slide over without ever truly seeing him. Now that people weren't really registering his presence anymore, he slipped into actual stealth, going completely invisible. He took a running start, making sure not to bump into anyone, and jumped, then triggered Phantom Step in midair to teleport all the way up to the roof. He became briefly visible during this time, a blur of movement, but people didn't really look up all that much, and the second he landed, he went right back to being invisible. If anyone had noticed him, they'd dismiss him as a figment of their imagination. Once up there, he walked around a bit until he was right above the corridor in front of the summoning room and activated Spectral Shift, then dropped 5 stories through solid matter and landed in his workspace, rolling to absorb the impact. What did I say about making a spectacle, Isaac? Bailey sighed, having heard his antics through his office door. Not too, which is why I did it while invisible. Isaac said, shrugging despite knowing Bailey couldn't see it. Force of habit, he supposed. Right, I'll be out in sec. Please wait for me in the meeting room with the others. Bailey replied and Isaac obeyed, chuckling softly. People had gotten used to preternatural senses and being able to have conversations through walls without yelling pretty darn quickly. Then again, getting used to magic, monsters, and superpowers was part of the job description, and anyone who couldn't wouldn't be here.